Uchiha Gento awakened the memories of his past life on the Blue Star. Alongside this awakening came the activation of the clan system. The stronger the Uchiha clan becomes, the more abundant the system rewards. In pursuit of the clan's prosperity, Uchiha Gento began forging alliances through marriage. Every beautiful Kunoichi in the entire ninja world became a potential betrothal candidate. The Mizukage Terumi with the Tsuchikage Kurotsuchi, the master-disciple pair of Tsunade, Senju, and Sakura Haruno, the Hyuga sisters, Hinata and Hanabi. Years later, standing atop the pinnacle of the ninja world, Uchiha Gento reflected with a sigh, "Damn it, never underestimate the bonds between me and the Kunoichi." The tale commences in the 50th year of Konoha, within the training grounds of the Konoha Police Department. Two members of the Uchiha clan engaged in combat training. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing fireball roared forth, hurtling straight towards the opponent. Yet, Uchiha Gento, who should have dodged, stood frozen in place. "Gento, dodge, now." Uchiha Ineho's expression shifted sharply as he forcibly interrupted the chakra flow. The fireball dissipated midair. With a heavy thud, Uchiha Gento collapsed where he stood. After an indeterminate span of time, Gento slowly regained consciousness. Just moments ago, as if in a dream, he had awakened the memories of his past life on the Blue Star. In his previous life, Gento was an ordinary university student. As a seasoned villager, he frequently battled shadow-level warriors in the arena. On this day, as usual, he was advancing in rank while walking. Unexpectedly, his reflexes and strategy were exceptionally sharp, leading him on a winning streak all the way to the Super Shadow promotion tournament. Moreover, he was about to achieve a 1 vs 3 victory in the promotion match. Just as he was about to enter the finishing phase, he scratched his head and prepared to view the secret technique diagram. But when he looked up, a large truck was already in front of him. After exerting all his strength without success, he was reincarnated into the world of Naruto, and only just now did he awaken his past life memories. Hiss, I never expected such a stroke of luck. Gento, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Uchiha Ineho, who had been standing guard nearby, hurried over as Gento stirred. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. While casually responding to Ineho, Gento pondered deeply. He was a member of the Uchiha clan. The challenges the Uchiha would face in the future were numerous, including, but not limited to, the Nine Tails incident, suspicion from the upper echelons, ostracization by the villagers, and the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. This was no small matter. Suddenly Ineho exclaimed, "Gento, your eyes." Startled Gento took the mirror Ineho handed him. In the reflection, a pair of crimson eyes revealed 3 Tomo, slowly revolving. This was the Manjiki Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Gento was somewhat elated. He was no prodigy over the past 18 years, having endured the deaths of his parents and comrades. He had barely awakened the 1 and 2 Tomo Sharingan. Even so, he had become a key figure within the clan. Unexpectedly, today, due to the memories of his past life's sudden demise, he directly awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. It must be noted that possessing a 3 Tomo Sharingan marked a ninja as a formidable force even within the Uchiha clan itself. Just as he prepared to test the unique capabilities of his 3 Tomo Sharingan, a cold mechanical voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the wisdom of your past life. Clan system binding successful. Detected host as member of the Uchiha clan, automatically binding to the Uchiha clan. Current clan prosperity level, grade C sparse. Population. Notice, clan prosperity level is influenced by factors such as clan population, clan renown, total clan combat strength, and top tier clan power. Newbie mission, issued promote to Jonan. Mission reward, 1 lottery draw. Higher clan prosperity increases the chance of obtaining rare rewards. More features unlock upon becoming the Uchiha clan head. Gazing at the panel that appeared in his mind, Gento's heart brimmed with excitement. The display clearly showed several modules. Personal mission clan lock. Gento first opened the mission module and found only 1 task, promote to Jonin. Then he clicked on the personal module. Host, Uchiha Gento. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Chakra, nature, fire lightning. Ninjutsu, transformation technique, E. Substitution technique, E. Clone technique, E. Body flicker technique, D. Fire style. Great fireball technique, C. Lightning style. Ground pulse, C. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the system, he had bound. Gento couldn't help but let out the iconic Uchiha laughter. Well, there was no other choice. Since he was bound to the clan system, he would be the one to save the Uchiha clan. Gento silently resolved, "Let's go, Inaho." Gento patted Inaho and turned to leave. "Huh, where to?" Without looking back, Gento replied, "To find the Great Elder and apply for promotion to Jonin." "You're confident." Inaho was surprised. Gento pointed to his eyes. "With these, it's enough." Inaho suddenly understood. Indeed, the boost from a pair of 3-demo Sharingan was sufficient for any Chunin to possess strength comparable to a Jonin. This was the formidable bloodline limit of their Uchiha clan. Soon, the two arrived outside the Great Elder's office in the police department building. At this time, the Third Great Ninja War was underway, and the clan head had already led the team to the battlefield. The Uchiha clan's affairs in Konoha were now managed by Great Elder Uchiha Sudin. All Uchiha who remained in the village were to obey the Great Elder's orders. As soon as they reached the office door, a heated argument could be heard inside. "No matter what, your Uchiha clan must send another contingent to the battlefield. Danzo don't push people too far." I do all this for Konoha." The dispute lasted a long time, ultimately ending in dissatisfaction on both sides. The office door was then flung open. Danzo emerged, with 2 root ninja. Passing by Gento and Inaho, Danzo snorted coldly. Only after Danzo's departure did the Great Elder's voice ring out from within. "You two come in. You two come in." Great Elder Saiyan's voice echoed from inside the office. The two pushed open the door. Uchiha-san sat upright behind a large wooden desk, clad in dark clan robes, bearing the Uchiha fan emblem on his chest. He was about 60 years old, his gray hair meticulously groomed, his expression stern. "What brings you here?" His gaze swept over the two. Gento stepped forward, straightforwardly stating, "Great Elder, I wish to apply to become a Jonin." Immediately, his eyes narrowed. The 3-tomo slowly rotated, seeing Gento's Sharingan. A rare smile appeared on the usually stern Great Elder's face. You've awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan." "Indeed." He pondered briefly, then slowly rose. "The war situation is critical. The clan has suffered significant losses. Having one more Jonin is always beneficial. In that case, come with me. I will take you to meet the Hokage for the Jonin examination." He headed toward the door, and upon passing Inaho, who was still standing motionless, his brow furrowed and his tone sharply chill. "What are you still standing there for? Have you completed your patrol duty?" Inaho's neck shrank. "Yes, I'm going right now." With that, he dashed away. On the way to the Hokage's office, Saiyan remained silent for a long while, then suddenly spoke. "What do you think of Shimura Danzo?" Gento answered candidly, "Danzo is a man with an insatiable lust for power, and he harbors hostility toward our Uchiha clan." This was no lie. If Danzo had not continuously fanned the flames, relations between the Uchiha and Konoha might not be so strained. "I see." Saiyan glanced at him, but said no more. Soon, they arrived at the Hokage's office, where smoke curled in the air. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind a large desk. At this moment, he was smoking a pipe while reviewing scrolls. Sighed he and I was just about to convene a Konoha leadership meeting. Didn't expect you to come yourself." He looked up and addressed Saidien. "What brings you to seek me out?" "It concerns this child's promotion to Jonin." As he spoke, Saitien gestured toward Gen Diasti, who stood behind him. Observing this, Gen DFT promptly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Gen DT pays homage to the third Hokage. Sarutobi nodded slightly at Gen DFT. Uchiha Gen DFT, yes, I have heard of you, a most outstanding junior. Sarutobi motioned to the Anbu beside him to fetch the dossier, and as he leafed through it, he remarked, The mission record is exemplary as well. However, we are currently in a time of war. The Jonin examination may not be arranged immediately. Saichin replied calmly, "This child has already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan." Sarutobi's gaze sharpened, fixing on Gen DFT. Gen DFT understood, and the Sharingan reappeared vividly in his eyes. "I see." Sarutobi set down his pipe and pondered for a moment. "In that case, I shall grant an exceptional approval promotion to Jonin without examination." Upon hearing this, Gen DFT was profoundly shaken within. Such authority the Hokage wields. It must be known that the promotion process to Jonin is traditionally stringent. After all, Jonin represent the principal military force of each nation. Although the 5 great nations each maintain roughly 10,000 ninjas, The number of jonin in each village does not exceed 100. Even among great clans, such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, the number of jonin does not surpass 10. This underscores the rarity and value of the jonin rank. Gendesui dared not be negligent, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Sarutobi. "Thank you, third Hokage." Sarutobi waved him off lightly, and then issued a command to those behind him. "Summon the heads of clans and jonin of all tribes for a Konoha High Council meeting." No sooner had he spoken than 2 masked Anbu operatives appeared behind Sarutobi, bowing in unison. "Yes, Hokage-sama." They vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Sarutobi then turned to Saiden and Gen-D Thud. "Let us proceed to the meeting room." Saiden nodded without objection and followed Sarutobi outside. The two began discussing the village's affairs, though Gen-D It trailed behind them. His mind was elsewhere, for the system notification had already sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, 1 lottery. Draw. Use immediately. Without hesitation, Gen-D responded mentally. Draw now. In an instant, a lottery wheel materialized in his mind, its probabilities displayed below. Drank reward 40%, crank reward 50%, brank reward 10%. The wheel spun several times before gradually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a brank reward. Proficiency in basic medical ninjutsu, including brank ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. Upon seeing the reward, Gen-D's heart leapt with joy. He had hit the 10% chance. Immediately, a wealth of medical ninjutsu knowledge flooded his mind. This encompassed the ninja's bodily structure, meridian distribution charts, wound treatment, and more. Most astonishingly, this knowledge came accompanied by a technique, brank ninjutsu, the chakra scalpel. This jutsu condenses chakra into the hand to form a blade, capable of precisely cutting muscle and meridians. Whether wielded in combat or for medical treatment, it is an exceedingly practical technique. Crucially, this jutsu requires no practice. Like the knowledge before it, it was directly transmitted into Gen-D's mind, as if he had practiced it countless times. He was now, by all measures, a competent medical ninja. Gazing upon this generous reward, Gen-D's anticipation for the next draw swelled within him. As if hearing his thoughts, the system promptly issued the next mission. Ding! New mission released. Engage in dual cultivation with a female ninja of exceptional aptitude. Note: aptitude criteria include multiple dimensions appearance, physique strength, renowned bloodline limits, etc. Mission reward: unlock the system's Many Blessings module. Many Blessings module. The system's approach was unexpectedly audacious. As he pondered this, the group had already entered the meeting room. Soon, the clan leaders arrived one after another, and Konoha's jonin took their seats. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Present were all the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Sarutobi took his place at the head of the table, his expression grave. Now that everyone is assembled, I shall not waste words. This gathering is to discuss responses to the ongoing war. Behind him, Anbu operatives unfurled a map of the ninja world. Sarutobi then turned to Danzo Shimura, beside him. Danzo, you shall explain the current situation. Danzo rose and approached the map, his right eye and arm swathed in bandages, his countenance grim and voice low. Since the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, our village has been in continuous conflict with the 4 great hidden villages Shunagakur, Iwagakur, Kumogakur, and Kiragakur, suffering severe casualties. In the east, on the battlefield with the Land of Water, we suffered a catastrophic defeat. The chief commander Hyuga Hizashi was slain, and even the Byakugan was seized by the Land of Water, a shameful disgrace for Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, twitched his eye, and veins bulged slightly at these words. Danzo, seemingly oblivious, then cast a pointed glance toward Uchiha Senju. In my view, these so-called great clans are nothing but empty reputations. Upon hearing this, Saidinan's face darkened, but he remained silent. Just as Danzo was about to continue his rebuke, an Anbu operative suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi and interrupted the meeting. The Anbu handed Sarutobi a scroll. Hokage-sama, the latest frontline battle report. Sarutobi read swiftly, his pupils contracting sharply. After a long silence, he slowly raised his head and spoke to all present with a heavy tone. Everyone, I must share deeply sorrowful news. The current head of the Uchiha clan has fallen in battle against the forces of Kiragakur. The current head of the Uchiha clan has been confirmed dead in battle. Before his demise, He issued orders appointing Fugaku Uchiha as the acting clan leader. Present. His body is being transported back to Konoha. The expressions of the Konoha high-ranking officials are deeply shaken. Following the death of Hyuga Hisashi, a main family member of the Hyuga clan, another prominent figure from a great ninja clan has fallen in battle. Moreover, the fallen is none other than the head of the Uchiha family. It seems the intensity of the battlefield is about to escalate further. For the first time, Uchiha Son's typically stern face revealed an unmistakable expression of profound sorrow. Unlike the shock displayed by others, Gento, who had initially planned to coast through the meeting, brightened upon hearing the news. The Uchiha clan leader is dead? This is good news. The leadership position is now vacant. Doesn't that mean I have a chance? I must compete for the clan headship. According to the original storyline, Fugaku would officially succeed as the Uchiha clan head after the war. However, Fugaku's political acumen leaves much to be desired. Despite wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan and having prodigies like Shisui and Itachi within the clan, the Uchiha ultimately met with total annihilation. Even if they had rebelled outright, they wouldn't have suffered such a catastrophic fate. Can only be said that, as clan heads go, even a chained ninja dog would have done better than Fugaku. Now that I have bonded with the clan system, rather than letting Fugaku lead the Uchiha down a path of ruin, I might as well fight for it myself. Meanwhile, the meeting continued. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag of his pipe, slowly exhaling the thick smoke before solemnly saying, "Given the current situation, you are all the pillars of Konoha. What are your thoughts?" Mito Amajirai pushed up his glasses, his tone grave. The death of the Uchiha clan leader likely means the war will escalate further. Exactly. Danzo immediately took up the thread. We must immediately mobilize forces from all the ninja clans within the village to the front lines. We cannot allow the enemy village to seize the initiative. Hyuga Hisashi sharply retorted. Almost all of our clan's combat power has already been deployed. Only enough remains to maintain the village's basic operation. Where else can we draw troops from? Konohamaru Sarutobi spoke leisurely. I don't think that's necessarily true. Aren't there still a group of children about to graduate from the Ninja Academy? Graduating them early could fill the frontline gaps. Well said. I completely agree. Mito Amajirai promptly echoed. Age matters little. During this war, Kakashi Hatake and Shisui Uchiha both rose to fame at a young age. Sarutobi refrained from commenting, instead turning toward Uchiha Son, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. Uchiha clan, what is your perspective? Confronted by the Hokage's sudden inquiry, Son seemed still immersed in grief over the clan leader's death, causing him to momentarily freeze upon hearing the question. Sitting nearby, Gento knew. His opportunity had arrived. To compete for the Uchiha clan head position, one must first demonstrate political capability. Possessing memories from the Blue Star world, he was intimately familiar with the unfolding of the Hokage world's storyline. Thus, he was confident he could leverage this informational advantage to intimidate those present. He immediately turned to Son and whispered, Elder, may I speak on behalf of the Uchiha? Son, already disoriented by the clan leader's death, was unsure how to respond. But considering Gento was now a jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan, he indeed qualified to represent the clan. After a brief hesitation, he nodded assent. Gento rose. Gazes in the conference room converged upon him. Curious, scrutinizing, indifferent. Meeting those eyes, he spoke steadily. The Uchiha's judgment differs entirely from that of the others present. We believe the war will not expand. Rather, it will conclude within this year. This was, of course, no idle boast. This year marks Konoha's 50th anniversary. According to the original storyline, the Third Great Ninja War ends in Konoha's 50th year. As soon as Gento finished speaking, faint scoffs echoed through the room. Sarutobi's aged face remained impassive as he asked, on what basis does the Uchiha make this judgment? Unfazed by the Hokage's question, Gento continued his analysis. First, during the Battle of Hanabi Bridge, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze destroyed the bridge. The supply line to Iwagakure has been severed, effectively ending the war between Konoha and Iwagakure. The Konoha high-ranking official's eyes flickered at these words. Gento was correct. Since the conclusion of the Hanabi Bridge battle, both IWA and Konoha have gradually withdrawn ninja stationed along their border. A ceasefire between the two nations is all but certain. Seeing the expressions of the elders, Gento knew he had struck a chord, so he pressed on. Secondly, IWA is fighting on two fronts, against both Konoha and Kimogakure. Once we cease hostilities with IWA, they can deploy a large number of shinobi to the border of the Land of Lightning. I firmly believe the Third Reikage will suffer a severe setback, possibly even death. Kimogakure will find it much harder to continue the war without the Reikage. The death of the Third Reikage was also one of the defining events of the Third Great Ninja War. Gento remembered it vividly. Yet several Konoha elders burst into laughter at Gento's remarks. Some even whispered among themselves. Did I hear correctly? He just said the third Raikage died in battle? That was the strongest Raikage in history. How could he have died so easily? Danzo scolded outright. Humph! Ignorant youth, what do you know? The current third Raikage holds the titles of the strongest spear and shield. How many from IWA could threaten him? He could never die so easily. Then, several scornful glances were cast at Son, as if to say, is this your Uchiha youth? The political insight of the Uchiha clan remains as poor as ever. Elder Son's cheeks flushed under the scrutiny. He regretted allowing Gento to speak. It had indeed been too hasty. Such an exaggerated prediction sounded absurd even to himself. He tugged at Gento's sleeve, signaling him to sit down quickly and avoid further embarrassment. At that moment, a root ninja suddenly appeared behind Danzo. The ninja whispered into Danzo's ear for a moment. Danzo's expression shifted from composed to shocked, his knuckles whitening around his cane. Sarutobi sensed the change and immediately inquired, Danzo, what has happened? Danzo fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Gento with a complex look before stiffly responding. Urgent frontline report. Iwagakure has dispatched 10,000 ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Kumogakure. The third Raikage fought alone, battling for 3 days and nights until exhaustion claimed his life. Silence. Danzo's words froze the expressions of the Konoha elders. The previously mocking eyes gradually transformed into disbelief, then into a collective sense of astonishment. All eyes once again focused on Gento. Could it be that he was truly correct? This was no longer the politically inept Uchiha of old. In past Konoha high-level meetings, Uchiha clan members only sat there pretending to be aloof, rarely uttering anything of substance. When did the Uchiha become so politically astute? And their words were immediately validated. It was no wonder Danzo's face turned sour upon receiving the intelligence. The Uchiha youth had just embarrassed him in front of everyone. Danzo's complexion alternated between pale and sallow as he forced out a cold snort. Humph! They must have received the intelligence ahead of time. Many present suddenly realized, indeed, that must be it. The Uchiha must have obtained the information early and deliberately came to the high-level meeting to boast. They all turned their gaze to Zhong Yen, only to be astonished to find that the venerable Uchiha elder wore an expression equally bewildered, if not more perplexed than theirs. Indeed, Zhong Yen was truly at a loss. Had the Uchiha received intelligence in advance? Yet, as the elder entrusted with clan affairs, why was he entirely unaware of it? Hisashi observed Zhong Yen's countenance intently. After a deep, contemplative glance at Schwando, he arrived at a conclusion. Could he truly be a prodigy? Taking a long drag from his pipe, Hisashi addressed Schwando. Please proceed with your analysis. Schwando absorbed the expressions of everyone present. He was aware that, thanks to Danzo's instrumental support, his political acumen had already gained the Hokage's preliminary approval. Thus, he continued to speak. The conflict to the east with Kirigakure is likewise not to be feared. Although Kirigakure has currently secured localized victories on the battlefield, how many shinobi do they have left to expend? The Mizukage of Kirigakure has implemented the Bloody Mist policy, selecting shinobi through a parasite-rearing method. While this can indeed cultivate exceptional shinobi in the short term, prolonged application inevitably leads to a sharp decline in their numbers. Therefore, I am convinced that Kirigakure's offensive is but a spent force, and it will not be long before they voluntarily withdraw their troops. Schwando's assertion sparked murmurs of doubt once more. On the battlefield, has the side gaining the upper hand ever voluntarily retreated? Yet, recalling Danzo's earlier humiliation, no one dared to voice skepticism. Instead, Mito Munin cautiously inquired, pushing up his glasses, so, by your reckoning, the 3 nations of lightning, water, and earth are all insignificant threats. If Konoha takes no further action, can we then conclude the Third Great Ninja War will end? Hearing this, Schwando shook his head. No. There remains one major shinobi village that poses a threat to us, Tsunade of the Wind Country. Ha! Do you even understand what you're saying, Uchiha brat? You dismiss the mighty nations of lightning and water as non-threats, yet claim the weakest wind country threatens us? Danzo could no longer contain himself upon hearing Schwando's speculation, erupting once more. You worry not for the powerful shinobi villages, but for the feeblest sand? Uchiha brat, are you dreaming? It was no wonder Danzo lost his composure. Among the 5 great nations, the Wind Country was known for its harsh environment and scarce resources, limiting the number of shinobi it could sustain. Consequently, Tsunade had always been regarded as a weak nation. However, Schwando, privy to the narrative in advance, understood that the most unassuming adversaries often became the most lethal variables. In his memory, the defining event marking the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War was the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, initiated by Tsunade's assault on Konoha. This battle, known as the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, involved Tsunade launching a surprise attack on Konoha's border stronghold at Kikyo Mountain while Konoha was unprepared. The original chronicles scarcely detail the specifics of this war. Though the battle ultimately ended in Konoha's victory, Schwando was certain it was a costly one, as the original texts vaguely mention that Tsunade had pushed to the outskirts of Konoha village. It was also during this campaign that Kabuto Yakushi was sent to Konoha by Sasori of the Red Sand as a spy. Supported by the canonical storyline, Schwando spoke with unwavering confidence, directly confronting Danzo. You, Danzo, deem Tsunade no threat because of your ignorance and incompetence. I cannot fathom where you have squandered the Rude's ample funding if you can overlook such critical intelligence. Frankly, if you continue to misuse resources without action, you would be better off resigning and letting the Uchiha clan receive the funding instead. We would undoubtedly perform far better than you. Danzo's chest heaved violently in anger at Schwando's provocation. You detestable Uchiha brat. Yet Schwando cut him off before he could continue. Let me tell you, Uchiha Schwando, am convinced that Tsunade will inevitably launch a sneak attack against the Land of Fire, and the most probable location is the Kikyo Mountain stronghold on our border. Should your negligence result in the collapse of our defenses, will you accept responsibility? As Schwando's words fell, Hizashi's pupils involuntarily contracted. Just yesterday, he had indeed received a report from the Umbu stationed near Kikyo Mountain, indicating suspected traces of enemy shinobi in that direction. However, due to a lack of substantive evidence, the threat level had been classified as Class C, and Hizashi had not given it much consideration, setting it aside. Now, in light of Schwando's analysis, could there be a hidden truth behind this? Danzo, intending to rebuke Schwando further, caught sight of Hizashi's expression and suddenly felt a foreboding chill. What did that look mean? Had the detestable Uchiha brat been right all along? Sure enough, Hizashi slowly spoke. Indeed, yesterday I received intelligence from the Umbu guarding near Kikyo Mountain. The report mentioned suspected enemy shinobi activity in the vicinity. The conference room instantly fell into a heavy silence. Danzo's face turned ashen. The others' gazes toward Schwando shifted from disdain to solemnity, even wariness. Though the Uchiha were renowned for their formidable combat prowess, most were not known for their intellect, thus warranting little concern. Yet now, a young Uchiha with such sharp intellect had suddenly emerged, compelling them to take heed. Even Hizashi felt a touch of helplessness. Was this Schwando truly an Uchiha? Had he not seen Schwando's Sharingan with his own eyes, he would have suspected the child had been switched at birth with one from the Nara clan. The meeting concluded hastily amid a subtle, tense atmosphere. The major shinobi clans eagerly set out to verify the veracity of Schwando's assertions. As Schwando walked home, his mind raced. Undoubtedly, he had left a profound impression upon Konoha's upper echelons. His next step was to await the unfolding of events and seize the opportunity to claim credit, thereby bolstering his claim to the Uchiha clan's leadership. Naturally, before the Battle of Kikyo Mountain fully erupted, his foremost priority was to enhance his own strength. To gain distinction on the battlefield, personal power was indispensable. To assume the mantle of Uchiha clan leader, he needed at least to possess strength approaching that of a Kage. At present, his capabilities were merely those of a standard jonin. Currently, to accelerate his growth, completing system missions remained essential. Now, whom should he seek out for dual cultivation? With such thoughts, he returned to his home. No sooner had he arrived than there was a knock at the door. An Umbu stood outside. Uchiha Schwando, the Hokage summons you. Schwando's eyes flickered with contemplation. A summons from the Hokage. He dared not delay and promptly proceeded to the Hokage's office. Uchiha Schwando, reporting to the Hokage. Oh, Schwando has arrived. Hizashi set down the intelligence report. Your analysis at the meeting was truly remarkable. The Hokage overpraises me. Political analysis is precisely our Uchiha's specialty. Even though Hizashi was a master of internal energy cultivation, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Schwando's reply. You're already out of breath just from a little praise? If it were the Nara clan saying that, I might believe it. Uchiha? Better not. Abandoning further idle chatter, Hizashi solemnly produced a mission scroll and handed it to Schwando. Since you raised the potential threat at Kikyo Mountain, I have decided to assign you to conduct a detailed intelligence investigation near Kikyo Mountain. This mission is classified as S rank. A chill ran through Schwando's heart as he accepted the scroll with both hands. Of course, considering you have just been promoted to Jonin and have yet to form an appropriate team, I have already arranged a partner for you. Hizashi then turned toward the doorway and called out, Come in. The door was pushed open. A lithe and graceful Kunoichi had just pushed open the door. Schwando's gaze instinctively brightened. Before him stood a female ninja clad in a form-fitting battle suit, the fabric clinging intimately to every contour of her body, rising and falling gently with her breath. Her voluptuous curves were subtly hinted at beneath the material. The suit cinched sharply at her high waist, accentuating a slender silhouette that was as seductive as it was elegant. Below, a tight-fitting pencil skirt hugged the curves of her hips and waist, its hem ending midway down her thigh, revealing long, snow-white legs with every step she took. Most captivating were her eyes, pupils of crimson red, clear yet imbued with a soft allure and languid charm, their shifting glances exuding an innate, singular charisma. She was like a vibrant rose in full bloom, irresistibly inviting one's desire to ravage her fiercely. Suppressing the surge of emotion within, Schwando thought to himself, is this not the very target for unlocking many sons and blessings? This must be the comrade assigned to accompany you on the mission, Kurenai Yuhi. Indeed, it was Kurenai Yuhi. Schwando's heart swelled with eagerness. It was well known that Kurenai Yuhi was among the most beloved Kunoichi in the Hidden Leaf Village, easily meeting the system's criteria. According to the original storyline, Kurenai would eventually become the wife of Asuma Sarutobi. As for the present, Schwando had no intention of following the original plot. As for what would become of Asuma after Schwando intercepted Kurenai, he could only say, "Sorry, Asuma." Kurenai came to a halt, locking eyes with Schwando, a faint curve gracing her lips. Schwando stepped forward politely to shake her hand. "Greetings, I am Uchiha Schwando. I have long admired you," she replied softly. "I am Kurenai Yuhi." He felt the delicate softness of her small, icy cool hand. Drawing nearer, he caught a faint, pleasant floral fragrance. The village is short-handed. Most ninjas have been dispatched to the battlefield, so for now, you will be paired with only one teammate, the Hokage explained. However, Kurenai has been a chunin for many years and excels in genjutsu. Her skills should complement your Sharingan well. In any case, the situation is urgent. Familiarize yourselves quickly and depart without delay. "Yes, Lord Hokage," they responded in unison, then withdrew. Once outside the Hokage's office, Schwando briefly outlined the mission to Kurenai. "Our task is to investigate unusual movements of sand ninjas around Mount Kikyo. Located in the northwest of the Land of Fire, Mount Kikyo is a strategic border pass and a necessary route for sand incursions. The journey will take approximately 2 to 3 days. We have 1 hour to prepare before assembling at the village gate to set out." Kurenai listened attentively and nodded. Understood. An hour later, fully equipped, the two rendezvoused outside the village and set off swiftly toward Mount Kikyo. Along the way, Kurenai spoke little. Seeking to bridge the distance between them, Schwando initiated conversation. "While we travel, let us get to know each other's abilities," he proposed. He began with himself. "I possess the 3-tomo Sharingan. I have a solid foundation in taijutsu, genjutsu, and combat observation. In ninjutsu, aside from basic techniques, I specialize in fire and lightning release. Additionally, I have mastered medical ninjutsu for emergency treatment." Hearing his self-introduction, Kurenai was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected her Uchiha captain to be not only handsome but also so versatile, especially skilled in medical ninjutsu. It was well known that ninjas often sustained injuries on missions, and many perished due to wounds left untreated. Having a medical ninja in the team was invaluable. Yet training medical ninjas was arduous, so not every squad had one. Kurenai found herself feeling a growing admiration for Schwando. She then introduced herself. "I specialize in genjutsu." Her brief introduction caused a slight blush to rise on her cheeks. Schwando perceptively noticed and immediately reassured her. "This mission primarily focuses on gathering intelligence. Your genjutsu will be invaluable." His words were more than mere flattery. Setting aside bloodline limits, Kurenai's genjutsu talent was already among the highest caliber. In the original story, she could even hold her own against Uchiha Itachi in genjutsu duels, though how many moves she could manage was another matter. Though Kurenai was still young and perhaps not yet at her peak as portrayed in canon, her abilities combined with Schwando's intelligence gathering would suffice. Thus, they proceeded toward Mount Kikyo, conversing and gradually growing more familiar with each other. After 3 days, they finally reached the vicinity of Mount Kikyo. "Stop," Schwando whispered, signaling Kurenai to conceal themselves. "Ahead lies the Mount Kikyo zone. We must not investigate openly as Leaf Shinobi." "Why is that?" Kurenai asked, puzzled. "If the sand ninjas detect that the leaf has become suspicious, it may provoke them. Even if they are unprepared, they might launch a premature attack. We are not ready yet, so we must avoid such a scenario at all costs." Schwando produced pre-prepared attire and forehead protectors from the hidden stone village. "Change into these. Even if exposed, we can masquerade as stone ninjas passing through, thus avoiding direct confrontation." Handing Kurenai a set of stone village ninja clothes and a forehead protector, she agreed with his reasoning and slipped behind a tree to change. Schwando did the same. Dressed accordingly, they followed Schwando's plan, first circumventing the northern side to pose as stone ninjas arriving from the land of Earth, then commencing a thorough reconnaissance of the surrounding area. The Mount Kikyo stronghold consisted of a cluster of abandoned castles, originally constructed during the Second Hokage's era and gradually deserted after the Second Ninja World War. They meticulously scouted inside and outside the castles but found no conspicuous traces. Over the next few days, they expanded their search. On the third day, Schwando's keen Sharingan perception detected an anomaly at the forest's edge. A patch of soil showed subtle signs of disturbance. Signaling Kurenai to remain vigilant, he carefully excavated the surface with a kunai, revealing a layer of fully cooled ash beneath. Someone made a fire here roughly 10 days ago. With a group of 3 to 5 individuals, Kurenai deduced after scrutinizing the details. Schwando nodded and restored the site. Typically, ninjas rely on ration pills for sustenance during missions, lighting fires only on extended operations. This trace alone revealed much. In the following 2 days, they uncovered 3 more similar sites. The sizes varied from squads of 3 up to nearly 10. All evidence pointed to the presence of a group of unidentified ninjas conducting secretive long-term operations along the Land of Fire's border. As clues accumulated, Schwando roughly mapped the enemy's area of activity. A plan quickly took shape in his mind. That night, 3 figures clad in sand ninja attire silently emerged among the dense woods. At the forefront was a rugged, middle-aged shinobi. Moving cautiously, he muttered under his breath to his companions behind him. "Once we claim the bounty from this mission, I'm heading straight to the Red Sand Tavern for a few days of fun. Tsuchikage, I heard you're still a virgin? This time, I'll take you to the tavern to experience the hospitality. Those girls there are all passionate. You 1T want to leave," yet no one answered. He whirled around sharply, only to find the path behind him empty. The seasoned Chunin's instincts instantly raised every hair on his body. His right hand darted to the signal transmitter at his waist. But before his fingertips could touch it, a gentle female voice softly sounded. "Magic here is not real. Damn. Genjutsu." A sudden shock gripped his heart as he struggled to resist the illusion's influence, his hand reaching toward his waist. Yet, the sensation beneath his fingers left him momentarily stunned. Instead of the anticipated cold, unyielding texture, he encountered a warm, soft touch. Lowering his gaze, he was astonished to find a scantily clad woman reclining before him. "Oh, you naughty Iwasaki-sama. Where are your hands wandering?" The woman murmured coquettishly, yet she did not shy away. On the contrary, she deliberately brushed her body lightly against his hand, emitting an alluring, breathy sigh. Iwasaki Shige lifted his eyes to survey his surroundings, realizing with disbelief that he was situated within the private room of the familiar Akasuna Tavern. Moreover, nestled beside him were 4 delicately beautiful women, dressed in thin, revealing garments, leaning intimately against his side. At this moment, these 4 women were striking various teasing poses, igniting a fiery passion in him, a man long deprived of female touch. His consciousness began to waver, clouded in confusion. "No, I am supposed to be on a covert mission at the border of the Fire Country, aren't I?"
"Ah, Iwasaki-sama.
"It's been quite some time since your last visit here," one of the women purred, already draping herself over him, pressing her ruby lips close to his. "No, I am executing a mission at the border of the Fire Country." His tangled thoughts vaguely recalled that he should be undertaking a top-secret operation at the frontier. Yet the scene before him was overwhelmingly vivid. The intoxicating scent of desire-laden incense, the women's coquettish murmurs, the warmth beneath his palm. Ultimately, with clenched teeth and sheer willpower, reason regained dominance. "Wind release, gale slash," Iwasaki Shige growled lowly. As his chakra surged, a blade of wind swiftly materialized in his hand, flying directly toward the woman before him. However, the anticipated shattering of the illusion did not occur. Instead, blood splattered across the room. The very woman who had just been whispering seductively against him was impaled by the wind blade, her body pierced through. Frozen in place, Iwasaki Shige stared blankly at the blood staining his palm. The metallic scent of rust invaded his nostrils, soon permeating the entire chamber. "Murder! He has gone mad again!" came the chaotic cries, the cacophony of hurried footsteps, sobbing voices, and the crashing of overturned vessels quickly engulfed the private room. The women who had surrounded him scattered in fright, fleeing the scene. Soon, their frantic shouts spilled into the tavern, inciting a commotion. "What is happening?" A clear, cold female voice pierced through the clamor. Promptly, a tall, alluring Kunoichi clad in the Sand Village ninja attire entered the room. Her uniform's upper buttons were undone, revealing a glimpse of her ample curves. Her gaze swept across the scene before settling on Iwasaki Shige's face. Evidently, she was the tavern's hired ninja, tasked with maintaining order. "You've killed one of our people," she stated firmly. I thought it was an illusion," Iwasaki Shige stammered incoherently. Eventually, he recounted in detail how he was supposedly executing a mission at the Fire Country's border. The female ninja listened intently, then fell silent for a moment before sighing softly. Another case of mistaking a hallucination for reality due to mission-induced stress? There have been quite a few such incidents lately. She stepped closer, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. Do you still remember the mission's details? Who dispatched you? What are your comrades' names? Iwasaki Shige parted his lips but found his mind utterly blank. No matter how hard he tried, he could recall nothing of the mission, the specifics, the sender, the names of his companions. All vanished like mist, elusive and intangible. Could it be that all of it was merely a dream? He wondered. It seems your mental exhaustion is severe. The Kunoichi's tone softened. Many shinobi experience this after prolonged tension. Perhaps you need to relax completely. Iwasaki Shige acknowledged the truth in her words. He had indeed heard of similar cases. Ninjas under constant pressure suddenly losing their grip on reality, confusing dreams or illusions with the real world. He himself had once encountered a deranged chunin in the tavern, adamantly claiming to be on a secret mission, only to be taken away by the medical corps. At that time, he had mocked such ninjas, never imagining he would soon find himself in the same predicament. But it felt so real, he muttered. That's the terrifying nature of illusions, the Kunoichi whispered, her fingers unconsciously tracing across his chest. We shinobi dance on the edge of the blade, tread between life and death. Losing ourselves occasionally is only natural. I often seek out male shinobi to unwind wildly after missions. As she spoke, her tongue lightly licked her lower lip, casting a meaningful glance at Iwasaki Shige. Her fingertips slid down his chest, eliciting a subtle tickling sensation. Just as Iwasaki Shige thought she might advance further, the Kunoichi chuckled softly and handed him a piece of paper. Although I sympathize with you, you'll still need to pay compensation. Compensation? He echoed in surprise. Of course. Our tavern invests much in cultivating these women. Posture training, etiquette lessons, special techniques in bed. Iwasaki Shige accepted the bill with a heavy heart, only to find the amount was merely 100,000 ryo. He exhaled deeply in relief. Phew, just the reward for a C-rank mission, he thought. Considering that the S-rank mission he had supposedly completed carried a bounty of 1 million ryo, he breathed easier and promptly settled the payment. The Kunoichi tucked away the receipt, her voice softening once more. Here, money can buy many things. As long as you can afford it, any kind of woman can be found. She leaned close, blowing a gentle breath into Iwasaki Shige's ear. The tingling sensation completely relaxed him. The wicked fire within his body was thoroughly awakened by this Kunoichi. His predatory gaze roamed over her voluptuous figure. Really? Even you? He murmured, his hands growing restless. The Kunoichi giggled and pressed her soft lips against his. After a long moment, they parted. Of course, if it's you, I might not even charge a fee, she panted, unfastening another button on her blouse. Iwasaki Shige's last shreds of reason shattered entirely. With a low growl, he flipped her onto her back, pinning her beneath him. She offered no resistance, instead wrapping her arms around his neck and entwining her legs around his waist. Someone, get me a clean room. Iwasaki Shige shouted excitedly toward the door. The tavern's attendant dared not delay. Soon, a pristine room was prepared. Iwasaki Shige tossed the compliant Kunoichi onto the bed and eagerly pressed down upon her. The wooden planks groaned under their weight. As a shinobi, his physique was undoubtedly superior to ordinary men. Time slipped by unnoticed until Iwasaki Shige exhaled deeply. Compared to an average woman, the Kunoichi's body was indeed more resilient. His body and mind had been greatly eased. Yet a single encounter was insufficient to fully dissipate the long-suppressed fire within him. Just as he reached out to pull the Kunoichi into another bout of passion, she lightly rolled off the bed, evading his grasp. Don't go. Give me one more chance. She giggled, covering her mouth. Sure, I'm game, she added. But I'm curious. What mission were you carrying out in your dream? Iwasaki Shige frowned in puzzlement. Why bring up such meaningless dreams all of a sudden? Yet the blazing desire within him urged an urgent need to fulfill his cravings as swiftly as possible. Out of sheer necessity, he began to exert himself in recalling the dream he had just experienced. As he delved into his thoughts, Iwasaki Shige was astonished to find that the dream, once shrouded in a dense fog, gradually grew clearer. A vague sense of unease stirred within him. Yet, upon reconsideration, he reasoned that it was merely the content of a dream and should not be regarded as a breach of the village's secrets. Thus, he started to recount, albeit haltingly. In the dream, Lord Ebizo personally assigned us an S-rank mission to covertly transport a consignment of war supplies to the border of the Land of Fire, as well as to devise an offensive strategy. He paused briefly before adding, the operation is scheduled for 2 months from now. Having spoken, he noticed the female ninja nodding in satisfaction. Without hesitation, his hand crept onto her smooth skin, and she did not resist. Iwasaki Shige was overjoyed and immediately pressed forward. Beyond the illusionary realm, two of Iwasaki Shige's comrades lay dead upon the ground. Iwasaki clutched a withered tree trunk, biting and caressing it. A foolish grin adorned his face, and he emitted occasional satisfied murmurs. Nearby, Gento and Kurenai listened intently to Iwasaki Shige's account, their expressions growing grave. So, the hidden sand village had been secretly planning this for so long. Were it not for Gento's mention, Konoha would have remained utterly oblivious to this looming threat. The thought of Konoha suddenly being ambushed by the sand village made Kurenai's face pale. Fortunately, there was still time to prepare. At this moment, Iwasaki Shige had divulged all the intelligence he possessed and was no longer of any use. Without hesitation, Gento plunged a kunai into his chest. The illusion shattered. Iwasaki Shige stared blankly at Gento and Kurenai, shock and terror frozen upon his face before his breath ceased. The situation was more complicated than anticipated. But thankfully, there were still 2 months to prepare. Gento rose from the corpse and pondered briefly. You've expended quite a bit of energy as well. The intelligence is sufficient. Prepare to withdraw. Kurenai nodded. Maintaining such a high-precision genjutsu for an extended period had nearly exhausted her chakra and spirit, her complexion pale. The two were about to move when suddenly, a great wind release breakthrough. A fierce shout rang out. Immediately, several sharp gusts of wind swept toward them. Kurenai, sluggish due to fatigue, reacted half a beat too late as the fierce winds bore down upon her. Seeing no way to evade, Gento's figure flickered as he grasped her waist and swiftly dodged, narrowly grazing the wind blades, his cloak shredded by several slashes. Steadying himself, Gento's sharp gaze scanned the source of the attack, his heart sinking. 10 hidden sand ninjas advanced in a semi-encirclement. At their forefront stood a sullen-faced, bald-headed ninja. He glanced at the bodies on the ground, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. No wonder Iwasaki Shige's squad never returned. So you hidden rock ninjas killed them, he snarled. One of the sand ninjas fixated his gaze on Kurenai, grinning maliciously. Captain, this female ninja is quite a sight. Another rubbed his hands together in agreement. The brothers at the border haven't seen a woman in ages. Now that a hidden rock female ninja has delivered herself to us, we'll make sure to enjoy ourselves thoroughly. In times of war, life and death are commonplace. Morality flickers like a candle in the wind. Women captured by enemy ninjas often face humiliations far worse than death. Kurenai understood the implication instantly, her eyes chilling. Gento quickly assessed the situation. The 10 adversaries were all elite, and a team capable of executing an S-rank mission was no ordinary group. If he activated his Sharingan to coordinate with Kurenai, they might have a chance to prevail, but total annihilation was uncertain. Should any escape, his use of the Sharingan might alert the higher-ups in the hidden sand village. In a flash, he made his decision. Swish, swish, swish. Several shuriken shot forth with cunning trajectories aimed at the crowd. As planned, retreat, Gento commanded sharply. Without hesitation, Kurenai spun and retreated rapidly to the north. The shuriken struck 3 of the assailants with precision, eliciting screams of pain. Bastards! Don't let them escape! The bald-headed ninja roared. Several sand ninjas sneered and gave chase to Kurenai, their intentions clear. Only 2 ninjas closed in on Gento. Gento's mind screamed in alarm. Kurenai was already in poor condition. Surrounded by multiple formidable foes, her situation was perilous. He flicked his wrist again, scattering another volley of shuriken around Kurenai to obstruct the pursuers. Beware of the hidden weapons. The sand ninjas were prepared. In the end, only one was struck and fell. Within moments, Gento's shuriken had wounded 4 of the enemy. The bald-headed ninja's eyes sharpened. Attack together. Kill this man first. Then we'll have some fun with that female ninja. At his command, 3 ninjas swiftly encircled Gento, forming hand seals and shouting in unison. Wind release. Wind cutter. 3 invisible wind blades intersected, sealing off all escape routes. Yet as the blades sliced through the air, Gento's figure suddenly transformed into a severed wooden dummy. Not good. A substitution jutsu. A cold voice sounded from behind one of the ninjas. Too late. Gento's true body materialized, fingertips gathering pale blue chakra as he swiftly slashed across the attacker's neck with a chakra scalpel. Blood sprayed forth. The other ninjas recoiled in fear. A medical ninja? The bald-headed captain's face hardened. Don't be intimidated. Attack together. Meanwhile, Kurenai was blocked by 2 sand ninjas. Without wasting words, they raised their hands, unleashing a barrage of 1,000 needles. The fine needles shot forth like strands of hair. Kurenai twisted her body, swinging her kunai to block. The clanging sounds were relentless as most of the needles were deflected. However, the needles were too dense, and a few slipped through her defenses. Kurenai's body trembled. She staggered back with a muffled grunt. 3 needles had pierced her chest. Got her. The ninja who launched the needles chuckled lecherously. I coated the needles with Sakyokoka poison. She won't last long. From afar, Gento glimpsed Kurenai's injury. The longer they delayed, the worse their odds. He needed to escape swiftly. His gaze swept over 4 enemies advancing again. He quickly threw several kunai rigged with explosive tags. Scatter. Explosive tags. Boom. 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 A series of detonations erupted. Thick smoke and dust instantly filled the forest. The sand ninjas hastily ducked or dodged. When the smoke cleared, Gento's figure had vanished. There. Gento has rushed to Kurenai's side. They saw him swiftly reach her, lifting her in his arms as he fled northward without looking back. Chase them. The woman poisoned. They won't get far. The bald-headed ninja ground his teeth in fury. 5 uninjured figures immediately pursued the pair relentlessly. The 2 groups dashed through the northern forest, the chase lasting nearly half an hour. The distance gradually closed to a perilous range. Gento's breathing remained steady, yet inwardly he weighed whether to activate his Sharingan and force a counterattack. At that moment, the pursuers' midst carried breathless voices of hesitation. Captain, aren't we chasing them too far? The mission location, if something goes wrong for a ninja, the mission's priority was etched into the very core of their being. Should failure result from chasing irrelevant targets, no one could bear the consequences. Another ninja hesitated and spoke. Judging by their attire, they seem to be hidden rock. As long as they're not from Konoha, it should be fine. Maybe we should withdraw to avoid complications. The bald-headed leader's expression flickered uncertainly. He looked at Kurenai, cradled in Gento's arms, reluctant to let go. Having carried out this mission for so long, trapped in this godforsaken forest, he had grown weary of satisfying himself by hand. Now a rare, exquisite female ninja had fallen into his grasp. He was unwilling to relinquish her. After struggling for several seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and issued the order. The 4 of you must return to the mission point immediately, tend to the wounded and reinforce the defenses. I will pursue alone for a while longer. As soon as the words fell, he abruptly intensified the chakra infusion in his legs, his speed soaring as he dashed forward alone. In his eyes, the figure ahead was merely a medical ninja with somewhat accurate throwing skills, carrying an injured female companion whose stamina must have already been depleted. Handling them alone was more than sufficient. The 4 team members exchanged glances, dared not disobey orders, and turned back. Ahead, Schwando caught a glimpse of the 4 departing, calming his mind slightly. After running some distance further, estimating that the 4 had gone far enough, he deliberately slowed his pace. The bald ninja, delighted by this, thought silently that the opponent was indeed exhausted. He accelerated to catch up, shouting, "Can't run anymore? Then I'll send you on your way." Though somewhat perplexed as to why the medical ninja opposite had stamina surpassing that of a jonin like himself, still carrying a comrade so far, none of that mattered now. He was about to kill them and thoroughly ravage the female ninja in their arms. With such thoughts, he closed in on Schwando and his companion. His hands swiftly formed seals, and wind-natured chakra condensed into a blade in his palms. Just as the wind blade was about to be released, Schwando suddenly turned his head. A pair of crimson eyes appeared before him. Sharingan. No, you're not from Iwagakure. You're ninjas from Konoha. The bald ninja's pupils contracted sharply. Years of battlefield experience had acquainted him with many terrifying rumors about the Sharingan. His fighting spirit vanished. In haste, he hurled the wind blade aside without even watching its trajectory and immediately turned to flee. He had to survive to relay the intelligence. Konoha had already caught wind of their plan. Tsunade must act in advance. Yet he had barely taken 2 steps when, eft, a chilling sting pierced his chest. He looked down in bewilderment to see a kunai, its tip already embedded in his heart. Schwando's figure stood before him like a phantom. Impossible. When did you? What the bald ninja did not know was that the moment he locked eyes with Schwando's Sharingan, he had already fallen victim to Schwando's Genjutsu. Though Schwando had never formally studied Genjutsu techniques, he could wield them through the Sharingan to affect his opponent. He exploited the instant the opponent became dazed from the Sharingan's gaze, magnifying the fear within his heart and successfully disrupting his perception. From Hong's perspective, the bald ninja's body stiffened the moment he saw the Sharingan. He then flung the wind blade into the empty ground beside him and charged headlong at Schwando, colliding with the kunai. The Uchiha's ocular jutsu truly is an enviable Kekkei Genkai. Hong softly sighed. Ordinary Genjutsu requires assistance from sound, light, or the environment, yet you can wield it with just a pair of Sharingan eyes. After slaying the opponent, Schwando began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A blazing inferno engulfed the corpse, swiftly consuming it. Schwando lamented, what a pity. He was a Jonin squad leader. If time permitted, I could have extracted more intelligence. Once the flames died down, Schwando turned to Hong. Let us leave quickly. I'll find a safe place to tend to your wounds first. Hong was about to speak when suddenly her legs weakened, and a groan escaped her lips. Schwando assumed her injuries were flaring up and immediately lifted her. Hold on a little longer. I'll find a safe place to detoxify you. Sensing the masculine aura emanating from Schwando, Hong's cheeks flushed ever so slightly, but she merely nodded. Elsewhere, the Sand Ninjas had waited long enough without their captain's return. Someone soon realized something had gone wrong. However, the ninjas dispatched to search only found a patch of ashes in the northern part of the forest. Several ninjas dared not conceal the truth, and eventually, the matter was reported to Tsunade's elder, Chiyozo. Are you certain the enemy wore Iwagakura's ninja attire? Faced with Chiyozo's inquiry, the group did not hesitate and immediately recounted the entire incident in detail. Moreover, the two had retreated northward, presumably toward Iwagakure. Listening to their explanation, Chiyozo exhaled deeply. Thankfully, they weren't Konoha ninjas. 1 hour later, near the border between the two nations, Schwando found a concealed cave. After carefully sensing and confirming no one else was nearby, he whispered to Hong. Bear with it a little longer. We're about to enter the cave. At that moment, Hong's complexion was flushed, and her breathing somewhat rapid. Clearly, the toxicity of the sand desire flower poison was spreading within her body. Inside the cave, he retrieved a blanket from his storage scroll. Where is the wound? Lie down and I'll treat it. In my chest, she replied. Schwando felt somewhat embarrassed. The enemy's throwing technique was unexpectedly cunning. This was truly not his intention to take advantage of someone in distress. You'll need to remove your clothes so I can treat the wound. It must be addressed quickly, or the poison will spread further. Hong hesitated but, trusting Schwando, her fingers trembled slightly as she loosened her collar. Her outer garment slid off, revealing a vast expanse of snowy white skin. She closed her eyes, her ears flushed deeply. Though Schwando had admired many teachers' works in his past life, seeing such a sensuous scene in reality made his face flush as well. He quickly took a deep breath to steady his emotions before tending to her wound. Placing his hand on her alabaster skin, Schwando said, My methods might hurt a little. Bear with it. Hong nodded in response. Then, the chakra-infused surgical blade gently sliced open the wound, revealing a small needle embedded within. Hong couldn't help but groan. Schwando-kun, please be gentle. I'll do my best. Ouch! Hong cried out, her fingertips clutching the blanket on the ground tightly. Moments later, a blood-stained sunbon was extracted from her body. Schwando steadied his movements and proceeded to treat the next wound. Occasionally, pained groans from Hong echoed within the cave. After a while, 3 bloodied sunbon were completely removed. Schwando swiftly disinfected the wounds, applied herbal medicine, and carefully bandaged them. He reluctantly watched as Hong dressed. The poison needles were cleared. Next was detoxification. Saying this, Schwando handed Hong a standardized antidote pill issued by Konoha and thoughtfully offered a cup of water. Hong quickly swallowed the pill, awaiting its effect. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Soon, 30 minutes had passed. Yet, Hong's condition did not improve. Instead, her face flushed even more deeply. Schwando immediately realized the antidote was ineffective. How are you feeling now? Unconsciously, Hong tightly pressed her legs together and replied, Schwando-kun, I feel feverish. Feverish? Recalling the name Sand Desire Flower Poison and combining it with Hong's symptoms, Schwando's gaze grew peculiar. Could this Sand Desire Flower Poison be a lust-inducing venom capable of arousing human desire? Tsunade ninjas were renowned for extracting bizarre poisons from the unique flora and fauna of the Wind Country. Many of these toxins were difficult to counteract. Some had no antidote at all, posing formidable challenges even for medical ninjas. His own expertise, granted by the system, was only in basic medical ninjutsu, sufficient for treating common injuries. He was incapable of concocting a specific antidote for Hong. If detoxification was to be achieved, it would require a different approach. To further confirm, Schwando composed himself and gently asked, When you say feverish, what exactly do you mean? Try to describe it in detail. It's important. Hong fought to maintain consciousness, describing haltingly, My abdomen feels like it's burning with a flame that spreads throughout my body, making me unbearably hot. And I. Her voice lowered, trembling with difficulty to restrain herself. Moreover, it felt as though my heart had been gently brushed by a feather, evoking a subtle ticklish sensation. Before the words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly bit her lower lip, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy flush reminiscent of the dawn. Upon hearing this, Kuroto was utterly convinced. This was a quintessential manifestation of the love toxin taking hold. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he mustered the courage to speak. Kurenai, you might be afflicted by the love toxin. This venom stirs the human desires and unsettles the mind. Love toxin? Kurenai's eyes glazed with confusion, the poison S invasion already dulling her responses. Kuroto-kun, can you help me dispel this love toxin? The antidote usually requires coupling with the opposite sex, so that the toxin can be discharged through bodily fluids, he explained. As his words faded, the cavern was engulfed by a suffocating silence, broken only by the slightly hurried breaths of the two. To dispel the oppressive awkwardness, Kuroto retrieved a water bottle from his ninja pouch and handed it over. Drink some water first, it might alleviate the symptoms somewhat. Kurenai reached out to accept the water, but suddenly a wave of intense dizziness swept over her. Kuroto's form wavered within her vision, blurring and doubling, eventually enveloped in a peach-colored aura. As she struggled to focus, the scorching torrent swirling within her body abruptly overwhelmed the last barrier of resistance. Kurenai emitted a soft, coquettish moan. Her body trembled uncontrollably, a wave of profound weakness washing over her that caused her knees to buckle as she collapsed forward. Fortunately, Kuroto was swift and steady, catching her before she fell. Kurenai, are you all right? His anxious voice rang in her ear. She tried to respond, but her consciousness was already slipping into haze. Before she lost clarity entirely, her body instinctively moved closer to Kuroto. She leaned in, lifted her face, and pressed her lips to his. Their kiss appeared to momentarily suppress the toxin. However, a more ferocious backlash followed, making her yearn for the sensation and crave more. Kuroto-kun, I want more. Faced with Kurenai's longing gaze, Kuroto's reason crumbled completely. His hands grew restless as well. Soon, like dry tinder igniting a fierce blaze, the two were consumed by passion. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, within the Hokage's office, Asuma Sarutobi stood before Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression aflame with indignation. Old man, why would you send Kurenai, a mere genjutsu specialist chunin, to undertake such a perilous mission? Impudent! The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sharply interrupted, slamming his pipe heavily onto the desk. I summoned you to inform you that from this day forth, you are to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninja at the daimyo's residence. Not to question my orders here, but her team can barely muster enough members. What if she faces danger? Asuma protested. The Hidden Leaf is short on manpower. Every ninja must bear heavy responsibilities, Hiruzen replied, inhaling deeply to quell his anger. This is wartime. No exceptions can be made. Then I won't go either. Asuma clenched his fists. Let me stay safely behind, protecting those pampered daimyo, while watching my comrades sacrifice themselves on the front lines. I cannot accept that. Hiruzen gazed at his son for a moment, then finally softened his tone, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Asuma, once this war ends, I shall step down from the Hokage position. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. What? Why? The third great ninja war has battered the leaf multiple times without delivering a victory that could intimidate our enemies. The daimyo have grown dissatisfied. Seeing no return on their investment in the village, Hiruzen's voice was low and weary. Politics extends beyond the battlefield. Some have already lodged complaints with the daimyo. Once the war concludes, I will resign. Asuma stood stunned, staring silently at his father's graying temples, words failing him for a moment. Jiraiya and Tsunade are away traveling, and Orochimaru's performance on the battlefield has been disappointing. The selection of the next Hokage requires approval from the Leaf's upper echelons and the Fire Country's daimyo. I can no longer control who will become the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen continued. Hearing this, Asuma silently lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. He realized he had never truly considered things from his father's perspective. Reflecting now, he understood the old man's burdens were not so easily borne. Hiruzen stepped closer, lowering his voice further. I need you to earn the daimyo's favor. Upon completing your term as a guardian ninja, I will leverage my connections to arrange for you to teach at the Ninja Academy. The heirs of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans will be enrolled in your class. His gaze was piercing. When the fourth Hokage steps down, with the support of the ninja clans and the trust of the daimyo, your candidacy for the fifth Hokage will be unassailable. Asuma's face suddenly flushed with anger. The Hokage's position should be won by merit, not through such schemes. Asuma would rather forego the title than obtain it by these means. Childish, Hiruzen scolded. Each Hokage has been born from the legacy of their predecessors. The will of fire must persist, and the future of the leaf must be entrusted to one who truly understands it. Seeing his son still stubborn, Hiruzen suddenly recalled something crucial and said, after the war ends, Kurenai Yuhi will be promoted to special jonin. She will also teach the heirs of the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans at the academy. Asuma's head snapped up sharply. Seeing his plan was working, Hiruzen continued. She will be kept away from dangerous missions, teaching peacefully within the village until you marry. When you run for 5th Hokage, you will have the backing of nearly all the ninja clans, securing your success. Hiruzen spoke each word with measured gravity. This is my promise to you. Your task is to become a Hokage worthy of her and the future of the leaf, to carry on the will of fire. Asuma's lips trembled, but all his objections caught in his throat, unsaid. Asuma Sarutobi. Hiruzen took a step back, his voice regaining the authority of the Hokage. By my command as the 3rd Hokage, you are to depart immediately to fulfill your duties as guardian ninja at the daimyo's residence. No delays are permitted. After a long silence, Asuma finally bowed his head and knelt on one knee. Understood. He rose and pushed open the door without looking back. In his heart, he silently vowed, Kurenai, you must wait for me. When I return, I will tell you my feelings in person. The corridor lights stretched his shadow long and thin. Silence reclaimed the Hokage's office. Sitting on the throne of Hokage, Hiruzen gazed toward his departing son, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Suma, one day, when you sit in this chair you will understand. His eyes turned toward the statue of the 2nd Hokage, filled with indescribable complexity. The Hokage's post must be entrusted to one who truly inherits the will of fire and is willing to burn for the leaf. Asuma, I will pave the way for you because you must not fail. The following morning, Kuroto awoke languidly, first sensing the soft warmth in his embrace and the long hair draped across his arm. Gazing upon Kurenai's supple figure, memories of the previous night surfaced vividly. The heated breaths, entwined fingers, rapid panting, and her red eyes suffused with desire and haze. He swore he had never intended to take advantage of her. Kuroto Uchiha was a man of honor, even with the system's mission. His original plan had been to court Kurenai only after returning to the village. Who could have anticipated that the two would consummate their union during the mission itself? As his thoughts whirled, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host and female ninja have completed dual cultivation. Mission accomplished. Evaluating dual cultivation partner's aptitude. Evaluation complete. Dual cultivation partner. Kurenai Yuhi. Comprehensive rating, S-class. Mission rewards being granted. Blessings of Abundance module activated. Immediately thereafter, Schwando sensed the emergence of a new module within his mental system, titled Many Offspring. Much blessing. Simultaneously, the module's description flooded his consciousness. 1. As the host of the clan system, the paramount duty is to expand the lineage. The system will proactively identify suitable female partners. You are encouraged to engage in dual cultivation with ninja women of exceptional aptitude to perpetuate and enhance the family bloodline. 2. The qualifications of the dual cultivation partner will influence the quality of rewards. The system will objectively evaluate and issue corresponding luxurious treasure chests. 3. Upon successfully conceiving offspring, additional generous rewards will be granted. Gazing at the description of the many offspring, much blessing module, Schwando could barely suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. I am not a man given to lustful desires. System, you have truly put me in a predicament. Yet, there was no alternative for the revival of the Uchiha clan. He must endure further hardship. With a subtle movement of his thoughts, he opened the newly activated Many Offspring, Much Blessing interface. Partner number 1, Karen Uzumaki. Qualification rating, S. Available to claim, 1 S-rank clan treasure chest. Without hesitation, Schwando chose to claim the reward directly. Ding! S-rank clan treasure chest successfully claimed. Would you like to open it? Open. Treasure chest opening. Rewards being dispensed. Reward 1. Mastery of Yin Attribute Chakra Essence. Immediately, a refreshing sensation swiftly coursed through Schwando's entire body. He perceived that within him, a subtle refinement had taken place, distilling a strand of shadowy, agile, and elusive new chakra. Examining the first reward, Schwando's heart leapt with joy. It must be understood that chakra essence is a form of life and spiritual energy. Every ninja is innately endowed with one or several attributes, which determine the difficulty of learning corresponding ninjutsu. Naturally, ninjas can also acquire and refine other chakra attributes through rigorous, focused, and prolonged training, comprehending and simulating the forms of other chakra types to master their transformative properties. Schwando's innate chakra attributes were fire and lightning. Now, with the system's reward bestowed, he had finally mastered the Yin attribute entirely, distilling a third chakra type within himself. Yin. Reading the newly added knowledge concerning Yin attribute chakra in his mind, Schwando instantly grasped its nature. Yin chakra pertains to the realms of spirit, imagination, and soul. Yin chakra cannot be employed directly for offense but serves as the foundation for genjutsu, certain secret techniques, soul powers, and the arts of creating physical forms. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan inherently contains in attribute chakra. However, this chakra exists solely within the organ of the eye, passed down through bloodline inheritance, and is not directly controlled by the Uchiha themselves. Schwando could not help but marvel. Truly worthy of an S-rank reward. Reward 2, S-rank ninjutsu creation card. Description. This card permits the designation of a ninjutsu creation direction. The system will generate the most compatible S-rank ninjutsu based on the host's current abilities, bloodline traits, and chakra attributes. Immediately thereafter, a card shimmering with a faint golden radiance materialized in Schwando's hand. Creating ninjutsu, especially advanced techniques, demands profound understanding of chakra's nature and its transformations. Present, Schwando obviously lacked such capability. Yet, with this S-rank ninjutsu creation card, he could directly forge a ninjutsu most suited to himself. Without hesitation, Schwando promptly utilized the S-rank ninjutsu creation card. Ding! S-rank ninjutsu creation card successfully used. Please select the ninjutsu creation direction. 1. Ninjutsu. 2. Taijutsu. 3. Genjutsu. After brief contemplation, Schwando ultimately chose Genjutsu. Generating Genjutsu. Detected host possesses Sharingan and In attribute chakra. Integrating characteristics. Ding. Generation complete. Technique name. In release. Mind S doorway. Type. S-rank Genjutsu. Effect. Utilizing specific hand seals in conjunction with the Sharingan as a medium. This technique employs In attribute chakra to open a portal into the target's spiritual world. The caster can weave intricate illusions behind the door to observe or disrupt the deep consciousness of the opponent. It was done. In an instant, every detail concerning In release, Mind S doorway, hand seal sequences, the delicate flow of chakra through meridians, the method of focusing ocular power, the principles of constructing and sustaining illusions, was transmitted directly into Schwando's mind. An S-rank Genjutsu. Schwando's heart surged with exhilaration. Though the ninjutsu rank does not equate entirely to practical combat power, techniques of S-rank caliber undoubtedly possess immense potential. This would become a crucial trump card. At that moment, a soft sound reached his side. A faint whimper. Karen Uzumaki's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Schwando, she suddenly recalled that she was scantily clad. Hurriedly and flustered, she gathered the scattered clothes from the ground and dressed herself. Remembering the wild acts of the previous night between them, her cheeks flushed crimson, especially since she had been the initiator last night. Recalling how she had persistently sought Schwando's attention until the effects of the medicine wore off, she felt uncertain how to face him now. Fortunately, Schwando broke the awkward silence by speaking first. I have already completed the mission report. The intelligence that the sand-hidden village plans to attack Konoha in 2 months is of utmost importance. We must return to the village and submit it promptly. Karen lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Subsequently, Schwando tidied up the chaotic scene until he was certain no trace remained, then exited the cave together with Karen. On the way back to Konoha, although they had gradually grown accustomed to each other, last night's frenzy had instead cast a veil of awkwardness between them. Their eyes occasionally met, only to swiftly avert away, as if an invisible barrier had arisen between them. Schwando sensed Karen was deliberately avoiding interaction. She seemed yet to adjust to the sudden shift in their relationship. However, he knew some matters could not be indefinitely postponed. On the afternoon of the third day, the gates and surrounding walls of Konoha came into view. Just before stepping into the village, Schwando paused. He turned to face Karen squarely. Last night was unexpected, but I am not a man who shirks responsibility. I will take responsibility for you. So, can we try to get along? Huh? Karen was utterly stunned, her eyes widening slightly, seemingly unprepared for Schwando's sudden confession. Looking into his earnest gaze, she opened and closed her lips several times, cheeks flushed, yet momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered expression, Schwando's tone softened further. You don't have to answer now. I know this is sudden, you need time to consider. You exerted yourself greatly during this mission. First, go back and rest well. If you decide, you can come to the Uchiha clan grounds to find me. He gestured toward the village gate. I will submit the mission report to the Hokage myself. Having said this, he wasted no time and briskly turned to leave. Karen Uzumaki remained rooted in place, watching Schwando's upright figure merge into the crowd at the village entrance. Unmoving for a long while, her heart pounded within her chest. A faint, barely perceptible hope, one even she had not noticed, quietly blossomed deep within. She thought to herself, Captain Schwando is powerful, handsome, and reliable. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to try dating him. Meanwhile, Schwando did not proceed directly to the Hokage's office. He turned several corners and arrived at the Konoha Police Department, knocking on Elder Zongen's door. "Gomein," came Elder Zongen's slightly weary voice from inside. Schwando pushed open the door. "Elder, I have returned from the mission." Zongen lifted his eyes, furrowing his brows out of habit. "The mission is complete, yet you come here instead of reporting to the Hokage first? What is the meaning of this?" Schwando sighed silently within his heart. Confined for an extended period within the limited perspective of Konoha's police department, coupled with the inherent pride and political naivety of the Uchiha clan, Elder Son's vision remained constrained. His political acumen was evidently too dull to perceive either the impending war or the opportunities the Uchiha might seize. Schwando ceased his hesitation and reported directly. "I have been ordered to investigate anomalies along the border. It is now confirmed that the Sand Village plans to launch a large-scale assault on Konoha in 2 months' time." "What?" Upon hearing this, Elder Son's face immediately contorted with incredulous horror. "How dare the Sand Village? What are we to do now?" His unguarded expression betrayed the turmoil within. His astonishment was justified. In the early days of the Third Great Ninja War, the Sand Village had exploited the disappearance of the Kazekage as a pretext to strike, and only after fierce battle did Konoha secure a ceasefire. Now, with Konoha engaged on multiple fronts and its main forces dispersed, appearing vulnerable, the Sand Village was brazenly seizing the chance to ignite war once more. Observing the Elder's reaction, Schwando's eyes flickered with a trace of disappointment. He asked gravely, "Elder, what do you think will be the Hokage's decision once I report this matter?" Son was momentarily taken aback but instinctively replied, "Undoubtedly, an urgent mobilization, gathering ninjas to counter the invasion. Indeed, the Hokage will prepare for war promptly. But from where will the ninjas be drawn? How much can we relax the standoff on the front lines with the IWA, Kumo, and Kirigakure? In the end, it will most likely come down to reallocating personnel from the great ninja clans stationed within the village, especially from our Uchiha Police Department's ranks." These words instantly darkened Son's expression. Schwando continued, "On other battlefields, the Uchiha have already endured tremendous sacrifices, but have these sacrifices yielded any merit? None. The Uchiha's sacrifices have earned no recognition. The Hokage has not honored them, and Danzo only wishes to use us as cannon fodder." Schwando's voice was laden with sorrow and suppressed fury. Once a clan that struck fear throughout the ninja world, the Uchiha had now been reduced to tools manipulated by Konoha's upper echelons. Son's pupils contracted sharply. Schwando's words struck deeply, echoing the clan's discontent, the mourning of the fallen's families, and their increasingly precarious position within the village. Yet what choice did the Uchiha have? Noting Son's expression, Schwando knew the moment had come, so he pressed on. "We need a victory. A triumph so resounding it will shake the entire ninja world and restore the Uchiha's glorious reputation. The forthcoming battle of Kikyo Mountain presents the perfect stage and opportunity for the Uchiha. If you trust me, please entrust me with commanding the clan's remaining elite forces. I will lead them to carve a bloody path in the upcoming war, reclaim our lost respect, and regain the glory we deserve." His voice rang with unwavering resolve. "I will make the Uchiha great once more." Son stared blankly at the young man before him. Schwando stood tall, his gaze sharp, and the confidence and vigor etched between his brows made Son momentarily envision the legendary ancestor, Madara Uchiha. Indeed, ever since this youth had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he seemed transformed, his vision, courage, and strength far surpassing those of his peers. Son remained silent. After a long pause, he nodded heavily. "Very well. I shall trust you this once. I will use my authority to the fullest to support your mobilization of the clan's forces. The future of the Uchiha rests on this battle." "Agreed." Schwando vowed inwardly, "I will not fail you." Having secured Elder Son's commitment, Schwando wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Hokage's office. Within the Hokage's chamber, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, took the mission report handed to him by Schwando and swiftly scanned its contents. After a moment, he set it down and spoke gravely. "Summon the high-ranking officials and Jonin for an immediate meeting." Soon, the conference room filled once more. "Schwando, explain the situation in detail," Sarutobi commanded. Schwando stepped forward and recounted the border investigation, the encounter with the Sand Village's elite squad, the intelligence gathered, the skirmish, and his return, conspicuously omitting the poison-induced delirium of Kurenai Yuhi and their passionate night. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly somber. The news that the Sand Village would strike Konoha in 2 months was a crushing blow to a village still struggling to recover from fighting on multiple fronts. Everyone is now aware of the situation. Sarutobi exhaled a plume of smoke and slowly inquired, "What are your thoughts? What should we do?" Koharu Udatane was the first to speak. "We absolutely cannot engage in war lightly. Years of conflict have drained the village's finances. Our ninja casualties are severe, and the new generation cannot replenish our ranks swiftly enough. Our priority must be recuperation. Mito Inojo immediately concurred. Well said. I agree wholeheartedly. We should dispatch envoys to the Land of Wind at once. Sternly warn the Sand Village that their schemes have been uncovered. Demand they cease all provocations, and resume peace talks to resolve the dispute politically. Sarutobi listened to his advisors, fingers lightly tapping the table, a pensive look crossing his face. Maintaining peace at minimal cost aligned with his consistent governance style. Absurd. A cold voice cut through the room. Danzo Shimura rose, leaning on his cane, his single eye glinting fiercely as he swept his gaze over Koharu and Mito before settling on Sarutobi. Hiruzen, you are far too weak. This is naked aggression. A desecration of the Fire Nation's dignity. If we show weakness and seek peace, the Sand Village and other covetous ninja villages will see Konoha as a target to be bullied, inviting further encroachments and attacks. Shikaku Nara rubbed his brow and calmly analyzed. Lord Danzo, the Fire Nation's daimyo is dissatisfied with recent military outcomes and intends to cut funding. Opening a new front would drastically increase military expenses, supplies, and logistical burdens. Given the village's current state, sustaining prolonged multi-front warfare would be extremely difficult. Koharu sneered derisively. Humph. Danzo's words sound fine, but where are the ninjas for a new battlefield to come from? Danzo dismissed their doubts with disdain. As for funding, we'll tighten the purse strings. And for the ninjas we will simply squeeze the great clans harder. Danzo, you, the clan leaders present glared at him furiously. Do you even hear yourself? What do you mean by squeezing the great clans harder? Sarutobi watched the bickering, his brow furrowed. He did not immediately respond but let his gaze sweep over the faces before settling on the impassive, eyes-closed elder Son in the corner. What does the Uchiha think? Sarutobi's sudden question silenced the room instantly. All eyes turned toward the Uchiha seat. Indeed, if there was any force within the village capable of quickly mustering significant combat strength aside from the Umbu and certain special units, it was the Konoha Police Department, home to several hundred elite Uchiha. Elder Son slowly opened his eyes but neither rose nor looked at Sarutobi. Instead, he slightly turned his head and quietly said to Schwando beside him, Schwando, represent the will of the Uchiha. With that, he closed his eyes again, seemingly detached from the matter, and trusting all decisions to the young clansman. This scene stirred varied emotions among the senior officials present. Son's act was an unequivocal declaration that Schwando now embodied the Uchiha's will. Yet, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, Schwando's political insight had already been proven. As time progressed, both Iwagakure and Kumogakure began to subtly indicate intentions toward a ceasefire. Even the current offensive designs of Tsunade validated his earlier judgments. Under the watchful and complex gazes of all present, Gento slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered the main mission. Main mission released. Assume command of the Tsunade battlefield. Mission description. Lead a decisive battle that determines the fate of Konoha, establishing an indisputable leadership position within it. Mission reward. 1 lottery draw. Commander-in-Chief. Perfectly suits my intentions. Without hesitation, Gento declared. To strike first with a single punch is better than enduring 100. Our Uchiha stance is clear. Since Tsunade insists on war, we shall fight alongside them. We will battle until they truly feel the pain. His words were impassioned and stirring. Yet the stark reality was that Konoha no longer possessed sufficient shinobi to sustain an additional front. Shinobi do not materialize out of thin air. Kozone Koharu scoffed coldly, eager to douse the fervor with a dose of sober truth. Mitoiman Hamura promptly chimed in with resolute certainty. Precisely. To speak plainly, our Mitoiman clan has been stretched thin by successive conflicts. The clan's eligible shinobi are already burdened with heavy responsibilities, making it impossible to spare more for a new campaign. Faced with the concerted deferral from these two advisors, Gento's gaze sharpened like lightning as he turned to Mitoiman Hamura. Oh, the Mitoiman clan, who daily enjoy the village's resources and protection, now that external threats loom and war is at hand, are the first to claim an inability to contribute? Is this the standard of responsibility expected from a Hokage advisory family? Don't speak nonsense. Mitoiman Hamura found no retort, his face flushing crimson instantly. Enough. Kozone Koharu hastily interrupted, attempting to shield her longtime associate. Now is not the time to dredge up old grievances. Since the Uchiha advocate for war and are a great clan, they should bear a greater burden. In my view, the response to Tsunade should be led primarily by the Uchiha. So magnanimous, bearing more responsibility, is it? Gento's eyes turned to Kozone Koharu, laden with sarcasm. Of course the Uchiha will take the lead, but I ask this, how many elite warriors does your clan intend to send to fight alongside the Uchiha? The flames of war suddenly turning to her own doorstep unsettled Kozone Koharu, causing her to falter. That one do. Our Kozone clan has always been limited in numbers. How could we possibly compare to the Uchiha? Absolutely impossible. What difference does that make? Gento watched her momentary loss of composure with amusement, then deliberately pressed further. We are all shinobi of Konoha. Why is it that when it comes to the Uchiha, it is taken for granted, but when it concerns the Kozone clan, it becomes utterly unacceptable? Are they the same? She retorted. Your Uchiha are a great shinobi clan and naturally must exert more effort. Enough. Gento no longer bothered to engage in futile verbal sparring with them. He swept his gaze over the assembly, his voice rising sharply with a long-forgotten, proud and domineering aura befitting the Uchiha. It seems some have grown accustomed to weighing gains and losses in comfort, forgetting that the shinobi world is ruled by blood and fire. Since some clans shrink from battle, then let the Uchiha bear this banner. The wars that others dare not fight, we, the Uchiha, will confront. The enemies others dare not provoke, we will provoke. The foes others dare not slay, we shall slay. He paused, his eyes scanning each face, each bearing its own expression, before proclaiming with finality. In short, the enemies others can kill, we Uchiha can kill. The enemies others cannot kill, we Uchiha can kill all the more. Mastery of ninjutsu, unrivaled in the shinobi world. This is the Uchiha. His words fell, and the chamber was enveloped in profound silence. That long-lost, illustrious and commanding aura of a warring states-era noble house radiated tangibly from Gento, striking the hearts and minds of all present. Many elder clan heads, in a trance, seemed to glimpse the imposing shadow of Madara Uchiha of old. Even Shisui Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly, reflecting a fleeting, inscrutable gleam. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, exhaled slowly, breaking the silence with a plume of smoke. He knew, as Hokage he must now voice his stance. Very well. The Uchiha's resolve is a blessing for Konoha. So, what support does the Uchiha require from the village? Gento was well prepared. First, the Uchiha will redeploy 300 elite members of the current security division to the front lines. During this period, I hope the Hokage can coordinate the Umbu and the remaining security forces to temporarily take over the security division's duties. Sarutobi considered briefly and nodded in agreement. Agreed. The Umbu will assume part of the patrol duties. Village security will not be compromised. Second, I need formal appointment and full authority as the frontline commander, so I may flexibly deploy all combat forces and formulate and execute battle plans according to enemy developments. To appoint such a young Uchiha as the overall commander against an entire village? Sarutobi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. The risks were self-evident. Yet, as his gaze swept over Kozone Koharu, Mitoiman Hamura, and the other clan representatives showing hesitation or uncertainty, he understood. At present, there is indeed no one more suitable and determined than Gento. After brief deliberation, Sarutobi's voice dropped gravely. Very well. I shall officially appoint you as frontline commander, but you must bear responsibility for every decision and for the lives of all participating shinobi. What is your battle plan? Gento's expression remained composed, clearly confident. My plan is an ambush. Tsunade remains convinced their offensive plan is utterly secret, and Konoha remains oblivious. This is their greatest flaw. We can exploit this information gap by setting ambushes along their anticipated routes, conserving energy and striking unexpectedly. If the ambush succeeds, the first battle can inflict severe damage on the enemy. Sarutobi's eyes brightened, unable to conceal his praise. Excellent. To strike unexpectedly and defeat force with cunning. Indeed, a viable strategy. Not only Sarutobi, but many clan heads in the audience, especially those with war experience, nodded silently in approval. Indeed, this was no prolonged war of attrition nor a hasty skirmish, but a meticulously planned ambush. If executed properly, it might yield tremendous results at minimal cost, even outright thwarting Tsunade's offensive. More importantly, killing enemy shinobi in an ambush would earn tangible military merits and rewards. Several clan heads' breaths quickened slightly as their minds began recalculating. Very well. Sarutobi struck the table decisively, making his resolution known. Then the plan stands. Gento, submit a detailed list of required supplies to the Hokage's office promptly. I will order priority allocation. Meeting adjourned. The conference ended amid a subtle atmosphere. As the attendees filed out, Gento had barely stepped from the chamber when three figures barred his path. They were the current heads of the Ino-Shikacho clans, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Chusa. Nara Shikaku, speaking as their representative, addressed him directly. Commander Gento, the Ino-Shikacho clans wish to participate in the upcoming Kikyosen battle. Each clan is willing to dispatch 50 elite shinobi, totaling 150, under your command. Indeed, Gento silently admired. Nara Shikaku was truly Konoha's foremost strategist, instantly discerning the crux and potential benefits of this battle with a swiftness surpassing others. Very well, Gento nodded decisively. However, once engaged, you must fully submit to my unified command. On the battlefield, orders are absolute and non-negotiable. Of course, Nara Shikaku agreed without hesitation. He trusted Gento's demonstrated strategic acumen and the Uchiha's combat power were far from baseless. Entrusting their clansmen to him entailed risk, but the opportunity was even greater. The prompt declaration by Inoshikacho instantly stirred the other ninja clans, who had been hesitating or merely observing, compelling them to shed their restraint. The leader of the Inazuka clan stepped forward and declared, "The Inazuka clan pledges to dispatch 50 elite warriors. Let the sand dwellers taste the ferocity of our ninja dogs." Hinata Hizashi, his expression stern, also proclaimed, "The Hyuga clan will send 50 skilled fighters, each mastering the Byakugan, to join the fray." Even Shimura Danzo, who had been coldly watching from the sidelines, gave a subtle nod to Aburame Toryun standing beside him. Toryun advanced a step and said, "Lord Danzo believes this battle concerns Konoha's dignity. The Aburame clan is prepared to contribute 50 of our own to support the overall command." In an instant, clans that had previously claimed they could send no one had rapidly assembled a contingent of 300 shinobi. The will of fire may sometimes flicker, but when confronted with tangible glory and concrete clan interests, actions often speak louder than slogans. Tenten and Mito Munin looked on, their faces growing increasingly sour. According to Gento's assessment, an ambush could inflict severe damage upon the enemy nation, even potentially securing victory outright. They were beginning to regret their earlier overconfidence. Yet, having boasted so boldly and assumed such lofty postures, to now backtrack would be tantamount to slapping their own faces and bowing to Gento. How could they possibly swallow their pride? Ultimately, Tenten could only sneer bitterly. "Humph, a bunch of fools blinded by greed, betting everything on a greenhorn. And when you suffer defeat and heavy losses, let us see how you'll manage." Mito Munin forced herself to maintain face and echoed, "Precisely. The battlefield is no place for games. The young lack any sense of their own limits." Gento didn't even bother to glance back. "Then there's no need to trouble you two further." With that, he departed hastily. The system's voice rang out, "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 lottery draw." Away from the crowd, Gento halted along a secluded path leading to the Uchiha clan's territory. He focused his mind inward. A lottery. In the blink of an eye, a prize will appear in his mind's eye.
Des rank reward, 40, C rank reward, 50.
B rank reward, 10. The wheel spun. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a C rank reward. C rank special rations pill formula. Immediately, information was transmitted into Gento's consciousness. Name: C rank special rations pill formula. Description: a specially formulated ration pill with optimized taste and nutrition, enhancing chakra recovery speed by 10 to 15% and alleviating a certain degree of fatigue. Ingredients: 10 milliliters of pure water, 10 grams of refined oat flour, 10 grams of royal jelly, 2 grams of dried sour plum. Only a C rank this time? Gento felt a twinge of disappointment but soon recognized the practical value of the formula. Not bad at all, this special ration pill could be deployed in the forthcoming war. Uchiha clan territory, Elder Son's residence. Gento handed over a detailed list of supplies to Son. "Great Elder, this is the list of routine materials required at the front lines. Please arrange for it to be submitted to the Hokage's office so that procurement can proceed promptly." Son swiftly scanned the list, which itemized ninja tools, medical supplies, and other essentials. He nodded. "Rest assured, I will expedite the matter." Then, Gento produced another carefully folded note and handed it over solemnly. "Additionally, this is a slightly improved ration pill formula. Please ensure that absolutely trustworthy and skilled clan members secretly produce it in batches." Son unfolded the note and glanced at it, his brow furrowing slightly. "Ration pills? The village already provides standardized supplies. Why insist on making our own? Moreover, the ingredients appear quite ordinary." He looked at the common components with a puzzled tone. "This is no ordinary ration pill formula," Gento emphasized. "The precise effects will be evident once it is produced and tested. Also, this formula must remain strictly confidential. Under no circumstances should it be leaked." Seeing Gento's gravity, doubt flickered in Son's eyes. He folded the note and said in a low voice, "Understood. I shall personally oversee this matter." After Gento departed, Son pondered for a moment before rising and making his way to a secluded, traditional medicinal cuisine workshop run by an elder of the clan. The workshop master, a taciturn Uchiha whose craft had been passed down for generations, greeted the great elder with a respectful bow upon his arrival. No need for formalities. Take a look at this, can you produce it? Son handed over the formula. The elder adjusted his glasses and studied it carefully. After a moment, he looked up. This appears to be a ration pill. It seems somewhat different from the usual ingredients. However, I have all the materials here. Production should not be difficult. Then produce some, Son instructed. Please wait a moment. The elder immediately set to work, measuring, grinding, blending, and forming the pills with practiced ease. About 15 minutes later, 5 glossy black ration pills, uniform in size, were placed on a porcelain dish and presented. Son examined them carefully, then frowned slightly. They did not appear much different from ordinary ration pills. He picked one up. It felt slightly heavy and smooth to the touch. Placing it into his mouth, the expected dry, odd taste of a typical ration pill did not materialize. Instead, a mildly sour and sweet flavor lingered pleasantly. The pill was moist and dissolved easily, swallowing effortlessly. The taste is indeed much improved, more suitable for long-term consumption. Son nodded slightly, forming a preliminary approval of Gento's improvement, believing it primarily enhanced usability. Yet moments later, his expression shifted subtly. He felt a warm current rise from his abdomen, slowly flowing throughout his limbs and body, alleviating even the weariness accumulated over a whole day. Immediately thereafter, his chakra recovery rate accelerated noticeably. Son's eyes flashed with sharp insight. He knew well that in prolonged battles or successive missions, even a slight increase in chakra regeneration and better condition maintenance could mean the difference between life and death. He looked sharply at the remaining pills on the plate, then at the elder standing respectfully nearby. He instantly understood why Gento had been so solemn. This was no mere refinement. It was a precious supply capable of significantly enhancing a ninja's sustained combat ability. If distributed widely among the Uchiha elite, the battlefield advantage gained would be subtle yet potentially decisive. The value of this formula might even provoke covetousness from other factions. This formula must be classified among the clan's highest secrets. Son's voice carried an unyielding authority as he fixed his gaze on the elder. You will personally oversee production. I will arrange for the necessary materials to be procured through trusted channels. The manufacturing process must be sealed off from outsiders, and the finished products securely stored, awaiting deployment. Understood? Sensing the great elder's unprecedented seriousness, the elder's mind sharpened, and he bowed deeply. Yes, I swear by the name of Uchiha to keep this absolutely confidential. Night fell. Kane-yu lay in bed, tossing and turning. Whenever she closed her eyes, uncontrollable memories of that night in the cave flooded her mind. The scorching breaths entwined, the incessant pleas. Each image flushed her cheeks and quickened her heartbeat, leaving her legs weak even now upon recollection. The muscular and aggressive figure of Gento was indelibly etched in her memory, impossible to banish. The thought of his rough behavior that night made her restless and unable to sleep. Suddenly, she recalled Gento's parting words. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, she rose and headed toward the outskirts of the Uchiha clan territory. At the edge of the Uchiha lands, Gento's solitary cottage. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping sounded at the door. Gento opened the door, revealing Yuhi Akane standing just outside, looking somewhat uneasy. She appeared meticulously prepared, her long hair flowing smoothly down her back. She wore a dark, form-fitting outfit that facilitated movement, accentuating her slender yet powerfully toned waistline. Gento-kun. A knowing smile flickered in Gento's eyes. Before she could finish, he extended his arm, gently drawing her inside. With a decisive click, he closed and securely locked the door behind them. The crisp sound of the bolt made Yuhi's heart skip a beat. Instinctively, she stepped back, pressing against the door, her eyes wide. Why did you lock the door? Gento did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a leisurely step forward, closing the distance between them. A mischievous grin played on his lips as he countered. It's so late. What brings you to me? Yuhi's breath quickened slightly. She bit her lower lip, inhaling deeply. Gento-kun, I've made up my mind. I want to be with you. The smile on Gento's face deepened, as if he had anticipated her response all along. Leaning in, he whispered close to her flushed ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive skin in a voice only they could hear. Rich and low. I knew you would come to me. Really? Why? Yuhi asked instinctively, her heart pounding faster. Because, he replied, the taste of forbidden fruit is unforgettable. It compels one to savor it again and again. Such candid words flushed Yuhi's ears crimson instantly. Gazing at her shy yet undeniably adorable expression, Gento's eyes traced the subtle rise and fall of her chest, betraying her nervousness. His hand naturally rose, resting upon her slender waist. His touch was already growing bolder. Gento-kun? And no, don't. Yuhi trembled, offering a feeble protest as she symbolically pushed him away, her voice soft and lacking any real strength. Gento's lips hovered near her earlobe, his voice husky and magnetic. A senior once taught me that when a girl says no, she often means yes. Before she could respond, his arms tightened, effortlessly lifting the now completely limp Yuhi into his embrace. She emitted a short, startled gasp, yet her arms instinctively wound around his neck. In the days that followed, Gento threw himself wholeheartedly into the preparations for the impending war. Personnel lists submitted by various ninja clans arrived one after another. Upon careful examination, Gento's expression turned contemplative. Although these families had not deployed their core elite forces, most of the dispatched ninjas were experienced chunin, not mere rookies hastily thrown in to fill numbers. Behind this roster lay a tacit recognition and trust in him, a young commander. Most surprising was the Hyuga clan. As one of Konoha's prestigious houses, they not only sent higher-quality shinobi but were led personally by the branch family's jonin Hyuga Hisashi. This weighty support deepened the sense of responsibility resting upon Gento's shoulders. Simultaneously, vast quantities of war supplies were meticulously categorized and sealed into specially crafted storage scrolls. Customized ration pills, medical supplies, explosive tags, blade replenishments. Gento personally supervised the final counts and packaging, ensuring absolute precision. The Uchiha clan's participating members were finalized with the assistance of Elder Son. As the departure day drew near, Yuhi grew particularly clingy. In the brief moments of respite, the two engaged in deep conversations. Sometimes, she visited Gento as many as 3 times in a single day. This was fueled both by the thrill of newfound intimacy and the reluctance to part with him soon. Meanwhile, Gento was utterly exhausted. Were it not for the extraordinary constitution of a ninja, he might have truly collapsed. He could only smile wryly to himself. This must be a bittersweet burden. Just as all preparations neared completion, a group of 6 weary, blood-stained shinobi entered Konoha. They made their way directly to the police minister elder's office, where Gento was conferring with Son on final matters. Leading them was a boy of about 11 or 12, possessing the Uchiha clan's signature jet-black hair and deep, solemn eyes that betrayed a maturity and faint sorrow far beyond his years. Uchiha Shisui, reporting to Lord Son. Gento's gaze sharpened. So this was the prodigy destined to wield the mightiest genjutsu? Kodo Amatsukami? Shisui, Tetsu, why have you returned? Son looked up. We escorted the clan leader's remains back to the family. Shisui stepped forward, offering a sealed scroll with both hands. Son accepted it, moving to an open space where he formed hand seals to unseal it. A pitch-black coffin materialized. Slowly, Son lifted the lid, revealing the quiet form of the current Uchiha clan leader. His body was partially ravaged, clearly the aftermath of a brutal final battle. Son gazed long and mournfully, his eyes heavy with grief. Drawing a deep breath, he gently closed the coffin lid. Gento silently observed. The cold figure within the coffin was a stark reminder. This was the harsh reality of the shinobi world. No tender fairy tales, only ruthless life and death and inescapable fate. For the weak, even choosing how to survive was a luxury beyond reach. In that moment, his resolve to grow stronger crystallized further. You've just returned from the front lines. Go home, see your loved ones and rest well, Son said, turning calmly to Shisui and the others. The 6 bowed in acknowledgement and quietly withdrew. Son resealed the coffin into its scroll and then turned to Gento, suddenly asking, what do you think of this child? Shisui? Extraordinarily gifted, with a calm temperament. Undoubtedly the future pillar of the clan, Gento answered honestly. A faint look of relief softened Son's previously somber expression. Indeed, he has already distinguished himself on the battlefield. Not long ago, single-handedly, he intimidated an elite squad from Kirigakure into retreat. The team was led by a renowned jonin, Aoi, the wielder of the Byakugan. Now, some call him Shunshin Shisui. Son paused. Like you, Lord Hokage, he was promoted to jonin without examination. He is a descendant of Lord Kagami, who studied under the 2nd Hokage alongside the 3rd. With such a lineage, I intend to recommend him for the Umbu, to be personally mentored by the Hokage. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Gento's brow furrowed deeply. Shisui was undeniably a rare gem of the Uchiha clan. Once he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, his potential would be immense, perhaps even capable of resolving the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Yet, according to the original saga, Shisui's induction into the Umbu led to his tragic downfall, manipulated by the so-called will of fire propagated by the Hokage and other elders. To Gento, the will of fire was nothing but a toxic, brainwashing ideology. The notion of burning oneself to illuminate others was utter nonsense. A shackle of binding thoughts. Burning oneself only results in others warming themselves with your corpse. If a collective requires someone to bear the burden for its peace, then surely someone else is enduring hardship for your tranquility. Such a promising prodigy must not be misguided by the Hokage. Leave him to me, Gento declared resolutely. The forthcoming battle with Tsunade would be the perfect stage for Shisui to hone his skills and build his reputation. When he returned victorious, he would bring back not only experience but tangible achievements and renown. Son hesitated. His desire to place Shisui in the umbu was indeed to nurture him, but also to keep him away from the front lines, sparing him from premature loss. Such an exceptional talent, Son could not bear to see him endangered. Perceiving his concern, Gento continued, Tsunade lacks top-tier strongholds. This war's risk is manageable. It is a godsend opportunity to gain experience and establish credibility. The battlefield is the fastest path to a genius' growth. After a prolonged silence, Zhongyan finally clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. Very well, Xuando. You and Shisui are the future hope of the Uchiha clan. On the battlefield, you must ensure your own survival. Understood? The two engaged in meticulous deliberations over the subsequent arrangements before Xuando took his leave. The following day, Konoha held a grand funeral for the Uchiha clan leader. Beneath a gray and drizzly sky, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, led the senior officials in paying their respects, delivering a heartfelt and sorrowful eulogy. The Uchiha clan members stood silently in the rain, bidding farewell to their patriarch. The citizens of Konoha had long grown accustomed to such scenes. Years of war had woven farewells into the fabric of their daily lives. With the funeral concluded, Xuando formally led his forces to the battlefield. Konoha had mustered a total of over 600 warriors for this war. Compared to other battlefields where thousands clashed, this number was indeed modest. To conceal their movements, Xuando divided the troops into smaller units, advancing stealthily in separate groups toward Mount Kikyo. Each squad was accompanied by ninja from the Hyuga or Inuzuka clans, utilizing the Byakugan and keen senses to evade enemy reconnaissance to the utmost extent. Although this tactic slowed their progress, it guaranteed that their strategic intentions remained undisclosed. After more than half a month, all personnel quietly converged at the designated location. Under Xuando's command, the ninjas then planted a total of 100,000 explosive tags along the main routes and surrounding areas through which the Tsunade forces would pass. Once all preparations were complete, they concealed themselves and awaited further developments. Time passed slowly. In recent days, several Tsunade reconnaissance teams had already begun covertly infiltrating the Land of Fire within the hidden range of Konoha's ninjas. Though their movements were exceedingly stealthy, nothing escaped the scrutiny of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Xuando understood that, with the appearance of these scouts, war was imminent. Sure enough, on this very night, a Hyuga ninja entered Xuando's underground command post to report. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, our Byakugan reconnaissance squad has confirmed that a large contingent of Tsunade ninjas is advancing toward our prearranged ambush zone. Inside the underground command center sat 4 jonin: Xuando, Shisui, Hyuga Hisashi, and Yuhi Shinka. Standing silently by were the Uchiha brothers, Inaho and Tetsuho, responsible for relaying intelligence and communications. After hearing the reconnaissance leader's report, the group fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Xuando's mind. Ding! Host has triggered a main quest. Main quest issued. Eliminate at least 500 Tsunade ninjas on the battlefield. Current progress: 500. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. 500 ninjas. At minimum? Xuando looked at the freshly triggered quest and then turned to the reconnaissance leader with a question. How many Tsunade ninjas are approaching our position? Approximately 100 and some, came the reply. Xuando's expression grew pensive. The Tsunade ninjas are indeed cautious. Their reconnaissance squad was not satisfied with initial scouting and even dispatched an advance guard. Inaho, upon hearing the enemy's prudence, felt a twinge of unease. Could our ambush have been detected by them? Xuando shook his head in response. Except for earth release, no conventional ninjutsu can reveal our concealed ninjas or the explosive tags buried underground. Tsunade specializes in wind release. Even if a few possess earth release, they would not employ such conspicuous techniques en route to a surprise attack in the Land of Fire. As for Kekkai Genkai, not all ninja villages possess a Byakugan-like bloodline limit. Moreover, Tsunade has only a handful of Kekkai Genkai users, so rest assured. Hyuga Hisashi glanced at Xuando with newfound respect upon hearing the clear and systematic analysis. The other jonin present nodded silently in agreement. What about this advance guard? They are about to enter the predetermined trap zone. Shall we detonate the explosive tags? Xuando shook his head again. I have prepared such a sumptuous banquet. A mere few hundred ninjas 1T suffice to fill it. Let them pass. The others present exhibited varying expressions upon hearing this. Hyuga Hisashi was the first to voice his doubt. Is it not reckless to allow this ninja squad to enter the land of fire unimpeded? Chuando's sole response was a firm declaration. I am the commander-in-chief. Understood. Consequently, the Tsunade advance guard passed through the trap zone unchallenged and entered the land of fire. They pressed forward swiftly under the cover of darkness, soon arriving at the first town. Tsunade town, situated on the border of the land of fire, housed approximately 1,000 residents. Located at the edge of a wind-sand erosion zone, the town was known for its mineral processing and as a caravan station for camel traders. Though guarded by hired ninja, most of the defense fell to regular soldiers. That night, 2 night watch soldiers were chatting idly. Standing night watch is so dull. Wouldn't it be great if I were a ninja lord? Every night, the town mayor would assign beautiful women to attend to me. You're dreaming. To become a ninja, a handsome man like me stands a better chance. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept by. The 2 sentries' bodies were eerily severed at the waist, blood spattering the ground. The 2 guards never realized that it was the very ninja lord they had longed to become who had slain them. Immediately thereafter, 100 Tsunade ninjas entered the town without hesitation, moving swiftly under the cloak of night. Experienced and efficient, they headed directly toward the most luxurious rooms in the town. As expected, inside the grandest rooms, they found 3 Konoha ninjas enjoying themselves with multiple women. These were the only 3 ninjas residing in the town. Without a word, the Tsunade ninjas struck. Soon, the 3 Konoha ninjas were cut down by wind blades and perished. One excited ninja laughed heartily to his companion. Captain, this is perfect. Konoha is completely unprepared. The leader of the group revealed a cruel smile. In that case, we execute the plan. Upon hearing the captain's order, the surrounding ninjas displayed ecstatic expressions. They scattered in all directions, rushing into the homes of the townsfolk. Their mission was singular and ruthless. Plunder. Doors were kicked down one after another. The glaring blades of their ninja swords were pressed against the necks of the residents. Hurry! Hand over all valuables. Some trembled in terror, hastily producing hidden treasures. Others hesitated and were cut down with a single strike. The Tsunade ninjas ransacked every corner, prying open floors, smashing pottery jars, leaving no possible hiding place unsearched. Gradually, cries and screams melded into a cacophony. Awakened villagers attempted resistance but were easily slain. Children's wails ceased abruptly. Elderly residents knelt, begging for mercy only to have their last savings stolen. Greed gleamed in the ninjas' eyes. They tore down decorations from walls, pried open warehouse locks, carted away grain jars, and stripped jewelry from the dead. Every valuable, jewels, cash, antiques, medicinal herbs, ninja tools, cloth, was meticulously seized and stuffed into the sealing scrolls they had brought. 2 hours later, the town had been utterly looted. No treasury, noble residence, or common household was spared. Truly befitting the land of fire, such a small place had yielded nearly 300 million ryo in spoils. The captain weighed a sealing scroll in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. A lecherous-looking Tsunade ninja sidled up. Captain, the men have been cooped up at the border too long. The women in the land of fire are far more lively than those in the land of wind. You see, the captain immediately discerned his subordinate's intentions. Look at you. Such a narrow mind. He casually pointed at one man. You, return and report the situation to Lord Satetsu. As for the others, he cast a glance at his eagerly expectant subordinates and waved his hand dismissively. You have 30 minutes. During this time, indulge yourselves to the fullest. Having spoken thus, he took the lead and proceeded toward the mayor's residence. When he had just seized the money, he had noticed that the mayor's several concubines appeared quite well nourished. Upon being addressed, the ninja wore an expression of reluctance, yet dared not disobey the order and reluctantly turned away. As for the other ninjas, after their captain's declaration, they erupted in cheers and immediately surged into the town in search of the women they desired. Soon, the entire town resounded with the anguished screams of women. Elsewhere, the ninja swiftly returned and informed the commander of the invasion force entering the land of fire, Satetsu, of the situation encountered by the Vanguard. Upon hearing the report, Satetsu extended his tongue to lick his parched lips, a gleam of greed flashing in his eyes. Relay my command. All ninjas advance at full speed. Invade the land of fire. The order rapidly spread throughout the troops. Over 1,000 ninjas of the sand-hidden village, upon learning that the border of the land of fire was undefended and receiving the directive for an all-out assault, became instantly exhilarated. They were well aware of the land of fire's prosperity. Now, while Konoha had yet to react, it was the perfect opportunity for rampant plunder. According to regulations, half of the spoils acquired could be kept for themselves. Driven by greed, the sand ninjas infused chakra into their feet and surged wildly into the land of fire's territory. Before long, More than 1,000 sand ninjas had unknowingly fallen into the trap laid by Gento. Within the underground command center, Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan clearly observed every movement of the sand ninjas. The enemy has fully entered the trap zone. He turned to Gento and said, without hesitation. Gento immediately ordered, signal the attack. The next moment, Shisui's figure vanished from cover and reappeared crouched upon the branch of a large tree on the periphery. Fire release. Majestic dragon fire technique. A blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, soaring into the night sky, bursting forth with dazzling radiance that illuminated the entire forest. All Konoha ninjas responsible for detonating the explosive tags, upon seeing the signal, simultaneously formed hand seals and shouted, detonate. Among the distant sand-hidden forces, some were still dreaming of looting treasures after penetrating the land of fire, imagining a triumphant return. The sudden ascent of Shisui's fire dragon stunned many sand ninjas for a moment. Before they could react, the 100,000 pre-placed explosive tags exploded in succession. Boom! 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 The explosions came one after another, instantly engulfing the entire trap zone. The ground, tree trunks, and grass. Explosive tags were everywhere, detonating simultaneously. The earth trembled with a deafening roar. The land cracked, trees toppled, and sand ninjas screamed as they were blasted away. Limbs and fragments flew in all directions. Those too close to the explosive tags were shattered on the spot. Those slightly farther away were violently thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Survivors had no time to rejoice before the raging flames spread with the explosions. The inferno swept through the forest, engulfing the wounded ninjas, whose agonized wails rose one after another. Ah! Pain! Unbearable pain! Help me! When did these Konoha bastards set this trap? Amidst the screams, some uninjured sand ninjas hastily formed hand seals, attempting to escape the inferno with ninjutsu. Some used earth release to tunnel underground, others struggled to carve a path with water release. However, most sand ninjas specialized in wind release and were nearly helpless against the fire's fury, forced to watch helplessly as their comrades were consumed. Commander Satetsu staggered out from the flames, his face covered with soot and ash. Seeing his subordinates struggling and screaming within the blaze, his expression darkened, teeth clenched tightly. It must be those damned Konoha ninjas. How cunning and vicious they are. Neither the reconnaissance nor the Vanguard triggered the trap, which means this was designed specifically to ambush our main force. An escaped jonin nearby gazed at the inferno, his voice trembling. It's over. Our main force is finished. How did Konoha know our route? When did they lay this ambush? Satetsu harbored the same doubts, but now was no time to dwell on them. The most vital thing was to retreat alive. Konoha had deployed such a formidable array. They surely had a backup plan. Enemy ninjas would be rushing to the scene swiftly. He immediately ordered the ninjas gathering around him. Full retreat. Konoha has an ambush. Move quickly before they encircle us. With that, he turned and dashed toward the forest's edge, seeking to break through. However, just as he leapt forward, a cold, sharp voice rang out from ahead. High 10. Satetsu reacted swiftly, spinning around to deliver a kick. Sand-hidden style. Instant kick. Fists and feet clashed, and both retreated several paces. Satetsu looked up, pupils narrowing sharply. Byakugan? So it really is Konoha. Despicable Konoha ninjas, resorting to such cruel traps. Hyuga Hizashi's expression was stern, though a trace of surprise lingered in his heart. As the explosive tags detonated, Gento had already ordered a full-scale assault to eliminate any survivors within the trap. Thanks to the Byakugan's insight, several wounded sand ninjas had been dispatched. Noticing a cluster of opponents gathering nearby, he hurried over only to find their strength formidable, at least a Jonin-level adversary. He had seemingly encountered a big catch. Hizashi made no reply but launched into a gentle fist attack. Two other sand ninjas immediately joined, encircling him. Commander, we're here to assist you. For a moment, the scene became a 3-on-1 standoff. Yet Hizashi's skills were solid. His 8 trigrams palms danced with impenetrable precision, and combined with the Byakugan's panoramic vision, the trio could not break through his defense. Satetsu, seeing Hizashi hold his own against 3 attackers, grew anxious. The longer the battle dragged on, the slimmer the chances of escape. One sand ninja embroiled in combat shouted urgently, Commander Satetsu, you go first. We'll hold him off. Satetsu no longer hesitated, turning to sprint out of the forest. Hizashi, hearing Satetsu addressed as commander, was unwilling to let him escape, but was locked in battle with the other 2 ninjas and could only watch helplessly as Satetsu fled. After several more exchanges, one sand ninja suddenly felt a chill at his neck and collapsed. Gento had arrived, delivering a lethal strike from behind with a chakra scalpel. Hizashi breathed a sigh of relief. Cooperating with Gento, they swiftly eliminated the remaining foes. Did the leader escape? Izashi nodded. His name is Satetsu. He is the commander of this operation. Gento felt somewhat regretful but understood that relying solely on explosive tags made it difficult to kill a Jonin-level opponent. Achieving such results was already quite commendable. He motioned to Hisashi. Continue clearing the battlefield. With that, his figure flashed as he hurried toward the next skirmish. From afar, the sounds of Konoha ninjas deploying their techniques could be heard intermittently. Multiplication technique. Mind-body switching technique.
Shadow mimicry technique.
The three clans, Ino, Shika, and Cho, cooperated seamlessly, swiftly eliminating the remaining sand ninjas. Ninjas from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans relied on their exceptional reconnaissance and tracking skills to precisely locate and dispatch the enemy. As for those sand ninjas fortunate enough to avoid the explosive tags, they were relentlessly pursued by the Uchiha clan. Disoriented and leaderless, the sand forces were virtually overwhelmed by Konoha's onslaught. The forest echoed continuously with the agonized screams of dying sand ninjas. Approximately 1 hour later, the clamor of battle gradually subsided. The inferno sparked by the explosive tags slowly died down. The battlefield was left with only charred ruins and the corpses of enemy ninjas scattered across the ground. Uchiha Inaho approached Gento with a smile and reported. Preliminary tally completed. Our side suffered 8 fatalities and 47 injuries. The enemy lost approximately 731. Just as he finished speaking, Gento's mind was pierced by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward. 1 lottery draw granted. Gento did not immediately draw the prize but instead commanded. All personnel, withdraw immediately back within the Land of Fire's borders. Eradicate the sand Vanguard units that have fled inside. The shinobi of Konoha swiftly mobilized, giving chase to the small Vanguard unit of Tsunade that had previously been deliberately infiltrated into their territory. This advance force of approximately 100 men was at that moment pillaging the second village. With overwhelming numerical and tactical superiority, the squad was swiftly annihilated to the last man. Even in death, they could not fathom why the forces pursuing them were not allies but foes. Thereafter, Gento ordered the troops to rest on the spot, tend to the injured, and distributed Uchiha's specially crafted ration pills, 2 per person. Having endured 2 consecutive battles, the shinobi were utterly depleted of chakra and utterly exhausted. Upon receiving the ration pills, most swallowed them without hesitation. Immediately, many exhibited expressions of astonishment. The Uchiha distributed pills were not only more palatable but also aided in restoring chakra. This revelation caused an uproar among the shinobi of other clans. The Uchiha actually possessed such a marvelous resource? Yet, no matter how much they tried to pry, each Uchiha clan member remained tight-lipped, guarding their secret as if it were a precious treasure. Resigned, the others carefully saved the remaining pill for a critical moment. While the main force rested, Gento withdrew to a quiet corner to focus on drawing from the lottery. He sank his consciousness into his mind. A lottery. The familiar spinning will reappeared vividly in his mind's eye.
40 des rancroir, 50 ses rancroir, 10 bé rancroir.
The wheel spun several revolutions before gradually coming to a stop. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won a C-rank reward. C-rank ninjutsu, fire release, dust concealment. All knowledge concerning this ninjutsu, hand seals, chakra flow, practical combat insights, flooded into Gen 2's memory, as though he had mastered it for years. Immediately, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Main quest issued. An eye for an eye. Quest description. The shinobi of Tsunade have brought grievous calamity upon the Land of Fire. It is time to show them a reckoning. Pillage 5 towns in the Land of Wind. Quest reward. 1 lottery draw. Gento fixed his gaze upon the quest details, deep in contemplation. Logically, Tsunade's invasion had been severely repelled and they would be unable to strike again in the near future. If he now led his troops back to the village, they would be greeted with the villagers' cheers and the Hokage's commendations. The clans would receive generous rewards for their military achievements, a scenario pleasing to all. Yet, would these merits suffice to elevate him to the head of the Uchiha clan? Perhaps not quite. Pillaging towns in the Land of Wind? He muttered to himself. It was not impossible. Rising to his feet, he strode toward the resting troops. Upon seeing their commander's approach, the shinobi halted their activities and turned their eyes to him. Since the shinobi of Tsunade have suffered heavy casualties, the Land of Wind's border is almost defenseless. If the Land of Wind wishes to inflict suffering upon the Land of Fire, then we shall repay them with even greater cruelty. Comrades, follow me as we strike into the Land of Wind. Kill! Amidst the roar of battle cries, the troops readied themselves and crossed the border, stepping into the Land of Rivers, a minor nation located between the two countries. This small country, lacking a shinobi village, could only bow silently and yield the way to the passing Konoha shinobi, much as it had done in the past for Tsunade. 3 days later, the border of the Land of Wind lay within sight. Gazing upon the undefended town ahead, Gento impassively raised his hand. Begin. We shall treat them as Tsunade treated our people. The Konoha shinobi pounced upon the town like ravenous wolves. Soon, cries and the sounds of destruction filled the air. Observing the practiced proficiency of his men, Gento did not feel surprised. In this era, hatred and plunder had long become commonplace, especially when the opposing side had been the first to ignite the flames of war. Hence, Gento's purpose was clear, to make the enemy endure twice the pain. Suddenly, Gento's gaze shifted. Shisui approached him. Commander. Gento waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Just call me Gento. Yes, Commander Gento, Shisui replied, a bit flustered. Gento, somewhat exasperated, asked directly, aren't you going to join the pillaging? It's much faster to make money than taking on missions. Shisui did not answer immediately but looked toward his comrades looting the town. Then after a moment of silence, he spoke. Is it truly right to let them plunder like this? Right or wrong? Gento turned his head. Tsunade struck first. We are merely returning the favor. Hearing Gento's reply, Shisui appeared dissatisfied and continued. But if revenge begets revenge, will this war ever end? No, Gento answered bluntly. But if Konoha remains weak, the enemy will think invading the Land of Fire comes without cost, and then the war will never end. Shisui's expression grew pensive, and he said no more. About 1 hour later, the town had been completely ransacked. A rough tally estimated the spoils at approximately 100 million ryo. The Land of Wind was indeed impoverished. Gento chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Next town, move out. Yeah. The shinobi, having tasted the sweetness of easy plunder, responded with excitement. Such riskless pillaging was far more lucrative than completing missions. After all, the enemy nation offered no meaningful resistance. As for the ordinary soldiers and samurai, they did not even require the use of ninjutsu against such formidable shinobi. Thus followed the second, third, and fourth towns, each swept clean in quick succession. The wealth carried by the troops grew heavier, and smiles spread across their faces, until the fifth target appeared. Ahead was not a mere town but a city of considerable scale. Tsunade's Sasori city. Looking upon the city, Gento knew it would surely possess some defensive forces. Naturally, these would pose little threat to his shinobi army. Yet, for prudence's sake, he ordered a brief respite. After all, consecutive marches and pillaging, even for shinobi whose bodies exceeded ordinary limits, caused fatigue. He commanded the distribution of specially crafted ration pills and decreed a 2-hour rest on the spot. 2 hours later, the assault on Sasori city commenced. Meanwhile, within Sasori city, my lord, trouble. A large force of Konoha shinobi has appeared outside the city. A Tsunade shinobi burst into the hall, shouting at the person of highest rank. That was Tsunatetsu, who had fled from the Land of Fire. In recent days, he had barely gathered over 200 survivors but dared not return to the village. The 1,000-man army had suffered nearly 80% casualties, and he had no idea how to report this to his village. Now, hearing of Konoha shinobi invading the Land of Wind was utterly infuriating. Damn Konoha shinobi! How dare they? Tsunatetsu snarled fiercely. In his view, it had always been Tsunade that invaded other nations. Since the 3 great ninja wars, had the Land of Wind ever been invaded by another country? It was utterly preposterous. Tsunatetsu ground his teeth in frustration. Yet, considering he had only about 200 shinobi under his command, he was troubled. Send 5 envoys to negotiate with them, Tsunatetsu finally ordered. Be firm. Probe their intentions. Konoha is fighting on many fronts. They may not dare to truly break ties with us. Commander Gento, 5 Tsunade shinobi have arrived. A report reached Gento, who was somewhat surprised. Oh, they're not hiding from us but boldly coming to our doorstep? Did they say what they want? No, these 5 shinobi are quite arrogant, insisting on seeing the commander in person before speaking. Gento considered briefly, then nodded. Bring them to me. Before long, 5 Tsunade shinobi, escorted by Konoha shinobi, approached. The leader was tall and slender, his demeanor haughty. When his gaze swept over Gento, it carried a trace of disdain. Are you the leader of the Konoha shinobi? He demanded. Gento regarded him coolly, offering no reply. The man, undeterred, continued in a lecturing tone. Without provocation, you Leaf shinobi have trespassed upon the Land of Wind, pillaging its towns. By the order of Lord Sabaku, commander of the Hidden Sand, I hereby command you to withdraw from our borders at once and issue a formal apology to the Land of Wind. Only then may the Hidden Sand consider refraining from further pursuit. The expressions of the Leaf shinobi surrounding him darkened considerably. Genkaku, however, let out a bitter laugh and retorted. Command? Apologize? If memory serves, wasn't he at the hidden sand who first invaded the land of fire and slaughtered its civilians? How can the two be equated? The tall, slender ninja raised his voice. The actions of the hidden sand were strategic advances targeting military objectives in Konoha, whereas your current conduct is nothing but barbaric aggression against the land of wind. Konoha is already stretched thin contending with the hidden cloud and hidden mist fronts. Do you believe you can withstand a full-scale counterattack from the hidden sand as well? This withdrawal is mercy. A chance for you to save face. I see. Genkaku nodded thoughtfully. So, you've come to beg us Leaf Shinobi to retreat? The opposing ninja frowned and replied. Beg? This is a negotiation. Genkaku smiled faintly and continued. Very well, if you call it a negotiation, then what are the terms? The ninja's eyes shifted rapidly before he said. The terms are simple. Surrender all the wealth you have plundered from the land of wind, and the hidden sand will cease its pursuit. Genkaku's gaze turned icy as he nodded. So this is your approach to negotiation? What do you mean by this is our approach to negotiation? The hidden sand envoy, far from intimidated, arrogantly lifted his chin. Offering you a chance to retreat is the hidden sand's mercy. Don't you Leaf Shinobi take our kindness for weakness? Before the words had fully escaped, Genkaku wearied of listening. He glanced sideways at Shisui. In the next instant, Shisui's figure flickered and vanished, only to reappear beside the hidden sand envoy. With one hand gripping his shoulder, he activated the body flicker technique, and in a flash, the two were back beside Genkaku. Immediately following, Hinata Hizashi stepped forward, the Byakugan clearly revealing the opponent's entire chakra pathway network. His strikes came like lightning, a series of precise palms sealing all the chakra points. Then he tossed the man down at Genkaku's feet. Genkaku crouched, grasping one of the man's fingers. The envoy finally realized the gravity of the situation. His voice trembling. W8, the terms can still be negotiated. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking cut him off. A piercing scream had barely begun before Genkaku's hand closed around a second finger. No, you can't do this. We are envoys. The second finger snapped instantly. The excruciating pain caused the hidden sand ninja to convulse violently, nearly losing consciousness. Genkaku remained expressionless. From the moment the envoy had entered with an air of superiority, Genkaku knew this was no negotiation, it was a threat. Since they had torn off the mask first, why should he show mercy? Next, he gripped a third finger. Terror flashed across the envoy's face as he pleaded. No, I know my mistake. We should not have been so arrogant. Genkaku only lowered his head and said quietly, I preferred your defiance just now. Crack. The third finger broke. The man could bear no more and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. Only then did the other four hidden sand envoys recover from their shock. Their faces a mixture of fury and disbelief. Bastards! How dare you treat hidden sand shinobi this way? You will pay dearly for this. They prepared to withdraw and return to Tsunade. To them, these leaf shinobi must have gone mad. The hidden sand will make you pay for your arrogance. They spat over their shoulders. Yet Genkaku's cold voice echoed from behind them. Did I say you could leave? What? The four turned in disbelief toward Genkaku. Recalling the other's conduct, a sense of foreboding gripped them. They hastened their pace. But Genkaku's voice, like the Grim Reaper's, pursued them relentlessly. Since when did you think you could hurl insults at me and walk away unscathed? Who gave you such confidence? He paused briefly before issuing a direct command. Seize them all. Earth release. Heart-severing technique. At the sharp command from the long-awaited crimson sunset, the four hidden sand shinobi attempting to flee were dragged beneath the earth by the earth release, their heads the only parts visible above the surface. Genkaku returned to the unconscious envoy and drew his kunai, driving it fiercely into the back of the man's hand. Ah! The searing pain jolted the man awake. Genkaku raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! But the agony from the pierced hand forced him into a wretched scream. Genkaku shook his head regretfully. Still disobedient, he withdrew the blade and plunged it into the other hand's back. Even more harrowing screams echoed through the air. What did I just say? Genkaku's tone was calm. The hidden sand ninja on the ground bit his lip desperately, sweat pouring down his face, no longer daring to utter a sound. Good. At last, a faint smile appeared on Genkaku's lips. Why not do this sooner? Still clutching the bloodied kunai, he strode to the four heads protruding from the earth. Look closely. Your comrades angered me, and this is their fate. The blade flashed swiftly. Hud 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 hud. For heads stared wide-eyed, expressions frozen in terror. The sole surviving hidden sand ninja trembled violently, jaw clenched tight, barely daring to breathe deeply. Genkaku nodded with satisfaction. You should have died too, but I need someone to carry my message, so you live for now. He crouched and met the man's fearful gaze. Go back and tell Sabaku two things. First, my name is Uchiha Gento. Let him remember it well. The hidden sand will regret provoking me. Second, tell that defeated mutt that since he, a broken-back dog, dared to challenge me, I will attack Tsunade in 1 hour. He better wait obediently inside to meet his end. Understand? The hidden sand ninja nodded frantically upon meeting Genkaku's eyes. Now get lost. Genkaku spat. The man seemed to have received a royal pardon. As he struggled to rise, crack, the sound of bone fracturing rang out clearly. Genkaku suddenly lifted his foot and crushed both of the man's shin bones. Ah! The torment was unbearable. Genkaku's voice, like death itself, rang out once more. If you do not leave within 1 minute, you will never leave. The hidden sand ninja was on the verge of collapse but dared not hesitate. Pierced hands and shattered legs left him crawling like a maggot, dragging a blood-stained trail across the sand. Genkaku watched the retreating figure and smiled. It seems my medical skills have improved again. Such a grievously wounded man still able to move. Truly a medical miracle. Silence enveloped the area. Many leaf shinobi gazed at Genkaku's retreating figure with complex expressions. Some reverence, some fear, and a faint glimmer of fanaticism. Within Tsunade, Sabaku's face turned a deep purple as he heard the fleeing envoy's lamentations. With a single punch, he shattered the wooden table before him. Uchiha Gento! He hissed through clenched teeth, each word squeezed from between his jaws. Bastard! How dare you humiliate my hidden sand shinobi? You will pay for this. A hidden sand shinobi nearby immediately asked, Lord, shall we engage the leaf shinobi in battle and make them pay? Sabaku snorted coldly. They will pay, but not now. Relay my orders. All shinobi, return to the village at once. As long as the village dispatches men, I will see to it that Uchiha Gento meets his end within the land of wind. Precisely 1 hour later, Gento launched his assault. Yet Tsunade's defenses crumbled without resistance. The iron sand had long since withdrawn his forces, leaving behind only the garrison composed of ordinary soldiers and the bewildered, panic-stricken civilians. The leaf village shinobi moved through as if the place were deserted, spending a full half-day ruthlessly plundering the city to its very core. In the end, the spoils amounted to a staggering 2 billion ryo. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Blood for blood. Reward lottery draw granted. 1 chance. Upon hearing the system's notification of mission completion, Gendo's face blossomed into a broad smile. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed down upon the busy shinobi hauling away loot, a faint smirk curling the corners of his lips. No wonder some yearn for war. When conflict yields such enormous gains, who could possibly resist? Watching the leaf shinobi still diligently ferrying supplies below, it was clear that completely ransacking this town would require more time. Gendo settled into a secluded corner, closed his eyes, and sank his awareness deep into his mind. Lottery draw. D rank rewards, 40. C rank rewards, 50. B rank rewards, 10. The wheel spun slowly, then came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a D rank reward, a slight increase in chakra capacity. Immediately, a gentle surge of life energy welled up from deep within his body. Gendo sensed that the total chakra reserve had indeed grown. Yet this modest enhancement was scarcely enough to cast 2 or 3 more C rank jutsu. Drawing a D rank reward for the first time was a stark contrast to previous outcomes. Gendo frowned in displeasure. He pondered silently. Upon returning, he must swiftly vie for the clan headship and find ways to elevate the clan's prosperity level. Otherwise, with such odds, these precious lottery chances would be squandered. He found himself nostalgic for the S-rank luxury treasure chest he had acquired during his first dual cultivation with Karen Uzumaki. Perhaps it was time to seek out another female shinobi companion. Just then, the system's alert chimed once more inside his mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Main quest issued. Unequal treaty. Quest description. This war has yielded tremendous profits. Please negotiate peace with Tsunade and sign a treaty demanding compensation no less than 5 billion ryo. Quest reward. 1 lottery draw chance. Peace talks. Then it was about time. Gendo understood clearly. With only a few hundred shinobi at his disposal, conquering Tsunade was utterly unrealistic. But how to compel them to the negotiating table? Simple. Fight until they cannot endure any longer. He rose and looked down upon the troops, who had nearly finished looting, then issued a loud command. Form up. March to the next target. For the next 5 full days, Gendo led his forces on a relentless campaign across the land of wind, pillaging 12 towns and 3 cities in succession. This feat was all the more remarkable given the vast, sparsely populated terrain, where the shinobi had to rely on the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs to locate targets amidst the desert. Meanwhile, in Tsunade inside a high-level conference room, 2 advisors, Chiyo and Ebizo, sat at the head of the long table. Below them were jonin such as Rosa, Maki, Fuji, and Yakura. Tsunade-Gekyure's commander, Satetsu, bowed his head and reported the battle's grim details with a heavy tone. Beside him lay the envoy who had been crippled by Gendo, his legs shattered and hands destroyed, a sight so pitiful that many present furrowed their brows in distress. Somehow, the Leaf Village had prior knowledge of our attack routes and set countless explosive tags in ambush. Otherwise, we would never have suffered such a devastating defeat. Upon hearing this, Chiyo turned to her younger brother. Intelligence security is your responsibility. How did this leak happen? Ebizo sighed deeply. It's too late to investigate now. The Leaf Shinobi are ravaging our territory, and the daimyo has already been pressuring us relentlessly. This must be resolved swiftly. Satetsu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Send me another batch of shinobi. I will crush them. Nearby, the red-haired youth Rosa spoke in a low voice. The daimyo has been cutting funds year after year. The village simply cannot spare more shinobi for this war. Everyone recognized that Rosa, master of magnet release, was the strongest contender for the next Kazekage. So his words carried great weight. Finally, Chiyo spoke slowly. Then we shall summon 500 more from various regions. I will personally lead them to negotiate with the Leaf. Her gaze swept over the room. Rosa, Yakura, you two will accompany me. Thus, the plan was set. When Chiyo led the Tsunade forces to find Gendo, the Leaf Shinobi were pillaging yet another town. Amidst the broken walls and ruins, faint cries could be heard. Several Tsunade Shinobi's eyes blazed with fury, but Chiyo raised her hand to restrain them. She stepped forward with Rosa and Yakura and calmly addressed the Leaf Shinobi. Please have Uchiha Gento come forth. I am Chiyo of Tsunade here to pay a visit. A commotion stirred within the Leaf contingent, and soon Gendo emerged accompanied by Shisui, Hinata Hizashi, and Karen Uzumaki. Gendo's gaze was immediately drawn to the female shinobi beside Chiyo. She wore a backless, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Her exposed skin was as pale and smooth as jade. Her deep chestnut hair was tied into a sleek high ponytail, with wisps framing her sharp, spirited eyebrows. Most striking was her proud figure, gracefully curved beneath the suit, radiating a wild, commanding aura tempered by maturity. She was Yakura, master of the blazing release. Ding. Suitable dual cultivation partner detected. Name, Yakura. Kekei Genkai, blazing release. Rank, Jonin. Overall rating, S rank. An S rank, no less. This meant that if Gendo cultivated with her, he could secure another S rank luxury treasure chest. Since the system had rated her so highly, she was a prize he was determined to claim. While his thoughts raced, Gendo's face broke into a grin as he greeted Chiyo. What wind blew the chief advisor of Tsunade all the way here? Chiyo's expression was cold and her voice tinged with anger. I would like to ask what the Leaf Village intends by this? The ceasefire agreement is barely inked, yet your village brazenly invades the land of wind, burning and looting within our borders. Uchiha Gendo, is Leaf planning to ignite another great war? Gendo laughed as if hearing a joke. Old Lady Chiyo, if your mind has gone foggy, then retire early and let someone with a clear head handle negotiations. His smile vanished, his eyes sharp as blades. Wasn't he at Tsunade who first crossed into the land of fire? We were forced to retaliate. So what? You're allowed to invade but we aren't allowed to fight back? Besides, even if the Leaf Village wanted war, could Tsunade possibly withstand us? Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had both fallen at the hands of Leaf Shinobi, fueling her long-standing hatred. Now, being taunted openly, her fingers clenched involuntarily. Yet she knew Gendo spoke the truth. Even if Leaf provoked war, Tsunade lacked the strength to cope. Losing nearly 1,000 shinobi was a severe blow to a great ninja village like Tsunade. Rebuilding such numbers would require many years. Rosa stepped forward half a pace, taking up the argument. Even if Tsunade struck first, it was only a few border towns pillaged. But in the past 5 days, Leaf has ravaged nearly 20 towns. Aren't your methods excessively cruel? Gendo sized up the future 4th Kazekage and scoffed. Pathetic. If you could truly stand against us, would Tsunade's shinobi stop after pillaging just a few towns? Now you're beaten like stray dogs. Yet you dare accuse us of cruelty? Ugh, disgusting. Rosa's face darkened instantly. Chiyo was about to speak again, but Gendo impatiently waved his hand. Enough nonsense. You came here on purpose, so what do you want? Spit it out quickly. My time is precious. Every town we take is another source of income. A fire of rage surged within Chiyo's chest, but she controlled it and spoke in a low voice. I have come to negotiate a treaty. As long as Konoha immediately withdraws its troops, everything you have done in the land of wind will be pardoned by Tsunade. Pardoned? Gento let out a faint chuckle. Does Tsunade still possess the power to hold us accountable? He folded his arms leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the cluster of Tsunade shinobi opposite him. You claim to come for negotiations, yet where is even a shred of sincerity? Expecting us to retreat on mere empty promises. His voice suddenly turned icy cold. Since you refuse to concede, we shall take matters into our own hands. If you harbor any grievances, by all means, let us engage in a fierce battle. With that, Shisui, Seka, and Hisashi Hyuga, 3 jonin of high rank, stepped forward simultaneously. Behind them, hundreds of Konoha shinobi gathered swiftly, weapons in hand, forming a tense standoff with their adversaries. Both sides bore the unmistakable posture of being ready to clash at the slightest provocation. Chiyo observed the opposing formation, silently lamenting in her heart. This is not the Konoha of old. In the past, Tsunade was always the one to break treaties first, raiding the borders of the Land of Fire. When Konoha reinforcements arrived, both sides would clash fiercely before Tsunade would propose negotiations, and Konoha would often hastily agree. Then, during the next upheaval in the ninja world, Tsunade would once again violate the treaty and invade, repeating this cycle endlessly. But now, how is it that Konoha's shinobi are the ones setting conditions? What complicated matters further was that she dared not refuse. The number of jonin on the opposing side and their overall combat strength far surpassed their own. If a real fight broke out, Tsunade would certainly gain no advantage. Rosa had clearly grasped the situation as well. He took a deep breath and stepped forward half a pace, his tone restrained. Konoha may put forth conditions. So long as they are reasonable, Tsunade can accept, provided you immediately cease your pillaging and withdraw from the Land of Fire. Gento raised an eyebrow. We demand war reparations. He extended his fingers, counting off one by one. To deal with you, Konoha has expended tremendous manpower and resources. Just to mention one thing, I used 100,000 explosive tags. At a market price of 5,000 ryo each, that sums to 500 million ryo. At this point, Gento spread his hands, his tone half teasing. You lost only cold comrades, but Konoha lost warm money. Rosa's chest heaved violently. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated ordering an outright battle. But reason ultimately pulled him back. Another defeat, and Tsunade would utterly lose the trust of the daimyo. Budget cuts would be the mildest consequence. His own position as prospective Kazekage might well be in jeopardy. He forced himself to remain calm and asked in a low voice, "How much do you want?" Gento raised a single finger. Rosa exhaled quietly. 1 billion ryo. 1 billion. Gento sneered, cutting him off. Do you take me for a beggar? I could easily seize an entire city for more than that. I want 10 billion. Suddenly, both sides fell silent. Even Konoha's shinobi thought, the commander's demand is excessively harsh. Chiyo stepped forward, her aged face flushed with indignation. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
10 billion is Tsunade's entire financial revenue for 4 years. There is no way. I want your 4 years of finances. Gento's smile darkened. Or what? Given Tsunade's shamelessness, will you break the treaty and invade the Land of Fire again after catching your breath in 4 years? He swept his gaze over the Tsunade shinobi. Better to let your development stagnate for a few years. Everyone would be at ease. The Tsunade contingent was momentarily speechless. To argue? It seemed that Tsunade had indeed always been like this. Finally, Rosa spoke. 10 billion is truly beyond our means. Could it be reduced? Gento shook his head mercilessly. Don't even think about it. If you cannot provide it, we will take it ourselves. We promise once we have seized 10 billion, we will cease immediately. How about that? Rosa's expression turned completely dark. They absolutely could not allow Konoha to continue pillaging. If the daimyo of the Land of Wind became enraged, Tsunade would be doomed. At that moment, Yakura, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze burning as she stared at Gento. Uchiha Gento, do you not feel ashamed before the ancestors of the Uchiha clan for treating the civilians of the Land of Wind this way? Gento turned his gaze to appraise her, then suddenly smiled. Oh, do you intend to morally blackmail me? He shook his head. Unfortunately, I have no morality, so you cannot bind me. For a moment, the scene fell into an impasse. After a brief pause, Gento spoke again. Actually, it is not impossible to reduce the amount. But, Rosa's eyes brightened. But what? All the Tsunade shinobi turned their attention to him. Gento's gaze settled on Yakura, a faint smile playing on his lips. I could accept only 5 billion ryo. The Tsunade contingent breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though 5 billion ryo was still a vast sum, it was half of the original demand. Moreover, 5 billion was precisely Rosa's psychological bottom line. Gento continued, however, Yakura must accompany us back to Konoha. Yakura's pupils contracted sharply. What? How? Weren't you so concerned with morality? Trading a female shinobi for 5 billion ryo is quite a profitable deal. Countless citizens of the Land of Wind could be spared disaster because of you. Chio immediately fell silent. Rosa revealed a thoughtful expression. He suddenly turned to Yakura, lowering his voice. Yakura, the village simply cannot come up with such a sum. Perhaps you should agree. Yakura stared at him in stunned silence, disappointment evident on her face. She had bled for Tsunade, undertaken countless perilous missions. The name of Blaze Release had once struck terror into many enemies. Yet now, she was to be used as a bargaining chip. Chio also slowly approached her. Yakura, this is the village's decision and your mission. Mission, indeed. Is not the ninja's true duty to carry out missions? She was a female shinobi, even a jonin. How many missions would it take to earn 5 billion ryo? Yakura's lips trembled, her gaze shifting from Chio's face to Rosa's, then to the silent Tsunade shinobi behind them. Suddenly, she felt a profound chill. Resist? But if she left Tsunade, where else could she go? Refuse the mission, what would that make her? Ultimately, she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Yes, step by step. She approached the Konoha contingent. Hisashi Hyuga stepped forward, his gentle fist technique swiftly sealing her chakra flow. The familiar chakra circulation was instantly severed. Having just experienced the village's abandonment, now even the chakra she had relied on since becoming a shinobi no longer obeyed her control. A wave of helplessness surged within her. Gento beamed as Yakura reached his side. This meant that after training with her, he could claim an S-rank luxury treasure box. He turned to Rosa. Then, gather the remaining 5 billion within 3 days. Once the money arrives, we leave. Rosa looked to Chio, who nodded slowly. Very well. He turned and departed with over 100 shinobi. 3 days later, Rosa returned, handing Gento a sealed scroll. Gento assigned personnel to verify its contents. 5 billion ryo, down to the last fraction. He put away the scroll and called out loudly. Konoha forces, withdraw. A thunderous cheer erupted behind him. Walk slowly. Let the entire Land of Wind remember the image of us. The victors. Then Gento ordered someone to fetch a camel cart fitted with a carriage, and climbed aboard. The procession began to move, leaving behind the enraged and humiliated gazes of the Tsunade shinobi. Several miles away, Gento rapped on the carriage wall and commanded outwardly. Bring Yakura inside. I shall interrogate her personally. As he awaited Yakura's entrance into the carriage, the system's notification tone sounded in Gento's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Unequal treaty. Reward. 1 lottery draw granted. Gazing upon the newly granted single chance at the lottery, Gendo did not hasten to use it. The current odds of winning were far too slim. It was more prudent to await his ascension as clan leader and then draw after elevating the clan's prosperity. For now, securing Yakura and unlocking the S-rank deluxe treasure chest was of paramount importance. As he pondered, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! Host has triggered the main quest. Main quest issued. Become the Uchiha clan leader. Quest description. The host has now accumulated sufficient achievements and renown. Compete with Uchiha Fugaku and claim the position of clan leader. Quest reward. Unlock the clan module. Reading the freshly issued system task, Gendo nodded in firm agreement. It was indeed time to seize the leadership. With this return to the village, the Third Great Ninja War would finally come to a complete close. The ninja world would enter a brief era of peace. An excellent opportunity for him to develop the Uchiha clan and enhance its prosperity. Lost in thought, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. Yakura was escorted inside by a ninja, who then respectfully withdrew. The cabin was left with only Yakura and Gendo. Gendo leisurely appraised the woman before him. Yakura still wore that backless combat outfit. The dark fabric clung tightly to her form, accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist. A vast expanse of pale, jade-like skin was exposed on her back. Even with her chakra sealed and a stern expression, the mature yet wild beauty she exuded was unmistakable. Feeling his gaze, Yakura grew uneasy and clenched her teeth before speaking. Uchiha Gendo, why on earth do you insist on me? Gendo smiled gently. Of course, it's because I admire you. The name Blazing Release Yakura carries great weight in the ninja world. He leaned forward deliberately, closing the distance between them. I will soon be the Uchiha clan leader, and I happen to need a capable Kunoichi secretary by my side. What do you think? Don't even dream it. Yakura glared fiercely, her eyes practically ablaze. Gendo was unperturbed and only smiled. Such a reaction was natural. To make her willingly comply, he would have to train her patiently. Being abandoned by the village must have been a bitter experience, he said calmly. Yakura's breath caught, and she glared at him with seething intensity. That's all your fault. Naive, Gendo shook his head, his tone growing colder. Even without me, Uchiha Gendo, In the future, there will be a Naruto Gendo, a Senju Gendo, forcing Tsunade to make a choice. When that time comes, you will be the first to be discarded just the same. The key is not whether someone forces you, but that your value is too low. In other words, your power is too weak. Others abandon you without paying any price. Yakura was stunned, her lips trembling, unable to retort for a moment. After a while, she whispered, "How do I increase my value?" Suddenly, Gendo rose and stepped before her, lifting her chin with his hand. Their faces were close enough to hear each other's breath. "Follow me and become the woman of Uchiha Gento. Uchiha Gento will one day be the most powerful person in the ninja world. When that time comes, no one will dare to look down on you. You will earn the respect of all." Yakura was forced to tilt her head back, a flush of angry embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "Let go of me." At that moment, a voice called from outside the carriage, "Lord Gendo." Gendo released her and turned. "Come in." Shisui instantaneously appeared inside the carriage, his gaze sweeping over Yakura with a hint of puzzlement. "Lord Gendo, there is something I cannot fathom. Why would you exchange this utterly useless woman for 5 billion ryo?" In his eyes, trading a potentially disloyal jonin from an enemy nation for an exorbitant war indemnity was hardly a wise move, even if the Kunoichi possessed a Kekei Genkai. Nearby, Yakura's eyes twitched with fury at Shisui's blunt dismissal of her worth. She glared fiercely at the boy no older than 12. Gendo, however, chuckled and pinched Yakura's puffed cheek. "See, even Shisui thinks you're useless." Only then did he turn to Shisui and say, "Shisui, your habit of thinking critically is commendable. Let me ask you, what do you think is the maximum war indemnity Tsunade would accept?" Shisui's face immediately darkened. Gendo did not press him further and stated plainly, 5 billion. He spoke with resolute certainty. The authorizations of Chiyo and Raza roughly align with that amount. A little more or less might be possible, but not by a large margin. Shisui's expression deepened in confusion. "If that is the case, why did you initially demand 100 billion ryo? A flicker of admiration crossed Gendo's eyes. Shisui's willingness to engage his mind marked him as a talent worth cultivating. As a future clan leader, he would certainly need such trusted aides. With patience, Gendo explained, "If I had asked for 50 billion outright, Tsunade would have bargained me down, wasting time and possibly yielding less than 50 billion in the end." He continued slowly, "But by starting at 100 billion, they simply cannot accept. Then, when I concede to 50 billion, they feel they have gained a great deal, even receiving a jonin who wields the blazing release for free without regret. This, my friend, is the art of negotiation." Shisui's eyes brightened with understanding. "So, you used a non-existent 100 billion ryo to acquire a Kunoichi, making Tsunade believe they had struck a tremendous bargain." "Exactly." Gendo nodded. Seeing Shisui deep in thought, he asked, "Any further questions?" Shisui shook his head and saluted respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Gendo. I take my leave." With a flash, he vanished from the carriage. Gendo turned back to find Yakura still frozen in place, stunned by the exchange. Several days later, news spread rapidly throughout the ninja world. Gendo had led his army to a decisive victory over Tsunade and forced them to sign an unequal treaty. The other 3 great ninja villages, upon hearing this, began to reassess Konoha's strength. Seeing no further profit and that the war had dragged on too long, the great villages all expressed willingness to negotiate peace. Soon, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure successively entered talks with Konoha and withdrew their troops. Thus, the Third Great Ninja War was conclusively declared over. When the news reached Konoha, the entire village erupted in jubilation. The protracted war had finally ended, and Gendo's name was sung repeatedly throughout the streets. Before long, he earned a new title, the hero who ended the war. On this day, the ninja squad led by Gendo finally arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village. Crowds surged before the gates, villagers and shinobi lining the roads to welcome them with cheers that rose and fell like waves. Even the teachers of the ninja academy stood with their young students by the roadside, pointing at Gendo and loudly proclaiming, "Look, that is the hero who ended the war, Uchiha Gento. One day you must become great shinobi like him." Yakura, who was kept close to Gendo's side, glanced at the scene with disdain, curling her lips. Gendo caught her expression and chuckled softly. The enemy of Tsunade is Konoha's hero. Yakura remained silent. After days of interaction, she had gradually grown accustomed to how this infuriating fellow always managed to speak such philosophical truths. Upon entering the village, Gendo ordered the squad to disband. Then, he personally escorted Yakura to a specially constructed cell deep within the Uchiha clan grounds, one designed to suppress chakra. Through the iron bars, he addressed Yakura, "Stay here until you have made up your mind. When you sincerely wish to submit, I will release you." Having spoken, he turned and left without a trace of hesitation. It seemed the days of their joint cultivation were not far off. Next, Gendo intended to report to the Hokage and handle the distribution of spoils from this campaign. Just as he was about to depart, an Uchiha clansman hurried over and addressed him. Lord Gendo, the clan leader requests your presence. Clan leader? Gendo's brow immediately furrowed at the mention. When did our Uchiha clan select a new head once again? The guiding clansman hurriedly explained. Before the previous clan leader's demise, he had already designated Lord Fugaku to assume the role of acting clan head. Gento's gaze darkened slightly, and he refrained from further inquiry, following the others toward Fugaku's residence. Upon arriving at a courtyard imbued with traditional Japanese aesthetics, Gento was ushered into the reception room. Two individuals were already seated on their knees, the very Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Hakadai. The pair appeared to be engaged in a discussion. Noticing Gento's entrance, Fugaku spoke first. His tone composed, "Gento, you have arrived. Please, be seated." Gento nodded and was about to take his seat when a cool, indifferent voice interrupted from beside him. Nowadays, young people don't even know to bow when meeting the clan head? Hakadai cast a sidelong, mocking glance at Gento. I truly don't understand how the Hokage could promote such an ungrateful junior to Jonin rank, and allow him to lead the ninja forces. Gento froze mid-motion, halting his descent to sit. He slowly turned his gaze toward Hakadai, his voice calm and measured. I am indeed a junior. Yet I led 300 clansmen to crush Tsunade, forcing them to pay reparations to Konoha, and brought an end to the Third Great Ninja War. The Uchiha have always been renowned among the ninja world for our strength, not for mere seniority or rank. He stepped forward half a pace, fixing Hakadai with a steady look. But you, who constantly invoke the name of your elders, tell me, what achievements have you ever made for the Uchiha? Hakadai's face stiffened, his neck bristling. You have no right to judge my merits. Merits? Gento sneered. You went to battle alongside the clan head, who perished in combat. Yet here you sit unscathed. Where were you when the clan head was surrounded? I cannot say for certain, but I suspect his death was deliberately allowed by someone coveting the clan leadership. Such nonsense. Hakadai abruptly stood, his face flushed crimson. How could that possibly be? Enough! Fugaku's voice cut sharply through the tension, his expression darkening. Gento's accusation was openly directed at Hakadai, yet implicitly implicated himself as well. The clan head's death, and the failure of his personal guard to protect him, was an undeniable dereliction of duty. Fugaku inhaled deeply and gestured toward Hakadai. You may leave now. I wish to speak with Gento alone. Hakadai shot a venomous glare at Gento before sulkingly rising and departing. Once the door closed, Fugaku turned to Gento, his tone softening. Hakadai is stubborn by nature, but his heart is not ill-intentioned. Do not take his words to heart. Gento declined to respond to this, instead speaking directly. May I know the purpose of summoning me? If there is nothing pressing, I must report to the Hokage. Before Fugaku could reply, the sliding door was gently opened. A graceful figure entered, carrying a tea tray. She was a woman clad in a deep purple kimono, her raven-black hair elegantly styled into a low chignon, with a few loose strands delicately framing her alabaster neck. Her figure was full and well-proportioned, the obi cinching her waist to reveal a slender silhouette. Her collar was slightly open, revealing a patch of fair skin. Her steps were slow and measured, the subtle sway of her hips imparting a mature charm rare for one so young, yet she maintained an air of dignified elegance. This was none other than Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikoto. At the very moment Mikoto appeared, Gento's internal system prompt sounded, beep, suitable dual cultivation female ninja detected. Name, Uchiha Mikoto. Bloodline limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Rank, Jonin. Comprehensive rating, S-Class. Upon seeing Mikoto's system prompt, Gento's spine straightened instantly. What? Even Lord Fugaku's wife Mikoto qualified as a suitable dual cultivation partner? She was a married woman, and her husband Fugaku was sitting right before him. What was this system implying? That he should actively attempt to undermine Fugaku's marriage? Mikoto, however, showed no sign of noticing any abnormality. She knelt gracefully before the tea table and deftly poured tea for the two men. As her sleeve slipped back, it revealed a segment of her pale wrist. Her fingers were slender, and her pouring posture was soft and composed. Please forgive the humble tea, she said softly, nodding slightly to Gento with a gentle smile playing on her lips, then rose and gracefully withdrew. Gento lifted the teacup and took a small sip, savoring the flavor. Fugaku then resumed the conversation, steering it back to the matter at hand. In 7 days, the clan assembly will convene at the Nanka Shrine to elect the new clan head. His gaze met Gento's, earnest in tone. Gento, your distinguished war achievements have earned you great renown. I hope you will support my succession as clan head. After a brief pause, Fugaku offered a condition. Should I become clan head, the position of Konoha's police department chief will be yours. He finished speaking and looked steadily at Gento. His eyes filled with a quiet resolve, as if he had already presented an exceedingly generous offer. Gento, however, kept his gaze lowered, quietly sipping his tea, unmoved. Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly, and he added, when I eventually retire, I will wholeheartedly support your succession as clan head. What do you say? At last, Gento lifted his eyes. Fugaku thought his conditions had swayed him, but Gento's first words were, this time I will also run for clan head. The room fell into an instant silence. Fugaku was stunned, unable to respond for a long moment. Gento, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, let his gaze wander casually toward the door, as if searching again for Makoto's presence. Unexpectedly, through a gap in the paper sliding door, a small face appeared, around 7 years old, with black hair and eyes, the gaze serene yet tinged with precociousness. It was Uchiha Itachi. A flicker of profound meaning passed through Gento's eyes. He then rose, saying, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. He gave Fugaku a slight nod, turned, and pulled the door closed behind him. No sooner had Gento departed than Hokage slipped back inside. Fuming. Clan head. That brat is utterly ungrateful. When you secure the clan leadership, you must teach him a lesson. Fugaku gazed toward the swaying door curtain and spoke softly. The confirmation of the clan head requires the approval of 3 elders. It is known that Elder Son firmly supports his succession. Fugaku was silent for a moment, then murmured, the hero who ended the war. Ha. Meanwhile, Gento left the Uchiha grounds and proceeded straight to the Hokage's office building. Inside the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was holding a pipe in his mouth, engaged in discussion with his 2 advisors, Kocho Terumi and Hitman N. Upon Gento's arrival, the 2 advisors fell silent simultaneously, their gazes complex as they rested on him. News of Konoha's decisive victory over Tsunade and the forced peace treaty had already spread throughout the ninja world. Accompanying this news was the astonishing bounty and reparations gained. Many of Konoha's ninja clans had profited handsomely from this campaign. Yet all of this wealth had eluded their own families. Hence, the looks they cast upon Gento were far from friendly. Hiruzen, however, smiled and beckoned him forward. Gento, you have returned. Hokage-sama, I have come to report the outcome of this military campaign.
Norus, Hiruzen replied kindly.
You've just returned to the village. It wouldn't hurt to rest a few days. Everyone in the village now calls you the hero who ended the war. Gento bowed modestly. It was the collective effort of all. I was merely fortunate. He then produced 3 scrolls from his bosom and placed them before Hiruzen. The appearance of the scrolls immediately drew the attention of all present. They knew well that this signified the distribution of war spoils. Gento continued his report. The total spoils obtained within the Wind Country border amount to 5,600,000,000 ryo. Half will be divided among the participating ninja clans, leaving 2,800,000,000 ryo remaining. Kocho Terumi's eyes twitched, envy flickering across her face, as she thought of the major ninja clans. That was 2,800,000,000 ryo. Even a small portion would be enough to greatly enhance a clan's strength and cultivate a new generation of ninjas. She could not help but regret not involving her own clan's ninjas in this war. On the other side, Hitman N was equally envious. Putting on a stern expression, he proceeded to criticize Gento. Commander Gendu, these funds ought to be entirely surrendered to the village for unified distribution. Allocating them privately among the clans surely contravenes protocol. During wartime, the ninja conscripted by the village receive no remuneration. According to long-standing custom, only half of the spoils of war seized on the battlefield are handed over. I am curious, what rules is the advisor referring to? And who established these rules? Mito Munin's expression darkened. That was in the past. Your condoning of your subordinates plundering the Wind Country has severely tarnished Konoha's reputation. All these assets must be fully submitted to the village for proper handling. Gendu sneered. The money has already been distributed. If the advisor finds it improper, he is welcome to reclaim it personally from the ninja clans. I shall not interfere. Mito Munin was left speechless, his face turning ashen. Reclaim it personally? That would mean offending all the participating ninja clans simultaneously. He does not possess such audacity. Gendu paid him no heed and continued his report. Furthermore, Tsunade's war reparations amount to 5 billion ryo. At this declaration, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Breaths caught in the air. 5 billion. That is nearly 2 years' worth of Konoha's fiscal revenue. Alongside the previous 2,800,000,000, the total sums to 7,800,000,000 ryo. Of this, 5,500,000,000 was expended on the various costs of this war, leaving 2,300,000,000 remaining. Gendu pushed forward 3 scrolls. 5,500,000,000 spent. Tsunade, unable to contain her dissatisfaction, questioned, what expenses could possibly require such a sum? The contributions made are not even half of that. Even the usually composed Hiruzen now furrowed his brow. Uchiha Gento has taken far too much. Mito Munin once more slammed his fist on the table. Without Konoha support, could you, Uchiha Gento, have won this war? Now that you have amassed such wealth, yet only give the village this small portion, I will never agree. Gento merely raised his eyes and retorted calmly. You find it insufficient? Hiruzen slowly exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking. Gento, it is indeed too little. You are aware that since the Third Great Ninja War, the village has suffered grievous losses, and many of the fallen ninja's survivor benefits remain unsettled. Gento's gaze swept over the three before him, then he suddenly inquired, then how much did the commanders of the other three fronts, Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and the late Hisashi Hyuga, submit respectively? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. Gento continued unhurriedly. Since my 2,300 million ryo is deemed insufficient, I presume the other three must have contributed even more? Hiruzen, Mito Munin, and Tsunade were momentarily at a loss for words. It was already remarkable that the other three fronts remained intact without collapsing. There were scarcely any spoils of war. The village continuously had to supply resources. Indeed, could be said they operated at a loss. Then, Gento's tone turned less cordial. Moreover, the survivor benefits for ninja casualties should not be my responsibility in any case, as my subordinate ninja suffered almost no losses. He looked toward Hiruzen and added finally, Lord Hokage, you surely have not forgotten that the Tsunade front was the only one where Konoha held its head high and achieved a sweeping victory. Pausing, he lowered his voice. Perhaps your political life may be prolonged as a result. Having said that, Gento fell silent. Hiruzen remained quiet for a long while, the glow from his pipe flickering intermittently. At last he nodded slowly. Very well. This is acceptable. It is understandable that your first command of a major war would incur higher expenses. Let this be the last time. Mito Munin and Tsunade wished to protest further, but Hiruzen silenced them with a glance. Gento saluted and took his leave. No sooner had he departed than Shimura Danzo pushed open the door. Hiruzen, allocate another 1 billion ryo to my root division. Hiruzen drew a deep breath. Impossible. Danzo's voice suddenly rose. Impossible? How could it be impossible? Uchiha Gento has just handed over nearly 10 billion ryo. I have heard it all. The Uchiha and the village split the profits 3-7. How is it only 70%? 70% belongs to them. Danzo's expression morphed rapidly, from astonishment to shock, then to barely contained fury. Hiruzen, you have truly lost your mind. He practically pointed at the Hokage's nose. How could you allow the Uchiha to take so much money? Do they even know how to use it? If the Uchiha's power expands in the future, how will the village counterbalance it? You will regret this. Hiruzen lifted his gaze. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang! Danzo slammed the door fiercely and stormed out. Stepping out of the Hokage's tower, Gento felt considerably at ease. The 5,500 million ryo secured was ample capital to vigorously develop the Uchiha clan's population under his stewardship. Lost in thought, a pair of soft hands suddenly covered his eyes from behind. Guess who I am? Without hesitation, Gento reached back and pulled the person into his embrace. Ah, Gento, let me go. Kurenai Yuhi's coquettish voice rang out, tinged with an irrepressible laugh. Gento planted a deep kiss on her cheek before releasing her with a smile. Today, Kurenai was exceptionally radiant. She wore a cropped ninja outfit. The top was snug, tracing the contours of her full bosom and slender waist. Her shorts facilitated movement, revealing a pair of long, shapely legs. Her entire presence exuded youthful vitality and alluring charm. How did you know I had returned? Humph. My father is back. So obviously you must be back too. Kurenai scrunched her nose proudly. I was the one who persuaded my father to voluntarily join your squad. Gento suddenly understood why Hiruzen had specially assigned Kurenai to come. Her persuasion had been instrumental. So it was your arrangement. Your father has indeed been a great help this time. How will you thank me, then? Kurenai blinked and leaned close to his ear. Gento laughed and pinched her cheek. There's a new dango shop. Shall I take you there? All right. Hand in hand, they entered the shop. Gento had just opened his mouth. Boss, 2 orders of 3-color dango, please. The owner looked up, suddenly delighted. Isn't this Konoha's hero, Lord Gento? Your visit is on the house, free of charge. Kurenai covered her mouth, giggling quietly. See? Now the whole village knows you're a hero. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gento quickly accepted the dango and hurriedly pulled Kurenai away. They strolled aimlessly, savoring the sweet, glutinous dango. Before they knew it, they had arrived beneath Gento's residence. After days of continuous campaigning, Gento was thoroughly pent up. He stopped, glancing at Kurenai's flushed cheeks beside him, and whispered, "Shall we go up and sit for a while?" Feigning innocence, Kurenai replied, "Sit for what?" Gendo's smile turned mischievous. "Of course, to delve deeper into some genjutsu training." With that, he swept her up in his arms. Kurenai gasped softly, but her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice barely audible. "Then you must delve properly." The door closed behind them, and soon delicate rustling sounds emerged. Both young, passionate ninja, reunited after a long absence. Their exchange was nothing short of fervent and uninhibited. Fortunately, Gendo lived alone. Otherwise, such commotion would have surely drawn neighborly complaints. It was not until afternoon that the door reopened. Kurenai leaned against the wall, legs trembling as she stepped out, her cheeks still flushed. "I can't come anymore. I really can't. I can't go home too late." Gendo, still reluctant, could only let her leave. In the following days, the two were inseparable, intimately close. Whenever Gendo invited Kurenai over, they would engage in intense, passionate encounters. Time flew by, and the Uchiha clan meeting was only 2 days away. On this day, an Uchiha clan member came to inform, "Lord Gendo, the Katan ninja you brought back wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Gendo's expression shifted noticeably. "Oh, has Yakura finally come to his senses and decided to be his woman?" Gendo approached the cell where Yakura was imprisoned. This place was fortified with a 5-element ceiling formation, completely severing chakra flow. In the dim light, Yakura appeared far more haggard than a few days before. His once heroic and spirited visage now bore the marks of exhaustion. Although meals were delivered punctually every day, her current existence was worlds apart from the life she once led as a jonin in the hidden sand village. Upon seeing Gento enter, Yakura lifted her head, eyes still shimmering with lingering resentment. Yet the harsh reality compelled her to bow the once proud crown of her head. "Have you made up your mind? Ready to become my secretary?" Gento stood outside the prison cell, his tone calm and unperturbed. Yakura bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before finally nodding. Gento smiled. "In that case, first relax your mind and cease resisting. I need to use my Sharingan to implant a genjutsu so that when you emerge, you 1T turn around and stab me in the back." Yakura's face paled at his words. She had known that Gento was not so benevolent, but now that her fate lay in the hands of another, did she truly have any choice? Ultimately, she could only let go of her spirit and relinquish all resistance. Gento approached, his eyes revealing 3 tomo slowly revolving. In release, mind's door. A cold, viscous chakra seeped through her gaze, invading Yakura's pupils and spreading deep into her consciousness. If she so wished in this moment, she still possessed the remnants of spiritual power to attempt resistance. "Be obedient. Don't move," Gento whispered softly, close to her ear. Yakura clenched her fists tightly, but in the end, did not struggle. Gento was right. She was far too weak now, so feeble that she no longer held the right to choose her own destiny. Therefore, she must rely on Gento if she hoped to grow. A haze of dizziness washed over her like a tide. When she regained clarity, Gento had already stepped back, his Sharingan restored to normal. Click. The prison door swung open. "Come out." Yakura was momentarily stunned, supporting herself against the wall as she slowly rose, her steps unsteady. They were releasing her now? She found it hard to believe. As she stepped out of the cell, a sudden sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. "From today on, you will be my personal secretary." Gento turned and began walking away, his voice carrying behind him. "First, tell me about your abilities." Yakura silently followed him, lowering her voice. "I wield Scorch Release. I can conjure high-temperature fireballs that instantly evaporate the water within a target's body." She extended her hand, and an orange-red fireball appeared, quietly spinning in her palm, the air around it subtly warping. Gento nodded approvingly. Yakura's strength and appearance were both commendable, fitting the role of a competent female secretary, capable enough to handle external matters and attractive enough to tend to his personal needs. After all, as the old saying goes, a secretary is busy when there is work, idle when there is none. The sole regret was that the genjutsu's control was ultimately limited. It could only restrain her should she harbor rebellion, but could not guarantee absolute obedience. Furthermore, the effect would wane over time, requiring periodic reinforcement by himself. These issues would have to be addressed in due course. "Come back with me. I will begin your training these next few days." Yakura's cheeks flushed at the word training, a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Yet now, constrained by circumstance, she could only bow her head in submission. Gento led Yakura to his residence. "You will live here from now on, ready to respond at a moment's notice. What are my daily duties? First, you must stay by my side as a bodyguard every day. I will also assign you minor tasks, Yakura nodded in response. These responsibilities were not too challenging for a jonin like herself. Her work seemed lighter than she had anticipated. Yet Gento's next words left her utterly stunned. Second, Gento glanced at her. As my personal secretary, you will also be required to satisfy my physical needs. Yakura's head shot up abruptly. What? I don't understand. Gento turned and pulled her waist into his embrace. I said, personal secretary. Yakura's body stiffened instantly. Then she forcefully shoved his hand away.
Impossible.
It seems the female secretary still needs some training. Otherwise, how could she be considered qualified? What does this have to do with making you stronger? Yakura stepped back 2 paces, fury blazing in her eyes. You're clearly just lusting after my body. Why should I trust a shinobi from the hidden sand? Gento interrupted her, his gaze growing colder. Only by surrendering yourself completely to me will I believe you possess the potential to be cultivated. Yakura's chakra flickered faintly, as if poised to strike at any moment. Are you sure you want to come at me? Gento's eyes manifested the tomo once again. Immediately, Yakura felt the chilling seal within her stir restlessly. She had no doubt that should she make any sudden move, that power would erupt first. After struggling for several seconds, she dispersed her chakra. Gento stepped closer once more, his fingers lightly tracing the side of her waist. Be obedient, otherwise you risk being discarded. As he spoke, his hands grew restless, roaming over her body. Yakura's muscles tensed, intending to resist again, but images of being abandoned by Chio and Rosa flashed through her mind. The bitter feeling of being pawned off like a mere bargaining chip. She would never endure it a second time. So, her clenched jaw gradually relaxed, and she ceased evading. Gento smiled with satisfaction. Obediently follow me, and you shall receive what you desire. Afterwards, Gento lay on the bed and commanded her, come over and serve me willingly. Let me see what you're capable of. Yakura remained rooted to the spot, her heart racked with turmoil. After a long while, she slowly raised her hand and began unfastening her buttons. One garment after another slipped away. Approaching Gento, her eyes burned with humiliation as she glared fiercely and declared, if you fail to fulfill your promises, I will drag you down with me. Even if I die. Gento paid no heed. Rest assured. Whatever I have promised you shall come to pass. Now come to me. Half an hour later, Yakura silently tidied the scene. A system prompt sounded in Gento's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and female ninja on completing dual cultivation. Mission accomplished. Evaluating aptitude of dual cultivation partner. Evaluation complete. Partner, Yakura. Overall rating, S-class. His thoughts shifted, opening the many offspring much fortune interface. Second spouse, Yakura. Aptitude rating, S-class. Available reward, S-class family treasure chest X1. Without hesitation, Gento chose to claim it immediately. Ding. S-class family treasure chest successfully claimed. Open now? Open. Chest opening. Rewards being delivered. Reward 1. S-class ninjutsu creation card. Description. This card allows the holder to designate a ninjutsu creation direction. The system will generate the most compatible S-class ninjutsu based on the host's current abilities, bloodline traits, and chakra attributes. Reward 2. Bloodline limit upgrade card. Description. This card upgrades the user's bloodline limit to a higher form. Instantly, 2 cards materialized in Gento's hand. Excellent treasures. Holding the 2 cards, Gento's heart brimmed with joy. With the S-class ninjutsu creation card, he could add another S-class ninjutsu to his repertoire. Moreover, with the bloodline limit upgrade card, he could enhance his 3-tomo Sharingan. Once upgraded, the Sharingan would evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting not only comprehensive ability improvements but also 2 new dojutsu skills. This signified that he would attain genuine shadow-level power. Wasting no time, he first utilized the S-class ninjutsu creation card. Ding! S-class ninjutsu creation card successfully used. Please select the ninjutsu creation direction. 1. Ninjutsu. 2. Sealing techniques. 3. Taijutsu. This time, the options differed from before. After brief contemplation, he selected the second option.
Generating sealing technique.
Detected host possesses Yin, lightning, and fire chakra attributes. Integrating characteristics. Ding. Generation complete. Technique name. Yin Sealing Slave Mark. Type. S-class sealing technique. Effect. Links the target's soul with Yin attribute chakra, implanting a mark of enslavement. The practitioner could perceive the state and emotions of the marked individual through the seal. If necessary, they could impose punishment, exert short-term control over their actions, or completely immobilize them. A wealth of information about this ninjutsu swiftly flooded into Gento's mind. He quickly grasped the structure of this new technique. Simply put, This ninjutsu bore a striking resemblance to the Hyuga clan's caged bird, both directly affecting the target through a jutsu to achieve profound control. Although Yakura had already entrusted her body to him, human hearts were fickle. To be prudent, it was best to completely dominate her with the slave seal. Thus, Gento embraced Yakura, who was tidying up the scene. Ah! Yakura was caught off guard, letting out a soft exclamation before looking up at him with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. Why you still want more? Just lie down and relax your mind. Startled, Yakura ultimately obediently reclined. Gento then placed his hand on Yakura's smooth lower abdomen. In seal of enslavement, chakra surged from his palm, slowly seeping into Yakura's body. The skin on her lower abdomen gradually revealed intricate red lines, which eventually converged into a heart-shaped mark. Gento sensed a faint response and immediately perceived Yakura's current emotions. At this moment, her mood was humiliation and vexation. What is this? Yakura gazed at the suddenly appearing mark on her abdomen, clearly embarrassed. This is the mark that controls you. As long as you obediently follow my orders, it will have no effect. Yakura pressed her lips tightly, saying nothing. Gento's thoughts shifted slightly. Instantly, lightning attribute chakra erupted from the slave seal. Yakura suddenly arched her body, collapsing onto the bed. Ugh! The lightning chakra raged unchecked within her. This was the punishment of the slave seal. After a long while, she felt weak and sore all over, propping herself up on the edge of the bed as she slowly rose, glaring at Gento with hatred. You! Gento immediately read her emotion through the slave seal. Fear. He smiled and said, this is just the lowest level of punishment. Rest assured, as long as you obey me completely from now on, I won't use this on you again. Yakura lowered her eyes, silent. She knew that now she was utterly under Gento's control. From this moment on, she was entirely at his mercy. Gento no longer looked at her. From his bosom, he withdrew another card that shimmered faintly. Bloodline Limit Upgrade card. He used it. The card in his hand slowly vanished. The next moment, a burning heat surged within his eyes. The Sharingan automatically appeared, 3 tomo spinning wildly, chasing and colliding with each other until, at a certain moment, they fused completely. New patterns gradually took shape within his pupils. The Mangekyo Sharingan. A sharp pain followed, as if thousands of steel needles pierced his eyes. Violent chakra fluctuations spread from his pupils throughout his body, cleansing every meridian and every piece of flesh. At this moment, both his life energy and chakra limit soared in unison, finally settling after some time. Gento closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the world was entirely different. The complete legacy of Susanoo naturally flooded his mind. Furthermore, 2 exclusive ocular jutsu were instinctively etched into his consciousness. Left eye, Yamatsu Tsugai, possessing an independent yomi space. Once an enemy is dragged inside, the space continuously corrodes their body, severely suppressing their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and reaction speed. That is his domain, his home ground. Right eye, Tokitsukaze, time rewinds to 5 seconds prior, but only for the user himself. Gento gazed at the names of these 2 ocular techniques, furrowing his brow slightly. Undoubtedly, space-time ninjutsu were immensely powerful. Minato's Flying Thunder God and Obito's Kamui were representatives of space-time ninjutsu, both having risen to prominence because of them. The 2 ocular jutsu he had just awakened were also spatial techniques. Yamatsu Tsugai was a formidable space ninjutsu. As for Tokitsukaze, though a mysterious time technique, it only rewound 5 seconds and solely for himself. While it might prove useful in certain situations, its limitations were somewhat significant. He sighed lightly and turned to examine his system panel. Host. Uchiha Gento. Bloodline Limit. Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra Attributes. Fire, Lightning, In.
Ninjutsu, transformation technique, E, substitute technique, E.
Clone Technique, E. Instant Body Technique, D. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, C. Lightning Release, Earthwalk, C. Fire Release, Ash Concealment, C. In Release, Kakuchiku, S. In Sealing Slave Seal, S. Ocular Jutsu, Susanoo Yamatsu Tsugai, Tokitsukaze. Remaining lottery attempts, 1. He stared at the last line and suddenly conceived an idea. To verify his thought, Gento immediately commanded mentally. Lottery. A familiar lottery wheel appeared before his eyes.
Dérancroir, 40, Sérancroir, 50, Bérancroir, 10.
The wheel spun several times before gradually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained D-rank reward. Special explosive tag X10. Looking at the explosive tags that suddenly appeared in his hand, Gento curled his lip. His luck was truly abysmal to draw the lowest grade D-rank reward. Muttering a few complaints internally, Gento wasted no time and activated his ocular jutsu to test his theory. Toxicage, the Mangekyo Sharingan fiercely consumed his ocular power, and a stabbing pain pierced his eye sockets. Yet he had no time to care and lowered his gaze to his palm. To his astonishment, all 10 of the special explosive tags he had just acquired vanished into thin air. He abruptly switched back to the system panel. Remaining lottery attempts. 1. They had returned. Gento was momentarily stunned. Then a slow smile spread across his lips. Even the system's data could be rewound 5 seconds? What did this mean? It meant he could repeatedly draw from the lottery, rewind repeatedly, and infinitely farm rewards. As long as his ocular power sufficed, he could draw endlessly until he obtained a satisfactory prize. However, he did not immediately draw again. The current prize pool only went up to B rank. It was better to wait until the clan's prosperity increased and the prize pool upgraded. Then he could use Toxicage to farm higher-level rewards. That would be a true qualitative leap. Next, only one matter remained: to campaign for the clan leader. 2 days later, Nanka Shrine. This was the sacred place passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, established at the end of the Warring States period, personally constructed by the first clan leader and his people. At that time, the Ninja Alliance had just been founded, and the Uchiha had not yet joined Konoha. This shrine served as the entire clan's spiritual and religious cornerstone. Later, when Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju jointly founded Konoha, Nanka Shrine was relocated there as well. The shrine was constructed entirely of dark wood, weathered over decades, its color growing ever more somber. At each end of the eaves hung a copper bell shaped like a 3-tomo magatama, which chimed faintly when stirred by the wind. At the center of the hall stood a wooden statue of the Six Paths Sage, his expression compassionate as he gazed down upon all beings. On the stone platform before the statue rested a weathered stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters, said to be decipherable only by the Sharingan. This was where the Uchiha gathered for clan meetings, to honor their ancestors, and to determine the fate of the entire clan. Tonight, dozens of stone lanterns burned around the shrine. The flickering flames cast shadows on the clan emblem painted on the corridor pillars, the crimson fan against a scarlet background. Though 15 minutes remained before the clan meeting began, the shrine was already crowded inside and out. Gento ascended the steps along the approach path. Lord Gento, it's Gento. Clan members greeted him continuously along the way. Some bowed, some waved, and others squeezed through with children, eager to let them see the hero who ended the war with their own eyes. Gento responded with nods one by one. He understood well the source of their enthusiasm. Half a month prior, he had led 300 Uchiha clan members on an expedition to Tsunade. Not a single casualty was suffered, and each member received 4 to 5 million ryo in spoils, enough for an ordinary ninja family to live comfortably. In this era, a clan leader who can win battles, lead his brothers to prosperity, and ensure that every household receives genuine gold and silver is the leader the clan truly desires. Genkaku stepped into the main hall of the shrine. The interior was brightly illuminated by candlelight, and the clan's 3 elders were already seated at the head of the hall. The elderly man with white hair in the center was Uchiha Son, the eldest elder with the highest standing in the clan. Upon seeing Genkaku enter, Son raised his hand and beckoned. Genkaku, come forward. Tonight, the new clan leader will be chosen between you and Fugaku. Genkaku lifted his gaze. The 3 elders of the clan sat solemnly at the head of the hall. In the center was the eldest elder, Uchiha Son, whose brows bore the weight of authority, draped in a deep gray haori over a simple kimono. His spirit had noticeably improved these days. The reason was no secret. Genkaku had led the Uchiha to a decisive victory over Tsunade, ending the war and finally allowing the clan, long burdened with a problematic reputation, to hold their heads high within the village. Seated to the left was the second elder, Uchiha Shingen. He was in his early 50s, with a neatly trimmed mustache and narrow, shrewd eyes. He had managed the clan's finances for over 40 years. Every income and expenditure, every property within the clan, passed through his meticulous verification. Behind Shingen stood Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku sat upright, his expression solemn. When Genkaku entered, their eyes briefly met before Fugaku calmly looked away. To the right was the only female elder among the 3, Uchiha Chiya. At 73 years old, her face was gentle, with crow's feet resembling chrysanthemums at the corners of her eyes. She wore the traditional Miko attire of white kimono and crimson hakama, with a magatama pendant hanging from her neck, an emblem passed down through generations of shrine custodians. Elder Chiya was responsible for clan rituals and the affairs of the Nanka Shrine. All blessings, funerals, and clan meeting prayers were personally presided over by her. Genkaku stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the 3 elders with neither servility nor arrogance. Elder Son smiled and raised his hand, his eyes betraying undeniable pride. Genkaku, I truly did not misjudge you. You performed exceptionally well in this war. Elder Shinjen cleared his throat lightly and said, Son, let us reserve the pleasantries for later. All clan members have gathered. It is time to proceed with the main matter. Son nodded and turned his gaze to Elder Chia. Chia, the floor is yours. Elder Chia slowly rose. She approached the statue of the Six Paths sage at the center of the shrine and withdrew an ancient, rustic sacred sakaki branch from her sleeve. The sakaki, adorned with green branches and white folded paper streamers, was a ceremonial instrument. She waved the sakaki solemnly 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right in front of her, her movements deliberate and reverent, silencing the entire hall. Amaterasu Amikami, Izanagi no Mikoto, Izanami no Mikoto, her aged voice echoed softly. The Six Paths sage once descended here. The myriad blossoms flow and the Sharingan shines forth. Now, the descendants of the Uchiha clan gather before you to appoint a new leader, to inherit the emblem of the fan and safeguard the clan's legacy. We beseech the divine to witness and the ancestors to hear. She returned the sakaki to the altar and turned to face the assembled clan. The clan meeting began. Elder Son rose, grasping the hands of Fugaku and Genkaku, leading them to the center of the hall. Today's selection of the clan leader shall be decided between these two. I Shinjen and Chie will each cast 1 vote. The one who receives 2 votes shall become the new leader. He paused, then proclaimed loudly, Uchiha Genkaku, young and capable, courageous and wise, you led the clan to a resounding victory against Tsunade with 0 casualties, elevating our clan's prestige and protecting our kin. Therefore, I cast my vote for Genkaku. Elder Shinjen cleared his throat and spoke slowly. I hold a different view. His gaze swept over Genkaku before settling on Fugaku. Genkaku indeed has military achievements, but he has been a jonin for too short a time. Has he ever participated in clan administration? Coordinated disputes within the ninja alliance? Commanded the police division? He paused deliberately, his tone resolute. The position of clan leader is not merely about battlefield prowess, but also about stability and governance. Fugaku is 10 years older and has held key posts in the police division. The late clan leader personally entrusted him as successor on his deathbed. Such steadiness and experience cannot be matched by a younger contender. Therefore, I cast my vote for Fugaku. As his words fell, all eyes turned to Elder Chia. 2 votes had been cast. Her decisive vote would determine the future clan leader. Elder Chia remained silent for a moment. Then her aged voice slowly resonated. The former clan leader fell in battle, sacrificing himself for the clan. I believe the successor must not only possess management skills, but also formidable personal strength. Therefore, I decide that Fugaku and Genkaku shall engage in a contest. The victor shall earn my vote. A stir immediately swept through the hall. Who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? Lord Fugaku. He is so much older than Genkaku, and all those years in the police division weren't for nothing. Experience counts. Experience is one thing, but strength is another. Lord Genkaku led the entire force that annihilated Tsunade's main troops. I'm with Lord Fugaku. I'm betting on Lord Genkaku. Elder Chia cleared her throat, and the hall gradually quieted. She looked toward Fugaku and Genkaku. Do either of you have objections? The 2 exchanged glances and both shook their heads. Elder Chia nodded. Very well, please proceed outside. Outside the shrine lay an open expanse of gravel, surrounded by ancient, towering trees. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, setting the copper bells hanging from the eaves to chime softly. The clan members spontaneously withdrew, forming a human barrier around the clearing. Elder Chia stood at the foot of the steps. This contest is solely to determine superior combat strength. You are both talents of our clan. Remember, no lethal force is to be used. Violators will be disqualified from candidacy. Seeing both nod in agreement, Chia raised her hand. Let the battle commence. No sooner had she spoken than the 2 swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. 2 blazing fireballs collided explosively in the center of the clearing, sending waves of flame outward before both extinguished simultaneously. Without hesitation, they continued forming seals. Fugaku's hand signs were so rapid they were almost imperceptible. Ultimately, his seasoned experience allowed him to complete the seals first. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A vast sea of fire erupted from his mouth, engulfing the area like a furious tide. Wherever the flames swept, the gravel scorched black. Genkaku had not yet finished forming his seals. He could only continue sealing rapidly while dodging the inferno. Fortunately, his 3 Magatama Sharingan had silently activated. Through rapid dynamic vision analysis, he narrowly evaded the flames with a desperate roll just before being engulfed. Genkaku's sealing did not cease. Fugaku was intimately familiar with every clan jutsu, yet the seals Genkaku formed were unlike any he had ever seen before. What technique was this? The clan members watching from the sidelines were stunned by such a fierce opening. Seeing Fugaku gain the upper hand, his supporters cheered loudly, while Genkaku's supporters nervously held their breath. Even the elders wore expressions of puzzlement. Why are Genkaku's seals so unfamiliar? Son furrowed his brow. Shingen narrowed his eyes in silence. Chie gazed quietly at the combatants. At that moment, Genkaku finally completed his seals. In style, mind distortion door. The unknown jutsu instantly put pressure on Fugaku. His 3 Magatama Sharingan snapped open as he focused on Genkaku, attempting to discern the technique's weakness. However, the moment their eyes met, Fugaku's pupils contracted sharply. Not good. It's genjutsu. He could never have imagined Genkaku would employ genjutsu against him. Who would be foolish enough to use genjutsu against an Uchiha? Fugaku remained composed despite his panic. His Sharingan immediately activated, striving to repel the genjutsu. Yet the cold, insidious chakra clung like a malignant tumor, penetrating his Sharingan's defenses and invading his consciousness. No effect.
Impossible.
What kind of genjutsu is this? Cold sweat broke out on Fugaku's brow. A violent dizziness overwhelmed him. He bit his tongue to endure the pain, barely maintaining a thread of consciousness. At that very moment, Gento charged forward wielding a kunai with swift intent. Within Fugaku's field of vision, Gento's face suddenly transformed. It was no longer Gento. It was Itachi, his 4-year-old eldest son. His quiet, precocious black eyes fixed upon him as he approached. Fugaku knew full well this was an illusion. He was aware that it was Gento, not Itachi. Yet, strangely, no matter how hard he tried, his fingers could not form the hand seals. Such a formidable genjutsu. Fugaku understood that this was due to the adversary's genjutsu being exceptionally advanced. Even though he had already used his Sharingan to reflect and negate most of the illusion's effects, the genjutsu still managed to deceive his subconscious. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that particular technique. Outside the arena, gasps erupted. Lord Fugaku has stopped moving. It's a genjutsu. Lord Gento's genjutsu has immobilized Lord Fugaku. Even the Sharingan can't reflect it? That's impossible. As Gento approached Fugaku, raising his kunai to strike. At the very instant the kunai was about to pierce Fugaku, boom! Violet chakra erupted like flames, condensing in an instant into a skeletal arm that enveloped Fugaku entirely. The kunai struck the translucent bone with a dull thud, unable to penetrate further. What is this? Look at Lord Fugaku's eyes. The crowd instantly exploded in astonishment. Fugaku slowly opened his eyes. The original 3 tomo had vanished, replaced by a pair of eyes never before seen within the clan, their pupils etched with intricate patterns. Elder Shingen rose slowly, his voice grave. When the former clan head fell in battle, Fugaku was by his side, witnessing the clan head's demise firsthand. His Sharingan underwent its final evolution. He paused, sweeping his gaze across all present. These are the very same eyes as the legendary Lord Madara Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan. A heavy silence fell over the crowd, soon shattered by an uproar. It's the legendary eyes. That means Lord Fugaku's victory is certain. I told you, Lord Fugaku would prevail. Nearby, Gento exhaled softly. Having read the original storyline, he was, of course, aware that Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo. Yet it was regrettable that he had not defeated Fugaku before the Mangekyo was awakened. The best strategy he could devise was to use genjutsu to control Fugaku. Unfortunately, since Fugaku also wielded a Sharingan, he could only be ensnared in a mild illusion. Directly throwing a kunai would allow Fugaku to easily sense the danger and evade. Only by assuming Itachi's form to deceive Fugaku's subconscious into perceiving no threat, and thus preventing him from forming hand seals, could success be possible. Alas, at the final moment, Fugaku broke free from the genjutsu and activated Susanoo. Fugaku's reaction was swift. The skeletal arm had just formed when it struck down fiercely toward Gento. That violet bony palm, accompanied by a gust of wind, was about to crush Gento. Those present nearly held their breath. Bang! The tremendous impact sent a shockwave that numbed eardrums. As the dust settled, a yellow skeletal arm firmly intercepted Fugaku's attack. The crowd's faces were filled with astonishment. Even Fugaku's expression betrayed surprise. He had believed that once he activated Susanoo, the duel would conclude. Unexpectedly, Gento had also awakened the Mangekyo. Fugaku lifted his gaze. Gento's eyes bore the same unfamiliar patterns. Gento wasted no time. The yellow arm flipped, attempting to grasp Fugaku's violet skeletal frame. Fugaku reacted just as quickly, retreating to evade the grasp. The next moment, the 2 skeletal arms collided once again. The shock reverberated across the ground. Several weaker Uchiha staggered backward. One even fell heavily onto the earth. Both Susanoo remained in their initial stages, mere rudimentary skeletons without armor or weapons. Pure brute force clashing against brute force. Fugaku's approach was straightforward. Suppress, then suppress again, overwhelming with sheer strength. Yet he gradually realized that Gento was not engaging in a head-on brawl. The latter seemed to be searching for an opportunity to seize him. Fugaku did not comprehend Gento's intention but had no desire to allow it to succeed. After several more exchanges, Fugaku consistently held the upper hand. He had trained longer and possessed far more combat experience. As long as the fight continued thus, his victory was inevitable. But during a fleeting moment of repositioning, Gento's yellow Susanoo suddenly seized the purple arm caught off guard. Yamatsu. The word was spoken as Fugaku sensed the surrounding space ripple like water. The next instant, he was dragged into an unfamiliar realm. Before the Nanka shrine, only the clan members remained, staring at one another in bewilderment. What is happening? Where is he? Where is Lord Fugaku? The three elders rose, their expressions grave. Elder Chie whispered, "This must be Gento's Mangekyo ability, space-time ninjutsu. He has taken Fugaku away." Elsewhere, Fugaku steadied himself and immediately surveyed his surroundings. There was neither sunlight nor breeze. A thick, gray mist enveloped the area, obscuring vision and severely limiting sight. Beneath his feet lay solid ground, cool to the touch, reminiscent of ancient stone slabs. The air was permeated with an indescribable foulness. Not decay, nor smoke, but a scent abandoned for ages. Here, all five of his senses were heavily suppressed. He attempted to sense chakra but felt as though his limbs were mired in quicksand, powerless. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Fugaku murmured, eyes scanning the fog. Gento's figure had vanished completely into the mist. Immediately, Fugaku sensed a vile aura clinging to him, beginning to corrode the chakra within his body. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fugaku rapidly formed the seals and expelled a fireball from his mouth. Yet it barely traveled before shrinking and dimming, flickering like a candle in the wind before extinguishing. The smoke closed back together. Fugaku frowned. His ninjutsu, in terms of both power and range, was drastically diminished within this space. He knew he must quickly locate and defeat Gento. Delay would only render him increasingly disadvantaged. After much hesitation, Fugaku resolved to employ his Mangekyo Sharingan S ability. Foresight of 5 seconds into the future. He closed his eyes, then reopened them. The scene 5 seconds hence unfolded in his mind. The mist remained dense, the ground unchanged. No sign of Gento. The only difference was his own condition, further degraded by the space's corrosive influence. What a strange and sinister ability. With his ocular power ineffective, he continued to attempt ninjutsu. Fire release failed. He switched to earth release. Forming seals, he struck the ground. Not a ripple stirred. At this moment, Gento lay concealed within the mist, silently watching Fugaku. Unlike Fugaku's senses being suppressed and body corroded, as the master of this domain, Gento was entirely unaffected. At will, he could subject anyone entering this space to corrosion, or spare them entirely. This was his ocular technique. Yamatsu, once ensnared and dragged into Yomi's realm, one would be continuously corroded by this space unless permitted by him to depart via other spacetime ninjutsu. Otherwise, like Fugaku, one would be left with great strength but unable to wield it, slowly dying as chakra was consumed by the domain's erosion. Fugaku's senses were stifled. His chakra was steadily diminishing. He tried repeatedly within the fog fire release, shuriken, even employing his Sharingan to track Gento's movements. Alas, all were futile. His chakra was being consumed bit by bit. Several minutes passed. Fugaku ceased his movements and stood still. He lifted his gaze toward the overcast sky, shrouded in a gray haze. I concede. Amidst the fog, the figure of Gento gradually materialized. He remained silent, merely stepping beside Fugaku and resting a hand upon his shoulder. The space warped once more. In front of the Nanka shrine, it was as if the fabric of space had been torn open, and the two figures reappeared. The surrounding members of the Uchiha clan, witnessing their sudden return, displayed expressions of curiosity. Who had emerged victorious? Fugaku's complexion turned somewhat pale. He turned toward Elder Chie, saying, "I have been defeated." An immediate uproar erupted on the scene. Though it was well known that Gento was formidable, few had anticipated him overcoming Fugaku. Hearing Fugaku's own admission left many feeling a sense of disbelief. Yet the reality stood before their eyes. Within the crowd, Shisui stood silently. His gaze shifted from Gento to Fugaku, flickering with thoughts unknown. Mikoto stood a short distance away, her hands gently clasped before her, eyes betraying an unmistakable concern for her husband. Beside her, Itachi lifted his head, calmly diverting his gaze from his father to Gento. He said nothing, but his face bore an expression of contemplation. Elder Chie nodded softly, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. In that case, I cast my vote for Uchiha Gento. Elder Son, unable to contain himself any longer, strode forward with great strides, seizing Gento's hand and raising it high. His voice rang out loudly. I hereby declare Uchiha Gento as the new head of the Uchiha clan. At the very moment Elder Son's proclamation echoed, a system notification sounded in Gento's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The clan panel has now been officially unlocked. Gento's heart surged with excitement. Only now, upon becoming clan head, was the clan system fully unveiled. He immediately summoned the system panel with his mind to examine the newly accessible clan interface. Clan Uchiha. Prosperity level C. Sparse population. Clan members 2,837. Ninja count 1,087. Clan buildings none. Ding. Current clan prosperity has reached level D. Remnant orphan. Unlocking clan building. Clan ancestral hall. Clan ancestral hall. Description. The Uchiha require a dedicated hall to venerate their ancestors and enshrine the clan genealogy. This hall, constructed deep within clan territory, follows ancient architectural style and houses more than 300 spirit tablets. On the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, clan elders offer lamps and incense. Effect. Unites clan members' hearts, alleviates factional strife. Clan members who pay respects here gain a permanent 10% increase in Sharingan awakening probability, effective only once per individual. Required materials: 800 units of premium cypress wood, 300 blocks of blue stone, 5,000 pounds of copper, 10 liters of chakra-conductive ink, portraits of all previous clan heads. Ding! Current clan prosperity has reached level C. Sparse population. Unlocking clan building. Indulgence apartments. Indulgence apartments. Description. With the clan's population currently low, increasing the new generation is urgent. The indulgence apartments offer free housing to single young adults, with private rooms connected by corridors, shared bathrooms, and mixed-gender living arrangements. Accidental encounters in corridors, whispered conversations in bathrooms, and late-night laundry coincidences will greatly enhance contact opportunities and social interactions among youth. Indulge together, all for the sake of boosting birth rates. Effect. Enhances sex hormone secretion among residing young men and women, fostering mutual attraction, increasing willingness to pair up, and raising birth rates. Required materials: various timber and stone, basic living facility installations. Ding! Current clan prosperity has reached level C. Sparse population. Unlocking clan building. Desire Hot Springs. Desire Hot Springs. Description. The clan's population remains low. Increasing the next generation is imperative. The Desire Hot Springs feature separate male, female, and mixed baths. Immersion awakens the most primal desires. Indulge freely, all to elevate clan birth rates. Effect. Relaxes the mind, relieves fatigue, aids chakra recovery, and increases reproductive desire. Mixed bathing by unfamiliar men and women has a chance to form couples. Couples and spouses bathing together increase pregnancy probability by 20%. Required materials: hot spring water source, stone, timber, piping facilities. Immediately thereafter, the system refreshed the mission. Ding! Host has triggered a main quest. Main quest released. Elevate clan prosperity to level B. Quest description. The clan is currently in decline. Please enhance prosperity by increasing clan population, clan reputation, total combat power, and top-tier combat strength. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. Surveying the flood of newly updated information, Gento could not help but brighten with anticipation. He had long desired to improve clan prosperity but, due to his low rank and influence, was powerless. Now, as clan head, he was empowered to implement sweeping reforms. With both the Indulgence Apartments and Desire Hot Springs buildings at hand, once constructed, how could the population fail to rise? Most importantly, he himself harbored a keen interest in these two establishments. Stroking his chin, a thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Once these buildings were complete, he must bring Benihime and Yakura to experience them firsthand. Gento, now that you have assumed the clan head position, we must convene the clan meeting promptly to establish future clan policies. Elder Son's voice brought him back to reality. Gento regained his composure and nodded in agreement. A newly appointed leader must indeed demonstrate resolve. The room soon filled with attendees. The 3 elders, captains of various squads, jonin, special jonin, virtually every influential figure within the clan was present. Gento took his seat at the head, emblematic of his new role. Everyone, my appointment as clan head represents the trust of the entire clan. I will not offer empty words, just one promise. He paused briefly, sweeping his gaze over every face in attendance. I will restore the Uchiha to greatness once more. First matter. The position of Konoha Police Force Chief will remain with Fugaku, who will continue to lead his 300 men. Though he coveted Fugaku's wife, Makoto Uchiha, and had competed with Fugaku for the clan headship, Gento was not petty. He had to admit that Fugaku was still strong and experienced, a perfect choice to lead the police force. Upon hearing this, Fugaku rose and bowed his head in acknowledgement. As you command. Gento nodded and proceeded. Second matter, the Uchiha need their own intelligence division. I have decided to establish the Umbu, with Shisui appointed as chief. He looked toward the silent young man in the crowd. The initial team will number 20. You are free to select members and report directly to me, bypassing any intermediaries. Shisui lifted his eyes, expression still composed. As you command. Third matter and the most urgent. Gento slowed his speech for emphasis. Our clan's numbers are far too low. Many were lost in the war. Count your households, how many newborns are there? No one spoke. No next generation means no future. Without successors, who will inherit the Sharingan? Who will carry the Uchiha legacy? He raised his voice. From today forward, one of the clan's priorities is to encourage childbirth. The specifics will be implemented step by step. Shisui, remain after the meeting. Everyone else dismissed. The assembly rose and filed out in orderly succession. Some murmured as they left. This is straightforward, much more efficient than the last clan head's lengthy speeches. Others frowned. How exactly will the clan encourage childbirth? By handing out money? Gento paid no heed to such chatter. His methods would be far more radical than mere monetary incentives. Once the room had mostly emptied, only he and Shisui remained. Gento reached into his bosom and casually tossed a sealed scroll toward Shisui. Shisui caught it. The weight was substantial in his hand. Within this chest lies 400 million ryo, intended as the initial capital for the Umbu operations. Shisui was momentarily taken aback, then bowed his head slightly. Yes. Furthermore, a task awaits you immediately. Gento reclined in his chair. Seek out a cadre of reliable craftsmen, specialists in construction, not mere placeholders. Remember, funds are no object. Skill is paramount. Shisui posed no further questions, responding succinctly. Understood. Very well, proceed. Shisui's figure vanished beyond the doorway. Gento sat for a moment before rising and heading out. Upon reaching the threshold of his home, night had already fallen deep. Gento noticed a familiar silhouette standing there. It was his beloved, Hokage. Hokage, what brings you here at such a late hour? Gento asked knowingly, one hand already resting upon her. Gento's sudden advance elicited a soft, coquettish moan from Hokage. My father is away on a mission today. I'm alone at home. By now, Gento's hand had begun to wander mischievously across her form. Gento, you scoundrel. I have something to tell you. Leaning closer, his voice brimmed with barely concealed amusement. I've just been appointed clan leader. Hokage lifted her eyes, surprise mingled with delight. Truly? Why would I lie to you? Gento remarked, glancing at her. For such joyous news, don't you think a congratulatory gift is in order? Hokage paused briefly before understanding his implication. She raised her hand, feigning a slap to his chest, but it lacked force. I'm already here with you. What more do you desire? Gento instantly broke into a sly grin. Tonight, you'll indulge me in something thrilling. With that, Gento swept Hokage into the house. Upon entry, Hokage immediately spotted the figure of Yakura. Gento, who is this woman? Hokage demanded. She is a ninja I apprehended from the Sand Village. She is now my secretary. Having explained, Gento promptly commanded, Yakura, clean the room thoroughly. Yakura gritted her teeth at the order, but bound by the slave seal upon her, she complied helplessly. Hokage sought to inquire further but was silenced by Gento. Gento carried Hokage to the bed, yet she pointed toward the door. Wait, the door isn't closed. Someone is still outside. Gento, however, insisted. That's precisely why it stays open. Late at night, after their encounter, Hokage hurried away. Shortly thereafter, Yakura entered, standing beside the bed and gazing down at him with disdain. You truly are a lecherous scoundrel. Gento raised an eyebrow, sitting up abruptly. Oh, a lecherous scoundrel? Before he finished, his hands began forming seals. The dark slave seal. At the instant the slave seal activated, lightning-natured chakra surged from the mark upon her lower abdomen, writhing like a swarm of fine electric serpents into Yakura's body. Taken off guard, Yakura's legs snapped together violently, her body slackening as she knelt on the floor. Biting her lip, she looked up at Gento with annoyed eyes, speechless. Gento rose and approached her, bending down to lift her. The bed was in disarray, but he paid no mind, gently laying her down. Since you say so. He leaned close to her ear, voice low and husky. Then let me show you what a true lecherous scoundrel looks like. The following morning, Gento awoke refreshed. He glanced sideways to find Yakura curled beneath the covers, faint red marks visible on her exposed shoulder and arm. Her entire body appeared sore, sleeping deeply. Gento smiled, dressed, and stepped out. No sooner had he left his home than a figure appeared before him. An Umbu operative directly under the Hokage's command, wearing an animal mask, knelt on one knee. Lord Gento, the Hokage requests your presence. Gento nodded thoughtfully, following him toward the Hokage's tower. Upon entering the conference room, most attendees had already arrived. Gento found a seat and surveyed the assembly. He keenly observed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated to one side, while the main seat remained empty. The atmosphere clearly signaled the arrival of a distinguished guest. Danzo sat in a corner, his expression unreadable. After a moment, the door opened. A middle-aged man clad in an elegant kimono, his waist adorned with a long sword, entered. His complexion was fair, his brows slightly arched, lips curled in a subtle, knowing smile, and his gaze carried an air of superiority. 2 guards accompanied him. One a blond youth with a cigarette clenched between his lips, Sarutobi Asuma. The other a bald young man in monk's robes, Jirobo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sarutobi immediately stood and introduced him to the assembly. This is Lord Kaneyama, retainer to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Please welcome him. Everyone rose in unison to pay respects. Kaneyama merely nodded lightly in return. He approached the main seat but did not sit, instead withdrawing a scroll from his sleeve, unrolling it, clearing his throat, and reading aloud, by the decree of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, having served many years and bearing both merit and fault in the war, is hereby granted a 1-year extension of his tenure in recognition of his labors. Upon completion of this term, he shall retire, and a new Hokage shall be selected. Having finished, he rolled the scroll closed and handed it to Sarutobi. A hush fell over the room. Sarutobi received the scroll, his expression composed, betraying no emotion. The defeat in the war had prepared him for this outcome. To secure another year was, considering the circumstances, a fortunate outcome, owed in part to Minato Namikaze's and Gento's contributions. Danzo, however, was different. He lowered his head, but his eyes gleamed brightly, a barely suppressed smile tugging at his lips. A re-election after 1 year. Did this not signal an opportunity for him as well? Kaneyama showed no intention of sitting, casually scanning the crowd as if engaged in idle conversation. Where are Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Gento? A young man with golden hair stood, his smile gentle. It was Minato Namikaze. Gento also rose, nodding to him. Kaneyama appraised the two with a discerning gaze, a look of approval crossing his face. The daimyo has heard of your conduct in the war and is very pleased. He intends to consider both of you as candidates for the next Hokage. Work diligently. Minato bowed slightly. Your trust honors me, my lord. Gento followed suit with a respectful bow. Kaneyama nodded, his gaze drifting away from them as if preparing to depart. Suddenly, Danzo stood. My lord, during this war, I allied with Salamander Hanzo to thwart an organization called Akatsuki from the Land of Rain, even killing their leader, Yahiko. Surely this is no small feat. Has the daimyo considered allowing me to contend for the next Hokage? Kaneyama turned his face slightly, casting him a glance. His eyes were indifferent, as if regarding an inconsequential passerby. What is your name? Danzo's lip twitched. I am Shimura Danzo. Oh, the daimyo has not mentioned you. Kaneyama waved his hand dismissively. Besides, you are far too old. Danzo clenched his fists, lips moving as if to protest. But Kaneyama cut him off. Turning to leave. My time is precious. I will not linger here. His 2 guards followed, and the door closed behind them. The assembly exchanged glances, no one speaking. Finally, Sarutobi broke the silence, clearing his throat with a calm tone. It is time for this old man to step down. But during this final year, I shall fulfill my duties to the utmost. Seated, Gento's mind raced. In the original timeline, Sarutobi was forced to resign immediately after the war. Now, owing to the changes he had wrought, Konoha had triumphed over the Land of Wind, and Sarutobi had been granted an additional year in office. It seemed the daimyo wished to afford him a dignified farewell, acknowledging his toil even if not his achievements. Sarutobi then spoke again. The war had come to an end, and many shinobi returned to the village. After spending so much time on the battlefield, some brought back with them the savage atmosphere that had permeated those lands. Recently, the public order in Konoha had deteriorated significantly, with frequent occurrences of brawls and harassment of civilians. He glanced at Gento and said, the Uchiha Police Department must work harder, strengthen patrols, and suppress these corrupt influences. Gento rose to his feet, bowing his head in response. At your command, Hokage-sama. Once I return, I will urge Fugaku to keep a closer watch. Hisashi nodded slightly. Very well. Meeting adjourned. The group rose and dispersed. Danzo watched the departing figures of Minato and Gento with a sinister gaze. Returning to the root base, he gestured, and a masked figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. Dispatch a few men to investigate Namikaze's Minato and Uchiha Gento. Uncover every detail of their pasts, compile the findings, and report back to me. Yes, sir. The shadowy figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Elsewhere, Gento stepped out of the Hokage's office and headed along the street toward the Uchiha clan grounds. As he walked, his mind dwelled on recent events. The fire release Hokage election was scheduled for the following year, and both he and Minato were candidates. Minato was upright, powerful, and popular. Not only had he distinguished himself on the battlefield like Gento, but crucially, he was the disciple grandson of Hisashi. By the unwritten rules governing the Hokage position, Gento's hopes were slim. Yet, that was for the best. The position was a hot potato, far from desirable at present. Lost in thought, a commotion ahead caught his attention. Looking up, Gento saw a crowd gathered at the street corner, noisy and unruly. He approached, pushing through the onlookers to peer inside. Two young men clad in Uchiha Police Department vests were pinning a drunken man to the ground. The man struggled, muttering curses. Nearby, a woman sat on the ground, her clothes disheveled, her head bowed as she sobbed quietly. Frowning, Gento stepped forward. What is going on here? The two guards immediately saluted upon recognizing him. Clan leader Sama. This man was drunk and harassing this woman in public. We apprehended him. The drunken man lifted his head, flushed and bleary-eyed, still shouting. So what if I was harassing her? I fought and bled on the front lines, earned merits in battle. It's because of us shinobi that Konoha can live in peace. If I touched her a couple of times, that's her good fortune. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Some frowned, others nodded in agreement. Gento's expression darkened. Take him away and process him according to regulations. The two guards complied, hauling the man to his feet and dragging him away. The drunken man continued shouting, Shinobi are superior to civilians. I'll harass whoever I want. You corrupt Uchiha, abusing your power. Who are you to arrest me? His voice gradually faded into the distance. Gento remained standing, watching the dispersing crowd and then glancing once more at the woman being assisted away. A complex mixture of feelings stirred within him. These shinobi on the battlefield committed all manner of atrocities. They killed enemy civilians without remorse, plundered as they pleased, and no one held them accountable. They even vented their desires on enemy women, and few cared to intervene. Yet, back in Konoha, that same violent spirit was not easily shed, leading to trouble. To correct this, only coercive measures could be employed. The Uchiha were responsible for law enforcement. Those arrested bore no grudge against Konoha or the Hokage, only against the ones who apprehended them. Such was the harsh reality. The natural antagonism between the populace and law enforcers doomed their relationship to be strained. Sometimes, even tough measures were maliciously misconstrued by the public. Gento sighed helplessly. It seemed the Uchiha's reputation would suffer further in the coming days. He suddenly felt a measure of respect for the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Entrusting the police department to the Uchiha appeared to grant them authority, but in truth, it placed them on the chopping block. Tasked with making arrests, they bore the brunt of public resentment. This was an inexorable covert strategy. At present, Gento had no better solution and could only proceed cautiously, one step at a time. Lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Shisui. Clan leader Sama, I have found the artisans you requested. Gento's heart lifted. Come, take me to them. With these craftsmen, the clan's construction projects could commence. The indulgence apartments and the desire hot springs could be built sooner, enabling the population to grow more rapidly. Following Shisui back to the clan grounds, they saw a large group gathered in a vacant lot from afar. At the forefront stood a young artisan, dressed elegantly, arms crossed, his face etched with impatience. Upon noticing Shisui and company approaching, he shouted, Hey, we come from the land of craftsmen. Do you know what that means? The finest artisans in the entire shinobi world. The Uchiha sure have big egos, making us wait this long. Gento ignored his temper and quickly stepped forward, handing over the clan ancestral shrine blueprints provided by the system. Apologies, I am Uchiha Gento, clan leader. Please take a look at these plans. Can you build this? The young artisan accepted the drawings, still grumbling. I come from a family of builders. We've constructed countless houses over generations. There's no blueprint I haven't seen. Halfway through his complaint, he glanced down at the plans. His expression froze. He looked again, brow furrowing. He then crouched down, spreading the plans on the ground and tracing the lines carefully with his finger. This part isn't right. Gento made no rush, waiting patiently by his side. After studying for some time, The young artisan looked up, his arrogance replaced with a smile. Please wait a moment, I'll call my father. He shouted back into the crowd. Someone fetch my father. Turning back to Gento, he explained, it's not that I don't understand. Your building is just too precious. I need a more skilled master to take charge. This is for your own good. Gento suppressed a smile and nodded. Soon, a burly middle-aged artisan hurried over. The young man approached him. Father, look at these plans. The middle-aged man smacked the back of his son's head. You never took your craft seriously before. And now you embarrass me. What blueprint could possibly stump your father? He took the plans and lowered his gaze. Huh? The disdain on his face slowly hardened. His brow furrowed. He crouched down and studied the drawings closely. How could this structure be like this? After some examination, wiping sweat from his brow, he turned to Gento. I can build this, but it's better to have my father come out of retirement for this one. He then called out, go fetch the old master. Gento nodded. Not long after, an elderly man, leaning on a cane, ambled over at a leisurely pace. I'm ready to retire, and you two can't handle these blueprints, so you drag this old bone out? He grumbled. The middle-aged artisan quickly stepped forward, handing over the plans. Father, please take a look. The old man glanced over them carelessly. Suddenly, his gaze fixed. He put away his cane, crouched down, and spread the plans flat. His eyes brightened. This is exquisite. The corner treatment is a masterpiece. When I built palaces for the daimyo back in the day, I never saw such a refined design. The elder grew increasingly excited, gently tracing the lines on the plans. Gento breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. Sir, can you build the structure? The old man looked Gento up and down. Can be built, but the materials are demanding, and the craftsmanship complex. He paused. With materials and labor, it will cost 500 million ryo. Gento had braced himself, but hearing the figure aloud still made him gasp. 500 million ryo. Yet, when contemplating the impact of the clan shrine, the probability of activating the Sharingan increased by 10%. This expense was simply unavoidable. With the clan shrine established, geniuses would continuously emerge within the family. Gritting his teeth, he said, very well. Also, please take a look at these two. He then handed over the blueprints for the indulgence apartments and the Desire hot springs. The elderly man accepted them, squinting as he examined the plans for some time before nodding. Each apartment building will cost 200 million ryo. The hot springs will require 1 billion ryo. Schwando's chest tightened in pain once more, yet no expression betrayed this on his face. Agreed. Please commence construction at your earliest convenience. Hearing such a prompt agreement, the old man scrutinized him anew. Let me be clear from the outset. I am Yen Okamoku of the artisan nation. Even the great lords of various countries treat me with due respect. Our Komoku family never extends credit on any projects we undertake. Schwando promptly produced a sealed scroll and handed it over. Here are 500 million ryo, an advance for materials. Please begin as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Komoku took the scroll, at last revealing a smile. Excellent. Truly befitting the Uchiha. A noble family of the shinobi world, decisive and generous in business. I accept this commission. He tucked away the scroll and waved to his son behind him. The craftsmen of the Land of Fire are likely insufficient in number. You must return to the family and bring over a batch of skilled artisans immediately. Observing this, Schwando pointed to Shisui. This is Uchiha Shisui. Should you require anything further, deal directly with him. He then presented another scroll to Shisui. Within this is 2 billion ryo for the clan shrine, the hot springs, and an additional 5 apartment buildings. As construction progresses, settle payments with them accordingly. Shisui received the scroll with both hands, bowing his head respectfully. Understood, clan leader. With arrangements complete, Schwando felt relieved. Now, all that remained was to await the completion of the buildings. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden root base, Yamanaka Toryun knelt on one knee before Danzo. Lord Danzo, the investigation has yielded results. I discovered that Uchiha Schwando distributed a special type of military ration pill to various clans during the war. Some members of the Yamanaka family managed to retain 2 of these pills. He withdrew 2 brown pills from his bosom, presenting them with both hands. Danzo accepted them, bringing one to his nose to inhale. Then, placing one in his mouth, he chewed thoughtfully. Gradually, the effects of the ration pill took hold. After a moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. This military ration pill. Rising to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, he took a few measured steps. An excellent concoction, far superior to what Root currently employs. These pills ought to be utilized by my Root. Turning to Toryun, he commanded, investigate thoroughly the origin of the formula. Also, determine how many remain in his possession. Toryun bowed his head. Yes, sir. Danzo waved dismissively. As Toryun prepared to depart, Danzo suddenly spoke again. Wait, Toryun halted. Danzo remained silent for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Dispatch several operatives to apprehend a few Uchiha clan members alive. Make them talk, extract the truth about these ration pills. Toryun glanced at Danzo once more before lowering his head swiftly. Understood. In a flash, his figure vanished into the darkness. Danzo stood alone in the dimly lit chamber, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Uchiha Schwando. A faint twitch curved his lips. Over the following month, Schwando enjoyed relative leisure. In political affairs, he entrusted the entirety of Konoha's police administration to Fugaku. Despite the persistently high crime rates in Konoha, Schwando remained unbothered by Fugaku's frantic workload. He either sought to delve deeply into genjutsu with Uchiha Itachi during the dead of night or trained Yakura, gradually shaping her into a capable secretary, one who was competent in all respects. Occasionally, he would check on Komoku Yenna's engineering progress. The vacant lot in the clan territory was now fenced off, with the constant clanging of construction noise echoing throughout the day. Passers-by from the Uchiha clan would crane their necks, curious about the ongoing work inside. Yet the artisans maintained strict silence, shaking their heads when questioned, which only heightened the curiosity of the onlookers. Schwando offered no explanation, merely smiling and saying, "Once it's completed, I guarantee it will astonish you all." One day, having just toured the construction site with Yakura, Schwando learned from Komoku Yenna that the first building would be finished within days, with the others following shortly thereafter. Excitement stirred within him. Just as Schwando was contemplating returning home to continue training Yakura, a figure suddenly appeared before him. A female shinobi, about the same age as Shisui, around 12 or 13 years old. She wore a black form-fitting outfit, beneath which a fishnet-patterned bra clung to her nascent figure, accentuating her curves. A short skirt revealed pale, unblemished legs, feet clad in shinobi boots. Her deep purple hair was tied into a high ponytail, bangs partially obscuring one side of her face, while the exposed eye gleamed with a hint of mischief. Hands on hips, she tilted her chin defiantly. "Schwando, my master requests your presence." At that moment, a system voice echoed in Schwando's mind. Ding! Suitable dual training female ninja detected. Name, Mitarashi Anko. Kekei Genkai, Heavenly Curse Mark. Rank, Chunin. Overall rating Class A. HM? Schwando blinked in surprise. Mitarashi Anko? Of course, he knew this girl, Orochimaru's disciple, originally portrayed as a voluptuous woman with a penchant for dango in the canon. But this was far too young. He gazed at the young girl before him, shaking his head inwardly. 12 years old, still a middle schooler by Blue Star standards. While it was not uncommon in the shinobi world for children of this age to go to battle, or even marry and bear children, he still retained memories of Blue Star and thus maintained a certain threshold. 2 more years, then we shall begin training, he decided. Your master is the great Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin? Anko nodded. Schwando narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru seeks me out? What could he be scheming? He pondered briefly, now that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if Orochimaru harbored ill intentions, it was unlikely he could do much to him. Very well, lead the way, he said, curious to uncover Orochimaru's true intentions. Anko guided Schwando and Yakura outside the village. The trio traversed the forest for half an hour, arriving at a familiar place, Death Forest. Without pause, Anko led them deep into the woods, finally stopping before a moss-covered giant boulder. She pressed her hand against the stone, and suddenly the ground cracked open, revealing descending steps. After you, she invited. Schwando glanced into the pitch-black entrance and stepped inside. The staircase was long, growing colder and more oppressive the further down they descended. Dim oil lamps were spaced intermittently along the passage walls, their flickering flames casting elongated shadows. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, part medicinal, part the stench of decay. Turning a corner, the space suddenly opened up. It was a vast underground chamber, its walls carved with recesses filled with glass jars of various sizes. Under the yellowed light, the contents floated in pale green liquid. Human arms, eyeballs, and unidentifiable organs. In a corner stood several iron beds, their surfaces stained with dark brown patches. Various tools hung on the walls, hooks, tweezers, saws, gleaming coldly in the lamplight. Schwando's eyelid twitched, but he pressed forward. Passing through this area and down another corridor, they finally reached the innermost room. Brighter than the outer chambers, more lamps illuminated all 4 walls. In the center stood a man. He wore a grayish-white kimono, a purple sash tied at his waist. The collar was open wide, revealing a pallid chest. His long black hair cascaded to his waist, his complexion so pale it verged on sickly. His face was strikingly handsome. Slender eyebrows, delicate eyes, thin lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. Most arresting were his eyes. Golden, vertically slit pupils like those of a serpent, sending a chill down one's spine when met. Schwandokuin, you have indeed come. Orochimaru's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with an indescribable androgynous quality. Genjutsu stood before him, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Lord Orochimaru, along this journey, I have witnessed many things. Such experiments are strictly forbidden within Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled softly, the smile chilling and devoid of any warmth. Mundane rules hold no meaning in my eyes. Genjutsu-kun, you are a perceptive individual. I trust you understand. Genjutsu remained silent. Indeed, he admired Orochimaru. This man was brilliant, a master of scientific research, his ideas far ahead of this era. Strictly speaking, he was not truly malevolent. Rather, many of his concepts were simply unacceptable in this time. Yet, dealing with such a person required constant vigilance against betrayal. Impatient with circumlocution, Genjutsu asked bluntly, "May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, Lord Orochimaru?" Orochimaru fixed his gaze upon him. His golden vertical pupils remained motionless. "I have a keen interest in the Uchiha's Sharingan. I wish to conduct some research." Genjutsu raised an eyebrow. "Are you unaware that I am the Uchiha clan leader? To say such things before me, are you not afraid I might turn hostile?" The smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth deepened. "If the clan leader were someone as rigid as Fugaku, I would have discreetly captured several Uchiha to study in secret. But with you, I am willing to attempt communication, and I believe you have your own methods." Genjutsu neither affirmed nor denied. Observing this, Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. The tongue was slender and long, resembling a serpent's flicker. "Experiments can aid us in unraveling the mysteries of the bloodline limits. My research findings can also be shared with you. How may I contact you?" Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. He withdrew a scroll from within his sleeve and tossed it to Genjutsu. Catching it, Genjutsu unrolled it to reveal a summoning jutsu. Nodding, he rolled up the scroll. "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, accompanied by Yakura. In the corner, Azuki watched Genjutsu's retreating figure vanish at the corridor's end. Biting her lip, she approached Orochimaru and whispered, "Sensei, I no longer wish to partake in these experiments." Orochimaru turned his head. His golden vertical pupils settled coldly upon her. His gaze was icy, utterly devoid of emotion. A shiver ran down Azuki's spine. Every hair on her body stood on end. Before she could react, a sudden heat surged in her neck. The warmth rapidly spread, like a searing branding iron pressed against her skin, or countless needles piercing her veins. Azuki's legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees, clutching her neck. Her body curled like a shrimp, trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured forth, trickling down her cheeks. "And no, it hurts." She curled up on the ground, teeth chattering, unable to cry out. Only fragmented sounds escaped her throat. So hot, sensei. I was wrong." Orochimaru looked down upon her from his lofty position, his face unmoved. As Azuki's struggles gradually waned, he finally spoke in a slow voice, "You are my most perfect specimen." Therefore he paused, bending down to whisper into her ear, "I do not wish to hear that phrase again." Elsewhere, when Genjutsu returned to the Uchiha clan territory with Yakura, it was already late at night. Moonlight spilled upon the stone path. The surroundings were silent. Genjutsu's hand had just settled on Yakura's waist. Before he could proceed, a voice came from behind. "Lord Genjutsu." Shisui stepped out from the shadows, kneeling on one knee. Beside him on the ground lay two figures, face down, bound at hands and feet, motionless. These two attempted to abduct Uchiha clan members but were caught by me. "Oh, those who dare move against the Uchiha?" Genjutsu raised an eyebrow, lowering his gaze to the two. Both wore animal masks, one striped like a tiger, the other patterned like a cat. Genjutsu reached out and removed the masks, revealing two unfamiliar faces. Both avoided eye contact, lips tightly sealed. "Who sent you?" Faced with Genjutsu's interrogation, the two remained silent, pressing their lips together. Shaking his head, Genjutsu deemed further questioning futile. He formed hand seals. "In release." Mind-severing jutsu. One ninja's eyes instantly glazed over, as if his soul had been drained. "Speak. Who are you and who sent you?" The ninja parted his lips mechanically, uttering a few words. "I am the..." Before finishing, his complexion suddenly shifted. He convulsed violently, clutching his own neck with both hands, veins bulging. His mouth emitted strangled gasps, as if something blocked his throat. His body writhed fiercely on the ground, legs kicking erratically, back arching like a bridge before collapsing hard. Saliva mixed with blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. His eyes rolled back, and his entire body trembled as if electrocuted. The other ninja, still conscious, turned pale, pupils dilated, lips trembling as if to speak but unable to utter a single word. His legs weakened, and he staggered backward, only to be kicked to the ground by Shisui. Frowning, Genjutsu watched the struggling figure gradually still. They must be root operatives. Danzo implanted the cursed seal of absolute eradication on them. Should they leak secrets, the curse activates, Shisui explained softly from the side. Genjutsu withdrew his gaze. Escort these two away and confine them. Yes. Shisui hoisted the pair and vanished into the night. Genjutsu stood rooted, staring into the distant darkness, softly uttering two words. Danzo. Is he so impatient as to move against the Uchiha already? In the following days, Danzo awaited reports from his subordinates but received none, until one day Yamanaka Toryun hurriedly entered, kneeling on one knee. Lord Danzo, the two ninjas we dispatched to the Uchiha have gone missing. Danzo's hand, which had been rifling through documents, froze. Turning, he regarded Toryun with disbelief. His gaze was cold, sending chills down Toryun's spine. Missing? Toryun wiped cold sweat from his brow and nodded resolutely. They last appeared on the outskirts of the Uchiha territory and have not been heard from since. Danzo was silent for a moment before abruptly standing. A bunch of incompetents, unable to handle such a trivial matter. With that, he strode toward the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's chamber, the third Hokage was conversing with two advisors. What are your thoughts on the two Hokage candidates proposed by the daimyo? Hizashi, pipe clenched between his teeth, exhaled smoke that swirled around him. Tsunade was the first to speak. Uchiha Genjutsu? He.S. just lucky. Gained some reputation by chance on the battlefield and caught the daimyo's eye. How can he compare to Minato? Hizashi nodded in agreement. Minato was humble, powerful, a disciple of Jiraiya, and the husband of the Jinchuriki Kushina. He is unquestionably more suitable than Uchiha Genjutsu. Hizashi said nothing further, silently puffing on his pipe. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Danzo strode in. Hizashi glanced up. Danzo, what brings you here? Danzo sneered. Why can't I come? His eyes swept over the three seated men, his voice rising a notch. I have two root operatives missing in the Uchiha territory. Tsunade and Hizashi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. Hizashi furrowed his brow. I have warned you repeatedly not to probe the Uchiha recklessly. Who authorized you to send men there without permission? Danzo's face darkened immediately. My ninjas were merely passing through the Uchiha lands when they were detained. Their fate is now unknown. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Hizashi. Hizashi, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten what the second Hokage once said? The Uchiha's Sharingan draws its power from hatred. It is inherently dangerous. We must control them. And yet, look at what you are doing now. Uchiha Gento was on the verge of becoming Hokage. His voice grew increasingly high-pitched. How could the village possibly be entrusted to the Uchiha? Turning to Haruno Koharu, she immediately chimed in. Danzo is right. The power of the Uchiha has indeed been swelling too rapidly lately. It's time to suppress them. Seizing the moment, Danzo declared, regardless of the circumstances, I will launch an investigation into the Uchiha. Do not interfere. Having spoken, he flicked his sleeve and turned away. Hizashi gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes flickering as he remained silent. Danzo returned to the root headquarters and issued a direct order. This time, send 3 elite operatives. Under the pretext of investigating the missing ninja, bring Uchiha Gento back to me. He paused, a cold curve twitching at the corner of his mouth. If he dares to resist, that will give us just the excuse to deal with him. The following day, in the Uchiha clan territory, Gento stood beside a construction site, watching Komoku Yano command the craftsmen to finish the final touches. Tomorrow, these 2 buildings will be ready for use, the old man assured confidently, patting his chest. Gento nodded, already contemplating the work that would commence once the buildings were operational. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. Turning his head, he saw Hanabi and Tetsuhi, 2 brothers, blocking the middle of the road. Opposite them stood 3 ninjas wearing animal masks. The leader bore an eagle mask, flanked by a fox mask on the left and a cat mask on the right. Step aside, step aside, step aside. The eagle-masked voice sounded from behind the mask, like one shooing away stray dogs by the roadside. We, the Root Division, are conducting official business in Konoha and hold the highest authority. Anyone blocking the way is courting death. Tell me at once where Uchiha Gento is. Hanabi glared fiercely at the 3 men and retorted, what do you want with Gento? The tall, thin figure wearing the fox mask stepped forward, tilting his head with a mocking tone. Oh, the Uchiha sure have a big ego. We in Root have to report to you. Are you even worthy of that? Wearing a police department vest, thinking you're some big shot? He scrutinized Hanabi up and down. Move aside quickly, or we won't hesitate to take you both in along with him. You! Hanabi, burning with rage, was about to lose his temper when a voice came from behind, What's going on? Hanabi turned to see Gento and immediately spoke. Gento, these 3 root ninjas want to arrest you. The eagle-masked man turned to appraise Gento from head to toe, then sneered. Oh, so you are Uchiha Gento? Tilting his head, he added, 2 of our root members have gone missing in your Uchiha clan. We now suspect you are involved. Come with us immediately and cooperate with Root's investigation. He paused, adding, don't even think about refusing. Our way of inviting guests isn't exactly gentle. Upon hearing this, Gento glanced at the 3 men and said coolly, what are you fools to even think you can investigate me? What did you say? How dare you belittle Root? We serve Lord Danzo himself. Even the Hokage must show him some respect. And you, a mere Uchiha clan leader, are nothing. I tell you, whether you go willingly or not, you will come with us today. Gento's scorn deepened. Danzo is nothing but a fart. He has no authority to investigate me. Uchiha Gento, you 3 had better leave the Uchiha territory before I lose my temper. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The 3 root ninjas exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. Let's show him what we mean. Tack. No sooner had the words fallen than 3 shuriken whistled toward Gento's face. The root operatives moved with seamless coordination, launching lethal strikes that gave Gento no opening. As they hurled their shuriken, some began forming hand seals, others moved to flank, while one pressed from the front. Their swift and synchronized actions clearly marked them as a well-practiced team. Yet Gento was faster. The moment their attack was unleashed, his eyes transformed. The 3 tomo swirled and merged into intricate patterns. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Susanoo, golden chakra erupted, instantly coalescing into a colossal skeletal arm that stretched before Gento. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken struck the bone, all rebounding harmlessly. The 3 ninjas' expressions froze. What the hell is this thing? Before they could react, the Susanoo's arm swept across. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The 3 men were slammed to the ground like flies, dust billowing around them. One lay on the ground, gritting his teeth with a fierce glare. You dare attack Root? Lord Danzo will not let you off. Just wait. You'll pay for this. Gento lowered his gaze, looking at the reckless fool. What a nuisance. The golden arm rose again, this time targeting the 3 men's thighs. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed. Oh! The screams, as if pigs being slaughtered, reverberated throughout the Uchiha territory. The 3 root ninjas writhed on the ground, their legs bent at grotesque angles, bones protruding from the flesh, blood staining the earth. They rolled about, screams growing louder with each moment, then gradually weakened until their eyes rolled back and they fainted. Gento retracted his Susanoo and dusted off his non-existent hands. Take them down and lock them up. He glanced back at Hanabi and Tetsuhi. Also, inform the entire clan. A clan meeting will be held tomorrow. Attendance is mandatory. Saying no more, he strode off without looking back. Hanabi and Tetsuhi stood frozen for 2 seconds, then exchanged a glance, their faces betraying uncontrollable excitement. Damn, Gento is way too fierce. Hurry, hurry. Drag these useless fools away. The 2 brothers hauled the 3 root ninjas, whose legs were now mush, toward the prison. The next day, in the Uchiha clan territory, the 2 new buildings were officially completed. A crowd of clan members gathered, all craning their necks to peer inside. The first building was an apartment complex, situated at the very heart of the territory, surrounded by the residential area of the Uchiha clan. The structure was a 5-story slab building, with gray-white walls and dark gray tiled roofs. Each floor featured a neat row of windows. Some gazed enviously. This house is really grand. If only we could live there. Immediately, someone poured cold water on the sentiment. What are you dreaming? Haven't you seen the materials? It must be insanely expensive. Can you afford it? True enough. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some sighed, others shook their heads. Meanwhile, the other building, located beside the named shrine, silenced everyone. It was the clan ancestral hall. The ancestral hall stood on a vacant lot, surrounded by low walls. The main gate was a black lacquered door, above which hung a plaque inscribed with 4 bold characters. Uchiha Ancestral Hall, rendered in vigorous brushstrokes. Passing through the gate, a path paved with blue stones stretched ahead, flanked on both sides by rows of pine and cypress trees. Though newly planted, they already lent a solemn atmosphere. At the path's end stood the main hall of the ancestral shrine. The main hall was a traditional structure, with flying eaves and dugong brackets, black tiles, and white walls. Beneath the eaves hung a row of lanterns, each adorned with the Uchiha clan's fan-shaped crest. The hall's doors stood open, revealing the enshrined memorial tablets within. Clan members filed in one after another. Inside, the light was bright. On the front wall hung a series of portraits, beginning with Uchiha Taijima, carefully depicting the faces of successive clan leaders, watching over their descendants from above. Beneath the portraits lay rows of memorial tablets. The front row bore the tablets of past clan heads, while behind them rested those of ancestors who had rendered great service to the family. The sandalwood tablets were inscribed with golden characters that gleamed under the lights. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood incense, solemn and reverent. This is truly magnificent, someone whispered softly. Clan leader Gento is truly remarkable. Our Uchiha finally have a family shrine of our own. Some eyes glistened with tears. 3 elders stood at the forefront, gazing silently at the portraits adorning the wall. Soon, the Uchiha clansmen gathered one after another. Gento stepped forward. The first order of business for today's clan meeting was to pay homage to our ancestors. Elder Chie slowly approached. She reached the incense altar, lit 3 sticks of incense, raised both hands above her head, and bowed deeply toward the ancestral portraits on the wall. The generations of Uchiha forebears looked down from above. Her voice carried solemn reverence. Today, the clan gathers in the family shrine to honor the spirits of our ancestors. May they bless our clan with flourishing descendants and an unbroken bloodline. She inserted the incense sticks into the censer, brought her hands together in prayer, and closed her eyes in silent meditation. The hall fell into profound silence. Everyone bowed their heads, joining in the silent tribute. After a moment, Elder Chie slowly opened her eyes, turned around, and nodded slightly to the assembly. The ritual was complete. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Gento turned and saw that something was amiss near Mikoto. Mikoto's face was pale with panic as she cradled Itachi in her arms. Itachi, what's wrong? Wake up, she pleaded. Fugaku furrowed his brow and strode over. What's happening? Mikoto's eyes reddened with worry. I don't know. Right after the elder finished the blessing, Itachi suddenly closed his eyes and wouldn't wake no matter how hard I called. Fugaku reached out to check his son's breathing, but midway through, Itachi's eyes suddenly opened. They were a vivid crimson. Within his pupils, 2 black tomo slowly spun into formation. 7-year-old Itachi Uchiha had awakened his Sharingan immediately after the ancestral rites, and with 2 tomo from the start. Mikoto was stunned. Then tears welled uncontrollably. She clutched Itachi tightly, murmuring that he was all right as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fugaku stood nearby, his tense expression softening. He looked down at his son with a mixture of relief and pride. Seizing the moment, Gento raised his voice. Everyone, remain calm. All eyes turned to him. Paying respects to our ancestors in the family shrine increases the likelihood of awakening the Sharingan. This is the shrine's blessing. No sooner had he spoken than more murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. My eyes. Me too. It hurts so much. Gento looked around to see several clansmen clutching their eyes, faces alight with a mixture of shock and joy. Some were young, but most were adults who had been shinobi for many years. They had long accumulated sufficient chakra and ocular power, only lacking that final push. Now, under the shrine's divine favor, that door had finally been opened. 1 pair of red eyes after another flickered open. Though most bore only a single tomo, the moment that black tomo slowly rotated within each pupil, every face radiated an uncontainable joy. 1 tomo was still a Sharingan. With it, one could anticipate an opponent's moves in battle, wield basic genjutsu, and advance from genin to chunin rank. Such was the overwhelming might of the Sharingan. Gradually, the excitement settled. Shisui approached Gento's side, whispering, Clan leader, the count is complete. 53 people awakened their eyes this time. Gento nodded. 53. That meant 53 new chunin-level combatants had been added to the Uchiha's strength. The gazes directed at Gento transformed completely. Someone was the first to call out, Gento. Soon, the voices merged into a chorus. Gento, Gento, Gento. Gento raised his hand and pressed down to signal for silence. The second matter concerns the apartment building at the center of the clan territory. The crowd's eyes immediately brightened. Some had already guessed what was coming but dared not believe it. Seeing the hopeful expressions, Gento continued, that apartment building will be provided free of charge to unmarried young clan members. Anyone of suitable age who is not yet married may apply. Cheers erupted. Some leapt up in excitement. Others embraced one another, laughing and shouting joyfully. After the applause subsided, Gento resumed, the first batch has 50 spots. Register with Shisui. He will arrange the allocations. There will be 4 more batches, totaling 250 spots. So those not assigned now need not worry, they will have their chance eventually. The eyes of eligible young people shone even brighter. Among them were those whose parents had died in battle, leaving little inheritance. Others came from large families, cramped into a few small rooms. Now, the clan leader had directly resolved their housing difficulties. Gento pressed on. The third matter. The assembly fell silent. If any clan members wish, they may donate the bodies of fallen warriors. This is entirely voluntary, not compulsory. Some furrowed their brows. Gento met their gazes. I understand some may feel this dishonors the deceased. But I want to be clear, the purpose of this research is to help the living live better. Perhaps one day, through study we can discover safer, more efficient methods to awaken the Sharingan among our people. With the Sharingan, the mortality rate on missions could be greatly reduced. He paused. I repeat, this is entirely voluntary. Those willing may entrust the bodies to the clan Sambu. Having first announced 2 measures that benefit the entire family, although some frowned, no one voiced opposition. Gento nodded. Meeting adjourned. He departed, yet the Uchiha clansmen did not disperse. They gathered in small groups, some gazing up at the ancestral portraits, identifying their forebears. Others clustered around those who had just awakened their eyes, asking what the experience felt like, and a group of young people animatedly discussing the apartment allocations. The entire clan territory was suffused with unprecedented joy and vitality. Only as dusk approached did the crowds gradually thin. That night, Shisui came to Gento's home. He held 2 sealed scrolls and handed them over. Clan leader, these are the 2 bodies donated by clan members today. Gento received them, inspected the seals carefully. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave. After Shisui departed, Gento retrieved the summoning scroll Orochimaru had given him from his bosom. Following the formation inscribed on the scroll, he formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom! A burst of white smoke exploded forth. Through the mist, a colossal figure slowly materialized. A massive purple serpent, its body armored in impenetrable scales, stretched some 20 to 30 meters in length. Its golden vertical pupils gleamed coldly and fiercely as it loomed over Gento. It was Manshi, Orochimaru's summoned beast. At once, Manshi opened its bloodthirsty maw and lunged at Gento. Its venomous fangs gaped wide, exuding a rank stench. Gento narrowed his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated. Manshi froze mid-air, its enormous form immobilized as if petrified. The ferocity in its golden eyes vanished, replaced by profound terror. Gento regarded it with an icy tone. For Orochimaru's sake, I will spare you this time. Should there be a next time, your death will be certain. Manshi shuddered all over. It tried to nod but remained under control, blinking frantically to signal submission. Gento tossed the 2 sealed scrolls into its wide-open mouth. Take these back to Orochimaru. He deactivated his ocular jutsu. Manshi's body was finally free to move. It hastily closed its jaws, then with a pop, vanished into white smoke. Returning indoors, Gento's first act was to open the system's clan panel. Family Shrine, constructed. Indulgence Apartments, 1 constructed. Desire Hot Springs, not constructed. He focused his thoughts and selected the family shrine. Suddenly, a flash appeared before his eyes, and the real-time scene inside the ancestral hall materialized vividly in his mind. It was as if he had been granted a god's eye view, allowing his gaze to roam freely within the hall. He could see the incense burner on the altar table, the portraits adorning the walls, and even the newly placed potted plant tucked away in the corner. Several clan members knelt on cushions, hands clasped in prayer. Schwando could clearly hear their murmured chants. Schwando paused in surprise, then activated the indulgence apartment feature. The same effect, a corridor, rooms, all visible with crystal clarity. Stroking his chin, his eyes gradually brightened. This function was quite intriguing. It seemed the system was designed to facilitate his management of clan properties. Being able to observe clan buildings in real time meant that once the hot spring facility was completed, he would likewise have such access. The thought of the potentially tantalizing scenes he might witness then stirred a fervent heat within him. He glanced toward the doorway and called out, "Yitsong, come in for a moment." Yitsong pushed open the door and stepped inside, barely steadying himself before Schwando pulled him over. 1 month later, the long-anticipated Desire Hot Springs was finally completed. On the day of its completion, Schwando was almost the first to rush over for inspection. Standing at the entrance to the complex, he finally understood why this project had taken the longest to finish. It was vast. Rather than a single building, it resembled an entire garden. The entrance was marked by a bamboo gatehouse, immediately evoking a sense of relaxation. Beyond it lay a winding path paved with cobblestones, branching off in all directions. Bamboo lined both sides of the path. The verdant stalks rose straight and tall, their leaves intertwining overhead to form a canopy that filtered sunlight into delicate patches dancing on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, filling the air with a faint, fresh scent of greenery. As he followed the path inward, the scenery suddenly opened into a meticulously crafted courtyard brimming with greenery. Low shrubs, staggered rock formations, climbing vines, and a few late-blooming cherry trees scattered their petals over the bluestone slabs, carpeting the ground in a thin layer of pale pink and white. From every direction in the courtyard, small paths led to different pools. The men's and women's baths were separate, each constructed on opposite sides of the garden. Both featured spacious indoor pools partitioned by bamboo blinds and screens to ensure privacy, as well as outdoor pools that offered thrilling exposure to the beautiful landscape surroundings. The large mixed bathing pool occupied the center, open to the sky and expansive in size. Its waters, drawn from subterranean hot springs, were crystal clear yet emitted curling wisps of white steam. Natural stones formed the pool's edges, with ferns and moss growing in the crevices, giving the impression of a natural formation. Tall bamboo stalks encircled the pool, completely shielding it from outside view. Continuing deeper past the mixed pool, a more secluded path appeared. Dense bamboo lined both sides, the trail narrowing as it progressed until it opened onto a cluster of more than a dozen small outdoor pools. Each pool, about 3 to 4 square meters in size, was scattered across the hillside. Bamboo groves and shrubs separated the pools, spaced far enough apart that even if two were occupied simultaneously, the occupants could not see one another. Smooth cobblestones lined the edges of each pool, accompanied by a small wooden table bearing a bamboo tray with clean towels and a small pot of sake. Further still lay private indoor hot springs, individual rooms constructed of wood with sliding doors that opened to reveal a modest bath. Each room was fully equipped with tatami mats and a restroom. The rooms were completely enclosed except for a single window, which overlooked a carefully arranged dry landscape garden. Soft lighting and misty steam suffused the space with tranquility. Throughout the entire hot spring complex, a faint fragrance lingered in the air, indescribable yet reminiscent of sandalwood mingled with a subtle floral aroma. It was delicate and elusive, evoking a soothing sensation that relaxed the body and softened the bones. The longer one stayed, the more the scent seemed to seep into the skin, stirring an undefinable restlessness within the heart. Schwando toured the grounds once more, growing increasingly satisfied. Truly befitting the name Desire Hot Springs, he had already identified several perfect battlegrounds during his circuit. Clearing his throat, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. That very afternoon, Schwando announced the official opening of Desire Hot Springs. Without delay, he eagerly brought Hong along to experience the hot springs firsthand. Like the indulgence apartment, this hot spring facility was entirely free of charge and exclusively open to members of the Uchiha clan, a familial privilege requiring no advertisement. For the past month, clan members had watched the construction progress with mounting curiosity. Once the news broke, a crowd quickly gathered. By the time Schwando and Hong arrived at the hot spring, a line had already formed at the entrance. Peering inside, he was astonished. Both the men's and women's baths were at full capacity. Even the mixed pool teemed with shadows, and the secluded small pools were already occupied. Schwando was momentarily dumbfounded. That's quite a crowd. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency. As clan head, it was only fitting he enjoy certain privileges. He took Hong's hand and bypassed the crowd, winding through the bamboo-lined paths until they reached the deepest part of the garden. There, concealed behind dense clusters of bamboo and enclosed by bamboo fencing, stood a small pool marked by a wooden sign reading exclusive use for clan head. This was a special provision Schwando had requested from the artisans, strictly off-limits to others. The pool measured about 3 to 4 square meters, its edges paved with smooth cobblestones, with delicate moss sprouting in the crevices. The water was crystal clear, exuding curling wisps of white steam. A few bamboo leaves floated and swirled upon the surface. Encircled tightly by bamboo, only a small patch of sky was visible overhead. A faint fragrance mingled with the mineral scent unique to hot spring water, inducing a profound relaxation upon inhalation. Turning to Hong, Schwando said, "Let us get in quickly." Hong stood at the pool's edge, her cheeks flushed crimson. She fully understood Schwando's intentions but remained silent, bowing her head as she turned toward the adjacent changing room. A moment later, the door to the changing room opened. Hong emerged, clad in a deep crimson three-piece bikini, the fabric secured with slender cords. 2 bows adorned the sides of the lower piece, revealing a swath of her pale, supple waist. Her naturally fair skin appeared even more radiant against the rich red fabric. At 18, her body had matured gracefully, her bosom taut and well-defined, her waist slender enough to encircle with a single hand, and her legs long and straight. Her hands hesitated, shifting between resting at her sides and folding across her arms. Her face was flushed to the roots of her ears, her lashes lowered, avoiding Schwando's gaze. Schwando's eyes widened in admiration. Yu Hong blazed with heat under his gaze, bit her lip, and swiftly stepped to the pool's edge, crossing into the warm water without hesitation. The moment the soothing water enveloped her, she let out a soft, entranced sigh. The temperature was perfect, not scalding nor chilly, but like a gentle hand wrapping around her entire being. Warmth seeped through her skin, coursing along her veins, suffusing every inch of her body, relaxing her muscles and melting away the fatigue buried deep within her bones. She emitted a sound of pure bliss, leaning back against the stone edge of the pool, closing her eyes. The tone was soft enough to drip with desire. Schwando felt a surge of passion rise within him. In a swift motion, he tore off his clothes, slipped into swim trunks, and plunged into the pool. Water splashed over Hong's flushed face. She opened her eyes and met his glowing gaze. Swimming to her side, Schwando sat close, their bodies nearly touching. Separated only by the warm water, they could feel the heat radiating from each other's skin. Hong, he said, reaching out to rest his hand on her shoulder. Hong's shoulders twitched slightly, but she did not pull away. Gento's hand slid down from her shoulder, gliding along her arm before coming to rest on her waist. That waist was slender and supple, her skin as smooth as silk, and even more slippery after being touched by water, impossible to grasp firmly. Don't move around.
On whispered softly.
Gento leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin. Let me massage you for a while, all right? Hong said nothing, merely burying her face lower. Taking her silence as consent, Gento began to massage her arm. His fingers pressed gently against her skin, moving in slow circles. Hong bit her lip but still let out a soft hum. The sound was tender, trembling slightly, like a cat's paw delicately scratching at Gento's heart. The hot spring waters beside them rippled gently, creating faint waves. Mist curled above the pool's surface, mingling with a subtle, elusive fragrance that relaxed the body yet stirred a faint heat within. The bamboo grove overhead rustled softly. A few bamboo leaves drifted down, landing on Hong's shoulder. As she reached out to brush them away, Gento's hand moved first, plucking the leaf off. His hand lingered, settling on her shoulder. Her skin, bathed in the hot spring, had taken on a faint flush, silky and slick. His fingers pressed lightly, kneading the muscles of her neck and shoulders. The muscles there were somewhat stiff, likely from her usual training. Does my technique feel good? Hong murmured, her voice muffled as her face remained buried. Gento's hand traced down from her shoulder to her back. The curve of her back was smooth and graceful. His fingers pressed along either side of her spine, inch by inch applying a moderate pressure. Hong's breathing gradually deepened, not in discomfort, but in a way she couldn't quite explain. The hot spring water swayed gently beside them, each ripple seeming to tease her skin. The fragrance grew stronger, stirring a restless feeling within her, yet she hesitated to hold her breath. Gento's hands massaged her back with focused care. Hong closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering lightly, breath shallow and quick. Gento's massage was so skillful that Hong's whole body softened, leaning against the pool's edge, utterly drained of strength. The water continued its gentle undulation, the scent thickening, mingling with the steam rising from the hot spring, enveloping them completely. The atmosphere between them gradually grew hazy and intoxicating. In the days that followed, the Desire Hot Spring was crowded to capacity every day. Initially, the clan members came only for the free access, bathing briefly before leaving. But within a few days, some noticed their old injuries ached less. Others found their sleep improved after several nights of soaking. Some even said that after bathing, their nighttime performance was better, and now their wives looked at them differently. The news spread like wildfire throughout the clan grounds. Is it true? Can the hot spring really heal wounds? Why would I lie? That old scar on my arm, cut by a kunai and aching for 3 years, hasn't hurt at all these past few days after soaking. How about it? Shall we go tonight? Yeah, definitely. By evening, a long queue formed at the entrance of the hot spring. Some carried basins, others wrapped in towels, and some simply arrived in their pajamas. Meanwhile, the rumors about the hot spring began to spread through various channels across the entire Hidden Leaf village. The streets and alleys buzzed with a new popular topic. Hey, have you heard? There's a hot spring over in the Uchiha territory. Apparently it can cure illnesses. Cure illnesses? Really? A distant cousin of mine married into the Uchiha clan. She said her father-in-law's legs had been stiff for years, but after a few days of soaking he walks much more smoothly. Wow, that's incredible. And there's more. They even have an apartment complex where young people can live for free. Free? No rent? Yep. As long as you're an Uchiha and unmarried, you can apply. Oh, that's awesome. 2 middle-aged shinobi stood at the entrance of a dumpling shop, one wearing a forehead protector, the other chewing on a toothpick. Passers-by waiting to buy dumplings listened with wide eyes. But what about us, non-Uchiha? Can we go in? The toothpick-chewing shinobi rolled his eyes. In your dreams. That's clan property. They wouldn't let outsiders in easily. I tried to peek in yesterday, and 2 young Uchiha guys glared at me so coldly I got chills down my spine. That's such a shame. I wish I could soak in there to heal the injury on my waist. Why don't you marry an Uchiha? Me? I'm a guy. How would that work? So what? There are female Uchiha too. Though you're a bit plain-looking, maybe someone else blind? Get lost. The two bantered as they walked away, while a nearby listener pondered quietly. Inside the dumpling shop, the proprietress rolled dumplings while chatting with a regular customer. I hear the Uchiha clan has some pretty good perks. The regular, a woman in her 40s, lowered her voice. Tell me about it. My daughter came home a few days ago and said her friend, a really pretty girl, has been surrounded by several young Uchiha men lately. Oh, sounds like someone else interested. Exactly. Her family doesn't oppose it either, saying that if she really marries into the clan, life will be easier. Well, that's true. The Uchiha do have a solid foundation. They exchanged a glance and sighed in unison. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Gento sat indoors, watching the live feed of the Desire hot spring on the system panel before him. This had become his habit these past few days. The scenes of the women's bath were sultry and alluring, instantly straightening Gento's usually bent back. Through the mist, several young female clan members soaked in the pool. Some rested against the edge with closed eyes, others whispered and laughed softly. Some splashed water playfully at each other. The rippling water revealed glimpses that made Gento swallow hard. Once, he even spotted Makoto. It was at dusk when fewer people were around. Makoto came alone, her hair undone, a stark contrast to her usual dignified police chief wife appearance. In the mist, her silhouette was vague and ethereal, possessing an indescribable beauty. Gento was momentarily stunned. Wearing clothes, he hadn't realized how well-proportioned Makoto's figure was. That old man Fugaku really does know how to eat well. Every time Gento finished watching Makoto's live feed, his blood would boil with excitement. The unfortunate one was Yakura. These days, Yakura's gaze toward Gento was strange, tinged with grievance yet resigned. One day, just as Gento opened the system panel to continue watching the live feed, Yakura's voice came from the doorway. Master Gento, an Uchiha named Makoto is here to visit. Gento was stunned. Makoto, coming to see him on her own? Surely not because she fancied him and wanted to embarrass Fugaku. The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Please show her to the reception room. He straightened his clothes, composed himself, and walked toward the guest chamber. Inside the reception room, Yakura was pouring tea for the guest. The moment Gento entered, his eyes brightened. Makoto sat on the tatami mat, dressed in an elegant, simple kimono, her hair pinned up to reveal the pale nape of her neck. The kimono's collar was slightly open, revealing snow-white skin. Her posture was dignified, her waist and back straight, but the curve at her chest was especially pronounced due to her sitting position. Beside Makoto sat another figure. A cascade of fiery red hair flowed over her shoulders, the color like flames. She wore a deep purple top and black trousers, her waist cinched tightly, emphasizing her voluptuous figure. Her eyebrows and eyes were far more expressive than Makoto's, exuding a natural vivacity. It was Kushina Uzumaki. At that moment, the system's alert chimed softly in Gento's mind. Ding! Suitable female shinobi detected for dual cultivation. Name, Kushina Uzumaki. Bloodline limit, Uzumaki physiology. Power level, shadow rank. Overall rating S tier. He was not astonished that Kushina Uzumaki met the criteria for dual cultivation. What truly surprised him was that Kushina possessed shadow level strength. Yet, considering her Uzumaki heritage and the nine tails sealed within her, Genkaku felt reassured. He withdrew his gaze and took a seat opposite the two. Makoto slightly bowed, a smile tinged with apology gracing her face. Pardon the intrusion, clan leader. Genkaku waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality, Makoto. Speak freely if there is something you wish to discuss. Makoto glanced sideways at Kushina, who immediately donned a pitiful expression, hands clasped together. Genkaku, the hot spring in your clan has become the talk of the village. They say bathing in it heals wounds and leaves one feeling utterly refreshed. She paused briefly, cheeks flushing faintly, yet summoned her courage to continue. Might I also be allowed to bathe there? Genkaku was taken aback. Kushina had proactively requested access to the hot spring? How was that any different from voluntarily showing herself to him? Images of two beautiful women bathing together involuntarily flickered through his mind, stirring a ripple of excitement within. Yet, he maintained the dignified demeanor befitting a clan leader. As you know, Kushina, this is a privilege exclusive to the Uchiha clan. According to regulations, outsiders are not permitted to enjoy it. The hopeful expressions on Makoto's and Kushina's faces instantly wilted. They exchanged a glance, both wearing looks of disappointment. Makoto opened her mouth as if to say something but faltered, unsure how to proceed. Kushina lowered her head, fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothing. Genkaku shifted his tone. However, both women raised their heads simultaneously, their eyes rekindling with hope. Kushina, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you have contributed greatly to Konoha. I hereby grant you special permission to use the Uchiha hot spring. Kushina froze for a moment before leaping up suddenly and embracing Makoto tightly. Makoto, did you hear that? He said yes. Makoto wobbled under the enthusiastic embrace but wore a genuine smile. Moreover, Genkaku added, you may come and use it any time you wish from now on. Kushina released Makoto and turned to Genkaku with gratitude. Thank you, Genkaku, let us go quickly. She tugged Makoto along as they hurried out, Makoto stumbling slightly but turning back to nod apologetically at Genkaku before being pulled away. Seated where he was, Genkaku watched their departing figures, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Rising, he headed toward his chambers. System panel. Live feed activated. 30 minutes later, the live feed captured Makoto and Kushina arriving hand in hand at the entrance of the Desire Hot Spring. They chatted and laughed as they stepped inside. The receptionist at the entrance hesitated momentarily, instinctively about to block their way, but Kushina lifted her chin proudly. I have special approval from your clan leader. The receptionist's attitude instantly shifted, greeting them with a broad smile and ushering them inside, even assigning them the finest indoor hot spring room. They walked down a long corridor flanked by bamboo fences and stone lanterns, treading upon bluestone slabs until they reached a wooden door. Pushing it open revealed a serene and elegant chamber. Tatami mats lined the floor. A flower arrangement adorned one corner. Outside the window, miniature rock formations and flowing water could be seen. A rack against the wall held pristine yukatas and towels, and a subtle fragrance perfumed the air. Makoto and Kushina changed into their yukatas and stepped into the inner chamber. Inside was a modest indoor hot spring, its pool constructed from bluestone, the water crystal clear and steaming gently. Genkaku's breath caught for a moment. The two began undressing. Makoto turned her back to the camera, loosening the obi of her kimono. The garment slipped from her shoulders, revealing smooth, unblemished skin. Her complexion was pale, the curve of her shoulders graceful, and her waist slender. She donned a swimsuit and turned around. It was a deep blue two-piece, a bandeau top and tie-side bikini bottoms. Though not overtly revealing, it carried an ineffable allure upon her figure. Kushina's movements were far more unabashed. In just a few swift motions, she shed her outerwear, unveiling a fiery red bikini. Vast expanses of snow-white skin were bared. Her waist and abdomen bore no excess flesh, and her legs were long and straight. She stretched lazily, the curve of her bust accentuated further. Makoto, come on in, she called, stepping first into the pool. The water rippled around her calves, knees, and thighs. Makoto followed slowly. They seated themselves in the pool, the water reaching just to their chests. Steam swirled, blurring the view beneath the surface while rendering the exposed parts above all the more enticing. Kushina leaned back against the edge, emitting a contented sigh. Her cheeks flushed rosy, eyes squinting, lips slightly parted. A visage of utter bliss. Makoto was more reserved, merely resting gently against the side with eyes closed and even breathing. Yet, the subtle rise and fall of her chest and the deepening flush on her cheeks betrayed her enjoyment of the soothing warmth. Kushina opened her eyes, glanced sideways at Makoto, and grinned mischievously. Makoto, there is no one else here. If it feels good, just say so. Makoto opened her eyes, her face reddening further. Suddenly, Kushina swam over and began playfully groping Makoto. Makoto cried out, instinctively trying to evade, but Kushina caught her in a tight embrace. Don't move, let me tickle you. Ha ha ha, no, don't touch there. It's ticklish. Makoto trembled with laughter, splashing water everywhere. She tried to push Kushina away but lacked strength, seeming to both resist and welcome the touch. Kushina's tickling grew more vigorous. Don't move, don't touch there. It's ticklish. I told you to pretend to be reserved. Kushina giggled, yet her hands became increasingly relentless. No, Kushina. Makoto's voice softened, growing more seductive, until she was practically begging for mercy. The two figures intertwined amid rippling water. Through the misty steam, strange sounds occasionally drifted. At home, Genkaku observed their playful antics, eyes widening in astonishment. He had never imagined that these two outwardly proper beauties could be so uninhibited in private. After some time, the commotion subsided. Makoto spoke softly. Kushina, lately the clan leader has been encouraging childbirth. I want to have another child with Fugaku. Then do it. Your family isn't short of money. Raising another child shouldn't be a problem, right? Makoto sighed. You don't know. The police department has been so busy lately. Fugaku works overtime every day, sometimes not returning until midnight. He does come home, but looks exhausted and falls asleep immediately. I can't even bring up the subject. Kushina comforted her. It's okay. There will be a chance. Yet her smile faded, a trace of melancholy glimmering in her eyes. Fugaku returns home no matter how late, unlike Minato who, when busy, often doesn't come home at all. Makoto was taken aback. Looking up, isn't Minato the flying thunder god? Shouldn't he be able to come home easily? Kushina pouted, her tone tinged with grievance. But he is always in meetings with those old men or out on missions. As for me, I'm the Jinchuriki. I can't go along. So whenever he does come back, I cherish it deeply. I want to have a child with Minato too, but there is simply no time. It's been a long time since we last. Makoto said nothing, only reaching out to hold Kushina's hand. Listening to their conversation, Genkaku was pensive. In the blink of an eye, 11 months passed swiftly. The year was Konoha's 51st. During this year, the transformation of the Uchiha clan's territory was evident to the naked eye. Following the first indulgence apartment complex, 4 more apartment buildings were successively completed, neatly arranged at the heart of the clan lands. The housing issue for over 200 unmarried youths had been personally resolved by Genkaku. The apartments yielded immediate results. Young people living there saw each other constantly, bowing their heads or meeting eyes in the corridors, encountering one another in the baths. Gradually, conversations increased, and gazes grew warm. Moreover, all the residents were young individuals brimming with fiery passions. In the throes of loneliness and desire, it was inevitable that certain stories would unfold. Thus, as night fell, peculiar sounds often emanated from various rooms, a phenomenon to which others had grown accustomed. Coupled with the allure of the desire hot springs, within the mixed bathing pools shrouded in mist, glances lingered a moment longer between some, towels were passed between others, and over time, acquaintances blossomed into companions returning home together. Under the influence of multiple factors, within less than a year's span, the Uchiha clan welcomed over 200 newborns. The family's population finally surpassed the formidable threshold of 3,000. This surge was not exclusive to the Uchiha. The entire Hidden Leaf village experienced a baby boom. The war had ended, men returned home, and women awaited their husbands' arrival. Though the shinobi still undertook missions, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief compared to wartime. Consequently, the 51st year of the Hidden Leaf village became, without question, the year of new life. In that same month, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka were born in quick succession. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga also came into the world. The heirs of the great ninja clans arrived in clusters. The streets grew filled with young mothers pushing strollers, and numerous new shops specializing in infant and toddler goods opened throughout the village. One day, Gento strolled along a path outside the village with Akai. They walked at a leisurely pace, Akai entwining her arm with his and occasionally exchanging idle chatter. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion thundered ahead. Gento's eyes snapped upward. Flames soared skyward, accompanied by dense smoke. He instantly recognized it as an Uchiha Great Fireball. Something was amiss. Gento gently squeezed Akai's hand. I'll go see what is happening. Kai nodded without question. In a flash, Gento dashed across rooftops toward the source. Along the way, he spotted 3 figures also rushing in that direction. The one leading glanced back. It was Fugaku. What's going on? Gento called as he caught up. A special jonin is causing trouble, Fugaku replied grimly. Gento nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The group arrived at a street corner where a crowd had gathered. 3 Uchiha clan members clad in police division vests were pinning a man firmly to the ground. The man struggled, his face pressed to the pavement, cursing vehemently. Fugaku approached and lowered his gaze to the subdued shinobi. Take him back, he ordered. 2 of the police division personnel hoisted the man to his feet. Gento exhaled in relief. It seemed the situation was under control. He turned to leave when suddenly, smack, an egg struck the back of one officer's head. Curse all you Uchiha! The crowd fell silent instantly. Gento followed the voice and saw an elderly woman with graying hair who had hurled the egg. She rushed to the restrained shinobi, grabbing his clothing and pointing at the Uchiha officers. That is my son. On what grounds do you detain him? An Uchiha stepped forward to explain. He killed a woman while intoxicated. According to village regulations, we must take him in for investigation. The woman's voice sharpened. Impossible. He is usually a good boy. He could not have done such a thing. You Uchiha are framing him. We have eyewitnesses and physical evidence at the scene. The Uchiha countered. So what if you do? The woman interrupted, her voice rising into a shrill wail as she began to rant incoherently. Besides, so what if he killed someone? He is a special jonin. Even if a shinobi kills an insignificant civilian, it's no big deal, right? She lunged forward but was restrained by bystanders, struggling fiercely. You Uchiha only know how to bully your own, how you turn on your own kind. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Is the Uchiha clan overstepping lately? I heard their clan head aspires to become Hokage. Even the daimyo mentioned it. The young police division officer with egg dripping down his forehead stood dazed, unsure how to respond. Fugaku approached with a stern expression, patting the officer's shoulder. Take him away. He ignored the egg-throwing elder woman and offered no explanation. The three officers escorted the disruptive shinobi away, and the crowd parted to let them pass, their gazes following them until they disappeared. The murmuring persisted. Gento remained at the corner, observing everything with a heavy heart. The tension between the Hidden Leaf Police Division and the populace seemed to be growing ever more pronounced. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Fugaku. It was Itachi Uchiha. Father. Mother is about to give birth. Gento's expression shifted. Sasuke Uchiha was about to be born? He stepped forward. May I accompany you to see? Fugaku glanced at him and nodded. When they arrived at the hospital, several clan members already waited outside the delivery room. Before long, a clear, loud infant cry issued from within. The door opened, and a nurse emerged, holding a baby swaddled in blankets. Is the child's family here? Fugaku immediately stepped forward. I am the father. The nurse smiled and handed over the child. It's a healthy boy. Please give him a name. Fugaku looked down at the small face in his arms, silent for a moment before speaking. I have always revered the father of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Sasuke. My son's name shall be Sasuke. No sooner had the words left his lips than Gento's mind was filled with the system's chime. Ding. Family prosperity level up. Family, Uchiha. Prosperity level, B rank, family flourishing. Number of members, 3,154. Number of ninja, 1,203. Family buildings, Clan Ancestral Hall, Indulgence Apartments, Desire Hot Springs. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 1 lottery draw granted. Hearing the system prompt, Gento nodded. After all, Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, possessed boundless potential. It was no surprise he triggered the family's prosperity upgrade. The system voice continued. Ding. Current family prosperity level has reached B rank, family flourishing. Unlocking new family buildings. Awakening chamber. Awakening chamber. Description. A specialized place for the inheritance and awakening of the Sharingan. The Sharingan of fallen clan members can be preserved here and, through specific rituals, assist clan members in awakening or evolving their Sharingan. Effect. Allows the inheritance of the Sharingan by sacrificing the preserved eyes of the deceased. Ding. Current family prosperity level has reached B rank, family flourishing. Unlocking new family building, mission hall. Mission hall. Description. A venue for clan members to accept commission missions. Mission sources primarily include civilian requests and cooperation proposals from other organizations or individuals. Effect. Completing missions increases employer satisfaction by 30%, accelerates the clan's reputation growth, attracts external commissions, and hastens prosperity advancement. Gento regarded the two newly unlocked buildings thoughtfully. The Awakening Chamber's function was straightforward. In the future, if a clan member fell in battle leaving behind a Sharingan, it could be passed down to descendants, mitigating the loss of clan strength due to the demise of powerful warriors. As for the mission hall, that was more delicate. Commission missions in Hidden Leaf Village were traditionally distributed exclusively by the Hokage's office. If the Uchiha established their own mission hall to accept tasks independently, it would be tantamount to openly challenging the Hokage's authority. Yet, the benefits were considerable. Clan members would gain an additional source of income, the clan's renown would rise, and prosperity would increase more rapidly. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. Gento shook his head and set those thoughts aside. The most pressing matter at hand was the system lottery. With the prosperity upgrade, the chances of winning had improved. Minister Fugaku, congratulations on the birth of your precious son. Gento nodded respectfully. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I must take my leave. He turned away from the hospital, his footsteps light and brisk. Upon returning home, Genjutsu wasted no time. He seated himself cross-legged and sank his consciousness into his mind. Host. Uchiha Genjutsu. Bloodline limit. Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra attributes. Fire, lightning, in.
Ninjutsu, transformation technique, E, substitut technique, E, clone technique, E, body-fliqué technique, D.
Fire release, great fireball technique, C. Lightning release, ground walk, C. Fire release, ash concealment, C. In release, mind distortion, S. In seal slave mark, S. Dojitsu, Susanoo Yomitsu, Tokitsuki. Remaining draw attempts 2. Draw the instant the thought crossed his mind. An entirely new roulette will materialize within his consciousness. Beneath the wheel, the upgraded probabilities were inscribed. D rank reward, 20. C rank reward, 30, B rank reward, 40, A rank reward, 10. The wheel turned slowly, the pointer gliding over each segment before coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a B rank reward, B rank ninjutsu, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. In a flash, the sequences of hand seals, chakra flow patterns, and practical application techniques for the fire dragon flame bullet flooded his mind, as if he had practiced them 1,000 times over. Genjutsu shook his head. A B-rank ninjutsu was indeed insufficient for him nowadays. Without hesitation, he activated the dojutsu in his right eye. Tokitsuki. A sharp pain radiated from his right eye. The previously expended draw attempt was instantly restored. Simultaneously, all memories concerning the fire dragon flame bullet receded like a tide, leaving him utterly unable to recall a single detail no matter how hard he tried. Wiping the liquid trickling from the corner of his eye, Genjutsu silently intoned once more. Draw the wheel spun anew. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained an A-rank reward, Mastery of Wind Attribute Chakra Essence. A vital, lively sensation rose from within his body, as if something dormant in his meridians had awakened. Closing his eyes to sense it, Genjutsu confirmed that Wind Attribute Chakra was indeed beginning to form inside him. An A-rank reward already? He was somewhat surprised but did not hesitate this time. He had no intention of reversing it. An A-rank reward was worth it. One draw attempt remained. Drawl ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a C-rank reward. Tokitsuki. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained a B-rank reward. For consecutive reversals. The pain in his right eye intensified progressively, a trail of bloody tears sliding down his cheek. Gritting his teeth, Genjutsu realized his dojutsu usage was nearing its limit. He could barely force himself to use Tokitsuki once more. If the next attempt failed to yield an A-rank reward, he would have no choice but to reverse time to preserve the remaining draw chance and wait for his eye to recover before drawing again. Again, the fifth draw commenced. The wheel came to rest. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained an A-rank reward. A-rank ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. A vast surge of memories flooded in hand seal sequences, chakra allocation, combat experience, as well as countless control techniques for coordinating numerous shadow clones simultaneously. Genjutsu exhaled deeply. Finally, the breakthrough had come. Moreover, it was a top-tier A-rank ninjutsu. It must be noted, the multiple shadow clone technique was a forbidden jutsu, sealed away in the Book of Seals. He opened his eyes, wiped the bloodstains from his face, and felt a surge of joy within. This haul was substantial. The mastery of Wind Attribute Chakra Essence deepened his understanding of Chakra's fundamental nature. The multiple shadow clone technique greatly enhanced his practical combat capabilities. Multiple shadow clone technique. Genjutsu formed the hand seals. With a soft bang and a puff of white smoke dissipating, two shadow clones identical to him appeared before him. The greatest distinction between shadow clones and ordinary clones was that shadow clones were tangible entities. Anything the original could do, a shadow clone could replicate. Moreover, when a shadow clone dissipated, all sensations and memories instantly transmitted back to the original. There were drawbacks as well. Each shadow clone siphoned a significant portion of the original S chakra, making it unusable for ordinary ninjas. Even if one possessed sufficient chakra, the sudden influx of memories upon a clone's disappearance could overwhelm the mind, mildly causing headaches, or severely inducing mental breakdowns. This was why it was classified as forbidden jutsu. However, for Genjutsu, who had mastered in attribute chakra, such mental shock was negligible. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered the main storyline quest. Main quest released. The Nine Tails Turmoil. Quest description. Kushina Uzumaki is nearing childbirth. The seal restraining the Nine Tails within her will loosen upon the child's birth. Uchiha Gento will seize this opportunity to instigate the Nine Tails Turmoil. Please rescue Kushina during the Nine Tails Turmoil. Quest reward. One draw attempt. Genjutsu's gaze sharpened. Was the Nine Tails Turmoil finally about to erupt? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that, in the original timeline, Sasuke and Naruto were born around the same time. Sasuke was already born. Naruto's birth was imminent. As for how to rescue Kushina, directly confronting Konoha's higher-ups with the conspiracies of Obito, Madara, and Black Zetsu was impractical. After much contemplation, Genjutsu's resolve gradually solidified. The following day, Genjutsu stood before Kushina's residence, carrying 2 bags of fruit. He knocked on the door. The door swiftly opened, revealing a young man with golden hair, none other than Minato Namikaze. Genjutsu was momentarily stunned. Minato was unexpectedly home today? He quickly regained composure and nodded politely. Minato-kun, I have come to visit Kushina. A flicker of surprise crossed Minato's eyes, but he asked no questions and stepped aside. Please, come in. Once inside the reception room, Kushina soon arrived. She wore loose loungewear, her belly prominently swollen, and her steps slow and deliberate. The lines of her face had softened somewhat, yet her cheerful demeanor remained unchanged. Upon seeing Genjutsu, she smiled warmly. Oh, Genjutsu-kun, what brings you here? Seeing Kushina, Genjutsu's mind involuntarily flashed to the sensual scene of her bathing in the hot spring, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. They exchanged some casual conversation. Minato sat quietly nearby, his face bearing a gentle smile. Kushina chattered incessantly, recounting how her body had grown heavier, how Minato's rare homecomings had been cherished, and about the small clothes and shoes prepared at home. Listening, Genjutsu pondered how to broach the subject. Ultimately, he inquired, "Pardon my boldness, but when does the hospital estimate the due date to be?" Suddenly, the room fell silent. Minato's smile stiffened, and his expression darkened instantly. "Genjutsu-kun, I'm afraid that question is somewhat inappropriate." Genjutsu was immediately taken aback. Minato was renowned for his good temper. To be spoken to in such a manner meant genuine anger. But hadn't he merely asked a question? Kushina's face also flushed with embarrassment as she said, "Genjutsu-kun, why do you ask this?" Genjutsu mulled over his question repeatedly before realizing the cause. A handsome stranger inquiring so earnestly about his wife and the timing of their child's birth. Any other man might have reacted violently, so he considered himself fortunate. Hastily, Genjutsu clarified, "Wait, Minato-kun, you've misunderstood. I received intelligence that someone will attempt to seize the Ninetales during the weakening of the seal caused by Kushina's labor. I asked to confirm the timing." Minato was stunned. Kushina was also taken aback. After a moment, Minato's expression softened, and he nodded apologetically. "I see now. My apologies. Genjutsu-kun, it was my misunderstanding." Genjutsu inwardly muttered, "Actually, no apology is necessary. You've long since seen through your wife." Minato pondered briefly before rising. "This matter is grave. It concerns not only Kushina and the child but the entire village. I must report to the Hokage immediately. I will return shortly." Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, presumably departing via the Flying Thunder God technique. Only Genkaku and Kushina remained inside the room, staring at each other wide-eyed. Whenever Genkaku saw Kushina now, he couldn't help but recall the images he had glimpsed through the system, the moments when Kushina was bathing. Although she was presently clothed, his mind was already filled with visions of her both bare and clad in a bikini. Minato's sudden departure had caught Kushina off guard as well, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Kushina broke the silence first, dispelling the tension. "The hospital says the child will be born in 1 month. 1 more month?" Genkaku mused. "That still gives me some time to prepare." Genkaku nodded in agreement. The two then chatted idly for a while longer. After a brief interval, the air subtly shifted, and Minato's figure reappeared. Wearing a solemn expression, Minato turned to Genkaku and said, "The third Hokage regards this matter with utmost seriousness and wishes to question you in person." Upon hearing this, Genkaku immediately nodded. This was exactly what he desired. To have the upper echelons of Konoha take notice was undoubtedly the most effective course of action. Thus, Genkaku followed Minato and Kushina to the Hokage's office. Upon pushing open the door, several individuals were already seated inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, occupied the central seat, pipe clenched between his teeth. Beside him sat 2 advisors, Mito Amajirai and Tenai Koharu. In a corner, Shimura Danzo rested, his face partially wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane. As Genkaku stepped inside, Hiruzen spoke immediately. "Genkaku, you've received intelligence that someone intends to seize the Ninetales?" Genkaku nodded. "Yes, third Hokage. Moreover, the adversary possesses a Sharingan from a stray Uchiha." Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. He was well aware that the Sharingan could control tailed beasts. After a pause, he inquired further. "How many are there?" "1 individual. 1 person." Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Nearly 10,000 active ninja served Konoha, with multiple layers of defenses, barriers, the Umbu, the Guard Corps. Who could possibly infiltrate alone? Tenai Koharu scoffed derisively. "Do you realize what you're saying? 1 person intends to breach Konoha? Do you think we're all fools here?" Genkaku frowned. Throughout ninja history, there have been solitary warriors whose strength could shake entire villages. Madara Uchiha, the first Hokage, each altered the course of battles single-handedly. "That was in the past," Mito Amajirai interrupted calmly. "There are no such legendary figures in today's shinobi world." Hiruzen concurred. "To the best of my knowledge, no such individuals exist in the current era." "Is there any further information?" Genkaku deliberated briefly, then resolved to disclose more to bolster his credibility. The adversary hails from a mysterious organization in the Land of Rain, known as Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Danzo immediately interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. That small group from the Land of Rain was eradicated years ago by myself and Hanzo. Their leader is dead. In my opinion, Akatsuki is nothing more than a band of naive children clamoring for peace talks to end wars. They pose no real threat. Genkaku fixed him with a steady gaze. Danzo, that organization has not disappeared. Rather, it has been developing covertly. Enough. Danzo raised his hand to cut him off. I have personally handled this matter. Do you think I need your lessons? Genkaku inhaled deeply and turned to Hiruzen. Third Hokage, this adversary is truly dangerous. We must not underestimate them. Hiruzen sighed and regarded Genkaku thoughtfully. Then what do you propose? Genkaku was prepared and responded promptly. First, Kushina must be relocated to a secret location outside Konoha to give birth, preventing the enemy from finding her. Second, the villagers should be evacuated. Even if the Ninetales is unleashed, we will have the capacity to manage the situation and avoid mass civilian casualties. Third, enough. Danzo interrupted once more. Do you understand how much manpower and resources evacuating the populace requires? Do you realize what it means for the Jinchuriki to leave the village? If the Ninetales leaves Konoha and the enemy takes advantage of the vacuum, can you bear responsibility? Genkaku met Danzo's glare without yielding. And if the Ninetales is truly unleashed, who will be accountable for the ensuing civilian casualties? Danzo's eyes darkened. If the Ninetales is unleashed, the Umbu and Root will handle it. Konoha is not without means to deal with tailed beasts. In my view, you are merely exploiting the Ninetales incident to advance Uchiha influence within the village. Genkaku's gaze hardened. Danzo, I am speaking about the Ninetales, not vying for power with you. Danzo sneered. Then tell me, how does one person breach Konoha? With a Sharingan alone? Konoha is not a village to be led around by baseless rumors. Nor do we need the Uchiha meddling here. A surge of fury ignited within Genkaku. His Sharingan sprang open, the three tomos slowly revolving, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent directed squarely at Danzo. Danzo, dare you repeat that? Danzo's face darkened as he immediately placed his hand on the weapons at his waist. The atmosphere in the office turned icy and tense. Cough. Hiruzen cleared his throat heavily, then slammed his hand on the table. Enough. All of you, cease immediately. He looked at Genkaku, his tone softening. Genkaku, I understand your feelings, but evacuating civilians and relocating the Jinchuriki involves too many complexities. It cannot be decided in a single conversation. Here is what we will do. On the day Kushina delivers, I will personally arrange for the barrier corps to establish protection, and the Umbu will stand guard nearby. If the enemy dares to come, Konoha is no pushover. Genkaku's heart sank. Despite having knowledge of the unfolding events and providing the village's leaders with prior warnings, they remained indifferent. He had spoken at length, laid much groundwork, yet ultimately nothing changed. He cast his gaze upon Hiruzen, Mito Amajirai, Tenai Koharu, and Danzo, taking in their expressions, dismissive, disdainful, indifferent. Not a single soul took his words to heart. If they could not even pass a basic test, what options did he have? He had tried to steer Konoha away from the impending tragedy, but reality made it clear that it was futile. They simply refused to listen. Watching the situation inexorably move toward the original storyline, Genkaku felt helpless. But no matter what, Kushina could not perish. He would have to devise another plan. Moreover, if Konoha's leadership remained unconcerned, it would be perilous for the Uchiha to remain within the village. He must relocate the Uchiha clan before the Ninetales incident erupted. With this resolve, Genkaku rose and said, In that case, I take my leave. He turned and walked toward the door. Genkaku. Hiruzen's voice came from behind. Genkaku halted but did not turn. There is one more matter, Hiruzen said slowly. My term is ending, and the list of candidates for Hokage has been submitted to the daimyo. The final choice is Minato as the fourth Hokage. The inauguration will be held in 5 days. You are requested to attend as a representative of the Uchiha. Genkaku remained silent. As expected, although he had influenced the course of the world to some degree, the position of fourth Hokage ultimately belonged to Minato. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. After a moment, he nodded lightly. Understood. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Given the current attitude of Konoha's leadership, the Ninetales incident was bound to erupt in 1 month's time. Kushina would face grave danger, and Danzo's route would have vanished without a trace. Since Danzo and the third Hokage could not be relied upon, Genkaku must find a way to save Kushina before then. After Genkaku's departure, those remaining in the Hokage's office gradually dispersed. Danzo emerged from the office building, foregoing a return to the root base. Instead, he took 2 root subordinates with him and headed straight for the Forest of Death. The three halted beside a massive boulder. Danzo formed hand seals. The stone slowly shifted aside, revealing the entrance to a pitch-black tunnel. Without a word, he led the way inside. The tunnel descended deeper and deeper, growing increasingly eerie with every step. The air was thick with the acrid scent of potions. Further in, experimental apparatuses became more abundant. Test tube racks, petri dishes, and intricate instruments cluttered the stone tables. Tubes connected to glass jars, within which the faint silhouettes of curled humanoid figures could be discerned. Danzo passed through these without expression, his two-root ninja trailing closely behind. They proceeded until reaching the innermost chamber, a large laboratory, where Danzo finally halted. Orochimaru stood with his back to the entrance, positioned before an experimental bench laden with vessels. Clad in a white robe, he held a test tube emitting a faint green glow. Danzo, what wind blows you here? Orochimaru spoke without turning, a trace of amusement in his tone. Danzo snorted coldly. The candidate for Hokage has been decided, Minato Namikaze. He paused briefly, then added, this time, it strikes Shizen right in the chest. Orochimaru's hand faltered for a moment. He gently replaced the test tube on its rack and turned, his narrow eyes fixing on Danzo. The old man's intention is to use Minato as a puppet, so the two of them can jointly control Konoha. Danzo's voice darkened. With that approach, Konoha has no future. Orochimaru smiled grimly. It is not yet time to give up. My research on transplanting Hashirama S cells is about to make a breakthrough. Once this experiment succeeds, seizing control of Konoha will be effortless. To grasp power, one must be prepared to employ forceful measures. Danzo's eyes gleamed with keen interest upon hearing this. When the moment is ripe, all means will be justified. Yet for now, it is not yet time. Having said this, Danzo turned and departed with his two subordinates. Upon returning to the root base, Danzo halted at the entrance and gestured. You two descend. Yes, Lord Danzo. The two figures swiftly retreated. One of the root ninja, after leaving the base, did not head home. He circled in the shadows, ensuring no one was tailing him, before flashing his form and entering the Hokage's office directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, smoking. Upon seeing the ninja enter, his expression betrayed no surprise as he exhaled a plume of smoke. More intelligence? The ninja nodded and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, Danzo has met with Orochimaru again. He then relayed the entire conversation between Danzo and Orochimaru verbatim. First, Sarutobi listened calmly, but when he heard the words transplanting Hashirama S cells, his complexion changed instantly. His pupils contracted sharply, and the hand holding his pipe froze. Hashirama S cells are too dangerous, he muttered. Orochimaru must never complete this research. He abruptly rose and paced back and forth in the office. After several circuits, he stopped and waved at the ninja. I understand. You may leave. Report immediately if there is any other critical information. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ninja responded and vanished in a blink. Sarutobi turned to gaze out at the darkening sky, taking deep drags from his pipe. Smoke billowed upward, shrouding his face. After a long pause, he sighed. Orochimaru. Another moment of silence passed before he resolutely waved over his shoulder without looking back. Summon them. Two figures appeared instantly behind him, donning animal masks and kneeling on one knee.
Hokage-sama.
Sarutobi did not turn. Gather a contingent of Umbu members immediately. Tonight we capture Orochimaru. Elsewhere, Gento was walking home. The sky had grown dark, and few pedestrians remained on the street. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a side quest. Side quest released. Orochimaru's defection. Quest description. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has finally decided to take action against Orochimaru tonight. You may assist Sarutobi in capturing Orochimaru, or choose to help Orochimaru escape. Quest reward. S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Gento was momentarily stunned, then grew excited. This was his first time triggering a side quest. And the storyline of Orochimaru's defection was commencing so soon? He read the task details, his eyes sparkling. Flying Thunder God. That was a space-time ninjutsu granting free and effortless movement. As for whom to aid, Gento barely hesitated and opted to help Orochimaru. His decision had nothing to do with any alliance with Orochimaru. He simply despised the third Hokage. He looked up at the sky, now cloaked in night. Sarutobi's capture operation was about to begin. He had to act swiftly. Without further thought, Gento changed direction and headed toward the Forest of Death. Relying on his prior knowledge, he soon located Orochimaru's base. The large boulder still blocked the entrance as before. Pondering how to enter, the stone suddenly moved on its own, sliding aside to reveal the tunnel. He took a deep breath and stepped inside. The same strange odor pervaded the passage. Gento quickened his pace, passing through glass jars housing experimental subjects and chambers cluttered with equipment, proceeding straight to the innermost laboratory. Orochimaru was indeed still there, dressed in his white robe, manipulating something on the experimental bench. Well, it's quite lively here today, Orochimaru said without turning. Even you have come, Gento-kun. Gento had no desire for idle chatter and spoke directly. Orochimaru, you must flee Konoha at once. I just received intelligence that Hiruzen Sarutobi plans to capture you tonight. Orochimaru's hands paused. He slowly turned, and the expression of calm he wore moments before shifted. But within seconds he regained composure. Without a word, he retrieved a stack of sealing scrolls and began swiftly packing. Experimental data, reagent bottles, culture jars, even the glass vessels containing experimental subjects, all sealed into the scrolls. When finished, Orochimaru called for his disciple, Akato. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed abruptly as he sharply turned toward the tunnel entrance. Trouble. No sooner had the word left his mouth than a tremendous explosion resounded down the corridor. Boom! The shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust. Amid the dust, Sarutobi's voice rang out. Orochimaru is inside. Move in with me. Capture him alive. Hearing Sarutobi's voice so close, Gento's face paled. They had arrived far sooner than expected. With no time to ponder further, he grasped Orochimaru with one hand and pulled Akato toward him with the other, activating his left IS Dojutsu, Yamatsu. The space behind the three rippled in layered folds, and in the blink of an eye, their forms gently sank away, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, Sarutobi and a dozen Umbu stormed into the laboratory. The torchlight illuminated the entire stone chamber brightly, but it was empty. Only a few vacant benches and shards of broken glass scattered on the floor. Sarutobi stood frozen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Where is Orochimaru? He had been hesitating, uncertain whether to strike decisively or spare his former disciple. Now that choice was rendered moot. Orochimaru had vanished into thin air. Not only was he gone, but the experimental apparatus, culture jars and scrolls. Everything movable had been taken, leaving behind nothing but worthless debris. What did this signify? It meant Orochimaru had long anticipated their arrival and left with utter composure. Kisame's expression darkened. After a brief pause, he bit down on his pipe and issued a command. The ninjutsu and experimental data that Orochimaru possesses are invaluable assets of Konoha. Under no circumstances must he take them away. He paused, his gaze sweeping toward the passageway. He surely hasn't gotten far. Pursue him immediately. Also he glanced at the disordered laboratory. Bring back all the remaining materials to Konoha. Meanwhile, Genjutsu, Orochimaru, and Akamami had already fallen into the Yomi space. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray mist, with chaotic, murky vapors drifting about. The moment Orochimaru landed, his eyes lit up. He scrutinized the strange space around him, his face brimming with excitement, even reaching out to grasp the swirling vapors nearby, as if eager to hold them in his hands for study. This is space ninjutsu. His voice trembled with barely contained enthusiasm. And it's an independent dimension. As he spoke, he began contemplating how to collect the murky vapors here, completely unfazed by the harrowing escape from the third Hokage's encirclement. Genjutsu watched, somewhat speechless. Such dedication to research truly unmatched. Otherwise, he could be a scientist, he thought. Unable to hold back, he warned, Orochimaru, we are not yet out of danger. Don't be careless. With that, he activated his left IS Dojutsu once more. The space rippled again. In the blink of an eye, the three emerged from Yomi space, landing beneath a towering tree in the forest of death. Orochimaru, engrossed in his studies, was abruptly interrupted, a trace of displeasure flickering across his face. He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Genjutsu's eyes, his tone tinged with curiosity. This must be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan's awakened dojutsu, right? Genjutsu, realizing he could not deceive him, nodded. Indeed. But this dojutsu can only transport us a limited distance. We're still within the forest of death. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru did not rush to flee. Instead, he sighed in admiration. Remarkable. I have studied countless ninjutsu, yet I find that the Kekkai Genkai are more wondrous than any secret technique. Genjutsu did not engage that thread but spoke gravely. Orochimaru, from now on, I will no longer provide you with the remains of the Uchiha clan. This was, of course, due to the newly constructed clan building requiring sacrifices of Sharingan eyes. Orochimaru, however, remained indifferent, waving his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. The experimental subjects you've given me before have already yielded plenty of insights. He paused, then cast a meaningful glance at Genjutsu. For example, overusing the Sharingan causes blindness. Genjutsu felt a chill in his heart. His pupils contracted slightly. Orochimaru continued. My research has revealed that the eyes of the Uchiha, whether awakened or not, function somewhat like containers, naturally storing a substantial amount of in-nature chakra. This in-nature chakra is closely linked to a person's spirit. When an Uchiha experiences intense emotional stimuli, the brain secretes a special energy that opens this container, thus awakening the Sharingan. The stronger the stimulus, the higher the degree of awakening. Having listened, Genjutsu could not help but admire from the depths of his heart. Orochimaru, your research is entirely accurate. This aligns perfectly with the original lore I have seen. To reach such an understanding within just 1 year of study is truly impressive. Orochimaru proceeded. However, once the container is opened, it begins to be consumed. Each use of the Sharingan drains a portion of the in-nature chakra stored within the eyes. Ordinary Sharingan are manageable, but once the Mangekyo awakens, the immense power of its dojutsu rapidly depletes this chakra. When the in-nature chakra is exhausted, blindness inevitably follows. At this point, Orochimaru cast another significant glance at Genjutsu's eyes, causing a tremor within him. Suddenly, Genjutsu recalled a legend among the Uchiha, that a blind Mangekyo Sharingan could be replaced with the eyes of a biological brother, transforming it into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan that would never go blind. He could not resist asking what is the reasoning behind that. Orochimaru tilted his head, wearing a contemplative expression. Such a thing exists? Let me think. After a moment of pondering, his eyes brightened. I understand now. After transplanting the eyes of a close brother, one constantly feels the sorrow of losing a loved one. This emotion continuously stimulates the brain, which in turn secretes that special energy, combining with the chakra to regenerate new in-nature chakra within the eyes. With this constant replenishment, blindness is averted. It is essentially a unique method to perpetually generate in-nature chakra. Genjutsu nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, having mastered in-nature chakra, could he devise a way to artificially create the eternal Mangekyo? He was about to inquire further when Orochimaru suddenly glanced toward the distance, his expression shifting subtly. Turning his head, he smiled at Genjutsu with a hint of apology in his smile. I must leave. All my research on the Sharingan is recorded in this scroll. He retrieved a scroll from his bosom and casually tossed it to Genjutsu. If you wish to find me later, use that summoning jutsu. I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he grabbed the ever-silent Akamami, vanished in a flash into the depths of the forest. Clutching the scroll, Genjutsu gazed after Orochimaru's departing figure, unable to suppress his emotions. Saving Orochimaru had truly been the right decision. Although the original Orochimaru also escaped, he lost experimental materials and was grievously wounded. With Genjutsu's assistance, Orochimaru's departure was far more composed. Moreover, collaborating with such a prodigious and dedicated scientist was infinitely more beneficial than dealing with the old third Hokage. As he pondered this, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward: S-rank ninjutsu flying thunder god. Instantly, a torrent of memories flooded his consciousness. Countless intricate jutsu formulas, hand seal sequences, and spatial perception techniques, all etched deeply into his awareness. He had acquired Flying Thunder God. A glance to the distance revealed several shadowy figures approaching through the woods. Umbu operatives pursuing Orochimaru. If the Uchiha clan leader was discovered near Orochimaru's base, it would be utterly indefensible. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of his left eye. Yamatsutsumi. Ripples of space unfurled behind him as Genjutsu's form slowly sank into the void, vanishing without a trace. Concealed by Yomi space, he skillfully evaded the Umbu search and returned home without incident. Closing the door, Genjutsu eagerly retrieved the scroll Orochimaru had given him and began to study. The scroll depicted numerous detailed diagrams of the human meridian system. Crimson lines of the veins and channels densely spread like roots throughout the body. Beside them were even more detailed local diagrams. The IS meridians were deliberately enlarged, with every fine vein meticulously outlined. Next to the illustrations, Orochimaru had annotated the pathways of in-nature chakra in great detail. Genjutsu, possessing a certain foundation in medical knowledge, found the content comprehensible. After a long while, he finally looked up. So that is how it is. He closed his eyes and began refining in-nature chakra within his body. The chakra slowly condensed in his lower abdomen. Holding his breath, he carefully guided this energy upward along the meridians marked on the scroll, inching it forward bit by bit. At last, the in-nature chakra flowed gently into his eye sockets. The moment it entered his eyes, Genjutsu distinctly felt the slight sting in his eyes instantly replaced by a coolness. Even more wondrously, he sensed this cooling force filling the voids left by previously consumed chakra within his eyes. That void had long persisted, akin to a vessel that could never be filled. Each time the Sharingan was employed, the emptiness would grow larger still, accompanied by a faint, aching pain deep within the eye. Yet now, as a refreshing power steadily flowed in, those voids were gradually being filled, bit by bit. A soothing coolness emanated from the depths of his eyes. The stinging sensation that had accumulated from frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan was slowly dissipating within this wave of coolness. Gendo opened his eyes, keenly aware that his ocular strength was being restored. Gendo blinked in disbelief. The damage was being repaired? He could not help but feel a surge of excitement. What did this signify? It meant that he had truly mastered the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No longer would he need to worry about the depletion of his ocular power. He could now wield the Mangekyo Sharingan without restraint. Even more, it meant he could assist other members of the Uchiha clan in restoring their ocular strength. Future Shisui, as well as Itachi, would no longer have to fear blindness from overusing their Sharingan. The mere thought filled Gendo with exhilaration. Though Itachi, that dutiful son in the original story, had committed grievous betrayals, it was undeniable that his talent was frightfully formidable. If only he could be properly guided before straying down the wrong path, and be granted a pair of healthy Mangekyo Sharingan he could use freely. Just imagining such a scene was enough to ignite anticipation. A month swiftly passed. The day came just before Kushina's labor. During this time, the most significant event in Konoha was Namikaze's Minato's successful succession ceremony, officially becoming the fourth Hokage. That very morning, Shisui appeared before Gendo. Lord Gendo, Shisui greeted, clasping his hands respectfully, his expression solemn. All the Uchiha clan members have been relocated. They are now settled in the town outside Konoha. He paused briefly before adding, only Lord Fugaku's 300 police force members and the clan's umbu remain within the village. Gendo nodded thoughtfully. Since the Nine Tails incident was inevitable, there was no way he could allow the entire Uchiha clan to remain in Konoha and risk danger. After all, the population had only just begun to recover. Every loss was a stab to his heart. His prestige within the clan was sufficient that when he proposed the relocation plan, he encountered virtually no resistance, and the operation was completed smoothly within a few days. Gendo rose from his seat. Let us go pay a visit to the fourth Hokage. Yes, sir. The two proceeded in single file toward the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office door, Shisui followed as Gendo pushed it open. Namikaze Minato sat behind his desk, clad in the white Hokage ceremonial robe. A gentle smile graced his lips, his entire demeanor radiating warmth and friendliness, devoid of the imposing authority characteristic of previous Hokage. Gendo perceptively noted that, unlike the third Hokage's era, where mountains of intelligence reports cluttered the desk, Minato's workspace was almost bare. Seeing Gendo enter, Minato immediately rose and greeted him with a smile. Clan Chief Gendo, what brings you here today? Gendo smiled in return and spoke directly. Minato, the Konoha police force intends to organize an evacuation drill for the villagers to prepare for emergencies. I have come today to formally request your approval. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile fading somewhat. Are you still concerned about that so-called enemy invasion? Gendo chuckled and waved his hand reassuringly. Rest assured, all expenses, including manpower, will be borne by the Uchiha clan themselves. The village will not incur any additional costs. Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding. Please wait a moment. He stood and pushed open a side door, stepping inside. After a short while, the door opened once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged alongside Minato. Gendo's gaze flickered. Hiruzen had a pipe clenched between his teeth and wore a kindly smile. Hehehe, Hiruzen spoke first, his tone familiar. I was already retired, but Minato insisted I serve as an advisor, citing his lack of experience. I hope you don't mind, Gendo. He glanced sideways at Minato, who stood behind him, looking somewhat embarrassed and managing a smile. Gendo promptly responded in kind. That's a positive thing. After all, the third Hokage's wealth of experience is invaluable, and it is only fitting that he imparts this wisdom to Minato, the newly appointed fourth Hokage. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction and drew a puff from his pipe, then shifted to the matter at hand. Regarding the evacuation drill you mentioned, Minato has briefed me in detail. In principle, I approve. However, the Uchiha must ensure the safety of the civilians during the evacuation. Moreover, if the villagers are unwilling, you must not coerce them. Gendo nodded solemnly. Of course. He turned to Shisui behind him and instructed. Inform Minister Fugaku immediately to commence the evacuation drill as planned. Yes, sir. Shisui clasped his hands in acknowledgement and vanished in an instant. Gendo then looked at Hiruzen and casually inquired, Kushina is about to give birth. Are all preparations in order? If needed, the Uchiha clan stands ready to assist. The smile on Hiruzen's face faded slightly, his tone growing more reserved. There is no need for the Uchiha to trouble themselves. He paused, adding with an air of finality, I have arranged for the barrier division to set up a barrier, though the exact location cannot be disclosed. Additionally, my wife, Biwa, along with several medical ninjas, will oversee the delivery. In short, everything has been arranged. Gendo nodded without further comment. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and exited. Having secured the Hokage's permission, he needed to promptly oversee the evacuation efforts. Saving even one additional ordinary villager meant saving a life. Gendo departed the Hokage's office and walked along the street toward the village center to survey the progress of Fugaku's evacuation work. Just as he turned a corner, the cacophony from Konoha South Central Square washed over him. On the raised platform, Fugaku stood in a line with dozens of police force members. A conspicuous banner stretched behind them reading, "Evacuation Drill." The square below was densely packed with a sea of villagers. Fugaku stepped forward, his voice carrying across the crowd. "Villagers, we have gathered today to announce the upcoming evacuation drill. We will never leave," bellowed a burly middle-aged man, waving his arms. "Why should you Uchiha dictate when we evacuate? Fugaku, you've only been the police minister for a few years. We've lived here for decades and have seen it all. We're not going anywhere. If you want a drill, then conduct it yourselves. Yeah. We want to go. Whoever wants to go, go." The crowd erupted in approving shouts, each wave louder than the last. Fugaku frowned and spoke again. "Please calm down. This drill has the Hokage's approval and is for everyone's safety. Don't use the Hokage to pressure us," snapped a sharp-featured man hopping in place. "The fourth just took office. He has obviously been duped by you Uchiha." Someone sneered mockingly. "I bet the Uchiha just want to show off their power by messing with us villagers." A shopkeeper wearing an apron shouted in a shrill voice. "What do you Uchiha know? All you do is arrest people, imprison them, and bully the villagers. Right? Just arrest people," trembled an elderly woman leaning on a cane, shakily pointing at the police members. "What are your intentions, Uchiha? Do you think we don't know? You're just trying to abuse your power. My son merely committed a minor transgression, yet you Uchiha have detained him, and he has not been released to this very moment. And now you feign benevolence." Standing aside with a cold gaze, Gento immediately recognized the elderly woman. The minor transgression she referred to was her son's drunken killing. The police department's apprehension of her son was lawful and proper, but in her mouth, it became an abuse of power. Exactly. The Uchiha arrest people at the slightest provocation. If that is not an abuse of authority, then what is? The crowd erupted in uproar. "Get lost. Uchiha. Get lost. We don't want your false kindness." One by one, the townsfolk surged forward, pointing at the police department members on the stage, unleashing years of pent-up resentment in one fell swoop. At that moment, a stern rebuke rang out. "Such noise and disorder. What kind of decorum is this?" The crowd instinctively parted to form a path. Shimura Danzo strode forward deliberately. Reaching the front, Danzo furrowed his brows and inquired, "What has happened here?" "Lord Danzo." A burly man immediately approached, embellishing the story as he recounted the events. Upon hearing the account, Danzo lifted his gaze to Fugaku and declared, "This is utter nonsense. What evacuation drill? This is sheer alarmism." Turning to the crowd, he raised his voice. "There is no war now. What enemy could possibly infiltrate Konoha? Even if there were," he paused, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. "I would lead route myself, charging at the forefront to protect the people of Konoha." The crowd stirred uneasily. "Lord Danzo is the apprentice of the second Hokage. I believe in Lord Danzo." The bald man was the first to shout. "Lord Danzo says no evacuation is needed. Yes, Lord Danzo will protect us. Our safety does not require the Uchiha's concern." The crowd roared again, but this time with exhilaration and pride. They shouted toward the stage. "Did you hear that? Lord Danzo will protect us. You Uchiha, go cool off somewhere else. Stop making a spectacle here." Danzo turned to Fugaku, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Did you hear? The people of Konoha do not welcome you. It would be best if you and your clan left." He paused, lowering his voice so only those nearby could hear. Using such petty tricks to seize power is laughable. Fugaku opened his mouth to retort, but glancing at the elated, mocking faces in the crowd and the scornful smile on Danzo's lips, words caught in his throat. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Gento, who had silently approached, stood by his side. Gento's eyes were calm as they swept over the crowd, the triumphant faces, and Danzo's sneer. He slowly addressed the people. "Since you say you do not need the Uchiha's protection, then we shall comply. But I hope that when you truly face danger, you will not regret it." The crowd paused for a moment before erupting into even louder cheers. "We will not regret it. Let them go. Who cares about your protection? Even if danger comes, Lord Danzo will protect us." Gento ignored the jeers and looked at Danzo, speaking softly. "I hope that when the people of Konoha face peril, You truly stand up. Danzo scoffed in response, that is none of your concern. Without further words, Gento turned to Fugaku and said, retreat. With that, he departed with sure sway, not once looking back. Behind them, the cheers swelled like a rising tide. Uchiha are gone. Long live Lord Danzo. Let us see if they still dare to act high and mighty. Exiting the square, Gento paused briefly, glancing back at the distant, noisy plaza. Since the people of Konoha are so naive, when the Ninetales is unleashed tomorrow, they shall pay the price for their innocence. What must be done has been done. If they refuse, so be it. For now, he had to hasten to the clan's quarters. After all, Obito bore not only hostility toward Konoha but also significant ill will toward the Uchiha clan. He must return swiftly to prevent Obito from suddenly changing his mind and striking at home. Thus, he told Shisui and Fugaku, I will proceed to the clan's quarters first. You remain vigilant in Konoha and contact me immediately if anything occurs. Understood. With the arrangements complete, Gento departed Konoha without looking back. This farce soon became the villagers' favorite topic of idle chatter. In taverns, at dinner tables, among groups of women, discussions echoed everywhere. Ah, today was truly satisfying. Look at the Uchiha's faces. Indeed, they thought we'd listen to them? Dream on. Lord Danzo's words were so resolute. I will lead route at the forefront. That's a real man. If you ask me, the Uchiha are just idle. There is no war now. What danger could there be? Exactly. What danger indeed. Come, drink up. Let us celebrate the Uchiha's defeat. Cheers. Amid such an atmosphere, another day and night passed. Nightfall descended. Outside the village, atop a great tree, space slowly twisted and folded. A masked man emerged gradually from the distortion. He stood on the treetop, gazing down upon Konoha village. Beneath his mask, only a single crimson Sharingan eye was visible. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grave as he stood inside his home, speaking quietly to his wife, Iwako Sarutobi. Kushina is due to give birth tonight. I have arranged for the barrier squad to set up the ceiling formation. Please take her there. Iwako nodded. Rest assured. I will handle the outer guards. With me inside, nothing will go wrong. Hiruzen gave a slight nod, looking at her with trust. Iwako was an experienced medical ninja, and trusting her with this matter put his mind at ease. Before long, Iwako arrived at Kushina's home and escorted her away. The two walked along the path toward the barrier site. Suddenly, Kushina's eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure. Makoto. She quickened her pace, discovering Uchiha Makoto cradling an infant in her arms. Oh, how adorable. Kushina leaned closer, her eyes curving like crescent moons. A girl? Makoto smiled gently, shaking her head. No, a boy. Iwako teased from nearby. Oh? Named after the third Hokage's father, huh? Makoto nodded, her tone tender and filled with hope. Yes, Fugaku hopes he will grow to be an outstanding ninja, like the third Hokage's father. She looked toward Kushina's prominently rounded belly and softly added, by the way, Kushina, you're about to give birth soon too, right? Have you chosen a name for your child? Kushina's face brightened with excitement. I have. He'll be called Naruto. She gently reached out and stroked little Sasuke's head, her voice both warm and earnest. He will be classmates with Sasuke someday. The two must get along well. No sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted dramatically, and she covered her face exaggeratedly. Speaking of which, is giving birth really that painful? Makoto couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Well, I never thought a fiery redhead like you would have anything to fear. What a surprise. As the two chatted animatedly, Iwako cleared her throat and took Kushina's arm. Let us go. Kushina pulled forward. Kushina still looked back and waved at Makoto. Once they had gone some distance, Iwako's expression turned serious as she whispered, your delivery is a village secret. Even if you meet acquaintances on the way, do not linger, understood? Kushina stuck out her tongue and smiled sheepishly. Got it. Sorry. Meanwhile, Makoto, holding Sasuke, sought out Fugaku, who was on patrol. The moment Fugaku saw Makoto, his face immediately darkened as he scolded. What are you doing here? Had the clan leader not already commanded all clan members to withdraw beyond the village's borders? Upon hearing this, Makoto immediately spoke with a hint of grievance. I sensed that something momentous is about to occur tonight and felt a bit worried about you, so I brought Sasuke along to see you. Fugaku glanced at Sasuke cradled in Makoto's arms, his gaze gradually softening. Then, adopting a stern expression, he addressed Makoto. I too feel that the village's atmosphere is unsettling at present. I fear a great event is imminent. You must take Sasuke back to the clan members. The clan leader is there to protect you all, and it is safe. Hearing this, Makoto could only bid Fugaku a reluctant farewell. Please be very careful while you remain in the village. Elsewhere, within the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze sat behind his desk. his face adorned with a gentle smile as he looked toward Kakashi who had just entered. Kakashi, thank you for your efforts in protecting Kushina during this time. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, lifting his eyes to meet Minato. But the time hasn't come yet, has it? Minato nodded. Indeed, during Kushina's labor, the protective duties will be handed over to the Umbu directly under the third Hokage. Kakashi responded calmly, understood. I will report back to the Umbu and continue with my assignments. Minato waved his hand with a smile. There's no need to rush. Take some time to rest first. Kakashi said nothing further, merely nodding before turning to leave the office. Shortly thereafter, he made his way alone to the Konoha village cemetery. Approaching Rin Noera's grave, he knelt down, removing the withered bouquet and replacing it with a fresh one he had brought.
I am sorry, Rin.
I haven't come to see you for a while. He spoke softly, his tone heavy with sorrow. I have never forgotten you. After a brief pause, he continued, there is something I cannot disclose much about yet, but I wish to tell you now. Raising his eyes to the tombstone, his gaze grew somewhat desolate. Master Minato's child is to be born tonight. They are born into an era of peace. If only we could have been born a few years later. His words trailed off as he sighed deeply. I will also inform Obito. I'm leaving now, Rin. Rising to his feet, he turned and departed. As he walked away, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The person wore a mask and a black cloak, standing before Rin's grave. He looked down at the bouquet Kakashi had just placed and fell silent for a moment. Then, in a fit of rage, he scattered the flowers across the ground. Twilight had fully descended. Within the barrier, the firelight burned brightly. Minato stood to one side, his gaze fixed intently ahead. His wife, Kushina Uzumaki, lay on the birthing bed, her complexion pale and sweat beading on her brow. The labor had begun. Minato's hand remained pressed firmly upon the seal on her abdomen, his expression tense. His mind lingered on the earlier mention by Uchiha Gento of an intrusion. Yet, until now, the Konoha barrier, the outer Umbu, and this very barrier had shown no sign of disturbance. It seemed his fears were unfounded, and Kushina would safely complete her delivery. Ah! Kushina cried out in pain, breaking Minato's train of thought. It hurt so much. She clenched her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, her whole body trembling. Minato's face was etched with worry, sweat forming on his brow as well. This is the first time I've heard Kushina cry out in such pain. Is she really all right? Biwa Lake, focused on the delivery without looking up, replied sharply, she is fine. You concentrate on maintaining the seal. Don't get distracted. Ah! Kushina's agonized cry pierced the air again. Minato's concern deepened. But Kushina Biwa Lake frowned, her tone stern. As the fourth Hokage, you must not panic like this when things happen. Minato bit his lip, silencing himself and refocusing his attention on the seal. Suddenly, the seal emitted a violent surge of energy. Minato's heart tightened. He immediately increased his chakra output, suppressing the turbulent force with all his might. Kushina's cries grew hoarse. Then wah! A loud newborn's wail echoed. Biwa Lake wrapped the infant in swaddling cloth, a smile blossoming on her face. It's a boy. Minato trembled all over, tears welling instantly in his eyes. His voice quivered with emotion. Thank goodness, thank goodness. From this day forth, I shall be a father. Biwa Lake gently placed Naruto before Kushina. Kushina weakly opened her eyes, gazing upon the tiny face, a tender smile curling at her lips. Naruto. Biwa Lake quickly took the child back into her arms and softly said to Kushina, rest now, you must regain your strength. Minato moved beside Kushina, taking her hand, his voice choked with emotion. Kushina, you've endured so much. Thank you. He paused, then whispered, though you have just given birth and are exhausted, please hold on a little longer. I must first contain the Ninetales. As he pressed his hand once more upon the seal on her abdomen, preparing to channel chakra, a sudden scream echoed from behind. Minato whirled around, his pupils contracting sharply. Lady Biwa. He saw Biwa Lake and another medical ninja lying in a pool of blood, their bodies pierced by kunai, lifeless. The infant Naruto, who should have been swaddled, was now held captive by a masked man. The masked figure spoke slowly, his voice cold and deep. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Immediately release the Jinchuriki. Otherwise he pressed a kunai lightly against Naruto's face. This child has but 1 minute left to live. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Release the Jinchuriki at once, or this child's lifespan will be limited to 1 minute. Minato's pupils dilated violently, his mind racing. Gento's warning has come true, but why have the outer barrier and Umbu given no sign of intrusion? How did he breach the barrier? Behind him, Kushina emitted a painful groan. Minato turned to see his heart plummet. The seal on her abdomen was visibly shattering, the dark markings spreading rapidly like living tendrils, engulfing her entire body. The Nine Tails is breaking free. Kushina. Minato gritted his teeth. Release the Jinchuriki at once. Before he could devise a detailed plan, the masked man urged on, raising his kunai and aiming it at Naruto's face. Do you not care at all for this child's life? Before the words had even left his mouth, he suddenly flung Naruto into the air. Naruto! Kushina cried out with all her might, tears streaming down her face. The masked man leapt forward, his kunai aimed straight for Naruto. In that instant, a yellow flash streaked through the air. Minato had caught Naruto securely in his arms. Yet in the next moment his expression changed drastically. The sound of explosive tags burning echoed in his ears. Several explosive tags affixed to the swaddling cloth were rapidly igniting. Flying Thunder God! Without hesitation, Minato vanished from the spot with Naruto in his arms. Within the barrier remained only the masked man and the fallen Kushina. The masked man glanced down at the weakened Kushina and spoke coldly, truly worthy of the yellow flash. He extended his hand, grasping Kushina as his body slowly began to waver and fade. In the next moment, the two appeared upon a dimly lit altar. The masked man used chakra to bind Kushina in a cruciform position, suspending her in midair. Come forth, Nine Tails, he said coldly. A crimson orb of chakra was forcibly torn from the seal on Kushina's abdomen, falling to the ground and rapidly expanding and coalescing. In the blink of an eye, a colossal demon fox manifested atop the altar. Rhea Arg! The Nine Tails howled toward the heavens, its ferocious chakra surging and filling the surroundings. The Sharingan in the masked man's eyes slowly revolved. The Nine Tails' roar abruptly ceased. Its pupils dilated, completely subdued. The masked man turned around, preparing to leave with the Nine Tails. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Kushina, collapsed on the ground, trembling as she struggled to rise. He was momentarily taken aback, then a trace of admiration crept into his tone. The Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. Even when the tailed beast within them is extracted, they do not perish immediately. With that understood, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Then let the Nine Tails be the one to bury you. Uttering these words, he directly commanded the Nine Tails. The beast raised its massive claw and struck down fiercely upon Kushina. Bang! A cloud of dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, Kushina had vanished without a trace. The masked man lifted his head, only to see Minato holding Kushina, standing not far away. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as expected of the yellow flash. A pity, though, that despite her tenacious vitality, she is doomed to die once the tailed beast is drawn out. Even with Flying Thunder God, you always arrive too late. With those words, he paid no further attention to the two and vanished from the spot with the Nine Tails. In the next moment, above the village of Konoha, summoning jutsu, boom! The colossal Nine Tails materialized out of thin air. Its immense form crashed heavily to the ground, shattering vast swathes of houses. The villagers looked up in terror, and upon seeing that gigantic figure, instantly descended into panic. What is that monstrous thing? The Nine Tails. It's the nine-tailed fox. The Nine Tails has returned. Help! Run! Run for your lives! Boom! The beast's claw descended. Entire blocks of houses were instantly pulverized. Amidst the flames, countless figures were swallowed whole. Cries, screams, and pleas for help mingled into a cacophony. Some fled desperately toward the outskirts of the village. Others cowered in corners, clutching their children, trembling. Some knelt on the ground, weeping in utter despair. Help! Someone please save us! Amidst the chaos, a voice shouted, Lord Danzo! Where is Lord Danzo? Lord Danzo promised to protect us. A member of the Umbu knelt on one knee before Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice trembling noticeably. Third Hokage, the Nine Tails has appeared in the village. Hiruzen did not turn around. He had long sensed the tremendous commotion emanating from the village. The deafening roar, the towering flames, the relentless screams. He could hear them clearly even across several streets. As he swiftly donned his protective gear, he issued a stern command. I understand. Leave the Nine Tails to me. Pausing briefly, he added, Umbu, protect the non-combatants. The elderly, the children, the wounded. Save as many as you can. Understood. The Umbu members acknowledged the order and vanished into the night. Hiruzen stood alone within the building, finally ceasing his movements. He gazed out the window at the enormous red figure, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had Kushina's seal been broken? Despite the barrier set and the numerous Umbu guards stationed, it had all ended in failure. Suddenly, he recalled the words Genryu had spoken in the Hokage's office days ago. Someone will strike during Kushina's labor. The targets are the Jinchuriki and the Nine Tails. At the time, he had dismissed it as Uchiha paranoia, or Genryu's attempt to stir trouble. But now, Hiruzen regretted not heeding Genryu's counsel. He clenched his teeth and pushed open the door. In the Konoha police department, Fugaku stood by the window, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the rampaging behemoth within the village. The nine tails whipped wildly, each sweep leveling entire neighborhoods. Flames soared skyward. Agonized screams echoed incessantly. The entire village trembled. He spun sharply and addressed Shisui. Go immediately to the village outskirts and notify Clan Genryu. Tell them the Nine Tails has appeared. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Shisui's figure vanished on the spot. Fugaku turned to the gathered police officers inside the room, his voice grave. Everyone, move out. Do everything you can to rescue the non-combatants. Yet, the room was engulfed in silence. No one stirred. Fugaku frowned, scanning the assembly. Inazuma stood at the forefront, his resistance blatant. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm not going. His voice grew louder. Yesterday, when we tried to evacuate them, how did they insult us? They said we had nothing better to do, accused us of showing off. Now the Nine Tails is here. Do they remember us? Tetsu also stepped forward, his face ashen. I'm not going either. He pointed toward the window. Listen, they're shouting for Lord Danzo. They trust Danzo, not us Uchiha. Now that disaster has struck, why should we Uchiha go to our deaths? Exactly. Let them turn to Danzo. Didn't he say he didn't need us? Then let them perish at the Nine Tails' hands. The rest of the police force stirred with impassioned agreement. After all, they were not oblivious to the Uchiha's plight. The clan devoted themselves to maintaining order, only to be met with the villagers' hatred. They were no longer willing to risk themselves for such ungrateful people. Fugaku looked upon the crowd, at the years of suppressed anger and grievance etched on their faces, and his throat moved. Enough! Fugaku slammed his fist on the table and rose abruptly. His sharp gaze swept over them. This is no time for insubordination. The duty of the police department is to protect the people. No matter how they curse us, no matter how they hate us, as long as we wear this uniform, it is our responsibility. Do as I say. Move out. Moments later, figures streaked from the police department, charging toward the village engulfed in flames. Within the root headquarters, Danzo watched the Nine Tails wreak havoc inside the village. A look of fear etched across his face. Is this the power of a tailed beast? Behind him, Yamanaka Kunoichi knelt on one knee, reporting solemnly, Lord Danzo, the Nine Tails is causing widespread destruction in the village. Shall we dispatch root operatives to intercept it? Danzo did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on the rampaging beast. A group of Chunin charged before the Nine Tails. More than a dozen, clutching kunai and shouting something. Then the Nine Tails' claw descended. Just one swipe. Those dozen people were instantly reduced to a bloodied mass. Danzo's eyes narrowed. His expression darkened as he commanded. Relay my order. All root operatives, stand down. Kunoichi froze, then lifted his head. But Lord Danzo, the people of Konoha are under attack. Danzo abruptly turned his head. HM? One word. Yet Kunoichi felt as if his throat had been gripped by an unseen hand, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Do you intend to defy my orders? No, sir. Kunoichi immediately bowed his head, his voice trembling. I would never dare. Then relay the order. Yes, sir. Kunoichi rose and swiftly exited the room. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself. Root must preserve its strength. Necessary sacrifices for Konoha's future are inevitable. Inside Konoha village, flames soared into the sky. The Nine Tails' tail swept across, reducing entire neighborhoods to rubble as if they were made of paper. Debris flew in every direction, striking those desperately fleeing. Ah! Screams of agony echoed endlessly. Some were trapped beneath fallen beams, half their bodies pinned, reaching out hopelessly. Help! Someone! Please save me! More people ran, running for their lives. But the Nine Tails' tail swept again. Boom! More houses collapsed en masse, more screams of terror. Lord Danzo! Voices cried out in despair. Lord Danzo promised to protect us. Lord Danzo, where are you? Yet the only responses were the Nine Tails' roar and the crackling of flames. No one came. Those they trusted, worshipped, and believed would be at the forefront, the root ninjas, none appeared. Fortunately, as time elapsed, the rescue finally arrived, though not the root shinobi. Several dark figures swept across the rooftops. These were the Umbu directly under the third Hokage's command. They weaved through the inferno and ruins, pulling injured civilians from beneath collapsed buildings and carrying them to safety. Hurry! There are still survivors here. Medical team. Where is the medical team? Take this child away. His parents have already. Meanwhile, figures clad in the uniforms of the Konoha Police Department surged into the flames. Fugaku Uchiha led the charge, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball collided with a colossal boulder hurtling toward the crowd, shattering it into fragments. Inaribi, take your team east. Fugaku commanded loudly. Tetsuhi, the west is yours. Yes, sir. In addition, the great ninja clans such as Ino Shikacho also sprang into action. Members of the Yamanaka clan darted among the debris, using their sensory abilities to locate buried survivors. The Akimichi clan transformed into towering giants, using their immense bodies to shield civilians from falling rubble. The Nara clan cast expansive shadows over the ground, binding those who could not escape in time, forcibly pulling them out of the Ninetales' attack range. Run. Head that way. The safe over there. Don't look back. Move quickly. Bang. Another tail swept by. A middle-aged man was struck in the thigh by a flying rock, screaming in agony as he collapsed to the ground. He desperately tried to rise, only to discover his leg was broken, the jagged bone protruding through the flesh, blood pooling beneath him. Ah! It hurts so much. Lying prone, he looked around in despair. Someone, anyone, please come save me. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression twisted into a grimace. Damn it! Where is the Uchiha? He shouted hoarsely. Are the Konoha police just idle? Didn't they have an evacuation drill yesterday? Where the hell is the Uchiha? Come save me now. At that moment, a figure landed before him. A green vest embroidered with the Uchiha clan S-fan emblem adorned his back. It was Inaribi Uchiha. He glanced down at the man's broken leg, then without a word, bent down to lift the stone pinning the man. Slowly, the heavy rock was shifted aside. Don't move, Inaribi said in a low voice. Almost there. Once the stone was removed, Inaribi extended his hand. Come on, climb onto my back. I'll take you to safety. The man hesitated. Then his first words were bitter. Damn the Uchiha. Why didn't you come to save me sooner? Inaribi's hand froze. He looked up at the man's face, contorted by pain and fear. The man continued to curse. If you had come earlier, my leg wouldn't be broken. This is all your fault. Inaribi's gaze gradually grew colder. Standing tall, he looked down at the man. Yesterday, Minister Fugaku asked you to participate in the evacuation drill, but you refused to cooperate. You said you didn't need the Uchiha, that Danzo would protect you. He paused, then asked, where is Danzo now? The man opened his mouth but could not find words. Soon, his expression turned fierce again. I don't care. Protecting the civilians is your duty as the Uchiha. If you don't fulfill it, I'll report you to the Hokage. Inaribi stared at him for 2 seconds, then smiled. Very well. He nodded. If that is the case, please report it now. With that, he vanished in a flash. The man stood dumbfounded, staring blankly in the direction Inaribi had disappeared. After a long moment he shouted, Why you come back here? No one answered. Panic set in. Damn the Uchiha. If you want to save me, others will. He tore at his throat, yelling, Help! Somebody save me! I'm a villager of Konoha. Please! Yet, only the distant roar of the Ninetales and the crackling of flames answered him. No one came. The umbu weaving through the ruins. The desperate shinobi saving lives, they were all too far away. He tried to move but the searing pain in his leg forced him to give up immediately. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. He lifted his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The Ninetales was moving toward him. Each step of the colossal crimson beast caused the earth to quake. Its 9 frenzied tails swept everything in their path to rubble. Fear overwhelmed him. No, no. His voice quivered. Don't come here. The Ninetales drew nearer. He finally broke down. I was wrong. I was wrong. He screamed with all his might. Please come back and save me. I beg you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed you. But no one answered. Only the crackle of flames and distant screams, faint and indistinct, filled the air. The Ninetales' tail swept toward him. No! Boom! Everything fell silent. In the distance, Inaribi, carrying an injured child, paused as he heard that scream. He did not look back, instead continuing toward safety. Suddenly, the Ninetales halted. It opened its mouth, and a massive black orb began to coalesce before it. Black and purple swirled violently across its surface, radiating a terrifying chakra. Every shinobi present felt the dreadful power contained within that sphere. This was a force capable of annihilating all. That is the tailed beast bomb. Someone shouted in terror. Run. Run for your lives. But where could anyone flee? Once the tailed beast bomb descended, the entire village of Konoha would be obliterated. The orb completed its formation. The Ninetales violently whipped its head, hurling the sphere toward the heart of the village with overwhelming destructive force. The black sphere tore through the night sky, destined to crush Konoha. Countless people gazed up in despair. It's over. At the very moment the tailed beast bomb was about to strike, a yellow flash streaked across the sky. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared directly before the bomb. His hands formed seals as a vast spatial fold opened behind him. Flying Thunder God technique. The tailed beast bomb fell into the enormous spatial net, swallowed as if by some great void, vanishing without a trace. The next moment, outside the village in the direction of the death forest, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. A towering blaze illuminated the night sky. Everyone was stunned. Then they saw the figure standing atop a height, golden hair, white Hokage cloak, the words "Fourth Hokage" emblazoned across his back. Minato Namikaze stood, gazing down at the Nine Tails. His voice was soft yet clear enough for all to hear. By the name of the Hokage, I vow to protect the family within this village. This is my duty. He raised his head, locking eyes with the Nine Tails' crimson gaze. The Nine Tails must be sealed immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a spatial distortion rippled behind him. A masked man slowly emerged from the warped space. Your opponent is me, Kamui. The space twisted, enveloping the two. Just as the phasing neared completion, Minato activated Flying Thunder God. In a flash of yellow light, he vanished from the distorted space. The masked man's figure also gradually faded away. After a while, the Nine Tails' crimson eyes suddenly changed. The Magatama-shaped pupils slowly dissolved. The beast let out a thunderous roar, but the madness of control was gone, leaving only pure rage and fury. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood upon the ruins, his pupils narrowing. The Nine Tails' control has been lifted? He had no time to ponder further. It was Minato, he shouted. Everyone, now is the time. Before his words had even faded, he bit his finger and formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning jutsu appear. Enma. A burst of white smoke erupted, and a colossal ape materialized beside him. As Enma touched down, he immediately discerned the situation. Nishin used the Vajra staff. Enma nodded, somersaulted, and transformed into a massive iron staff, landing firmly in Nishin's grasp. Nishin secured the iron staff at his waist, planted his legs firmly, and took a deep breath. Extend. The staff suddenly lengthened with force, striking the Nine Tails' abdomen with brutal impact. The tremendous force elicited a roar of rage from the Nine Tails, and its enormous form was driven steadily backward. The Nine Tails was forcibly pushed out of the hidden leaf village, leaving a deep furrow in the earth behind. Veins bulged on Nishin's forehead as he gripped the staff tightly and shouted commands. The Nine Tails has been driven beyond the village borders. Umbu, do not relent. Continue the assault. Yes. Countless shadows darted from the ruins, lunging toward the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, the battle between Minato and the masked man finally reached its conclusion. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God seal marked on his opponent during combat, Minato seized an opening and struck the masked man with a palm. Contract seal. The Nine Tails chakra was instantly stripped from the masked man's body, severing all connection between him and the beast. The masked man groaned, lowering his head to assess his injuries, realizing that victory was impossible today. Fourth Hokage, you truly are formidable. His body began to fade, and his voice drifted away. However, this is only the beginning. With that, his figure vanished completely into the warped space. Minato did not pursue. He inhaled deeply, formed hand seals, and sensed the Flying Thunder God seals remaining within the village. In the next moment, a flash of golden light revealed his presence above the hidden leaf village. Outside the village, the Nine Tails roared furiously. Sarutobi Nishin and the Umbu fought desperately to hold it back. Ninjutsu rained down like droplets upon the Nine Tails, but they were utterly ineffective against the raging tailed beast. Each sweep of its tail crushed dozens of shinobi, sending them spitting blood. Damn it! Where is Minato? Nishin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. If this continued, before he could finish, the Nine Tails opened its mouth. Dark purple chakra surged wildly, rapidly forming a gigantic tailed beast ball within its maw. The terrifying energy wave caused every person present to tremble in their hearts. It's over. If that tailed beast ball was unleashed, summoning jutsu, a massive burst of white smoke exploded, and a toad of mountain-like proportions descended from the sky, crashing forcefully onto the Nine Tails. Boom! The Nine Tails was pinned to the ground. The toad, Fukasaku, clenched a pipe in its mouth and held the Nine Tails down firmly. Minato gazed at the tailed beast ball still coalescing in the Nine Tails' mouth, his eyes flashing with resolute determination. Forgive me, but I cannot allow your rampage to continue. He formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God, a flash of golden light. The Nine Tails' massive body, along with the tailed beast ball in its mouth, vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion echoed from a distance within the village. Towering flames soared skyward, and the shockwave swept across the hidden leaf like a fierce gale, causing countless people to stagger. When the aftershock subsided, Minato reappeared, holding Kushina and Naruto, landing not far from where the Nine Tails had been. The tailed beast ball had once again been thwarted, and the Nine Tails emitted a furious roar. Yet before it could act, golden chains wrapped around it tightly. Vajra chain seal. Kushina lay weakly on the ground, barely able to lift her head. Golden chains extended from within her body, binding the nine tails firmly. I can still manage, Minato, she gasped, her voice faltering. Minato looked at her, his eyes reddening. He knew Kushina had reached her limit. The nine tails having been forcibly separated and sealed with the Vajra chain meant her life could slip away at any moment. Kushina lifted her head, gazing at Minato with a faint, weary smile. I will drag the nine tails back inside me, and perish alongside it. That way, the time before its revival will be extended. She paused, then turned her gaze toward Naruto cradled in Minato's arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. With the chakra I have left, this is the only way I can help you. Minato, thank you for everything. Her voice grew ever softer, tears shimmering in her eyes. If there is one regret, it is that I so wish to see Naruto grow up. Tears welled in Minato's eyes. Kushina, you don't have to perish with the nine tails. I will take the chakra you have left, combine it with the 8 trigram seal, and seal it all within Naruto's body. That way, at some future moment, you will be able to meet the grown Naruto. He drew a deep breath, his gaze hardening with resolve. Leave the nine tails to me from now on. He swiftly formed hand seals. Dead demon consuming seal. A towering specter of the Shinigami slowly emerged behind him. Pale and gaunt, its grotesque face clenched a short blade in its mouth, and a ghastly white hand pierced through Minato's body. Minato's complexion instantly turned ashen. The Shinigami's other hand plunged violently into the nine tails body, wrenching and tearing. Half of the nine tails chakra was brutally ripped out and sealed within Minato's body. The nine tails unleashed a roar of unwilling fury. Damn you, fourth Hokage. Enduring immense pain, Minato formed seals once more. The platform for the sealing ritual materialized. It was the technique used to imprison tailed beasts. The nine tails' pupils contracted sharply as it immediately grasped his intention. Damn it! You dare attempt to seal me again, and within that Brattus body. It struggled wildly, but the Vajra chain seal held it fast, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Kushina's body finally gave out. Her chakra faltered, and the golden chains slackened slightly. The nine tails seized this fleeting opportunity. Now, it raised its colossal paw and struck fiercely toward Naruto. That claw carried all its fury. Minato's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Naruto. Pierce! The nine tails' claw tore through his chest. Blood gushed forth, dripping down the enormous talon. But the nine tails did not relent. His claw pressed forward. Kushina immediately stepped in front of Naruto. Just as the bloody giant claw was about to pierce through her as well, a figure appeared like a phantom beside the nine tails. It was Gento. Seeing the scene, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Without hesitation, chakra surged wildly into his left eye. Yamatsutsu. As Gento activated his ocular technique, the immense nine tails vanished instantly. Few just in time. Seeing Kushina unharmed, Gento exhaled deeply. Bang! A soft sound. Minato finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Blood poured from the wound piercing his chest, staining the earth beneath him crimson. Minato! Kushina cried out in heart-wrenching anguish, rushing to his side. Her hands tried to cover the gaping wound, but it was futile. Minato weakly lifted his eyes and looked at Gento. Gento-kun, what of the nine tails? Is temporarily trapped by me. No need to worry. Upon hearing this, Minato finally relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gento crouched beside the dying man, his heart heavy with complex emotions. Though he had long coveted Kushina, he did not see the necessity of killing Minato. On the contrary, he held great admiration for the fourth Hokage. If it were possible, he would even wish to save Minato as well. His revealing of the masked man's invasion had been an attempt to rescue both Minato and Kushina. However, the arrogant and obstinate Hidden Leaf leadership did not trust him. Besides, he had others to protect. The shinobi world was far from peaceful. The Uchiha clan had departed from the Hidden Leaf and stationed themselves outside the village. A Kage-level powerhouse must be stationed there. By the time he received the news from Shisui and hurried back to the village using the Flying Thunder God technique mark he had left behind, Minato had already exhausted his dead demon consuming seal and was pierced through the chest by the nine tails claw. The only thing he could do was barely save Kushina. Minato! The chaotic sound of footsteps approached from afar. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with the ANBU, belatedly but urgently. He rushed swiftly to Minato's side and lifted him up with a firm grip. Minato! You clearly could have escaped. Why didn't you? Minato looked weakly at the third Hokage, his voice faltering, Lord Third. This is my duty as Hokage and as a father. Then, with great effort, he turned his head toward Gento, his eyes filled with remorse. Sorry, Gento-kun, for not heeding your advice earlier. Otherwise, Konoha wouldn't he have. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly at this. Gento merely shook his head silently. At that moment, Kushina's body began to falter. Despite the Uzumaki clan's formidable vitality, forcibly extracting a tailed beast made death only a matter of time. Minato gazed at her with profound sorrow and reluctance. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he whispered softly, "Kushina, we must part now. If there is anything you wish to say to Naruto, say it now." Tears streamed down Kushina's face as she lowered her head to the infant in her arms. Her voice gentle. "Naruto, don't be a picky eater. Eat well and grow strong. Bathe every day, don't stay up late, and make good friends." Her words flowed endlessly, as though she sought to convey every lifetime's worth of maternal advice in this single moment. Suddenly, Gento interrupted her. "Kushina, you don't actually have to die." "What?" Everyone present was stunned simultaneously. Hiruzen abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with shock. Even Minato, on the brink of death, sat up in alarm and looked toward Gento. Meeting their gazes, Gento calmly explained. "As long as the extracted tailed beast is resealed back into the Jinchuriki's body, the host can survive. Sealing the tailed beast requires 2 conditions. First, control over the beast. Second, mastery of the sealing technique." He paused briefly. "I, humble as I am, happen to fulfill both conditions." Kushina was momentarily stunned, then lowered her head, voice barely audible. "If Minato dies, I don't want to live either." Pang tightened Gento's heart. He understood that Kushina was already contemplating sacrificing herself for Minato. But he could not allow her to perish, not only because of his desire for her beauty but also because completing the system task was at stake. He immediately spoke to soothe her. "Kushina, calm down. Do you really wish for Naruto to grow up without his mother's presence?" Her entire body trembled at his words. Minato summoned his final strength to grasp Kushina's hand tightly. "Kushina, you must survive." He turned to Gento, eyes pleading, "Gento-kun, please, save Kushina." Gento looked at Kushina. Finally, she lifted her gaze to the infant Naruto in her arms, her expression softening. She nodded gently. Without hesitation, Gento invoked Yomitsu. The space twisted. Bang! The Ninetales, just sealed into the Yomi space, was unleashed once more. A deafening roar erupted from the beast. Its ferocious gaze swept over the tiny humans below before raising its massive claw and striking down with brutal force. Gento's hands quickly formed seals. In release, mind hells. An invisible mental force surged instantly into the Ninetales' mind. The claw halted midair. Slowly, 3 tomo appeared in the beast's violent pupils. Glancing at Kushina's pale, frail figure, Gento dared not delay. One hand pressed against the Ninetales, the other on Kushina's abdomen. In seal. Slave mark. The Ninetales' enormous body trembled violently, then dissolved into wild streams of crimson chakra, surging fiercely through Gento's body into Kushina. The chakra's ferocity was like countless beasts rampaging within him. Veins bulged on his forehead, teeth clenched, muscles trembling, but he endured steadfastly. In chakra circulated inside, suppressing the wild force one by one. At last, the final surge of chakra entered Kushina. A heart-shaped mark slowly emerged beneath her clothing on her abdomen. The Ninetales was successfully sealed. Witnessing Gento's effortless sealing of the Ninetales, Hiruzen's eyes flickered with deep apprehension. At the moment of completion, Kushina's eyes closed, and she collapsed into Gento's arms. "Kushina!" The crowd cried out in alarm. Gento caught her carefully and looked up at the others. "Rest assured. She's just exhausted and has fainted." Hiruzen immediately turned, commanding the ANBU behind him sharply. "Take her to the Konoha hospital at once. Summon the medical ninja." "Yes." 2 ANBU stepped forward, cautiously carrying Kushina away. Minato watched Kushina being taken away, the last trace of worry in his eyes finally dissipating. He turned to Gento, a weak smile curving his lips. "Thank you, Gento-kun." His gaze shifted to Hiruzen, voice growing fainter. "Lord Third, I entrust Naruto and Kushina to your care." Hiruzen gripped his hand tightly. "Don't worry, Minato. I will take good care of them." Minato smiled, that same warm, radiant smile he bore in life. Then, he closed his eyes. Hiruzen stared at Minato's lifeless body, his thoughts inscrutable. Gento stood nearby, his heart a tumult of emotions. He glanced toward the direction where Kushina had been carried and silently prayed. "Please hold on." After all, Kushina had endured a harrowing night, compounded by the repeated extraction of the Ninetales. Even with the Uzumaki clan's constitution, Gento feared she might not withstand it. Fortunately, the system's voice sounded promptly. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Ninetales Rampage. Reward, 1 lottery chance." A surge of joy swelled within Gento, though his expression remained composed as he turned and strode toward the village outskirts. The Uchiha clan members were still waiting there. The Nine-Tails rampage was over. It was time to bring them back. Gento. Hiruzen's cold voice came from behind. Gento halted. The fourth Hokage fell in battle. There will be a meeting tomorrow to discuss post-war affairs. You must attend. Gento nodded and continued toward the village outskirts. The following morning, Gento led all the Uchiha clan members back to Konoha. A procession of over 3,000 moved majestically through the village gates into the scarred remains of the village. After a night of emergency clearing, Konoha's ruins had been preliminarily tidied. Collapsed houses were pried open, rubble piled into small mounds. Yet more were bodies, citizens and ninja alike, neatly arranged in the open space, awaiting their families' final farewells. The open area echoed with heart-wrenching sobs. At that moment, the Uchiha clan's procession came into view. The cries gradually subsided. Countless gazes turned toward them. That's the Uchiha family, someone murmured. How come not a single one of them died? Look at their ranks. Neatly lined, not a single injured.
Impossible.
Last night was such chaos. How could not one have perished? Suddenly, someone shouted. They must have known in advance about the Nine-Tails rampage and fled. Suspicious eyes swept over the Uchiha clan. Damn it, this Nine-Tails rampage surely involves them. Exactly. Didn't you see the Nine-Tails eyes last night? They were identical to the Uchiha's Sharingan. It must be that damned Uchiha's doing. I was wondering why the Nine-Tails suddenly attacked Konoha. Turns out it was the Uchiha's doing. They were the ones who manipulated the Nine-Tails to assault the village. Damn the Uchiha. You all deserve to die. A wave of enraged townsfolk surged forward. Faces twisted in fury, eyes blazing with fire, fingers pointed accusingly at the Uchiha clansmen. The police officers assigned to greet the clan members were equally inflamed by the scene before them. Inari immediately stepped forward and demanded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He pointed at the crowd. "Last night, the police force risked everything to save you. Have you forgotten? We lost more than a dozen men in the process." A brief silence fell over the crowd. Then, a man sneered sarcastically. "Humph, who knows if your people really died or if it was all an act?" "Exactly." Someone quickly chimed in. "Maybe it was all a show for us." "Bullshit." Inari trembled with rage, lunging forward to strike, only to be firmly restrained by his fellow clansmen. Fugaku stepped forward, attempting to defuse the tension with an explanation. "Everyone, calm down. We were trying to organize an evacuation drill precisely to prepare for situations like this. But you never said the Nine-Tails would cause chaos." A middle-aged woman interrupted sharply, clutching the corpse of her child. Her tear-streaked face twisted into a grimace. "If you had warned us about the Nine-Tails, we would have fled long ago. Why didn't you say anything?" Fugaku opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? That even if they had warned them, they wouldn't have believed it? That yesterday they were cursing the Uchiha for meddling? That they insisted they didn't need the Uchiha because Danzo would protect them? Exactly. Someone else from the crowd shouted loudly. "No matter what, so many of us have died, and not a single Uchiha has. You must take responsibility. The losses suffered by us civilians should be borne by the Uchiha. Compensation. You must compensate us." The crowd erupted once more. Fugaku stood motionless, gazing at the furious faces, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Shisui stood silently at the forefront of the group, watching it all unfold. His gaze swept over the shouting faces, the eyes brimming with hatred, the fingers pointing accusingly at the Uchiha. Just yesterday, these very people were screaming for Danzo's help. Just yesterday, they were cursing the Uchiha for interfering. Just yesterday, they said they didn't need the Uchiha's protection. Today, they claim the Uchiha must bear the losses. They even dismissed the sacrifices of their clansmen as mere theatrics. A sudden, intense urge overwhelmed him. How desperately he wished to change their minds. Then, a sharp, tearing pain erupted in his eye sockets. Shisui stifled a groan, instinctively covering his eyes. He distinctly felt the three tomo within his eyes manifesting, spinning wildly as if being forcibly kneaded, compressed, and fused by some unseen force. The excruciating pain made his body tremble, but he gritted his teeth and refrained from crying out. After a moment, the pain receded like a retreating tide. He slowly lowered his hand and opened his eyes. The three tomo in his eyes had vanished. In their place was an intricate pattern he had never seen before. Shisui was stunned. A flood of information surged into his mind, about the power of these eyes, about their name. The Mangekyo Sharingan? He whispered to himself. Nearby, Genjutsu keenly noticed Shisui's transformation. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Shisui's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. That was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shisui had awakened the Mangekyo, but now was not the time to delve into details. The people of Konoha were still pressing in, gradually encircling the Uchiha, clearly intent on surrounding them. Just then, a masked figure suddenly appeared between the two opposing sides. The third Hokage has issued orders. The Uchiha clan members are to return to their territory. Clan leader Genjutsu and the head of the police department are to proceed to the Hokage's office for a meeting. The townsfolk hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly parted to create a narrow passage. Some muttered complaints under their breath but dared not defy the Hokage's command. Genjutsu motioned expressionlessly, leading 3,000 clansmen as they retreated to the Uchiha lands under the burning gazes of the angry villagers. Due to its remote location, the Uchiha territory suffered minimal damage from the Ninetales shockwave. Only a few isolated homes were affected, while the main structures remained nearly intact. Genjutsu swiftly arranged for the clan to settle in. Just as he was about to rest, Inari and a group arrived at his doorstep. Clan leader Genjutsu. Inari pushed open the door, followed by a dozen others. Genjutsu cast a glance over them, each a prominent and powerful figure within the clan, several already wielding their Sharingan. They had come prepared. Inari spoke bluntly, his face betraying his resentment. Genjutsu, the people and leadership of Konoha are so foolish. Why don't we Uchiha stage a coup? His voice brimmed with long-suppressed fury. Look at how they behaved today. Yesterday they cursed us for meddling. Today they say we're putting on a show. Our police force lost more than a dozen men, and they claim they faked their deaths. We saved so many, yet they accuse us of ulterior motives. What's the point of protecting a village like this? Exactly. A clansman behind him echoed. With our strength now, even the Hokage's Umbu might not stand a chance. Let us just take him down ourselves and make one of us Hokage. Yes, we should have done this long ago. Several others eagerly agreed, their eyes alight with excitement. Fugaku instinctively opened his mouth to reprimand them but, seeing Genjutsu's expression, swallowed his words. Genjutsu remained silent for a moment. He knew the radical faction within the Uchiha had begun to stir. He looked at Inari, then at those behind him and after a pause, asked, "Why do you think this way?" Inari was momentarily taken aback, then confidently replied, "Because we are strong. Strength is everything. If we take down the third Hokage, won't the position naturally be ours?" Those behind him nodded in agreement. Genjutsu shook his head. Violence can indeed solve most problems, but it cannot solve them all. He looked directly at Inari. The reason Hiruzen became Hokage and the shinobi obeyed him was not because of his title or the Hokage cloak he wore. He rose to that position because the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the heads of the various ninja clans, and the common folk all recognized him. His orders flowed unimpeded through Konoha not because the Umbu were particularly strong, but because everyone believed his words deserved to be heeded. Genjutsu paused. Meeting Inari's gaze, we, the Uchiha, could certainly kill Hiruzen by force. But if you, Inari, don that Hokage cloak, do you think the other clans would support you? Do you think the very people who just insulted us would accept you? If you issued orders, would those below you carry them out with full loyalty? Inari opened his mouth to respond but, after a moment's thought, shook his head. Genjutsu stood and approached Inari, patting his shoulder. Give me a little more time. I promise, days like these will soon be behind us. Inari stared at him, speechless for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, he said. We trust you. Those behind him exchanged looks and also nodded in agreement. They had come with Inari, and if he trusted Genjutsu, so would they. Since assuming leadership, Genjutsu had brought tangible benefits to the clan. That was undeniable. One by one, the crowd dispersed. The room grew quiet. After everyone had left, Shisui approached Genjutsu. Before Genjutsu could speak, Shisui took the initiative and said, Clan head Genkyo, I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and acquired the formidable Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. He lifted his gaze. The right IS Kodo Amatsukami possesses the ability to rewrite another S will without their slightest awareness. The affected individual believes the implanted thought to be their own genuine idea, evoking no discord or suspicion. This technique can be employed multiple times within a short span. However, it bears a flaw. It can be detected by perceptive abilities such as the Byakugan, and, like conventional illusions, may be dispelled through chakra injection. Genkyo nodded subtly. This knowledge aligned closely with what he had learned in the original chronicles. Danzo had seized this right eye and attempted to manipulate Mifune during the 5 Kage summit, only to be uncovered by Aos Byakugan. Shisui continued. The left IS Kodo Amatsukami wields even greater power. Not only can it permanently alter the will of its target, but its effect is irreversible. His voice dropped a few tones. Yet the cost is immense. Once used, it cannot be activated again for 10 years. Genkyo's pupils contracted slightly. A permanent, unbreakable alteration, with the victim convinced it is their true conviction. Truly the mightiest of Genjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami can be regarded as the ultimate ninjutsu for puppeteering others. Observing Genkyo's expression, Shisui hesitated before inquiring, Clan head Genkyo. The third Hokage and other senior officials have begun to harbor apprehension towards us Uchiha. At today's assembly, they will undoubtedly seek to suppress our influence. He paused. Shall I employ the left is Koto Amitsukami against Hiruzen or Danzo during the meeting? Genkyo's eyes flickered at the proposal. The suggestion was indeed tempting. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood at the epicenter of Konoha's authority. If he could be directly controlled, the Uchiha's position would instantly solidify. Yet, after a moment of silence, Genkyo shook his head. No need. He looked at Shisui earnestly. Using such a precious ocular power on individuals like Hiruzen or Danzo would be a waste. I have other plans for your left is Koto Amitsukami. Shisui's heart stirred, and he ventured, may I ask who the intended target is? Without hesitation, Genkyo replied, a certain daimyo. Shisui's pupils constricted sharply. A daimyo? That exalted lord, revered even by the Hokage. To a shinobi, a daimyo is paramount. Shinobi are but instruments of execution, tools to accomplish missions, even at the cost of their own lives. Such had been the creed instilled in him since childhood. Now Shisui stood utterly stunned. All the doctrines ingrained in his mind shattered in that instant. Tools serve their masters. How could a mere tool ever manipulate the one who wields it? Genkyo observed Shisui's astonishment, understanding the magnitude of the shock. After all, the power of the shinobi as a tool was immense and perilous. To fully harness it required relentless indoctrination from youth. Indeed, that was the very path they had followed. The shinobi's minds bore deep ideological imprints, impossible to erase within a short time. But I, Genkyo, am unlike other shinobi, he reflected. I have awakened the memories of Blue Star, and in Blue Star, I was raised with the belief. Nobles and commoners are not born different. Seeing Shisui's reaction, Genkyo refrained from elaborating further. He knew Shisui needed time to absorb this revelation. Such deeply embedded mental imprints could not be undone with mere words. He then stepped outside and approached Fugaku, who was quietly conversing with his wife Mikoto, and said softly, let us go, Fugaku. Let us see how the third intends to manage this mess. When Genkyo and Fugaku entered the conference chamber, the leaders of the major shinobi clans had already assembled. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka and Oichi, Akimichi Choza, the heads of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, were seated on one side. The Hyuga clan's leader, Hyuga Hizashi, sat solemnly opposite. Elder statesmen Tonari Koharu and Mito Uzumaki, along with several representatives from smaller clans, occupied their respective seats. Genkyo and Fugaku took positions at the edge of the room. Once all were present, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the head, cleared his throat and spoke gravely. It is with profound sorrow that I inform you all, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, perished in the battle against the Nine Tails. An immediate hush fell over the chamber, swiftly replaced by a tumult of disbelief. What? Minato? But he mastered the flying thunder god technique. Even with that, he could not escape? The clan leaders exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Minato's prowess was indisputable, a golden flash impossible to fall so easily. In a shadowed corner, Danzo's eyes suddenly gleamed. His spine straightened involuntarily. With Minato's death, did that not reopen the door for him, Shimura Danzo? Yet Hiruzen's next words poured cold water over such hopes. Given these circumstances, I reluctantly accept the position and shall continue to serve as Hokage. He paused, his tone tinged with resignation. What say you all? Danzo's expression fell instantly. His gaze fixed on Hiruzen, burning with barely contained fury. Reluctantly, accepting by default? You old man, you've been waiting for this day all along. But no one paid heed to Danzo's grumble. Nara Shikaku was the first to nod. In these dire times, there is indeed no one more suitable than you, third Hokage. His affirmation was echoed by Yamanaka and Oichi. The third's experience assures us. With you continuing as Hokage, we are at ease. Even Hyuga Hizashi spoke mildly. Other clan representatives quickly concurred. No dissent arose. Danzo remained silent in the corner, opening his mouth only to remain mute. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Then I shall write to the daimyo to inform them of these developments. He paused before adding, is there anything else anyone wishes to discuss? Before the last syllable faded, Genkyo's voice rang out. I have a matter to raise. All eyes turned to him. We, the Uchiha, wish to resign from our posts in the police force. Henceforth, no member of the Uchiha clan shall hold any position within the police force. The room fell silent once more. Everyone was stunned. The Uchiha voluntarily relinquishing control of the police force, the core power structure of Konoha they had dominated for decades? Fugaku abruptly lifted his head, staring at Genkyo in utter disbelief. He seemed about to speak, but Genkyo did not meet his gaze. As compensation, Genkyo continued, I request the Third permission for the Uchiha to establish a mission hall, wherein we shall independently accept commissioned assignments. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. He scrutinized Genkyo, his mind racing. Since Genkyo assumed leadership of the Uchiha, he had long feared their growing influence, especially after Genkyo effortlessly sealed the Nine Tails. He had sought to diminish the Uchiha's power but never found a suitable pretext. And now, Genkyo was voluntarily offering it? Regarding the mission hall, Hiruzen inwardly scoffed. Given the Uchiha's arrogant nature, who would entrust missions to them? Even if allowed to take assignments on their own, they would scarcely receive many. Fearing a sudden change of heart, Hiruzen promptly nodded. Very well, so be it. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before settling upon the sullen Danzo in the corner. Then, the new head of the police force, he deliberately paused, watching the restrained anticipation on Danzo's face, and slowly declared, shall be Danzo. Danzo's expression shifted from gloom to radiant joy in an instant. Thus concluded the meeting. Two major decisions were cemented. Hiruzen resumed the mantle of Hokage, and Danzo assumed control of the police force. The clan leaders rose one after another and took their leave, prepared to cooperate with Hiruzen's directives to begin the arduous task of rebuilding the ravaged village of Konoha. Stepping out of the conference room, Fugaku could no longer contain himself. He quickened his pace and caught up with Genjo. I don't understand. The Uchiha clan has been targeted at every turn in Konoha, so why relinquish the last vestiges of power? Could it be, clan leader, that you fear me, Fugaku, the head of the police department? Genjo smiled and patted Fugaku on the shoulder. Rest assured, I still have great confidence in your abilities. Once the clan's task hall is completed, this new department will be under your charge. With that, Genjo turned and walked away. Fugaku watched Genjo's departing figure, his expression a mixture of skepticism and tentative trust. Following the meeting's conclusion, news spread swiftly that Danzo had assumed the role of police department head. The citizens of Konoha erupted in joyous celebration. From every corner of the streets and alleys, cheers resounded. Lord Danzo has arrived. Those wicked Uchiha have been driven out. Yes, it was Lord Danzo who sent the Uchiha packing. Those Uchiha bastards should have been gone long ago. Finally, we no longer have to endure the Uchiha's glare. Lord Danzo, you must stand up for us. With Lord Danzo in charge of the police department, we can rest easy. As long as Lord Danzo is here, brighter days lie ahead. Yet, amidst the jubilation, some voices of doubt surfaced. Lord Danzo once promised to protect us, but where was he on the day of the Ninetails rampage? But soon enough, an anonymous report circulated. On the night of the Ninetails chaos, Lord Danzo was leading the route operatives on a mission of greater importance. What that mission entailed, no one could say. Gradually, those skeptical murmurs faded away. For the following 2 months, the entirety of Konoha busied itself with reconstruction. Collapsed homes were rebuilt, shattered streets repaired and smoothed, and scorched marks painstakingly concealed. Amidst the ruins, a new Konoha slowly took shape. Genjo, too, was far from idle. Seizing this interval, he invested 1 billion ryo to construct 2 clan edifices, the Awakening Hall and the Task Hall. Meanwhile, Danzo fully assumed control of the police department. He filled the vacancies left by the departing Uchiha with root ninja, taking up the responsibilities of patrolling, maintaining order, and making arrests. However, over these 2 months, the populace began to discern a troubling reality. Lord Danzo's police department was not quite what they had envisioned. One evening, inside a barbecue restaurant on Konoha South Commercial Street, most patrons had departed, leaving only a solitary ninja leisurely sipping his drink. Behind the counter, a young waitress named Kita stole a glance at him. He appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a ninja vest with kunai strapped to his waist, his face flushed with the haze of alcohol. At last, the ninja rose unsteadily and staggered toward the exit. Kita hurried forward, wearing a professional smile. Good evening. Your total comes to 1,000 ryo. The ninja halted, spun around, and scrutinized Kita with narrowed eyes. What? You dare charge me 1,000 ryo? Kita's heart tightened, but she maintained her composure and patiently explained. You ordered a premium grilled meat platter, 2 vegetable dishes, and 3 pots of sake. The total is 1,100 ryo. The owner said he'd give you a discount, so 1,000 ryo will suffice. The ninja sneered disdainfully. Bah, still too expensive. His gaze grew lecherous as he stared at Kita. I think you're deliberately trying to rip me off. Kita became flustered. She was just an ordinary girl and instinctively frightened by the drunken ninja. She tried to retreat, but he suddenly stepped closer. His eyes roamed shamelessly over the owner's daughter, who wore the establishment's standard white apron tied behind her waist in a bow, accentuating her slender figure. Below the apron was a deep blue skirt that barely covered her thighs, revealing smooth, pale calves. Nervously, her chest rose and fell beneath a tight white blouse the neckline exposing a patch of snow-white skin. The ninja's face twisted into a lewd grin. If you want me to pay, that's fine. He paused, his gaze fixed on Kita's chest. But what? Kita instinctively asked, shrinking back slightly. But what? You have to spend the night with me. Suddenly, the ninja lunged, wrapping his arm around Kita's waist and pulling her into his embrace. If you satisfy me, I'll pay up, of course. Ah, let go of me. Kita struggled desperately, pounding her fists against the ninja's body, but he remained unmoved. Her feeble strength was insufficient to break free. Her resistance only seemed to thrill him further. With a ripping sound, the ninja began tearing at Kita's clothing, exposing vast swathes of pale skin. Let her go. A fierce roar erupted from the kitchen. The owner burst out wielding a spatula. He was a man in his 40s, with graying hair and a face etched with anxiety and rage. That's my daughter, he bellowed. The restaurant had faced such situations before, and the owner's usual recourse was to summon the police department. The Uchiha had the reputation of being formidable, even defying other ninja, and he trusted that with Lord Danzo at the helm, things would improve. He charged forward. Stop this, or I'll call the police department. The ninja hesitated, his actions faltering. Police department? Images of the Uchiha flashed through his mind. Stubborn, unyielding, impervious to reason. If they arrived, it would indeed spell trouble. Suddenly, he recalled the police department had changed leadership. He had heard from his senior comrades that the new police department was different from before. As long as one was willing to pay, anything could be arranged. Emboldened, he tightened his grip on Kita and shamelessly groped her with his other hand, sneering, "Go ahead and call. Let us see who they LL side with." The owner trembled with fury, pointing at the ninja. "Fine. Just you wait. Lord Danzo will stand up for me." He turned and dashed out into the street. In times past, under Uchiha governance, police department patrols were a constant presence. Yet today, he ran half a block without spotting a single officer. Finally, at a street corner stall, he spotted two men clad in police department uniforms, leisurely sipping tea. He rushed over and fell to his knees with a thud. "Sirs, you must help me." He gasped and recounted the incident swiftly. The two men's expressions soured with impatience. They waved the owner off. "Go away. Don't disturb my refined peace." The owner was beside himself with anxiety. "I support Lord Danzo. On his first day, I held a sign driving out the Uchiha and shook his hand." Both men had origins in root. Upon hearing this, they exchanged wary glances before rising. "Fine, let us go take a look." Inside the restaurant, the ninja had already pinned Kita down atop a dining table. He pressed his body against hers. Kita struggled fiercely, but her skirt had been lifted to her upper thighs, revealing large swaths of pale skin. Just as the ninja was about to make a further move, the owner and the two police department members burst in. Upon seeing them, the ninja's groping faltered. He looked nervously at the officers, his eyes darting about. He reached into his bosom and withdrew several silver notes, pressing them into the hands of the two men, a smile spreading across his face. "Gentlemen, doe-se a favor." The two members of the police department glanced down at the denominations of the bills, their eyes instantly lighting up. Swiftly, they tucked the silver notes into their pockets, patted the ninja on the shoulder, and chuckled, "Brother, carry on, carry on." With that, one of them turned around, his smile instantly transforming into a stern expression. He pointed at the shop owner and barked, "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly your store that's unscrupulous, trying to overcharge our honest ninja brothers." The other member of the police department immediately stepped forward and grabbed the shop owner's shoulder firmly. "I warn you, don't dare bully our ninja brothers like this again." The shop owner froze. He stared blankly at their faces, then at the silver notes tucked in their pockets. He looked again at the ninja who was still groping at Coco, a smug silver smile plastered across his face. How could you be like this?" His voice trembled, tears streaming down the creases of his face. Even during the wicked Uchiha regime, they never condoned such behavior. They were all... Slap. A harsh slap struck his cheek. The police department member chuckled darkly and leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice. "You said it yourself, that was the Uchiha era." He paused, then continued, "Nowadays, it's Lord Danzo's time. What's the matter? Don't agree?" The shop owner covered his face, trembling all over. Just then, his gaze suddenly caught sight of two figures passing by the door. They wore dark formal garments embroidered with the fan emblem on their backs, the unmistakable symbol of the Uchiha clan. He violently broke free from the police department's grip and scrambled out the door, rushing over to seize the two men. "Ninjas are harassing the civilians here. The police department has been bribed by the ninjas. That ninja is assaulting my daughter. Weren't you Uchiha the ones who despised such acts? Please, intervene." The two Uchiha halted in their tracks. They were none other than the Inahibi brothers, Inahibi and Tetsuhi, coincidentally passing through. They turned their heads, glancing inside the shop, the disheveled girl, the shop owner with a slapped face, and the ninja bearing that silver smile. Having served many years in the police department, the brothers understood at a glance what was transpiring. Seeing those familiar uniforms worn by such people, witnessing those who should uphold the law now condoning the oppressors tormenting the populace, a flash of disgust crossed both their eyes simultaneously. The two police department men, noticing the Uchiha had truly stopped, immediately grew nervous. They exchanged glances, their faces paling. Who didn't know the temper of the Uchiha clan? More importantly, their combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. If they really intervened, this would become a very thorny problem. One of them mustered courage and stepped forward, forcing a laugh. Gentlemen, this is a matter for our police department. Inahibi ignored him. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Tetsuhi and said coolly, not our concern. Let us go. With that, he lifted his foot, ready to leave. The shop owner was stunned. Suddenly, he lunged forward, clutching Inahibi's leg tightly. You can't leave. You can't leave. He pointed inside the shop, his fingers trembling. You Uchiha were formerly part of the police department, yet now you turn a blind eye to evil? Are you blind? That ninja is assaulting my daughter. Hurry, arrest him like before. Inahibi halted. He lowered his head, gazing at the man clinging to his leg, then spoke coldly. I know you. The shop owner shuddered all over. A month ago, on the day we Uchiha left the police department, you stood at the forefront of the plaza holding a sign. Inahibi stared intently at the shop owner. The sign read, Evil Uchiha, get out of Konoha. You even led the chants. Long live Lord Danzo. Down with the Uchiha. The shop owner's face instantly turned deathly pale. Inahibi continued, on the night the Ninetales ran rampant, we Uchiha risked our lives to save so many. Your neighbors, your relatives, your friends. The next day you surrounded us, claiming it was all a show, that our people feigned death. During the evacuation drills, we shouted ourselves hoarse in the plaza, urging you to evacuate. You cursed us for meddling, for having too much time on our hands, for trying to show off our abilities. In the plaza, you pointed fingers at us and repeated over and over, we don't need the Uchiha. Lord Danzo will protect us. He paused, a sneer curling his lips. Now, Lord Danzo has taken over the police department. Isn't he this exactly what you wished for? The shop owner opened his mouth, emitting hoarse sounds but unable to utter a word. He knelt on the ground, his face full of remorse. Inahibi looked at him, his eyes devoid of any sympathy. He went on, now that you suffer injustice, you suddenly remember us Uchiha? The shop owner nodded frantically. Inahibi sneered. Too late. He lifted his foot, shaking off the shop owner's grasp, then turned to leave. The shop owner, wild with desperation, lunged forward to grab his leg again, but Tetsuhi mercilessly kicked him aside. He fell to the ground, reaching out toward the two receding figures. Don't go. Please don't go. I never thought Lord Danzo would break his word. I was wrong, truly wrong. Yet those two figures never once looked back. Only then did he realize how dire the plight of Konoha's citizens was when facing ninja crimes without the protection of the Uchiha. He gazed at the empty street corner and suddenly recalled the plaza a month ago. He had stood at the very front of the crowd, holding a sign and shouting hoarsely, Who cares about your protection? Lord Danzo will save us. The people around him had joyfully echoed his cries, as if driving the Uchiha away was the greatest blessing. The Uchiha stood silently on the stage, watching them before turning and leaving. At that time, he had felt immense satisfaction, finally driving away these perpetually sour and detestable people. But now he slowly turned his head to look inside the shop. The ninja had already seized both of Koko's hands and pinned her down on the table again. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Koko let out a miserable scream. The ninja's face twisted with malice as he gripped her neck fiercely. You filthy bitch! Did you really think the Uchiha would intervene? You scared the hell out of me. He laughed uproariously, planting a harsh kiss on Koko's face. Watch me make you scream tonight. The two police department men exhaled in relief and exchanged glances, laughing heartily. They stepped forward and viciously kicked the shop owner lying on the ground. Still daring to cry for help? Looks like you don't know the rules. One bent down, grabbing his hair and dragging him back inside the shop. The other followed behind, spitting on the floor. Since you don't understand the rules, we'll just have to teach you a proper lesson. The door slammed shut with a bang. Soon, the sound of heavy objects falling echoed from behind the door, followed by men's stifled groans and muffled thuds. After the man passed out completely, heavy breathing and the woman's intermittent sobbing could be heard. Late into the night, the door finally opened. The two police department members emerged, their faces flushed with satisfaction. They tightened their belts while spitting contemptuously behind them. Pa! One turned back, his voice venomous. Don't let me catch you trying to file a complaint again. Otherwise, you know what the police department's methods are. The other clicked his tongue. However, speaking of which, the taste of that woman was indeed quite delightful. Haha. I senti that so? From now on, we must frequent this establishment more often. Let that female attendant serve us to our heart's content. And perhaps next time we might negotiate a lighter fare. The two turned around, linking arms as they walked away. As they strolled, they fondled the silver notes tucked in their bosoms, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. I always said the old Uchiha was foolish. You tell me, how hard is it to manage these unruly folks? I don't think it's difficult at all. And the money flows in swiftly, don't you agree? The bribes we collect daily are worth more than countless missions. Plus, we don't even need to leave the village to take risks. It's perfectly safe. Exactly, from now on, let us do just that. Their laughter gradually faded into the distance. The street returned to its quietude, with only that closed door remaining, behind which faint sobs could be heard. The following day, when Inohibi recounted these events to Gento, the latter was reclining on a couch, cradling the compliant Yakura in his arms. Upon hearing the story, Gento's face betrayed no surprise, only a faint smile played upon his lips. Have you ever heard of the selection method at the root? He inquired of Inohibi. Inohibi shook his head. Gento spoke slowly. If the candidates have siblings or friends, Danzo arranges for them to carry out missions that require mutual slaughter, or forces the candidates to witness the execution of their kin, all to test whether they can endure suffering and ultimately become numb. He paused, gazing out the window. If he treats his own nurtured subordinates this way, imagine how he deals with the common people. He left the sentence unfinished, but Inohibi understood. Gento withdrew his gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. Isn't this precisely the prosperous life the people of Konoha desire? Inohibi was momentarily stunned, then smiled as well. That smile bore a trace of relief and a hint of satisfaction. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! Host has triggered the main quest. Gento's eyes sharpened. Main quest issued. A-rank family prosperity. Quest description. Now that the ninja world has entered a period of peace, please elevate the family's prosperity to A rank by increasing the number of family members, family renown, total combat power, and top-tier combat power. Quest reward. 1 lottery draw. Immediately after, another prompt chimed. Ding! Family building task hall construction completed. Ding! Host has triggered a side quest. Side quest issued. Renown. Quest description. The family building task hall has been completed. Please complete 100 commission missions to enhance renown. Quest reward. 1 Mangekyo Sharingan replication card. Gento's gaze fixed upon the last line. A Mangekyo Sharingan replication card? His pupils contracted slightly. Did this not mean he could replicate Shursui's Kodo Amitsukami? He promptly instructed Inohibi, go summon Fugaku. Inohibi dared not delay and rose to depart. Soon, Fugaku hastened in, pushing open the door. Clan leader, what summons me? Without preamble, Gento said, the family's task hall has been completed. He looked up at Fugaku. You are to immediately proceed to the Hokage's office and collect 200 commission missions. After acquiring them, assign suitable clan ninjas within the task hall to undertake and complete them. Fugaku nodded without hesitation. Understood, I will attend to it at once. At the Hokage's office, when Fugaku entered, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, staring blankly at the towering stacks of paperwork. Upon seeing Fugaku, a warm smile spread across his face as he set down the pipe and greeted, Fugaku, what brings you to Old Man's office? Fugaku stood before the desk and relayed Gento's message verbatim. The Uchiha have completed the task hall and wish to accept a batch of village mission commissions. After listening, Sarutobi pondered briefly. He took a slow puff from his pipe and murmured. He nodded. The village is currently short on ninjas, yet mission commissions have not diminished. Lately, this has been troubling me. He raised his eyes to Fugaku. I can approve the Uchiha's request. Raising his voice toward the door, he called, bring someone here. A figure wearing an animal mask from the Umbu swiftly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Sarutobi commanded, go organize the backlog of mission scrolls in the storage. Select 200 and hand them over to Fugaku. The Umbu nodded and vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, he returned carrying a wooden box half a person's height. Setting it down heavily on the floor, it emitted a dull thud. The box was packed to the brim with scrolls. Fugaku opened the box and glanced over the neatly stacked mission scrolls. Closing the lid, he nodded toward Sarutobi. Thank you, Third Hokage. Sarutobi waved his hand with a beaming smile. No need for thanks. Konoha is rebuilding and requires everyone's concerted effort. I am gratified that the Uchiha have taken the initiative to share the burden. Without further ado, Fugaku lifted the box and turned to leave. Returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Fugaku headed straight for the newly planned area. A magnificent edifice stood there, sprawling, with a facade as wide as 3 or 4 ordinary dwellings. The main structure was constructed from bluish-gray stone. Carved upon the walls was the Uchiha clan's fan emblem, surrounded by intricate flame patterns that, from afar, appeared as if the fan itself were ablaze. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, one entered a spacious hall. At the center stood a long counter, behind which was a wall covered in cubbyholes, each labeled with a number for storing mission scrolls. In front of the counter were several rows of benches for clan members awaiting missions. Corridors flanked the hall on both sides. To the left were individual offices, the mission review room, intelligence analysis room, and material allocation room, each marked with wooden plaques indicating their functions. To the right were larger rooms, the clan leader's office, elders meeting room, and emergency affairs handling room. The innermost door was reinforced with extra thick panels, clearly for confidentiality. The entire building was spacious, bright, and well organized. By now, many Uchiha clan members had gathered inside. Since the erection of this grand building, speculation about its purpose had run rife. Some claimed it was a training ground, others a meeting hall. A few even guessed it was Gento's private residence for secretly keeping mistresses. Today, upon hearing that Fugaku had returned carrying mission scrolls, their curiosity piqued. Word spread swiftly, and within less than half an hour, a crowd had gathered at the hall's entrance, peering inside in groups, chattering incessantly. Hey, what do you think this place is for? Lord Fugaku came back with so many scrolls.
No idea.
Shall we go in and see? Fugaku paid no heed to the commotion at the entrance. He placed the heavy wooden box on the counter, lifted the lid, and began leafing through the mission scrolls one by one. Having served many years as the head of the police department, he was intimately familiar with the clan members' abilities. Who excelled in tracking, who was skilled in combat, who was meticulous and suited for escort missions, and who was quick-witted and apt for reconnaissance. He held a clear mental ledger. As he read, he silently matched candidates to tasks. The first scroll was a Class C escort mission. He glanced over it. Escort a merchant to the land of Tea, a round trip of 7 days, with potential bandit threats. He decided to assign Ironfire's team, as they worked well together and had combat experience. The second scroll was a Class B bandit suppression mission. Fugaku's expression grew serious. In the eastern mountains of the Land of Fire, a band of robbers had been plundering merchant caravans, killing 2 escort ronin. The mission objective was to eliminate the bandit nest. This requires dispatching a jonin to lead the team. He pondered for a moment. Hakadai then. Last year, he unlocked 3 Tomo, and his combat experience is extensive. Let him select a few capable members. With that, he began reviewing scroll after scroll, distributing them one by one. It took the better part of the day to thoroughly examine all 200 missions. He glanced at the dense crowd at the entrance, clapped his hands, and announced loudly, "Everyone, please come in." The crowd surged forward in a rush, gathering noisily in front of the counter, voices overlapping. "Lord Fugaku, what is this for?" Fugaku raised his hand to quiet them, then spoke deliberately. "This is the newly established mission hall of the Uchiha clan." He gestured toward the entire wall lined with cubbyhole lockers behind him and explained, "From now on, the clan will assign missions here and distribute them to various teams. You accept the missions, carry them out, and return to report completion." A commotion erupted among the crowd. "Really? So we no longer have to queue at the Hokage's office to receive missions? How are rewards calculated? Are they higher than the village's mission pay?" Fugaku waved his hand dismissively. "Specific details will be announced later. For today, let us distribute the first batch of missions." He then proceeded to hand out the mission scrolls one by one. Once all assignments were allocated, he delivered a neatly copied form to the clan head's office. Kendo took the form and scanned it from top to bottom. Mission number, rank, summary, responsible team. Every detail was clear and straightforward. He looked up at Fugaku with a hint of approval in his eyes. "Well done." Fugaku smiled quietly without comment. Kendo continued to study the mission contents on the form. As expected, the missions dispatched by Nishiki were mostly low-level tasks. Grade D missions comprised the majority. Helping farmers find lost livestock, assisting elderly women in locating bankbooks hidden beneath cupboards, helping merchants recover ledgers blown away by the wind. The difficulty of these missions was akin to finding cats or dogs, or weeding. There were also quite a few Grade C missions, escorting goods to nearby villages, clearing wild boars from village outskirts, delivering urgent letters to certain lords. Grade B and A missions were present but pitifully few, and there were none at the S rank. Kendo was unconcerned. His goal was merely to complete 100 side missions within the system, regardless of rank. Even if some failed, the remaining would suffice to meet the quota. He placed the form on the desk and said to Fugaku, Keep a close watch and report any developments immediately. Also, from now on, you will be responsible for mission distribution within the clan. Fugaku was momentarily stunned. Then an unmistakable gleam of joy appeared on his face. He nodded emphatically. Understood. 1 week later, inside Kendo's residence. Occasionally, muffled groans came from within. Evidently, the two were engaged in their daily taijutsu training. Suddenly, Yakura let out a sharp scream, then admitted defeat. Yakura, you lost so quickly again, Kendo exclaimed. It's because you used the slave seal. Otherwise, who knows who would have lasted longer, Yakura retorted. With that, she opened the door, dripping with perspiration. Her entire face was flushed from exertion, and her body appeared as though freshly pulled from water. The tight-fitting black training outfit was soaked through, clinging to her slender, toned waist and long, firm legs. She panted heavily, chest rising and falling rapidly, evidently drained from their recent sparring session. At that moment, a long-awaited notification chimed in Kendo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side mission. Notoriety. Reward acquired. Mangekyo Sharingan copy card. Kendo's eyes brightened. Success. Without hesitation, he donned his clothes and headed out. Shisui was practicing shuriken in his courtyard. Surprised by Kendo's sudden arrival, he was about to speak when Kendo reached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't move. With a puzzled look, Shisui watched as Kendo activated the Mangekyo Sharingan copy card. Immediately, the system prompted, Detected Jujitsu, Kodo Amitsukami. Please select copy. Kodo Amitsukami, left, Kodo Amitsukami, right. Without hesitation, Kendo chose the left one, which required a decade-long cooldown but could permanently alter perception. Ding! Copy successful. Item name, Mangekyo Sharingan copy card. Current status, Kodo Amitsukami, left, copied. Jujitsu effect, permanently rewrites the target's will without their awareness. The affected individual believes the implanted thought is genuinely their own, producing no sense of discord or suspicion. Success. Kendo's face radiated excitement. Shisui looked at him blankly. Clan head, just now it's nothing, Kendo said, patting his shoulder before turning away. Carry on with your practice. Watching Kendo's retreating figure, Shisui tilted his head in confusion. Kendo's steps were light as he returned home, clutching the Mangekyo Sharingan copy card, his mind alive with possibilities. He pushed open the door, and Yakura immediately approached. She had changed into clean clothes, her hair still damp, clearly having just bathed. Kendo, Makoto Uchiha came to visit. She's waiting for you in the reception room. Kendo paused. Makoto actually came looking for me? Gazing at the Mangekyo Sharingan copy card in his hand, a bold idea suddenly took shape.
Moments latte.
He pocketed the card and headed toward the reception room. Upon entering, Kendo saw Makoto's graceful figure seated properly on her knees by the table. She wore a deep purple kimono, the soft fabric clinging gently, outlining the voluptuous curves unique to a mature woman. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin. The sash at her waist cinched her slender waist perfectly. Below that, her figure grew fuller, supporting the kimono's fabric and tracing a rich, rounded silhouette. Her lowered eyelashes and gentle profile exuded the distinctive charm of a mature woman, the perfect blend of fullness and allure only a married woman possesses. Kendo regarded Makoto with a flicker of admiration. Though he had seen many sensual images of her bathing, even now, separated by fabric, he could imagine the scene concealed beneath. Yet Makoto's beauty was never merely in her graceful form. It was the mature allure unique to a wife. This refined charm was incomparable to the naive innocence of a young girl like Akane, nor could Yakura, with her lack of romantic sensibility, ever come close. The more Kendo understood Makoto, the more he grasped why Cao Cao had once been so captivated by a married woman. One could only say, question Cao Cao, understand Cao Cao, become Cao Cao, surpass Cao Cao. What surprised him further was the child kneeling beside Makoto. The boy appeared to be 8 or 9 years old, with delicate features and a maturity far beyond his years. Sitting upright with a straight back and an expressionless face, his dark eyes were deep and somber. He was Makoto's eldest son, Itachi Uchiha. Upon Kendo's entrance, Makoto slightly bowed her head and spoke softly. Clan head, sorry to trouble you. Kendo smiled and waved off her concern casually. It's no trouble at all. Even if it were, you're always welcome in my home. Makoto regarded this as mere courtesy, offering a faint smile and nod. Then she spoke slowly, her tone carrying solemnity. I have come this time for Itachi. She turned her head toward Itachi and whispered, show the clan head your Sharingan. Upon hearing the words, Itachi lifted his gaze, his eyes instantly suffused with a shade of crimson. The black tomo within his eyes began to slowly revolve, one, 2, 3. 3 Tomo, gently rotating within the eye sockets. This was the 3 Tomo Sharingan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Gento's eyes. 8 years old? He recalled that, in the original story, Itachi only awakened his 3rd Tomo at around the age of 10. Yet now, under his influence, this child had advanced so prematurely. He turned to Mikoto and inquired, "Didn't he just awaken the 2 Tomo Sharingan last year? How could he have progressed so rapidly?" Mikoto did not conceal the truth. Her tone tinged with a trace of sorrow. "Last year, Itachi awakened the Sharingan in the clan shrine. He soon graduated early from the ninja academy, then passed the Chunin exam, becoming a Chunin ninja." Gento nodded in acknowledgement. Given Itachi's talent, such achievements came as no surprise. Then what about the 3rd Tomo? Mikoto's expression darkened slightly. After becoming a Chunin, he began undertaking missions like other ninjas. A few days ago, during a mission with 2 other teammates, they encountered an accident, and only Itachi survived. She paused briefly, then lifted her eyes. Upon returning, he awakened the 3 Tomo. Gento fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then nodded in understanding. Mikoto continued, "I came to see the clan leader precisely to discuss this child's future arrangements." At that moment, Itachi, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. His voice still carried the innocence of youth, but the words he uttered bore a calmness far beyond his years. "I do not wish to see my teammates perish before my eyes again. Please, clan leader, assign me to an Umbu team." Gento narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Such words were indeed befitting of Itachi. The high fatality rate in the last mission clearly indicated that some teammates had faltered. With Itachi's aptitude, it was only right to push him into a more challenging environment for proper cultivation. Moreover, now that he had awakened the 3 Tomo, he possessed the strength of a Jonin. He would not be a liability on any team. Observing Gento's contemplation, Mikoto softly inquired, "Does the clan leader have any suggestions?" Gento pondered for a moment before asking, "Fugaku is quite experienced. Does he not have any opinions?" Upon hearing this, Mikoto's expression shifted slightly, and a hint of displeasure crept into her tone. "Fugaku wishes to send him directly to the Hokage's Umbu. But given the current state of relations between the clan and the village, I am opposed to it." She paused, lowering her voice a few degrees. "We have already argued several times over this matter." Gento remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Itachi and suddenly asking, "Itachi, what do you believe is the most important duty of a ninja?" Itachi was momentarily taken aback. He lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. After a while, as if recalling something, a faint warmth appeared upon his usually cold face. He raised his eyes and looked at Gento, to protect one's family. Mikoto was slightly startled by this declaration. Then a gentle smile blossomed upon her face, her gaze toward her son brimming with pride. Gento nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to Mikoto and said, "In that case, how about allowing him to join the clan's Umbu?" Upon hearing this, an unmistakable joy surfaced on Mikoto's face. Everyone in the clan knew that the Umbu led by Shisui not only enjoyed excellent treatment but were also composed of Sharingan masters. Getting into the Umbu was precisely the outcome she had hoped for. This was the very reason she had come to see Gento today. Itachi's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Seeing no opposition from either party, Gento made an immediate decision. "It is settled then. Itachi, go find Shisui and report to him, and tell him I sent you personally. From now on, you will join Shisui's squad." Mikoto's eyes glimmered with excitement upon hearing this. She had not expected the clan leader to value Itachi so highly, immediately assigning him to Shisui's side. Everyone in the clan could see how much Gento esteemed Shisui. Itachi rose at once, approached Gento, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. "Yes, sir." Having said this, he stood up and turned to leave. The room was left with only Gento and Mikoto, the only man and woman present. Mikoto, still immersed in the joy of knowing her son's future was secured, wore a smile as she spoke to Gento. "Thank you so much, clan leader. Someday, I will properly express my gratitude to you. Sasuke is probably hungry at home, waiting for me to return and feed him." With that, she rose to take her leave. The sash of her kimono cinched her slender waist, accentuating the alluring curves beneath. The proportions between her waist and hips were perfect, embodying the mature woman's voluptuousness without a hint of excess. The fabric swayed gently with her movements, clinging to her form, revealing faint glimpses of the contours beneath. Gento watched her retreating figure, his heart involuntarily stirred. He instinctively touched the Sharingan copy card in his hand. Should he seize this opportunity to employ the precious Kodo Amatsukami on her? Mikoto was a system-recognized S-rank Kunoichi. Capturing her would guarantee at least an S-rank treasure chest. Not to mention the exquisite attire of such a rare beauty. As Mikoto reached the doorway, Her slender waist and ample curves swayed gently with each step. Gento swallowed hard. Finally, he steeled himself. Wait, Makoto. Hearing the call, she paused and turned back, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Gento raised his hand, aiming the Sharingan copy card at her. Activate, Kodo Amatsukami. The card slowly dissolved in his palm. Makoto's eyes instantly became vacant and unseeing. Gento stared intently as he began to alter her will. You do not truly love Fugaku. The one you truly desire is me, Uchiha Gento. Your relationship with Fugaku is merely superficial. Your real identity is my mistress. We often engage in secret trysts behind Fugaku's back. From now on, you shall thoroughly enjoy this arrangement between us. As his words concluded, the emptiness in Makoto's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a newfound sparkle. Yet when she looked at Gento again, her gaze had changed. Her eyes fluttered seductively, lashes like silken threads, gazing at him with enticing charm. Her body, which had been stepping toward the door, suddenly pivoted and approached Gento with deliberate grace. With a coquettish expression, she whispered, Gento, ever since Sasuke was born, Fugaku has not touched me. I want you. As she drew nearer, she reached out and gently loosened her kimono collar. Gento felt as if a dazzling flash had been thrown before his eyes. Before he could speak, Makoto pressed her lips against his. A warm sensation sealed his mouth. After a long moment, they parted. Makoto's eyes were glazed, cheeks flushed, and her breathing somewhat hurried. Gento suppressed his own increasingly heavy breaths and murmured, Makoto, are you in such a hurry? She lifted her head, a tinge of plaintiveness in her gaze. Fugaku is always busy with work and comes home late every day. Sometimes when I initiate, he always says he is too tired and falls asleep immediately. Gento was taken aback to learn that the broad-browed, sharp-eyed fellow was so indifferent. If that was the case, then he would have to take Fugaku's place. Without further words, he pressed forward. Ah! Makoto exclaimed, though there was no resistance in her voice. Gento leaned close to her ear and whispered, Then let me show you the might of the clan leader. Time passed unknowingly. Makoto shyly pushed Gento's head from her embrace, her voice hoarse. You're so wicked. Her face flushed deeply as she rose to tidy her somewhat disheveled clothes, preparing to leave. Gento's expression suddenly shifted as he called out to her. Wait, Makoto. He extended his hand, gently placing it upon Makoto's lower abdomen. Although Makoto was uncertain of his intentions, she obediently cooperated. Kento swiftly formed a seal with his hands. Shadow Slave Binding Seal. As soon as the words left his mouth, a heart-shaped pattern emerged on Makoto's abdomen. Makoto glanced downward, her expression instantly shifting, panic flickering in her eyes. How on earth would she explain this if Fugaku discovered it? Kento smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. He formed another seal, causing the heart-shaped pattern to gradually sink beneath the skin and vanish. From now on, this mark will only appear when I activate it. Only then did Makoto breathe a sigh of relief, yet she couldn't help but cast him a reproachful glance and ask, What is this seal for? A mischievous grin spread across Kento's face as he leaned close to whisper in her ear. Whenever I activate this mark, come find me at the clan's hot springs. Makoto, of course, understood exactly what Kento intended by sending her to the hot springs. Yet, instead of refusing, she nodded in agreement. Kento continued. Also, you are mine now. Fugaku is forbidden from touching you from this day forward. Without hesitation, Makoto nodded. Fine. I don't like him anyway. Kento smiled with satisfaction. Only then did Makoto tidy up the scene, don a disheveled kimono, and turn to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, she glanced back at Kento. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of desire and dissatisfaction before she finally pulled open the door and departed. Watching Makoto's retreating figure, Kento's ears were filled with the system's notification tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the female ninja on completing dual cultivation. Commencing aptitude evaluation for the dual cultivation partner. Evaluation complete. Dual cultivation partner, Uchiha Makoto. Overall rating, S-class. Stirred within, Kento opened the many offspring, much blessing interface. Third spouse, Uchiha Makoto. Aptitude rating, S. Reward available, 1 S-class clan treasure chest. Without hesitation, he chose to claim the prize. Ding! S-class clan treasure chest successfully claimed. Would you like to open it? Open it. Chest opening. Rewards being dispensed. Reward 1. Life Reincarnation Card 1. Description. Consuming this card allows the resurrection of one person. This technique originates from a forbidden jutsu of the Hidden Sand Village, capable of converting the caster's vitality into the soul of the deceased, enabling their return to the living world. In the original tale, Granny Chio expended her life force to restore Gaara's life. This card has solidified the technique, allowing its use without cost or the need to sacrifice the user's vitality. Reward 2. Massive increase in chakra, integrating into the host's body. No sooner had these words faded than Gento felt a surging torrent of magnificent energy flood through him. This was precious life force. The energy coursed through every meridian, filling every cell. Gento closed his eyes to savor the sensation. His meridians swelled slightly, not in discomfort, but in a thoroughly invigorating fullness. Opening his eyes, delight blossomed within his heart. The newly added chakra equaled the total amount he originally possessed. In other words, his chakra reserves had doubled. Henceforth, when employing powerful ninjutsu, he would no longer need to worry about insufficient chakra. Holding the life reincarnation card in one hand and feeling the vibrant chakra within, Gento couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. This ocular jutsu duplication card was well worth the cost. An S-class reward had yielded 2 S-class rewards, along with the addition of the stunning Mikoto. It was simply delightful. Immersed in the joy of his gains, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. You truly are a lecher, not even sparing your subordinate's wife. Gento turned to see Yakura standing at the doorway, arms crossed, her face etched with disdain. Evidently, their commotion had been too conspicuous for her to miss. Narrowing his eyes, his tone turned menacing. I think you need a lesson. As he spoke, he swiftly formed a seal. Shadow Slave Binding Seal. Yakura's complexion paled as she instinctively clutched her lower abdomen. In the next moment, the heart-shaped mark began to heat up. Immediately, lightning element chakra surged forth from the seal, instantly coursing through her entire body. Ah! Yakura cried out, her body going limp as she collapsed onto the disordered floor. The lightning chakra rampaged within her. She curled up on the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably, convulsing. She tried to grit her teeth and endure it, but the rampant electric pain inside was unbearable. Soft moans slipped through her clenched teeth. When the lightning chakra finally receded, Yakura lay utterly exhausted on the floor, hair disheveled, a fine sweat dampening her forehead. Gento approached, looking down at her with a smile tugging at his lips. Then he bent down and grabbed her ankle. We weren't quite finished earlier. Let me practice some taijutsu on you. 1 hour later, Gento emerged from his home looking refreshed and invigorated. The side quest had been completed, indicating the total number of completed quests in the task hall had reached 100. It was a perfect opportunity to inspect the situation on site. He crossed the main street of the clan territory and headed toward the task hall. From afar, the hall's entrance was bustling with people coming and going. Numerous clan members were entering and exiting, and faint sounds of conversation and task handovers could be heard within. Gento observed for a moment, nodded, and then turned toward the clan leader's office. No sooner had he taken his seat behind the desk than a knock sounded at the door. Outside, Fugaku's anxious voice called out, Clan leader, something's wrong. Fugaku pushed the door open. Seeing the smile still on Gento's face, clearly in good spirits today, he hurried forward. Clan leader, the last batch of 200 tasks is nearly completed by the clan members. However, many ninja in the clan are now idle with no tasks to take. I went to request tasks from the 3rd Hokage, but he flatly refused. Hearing this, Gento furrowed his brow and straightened his posture. Refused? He understood the situation well. That old man Hiruzen, though outwardly kind, was surely scheming against the Uchiha behind the scenes. Ever since Gento assumed the clan leader position, the Uchiha clan's progress had been visibly significant. The clan's ninja strength had improved, and task completion rates were high. Hiruzen must have been displeased. The problem was the clan's task hall was still in its infancy, its reputation yet to be established, so it could not receive external commissions. Without assignments from the Hokage's office, the task hall would struggle to develop. Gento glanced out the window. Dusk was already settling. This could not continue. He pondered briefly. Tomorrow morning, I will personally take you to the Hokage's office to seek clarity from the 3rd Hokage. Fugaku nodded solemnly in agreement. The following morning, Gento accompanied Fugaku to the Hokage's office building. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat behind his desk, a pipe in his mouth, flipping through a dossier. Hearing the commotion, he raised his head, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and wore a kindly smile. Ah, Gento, what brings you here so early? Gento wasted no time with formalities. 3rd Hokage, we have come regarding task assignments. Many ninja in our clan are idle, lacking missions to undertake. We hoped to obtain commissions from the Hokage's office to bring back. Hiruzen leisurely inhaled from his pipe and nodded. Oh that, I already told Fugaku before, there aren't many extra commissions in the village lately. He shrugged helplessly. Just as Gento was about to respond, the office door suddenly burst open. A young ninja wearing sunglasses and a green vest rushed in. Hokage-sama, Something terrible has happened. Hisashi furrowed his brow, the pipe suspended midair, a displeased expression crossing his face. Ebisu, what's the rush all about? Ebisu caught his breath and spoke urgently. Lord Hokage, the village is overwhelmed with backlogged missions. We can't complete them, and many clients are protesting, threatening to withdraw their requests. Hisashi's complexion shifted slightly, and with a sidelong glance, he glanced at Genryu beside him, hastily sending Ebisu a frantic signal with his eyes. Perplexed by the exchange, Ebisu first asked with a puzzled look, Lord Hokage, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you unwell? Why are you blinking so much? When Hisashi ceased blinking, Ebisu continued at length, the village's ninja personnel are severely insufficient. Tasks are dragging on endlessly, and the backlog of missions has piled up like a mountain. There's a merchant who issued a protective escort mission, asking us to send someone to the Land of Wind, but no ninja has been dispatched yet. It's been delayed for half a month. That merchant comes by every day, urging us, insisting his goods cannot be held any longer. There's also a letter to be delivered to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, with a particularly generous reward, but it demands an elite ninja squad for escort. Yet, who among the jonin is idle? We simply have no one to send. And, Ebisu rattled off more than a dozen urgent missions in one breath, growing increasingly anxious, completely oblivious to Hisashi's face darkening like the bottom of a pot. Enough! Hisashi finally could bear no more and slammed his hand onto the table with force. Startled, Ebisu immediately fell silent, though a trace of lingering eagerness remained on his face, clearly indicating there were still many urgent missions unreported. Taking a deep breath, Hisashi turned to Genryu, forcing a strained smile. Perhaps I was mistaken, thinking the village had few missions. Old age dulls the memory. Since that's the case, he paused, then waved his hand toward Ebisu. Ebisu, select the 500 most urgent missions and hand them over to Clan Chief Uchiha Genryu. If the village's ninja are overwhelmed, let the Uchiha shoulder some of the burden. Upon hearing this, Ebisu's face lit up with joy. Excellent. With the Uchiha's help, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having said that, he turned and dashed off, his movements swift as the wind. Before long, Ebisu returned, carrying a large box stuffed to the brim with scrolls. Here they are, he said, pushing the box toward Genryu. These missions have been delayed for a long time, and they require specific ninja qualifications, which the Uchiha happen to meet. There are more than 500 urgent missions, so I brought them all. Please take care of them. Genryu looked at the box, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, but he did not reach out to take it. This fellow really lacks tact. Who just shoves things directly into the boss's arms? Fortunately, Fugaku behind him reacted quickly and stepped forward to take the box. Genryu didn't linger further and nodded toward Hisashi. If that's the case, we shall return first. With that, he turned to leave. Hisashi suddenly narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Genryu, there is something I must remind you. Now that the Uchiha have the authority to independently accept missions, you should correspond directly with the clients from now on. This batch of tasks will be the last handed over to you by the Hokage's office. Genryu halted mid-step, turning back to meet Hisashi's seemingly gentle yet deeply meaningful gaze. He understood that Hisashi was waiting to witness the Uchiha's downfall. Without the Hokage's office distributing missions, how many requests could the Uchiha's mission hall receive? Yet Genryu knew in his heart that the mission hall benefited from system bonuses, and their reputation would eventually spread far and wide. There was no fear of running out of tasks. With calm assurance, he nodded. Of course. Saying this, he strode away with Fugaku. Ebisu, watching their retreating figures, still oblivious to the subtle tension in the air, excitedly said to Hisashi, "This is wonderful, third Hokage. With the Uchiha's assistance, the village's pressing crisis will finally be resolved. The Uchiha's strength ensures these escort missions will be completed smoothly." At these words, Hisashi's brow arched sharply, his tone low and measured. "What ranks of missions are you giving them?" Without hesitation, Ebisu answered, "All are A and B rank missions, where manpower is critically lacking. After enduring 3 great ninja wars and the Ninetales incident, there is a severe shortage of chunin in the village. These missions have been accumulating for quite some time." Hisashi winced inwardly. Those missions carried generous rewards, now being handed over to the Uchiha for free. He took several deep puffs of his pipe, fell silent for a moment, then said, "You shouldn't stay in the office anymore. I'll transfer you to the Ninja Academy." Ebisu's face flushed with excitement. "Thank you, third Hokage, for your confidence. I will dedicate myself to teaching and nurturing the next generation." Elsewhere, Genryu returned to the mission hall with Fugaku. He placed the box on the table, casually drew a few scrolls and scanned them, his brow lifting in surprise. "Huh? These missions aren't like the last batch filled with low-level chores." Fugaku quickly picked up several scrolls for a closer look, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Indeed, these are all high-reward, high-level tasks, mostly A and B ranks, with even a few S-rank ones. His excitement grew. Wonderful. Now the clan members not only have missions to undertake, but will also receive handsome rewards upon completion. Genryu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Do well and distribute these missions accordingly. Remember, from now on we must accept tasks ourselves. Remind the clan members to maintain good relations with the clients. Once this is accomplished, I will formally appoint you as the director of the mission hall at the next clan meeting. Fugaku's spirit soared at this. You can count on me, Chief. I will do my utmost. He looked at the towering pile of scrolls and scratched his head. There are so many scrolls. Just assigning them will take a great deal of time. Looks like I'll have to work overtime these next few days. Genryu's mind stirred at this, though his expression remained impassive. He nodded. Very well, you get busy. I'll be off now. Leaving the mission hall, Genryu glanced back toward Fugaku's office, a faint smile curling his lips. Since Fugaku would be working late, it was the perfect opportunity for him to pay a visit to Mikoto. He raised his hand and swiftly formed several seals, activating the slave mark on Mikoto's body. Sealing slave mark. Meanwhile, as Genryu completed the seals, Mikoto, who was at home doing chores, suddenly stiffened. She felt a fine electric current surge abruptly from the seal in her lower abdomen. Ah! The current darted wildly through her body. She bit her lip, but could not suppress a soft moan, collapsing onto the floor with her body trembling slightly. After a long while, the chakra finally receded. Supporting herself on the ground, she slowly rose, cheeks still flushed with residual warmth. Itachi, noticing her unusual state, looked at her with concern. Mother, what's wrong? Mikoto cleared her throat and smoothed her clothes, striving to sound composed. There's nothing, Itachi. She paused, then added, Mother has some business to attend to shortly. You must watch over your younger brother at home. Itachi nodded without further questions. The Umbu lately had few missions, so he had ample time to train each day. Occasionally looking after his brother for their mother was not a burden. With Itachi's agreement, Mikoto turned and entered the inner room. She carefully changed her clothes, then arranged her hair anew in front of the mirror, securing it with a simple hairpin. Applying light powder and a faint touch of lipstick, the woman before the glass exuded the mature charm unique to an elegant lady. She picked up a pre-packed bath basket containing a towel, a wooden comb, and a small bottle of a reportedly aphrodisiacal scented balm. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and stepped out. As she walked, she muttered to herself, Didn't I just come yesterday? Why again today? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, images of yesterday at the Schwando residence involuntarily surfaced. She recalled his strong hands, his robust physique, and those blush-inducing moments. Mikoto's cheeks flushed anew. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the Desire Hot Springs. From afar, she spotted Schwando standing there. Schwando glanced up, his gaze momentarily faltering. Mikoto was clad in a kimono adorned with delicate floral patterns set against a purple background. The soft, supple fabric clung gracefully to her ample and well-shaped figure. The sash cinched tightly at her slender waist, below which her curves blossomed richly, filling out the garment's folds with a full, rounded silhouette. She carried a bathing basket in her hand, revealing a segment of her fair wrist. Her face bore a light touch of makeup. Her brows and eyes held a mixture of shyness and anticipation, radiating a carefully cultivated elegance and charm. Schwando spoke no word, merely nodding slightly in her direction before turning toward the mixed bathing area. Understanding his intent, Mikoto lowered her gaze and followed behind him. Fortunately, the novelty of the hot springs had worn off, and with its ample space, the place was no longer as bustling as it had been upon opening. They encountered no one along the way. After some time, Mikoto finally reached Schwando, who was waiting ahead. Schwando glanced around, seeing no one nearby, then wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her close. So how was it? Did Fugaku go back last night without suspicion? He inquired. Mikoto let out a soft hum, her eyes flickering with a hint of coyness. He wasn't that attentive, she replied. Before Schwando could respond, she swiftly changed the subject. Today you mustn't overstep. She lowered her eyes, her voice dropping several tones. Sasuke is still little and can't eat properly. He didn't get enough to eat yesterday, and he cried for quite a while. Schwando's face revealed a trace of embarrassed smile. I truly have no other intentions today. I just wanted to come out and help you with a massage. Mikoto shot him a playful glare. I don't believe you. Subsequently, Schwando led Mikoto toward the clan leader's private hot spring. Pushing open the wooden door, a fresh aroma of herbs and wood greeted them. This was the innermost secluded bathhouse, serene and tranquil, with smooth river stones lining the floor. Steam rose gently from the hot spring, while a few petals floated atop the water's surface. In the corner, A wooden rack held clean towels, everything meticulously arranged and spotless, clearly tended to daily by dedicated staff. Turning to face Makoto directly, Schwando's gaze burned with a subtle heat. All right, change your clothes and step into the bath. Makoto's face flushed under his intense stare, and she teasingly retorted, you lecher. Yet she did not shy away. Instead, she extended her hand and slowly untied the sash around her waist. Her outer robe slipped down, revealing the swimsuit she had already donned beneath. It was a deep purple swimsuit, scant in fabric, accentuating her voluptuous figure with even greater allure. Her collarbones, waist, and large expanses of snow-white thigh skin were exposed to the air. Schwando's eyes brightened, instinctively moving forward. Suddenly, Makoto smiled, turned, and with a splash, leapt into the hot spring, sending a cascade of water flying. The water drenched Schwando from head to toe in an instant. Glancing down at his soaked clothes, he chuckled and cursed softly, quickly changing into swim trunks before diving into the pool after her. Makoto retreated with a smile, but the pool was not large. After only a few steps back, Schwando caught her firmly. Hey, give me a moment to get used to this, she pleaded. Schwando placed his hands on her shoulders, his tone light and teasing. Get used to what? I really came to help you with a massage this time. With that, his hands began to gently knead. His fingertips pressed against her neck and shoulders with just the right amount of pressure, neither too heavy nor too light. First, he moved in slow circles, then pressed downward along the muscle fibers. Makoto could not help but utter a soft moan. The dull, swelling ache radiated from her shoulders, as if the accumulated fatigue was being slowly kneaded away. She felt her shoulders grow lighter, her entire body relaxing. Schwando, you really know how to massage, she murmured, her voice softening with a hint of languid satisfaction. Schwando smiled, his fingers tracing slowly down her spine. Don't rush, there's more to come. His hands climbed along her back, pressing gently along the muscles flanking her spine. His thumbs exerted firm pressure on the slightly stiff acupoints, kneading with careful motion. Makoto felt a tingling soreness spreading across her back, mingled with an indescribable comfort. Her once stiff back, worn from years of labor, was now being tenderly loosened by those gentle hands, each muscle stretching and unwinding. Ah! She gasped again, this time louder, her voice trembling slightly. Schwando's hands did not pause, continuing downward to press along her waist. This was one of Makoto's most sensitive spots. The moment his fingers applied pressure, her body shuddered faintly. Not there, she pleaded, her tone half begging, though within that plea lay a subtle anticipation. Yet Schwando did not relent. His fingers circled slowly in the hollow of her waist. The aching sensation radiated outward from her waist, softening her entire frame. Feels good? He whispered near her ear. Biting her lip, her cheeks flushed deeply. Makoto finally exhaled through her nose. Very comfortable. Schwando smiled, increasing the pressure of his hands slightly. Makoto trembled again, soft moans spilling from her lips in broken whispers. Those sounds carried a mixture of bashfulness and irrepressible delight. Instinctively, her hands gripped Schwando's arms, her fingertips pressing with gentle strength. After 2 hours, Schwando finally ceased his ministrations. Makoto collapsed into his embrace, utterly spent, utterly powerless. Leaning on his shoulder, her cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy, yet a satisfied smile curved her lips. Schwando, your technique is truly remarkable, she praised. Schwando chuckled with pride. Well, back on Blue Star, I learned quite a few massage techniques from online videos. Didn't he expect they'd come in handy now? Suddenly, Makoto remembered something. Opening her eyes, she spoke softly. By the way, in 3 days, Kushina will be discharged from the hospital. Schwando's heart stirred at her words. Is Kushina finally recovering? Makoto continued. Now that Minato is dead in battle, Kushina's been raising the child alone. It's been tough. We should go pick her up when she is discharged. Schwando raised an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? Makoto nodded slowly, her expression growing serious. Though Kushina is strong, ever since Danzo took over the police department, the security in Konoha, she shook her head, leaving the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. Schwando pondered. Recalling the slave seal he had placed on Kushina, he nodded. All right, we'll go pick her up together. With that, he lightly kissed Makoto's forehead, then rose, retrieving a clean set of clothes from the nearby wooden rack. Dressing as he spoke, he said, I'm off now. You stay here a bit longer, cleanse yourself thoroughly before heading back. Makoto nodded, leaning softly against the edge of the pool, watching his figure vanish beyond the door. Exiting the Desire Hot Springs, Schwando planned to stroll casually through the village, hoping to encounter female ninjas who met the criteria set by the system. As he walked along the street, a sudden commotion arose ahead. Looking up, He saw several Konoha Police Department ninjas clad in uniform wielding batons, striking forcefully at several people on the ground. The batons thudded heavily with each blow. Ah! It hurts so much. Officer, I want to do it again. Never again. The civilians on the ground curled into balls, clutching their heads and emitting heart-wrenching screams. The group of police division shinobi had been fighting for a while, their arms evidently weary, before they finally ceased to catch their breath. One of them spat disdainfully and muttered a curse under his breath. The surrounding civilians either lowered their heads and hurried past or pretended to be engrossed in their tasks. Not a single soul dared to step forward, nor even cast a second glance. Suddenly, a bloodied civilian struggling on the ground lifted his head. His eyes were glazed as they scanned the crowd, until they suddenly brightened upon spotting Genkaku standing not far away. Enduring the searing pain in his back, he used both hands and feet to crawl towards Genkaku. I recognize you. You are the head of the Uchiha clan. The man's voice was weak but earnest. Genkaku looked down at him silently. The man continued, We regret it now. Regret letting Danzo become the head of the police division. Please, Uchiha, return soon. Nearby, several police division shinobi were about to seize the civilian and drag him away but suddenly recognized Genkaku standing at the side. The leader's expression shifted, his hand frozen mid-motion, a trace of nervousness flickering in his eyes. The head of the Uchiha clan was no one to be trifled with. He certainly wouldn't foolishly provoke such a formidable figure. The civilian, noticing the police division's sudden hesitation, instantly realized he had found the right person. Clinging to this lifeline, he disregarded his injuries and cried out more fervently to Genkaku. Danzo's police division doesn't consider us Konoha civilians as human beings at all. Whenever shinobi bully the people, they accept bribes and help the shinobi oppress us. We, the common folk, have nowhere to complain and must swallow our grievances in silence. In these past few months, many civilians have been beaten to death by shinobi, and those murderous shinobi, they still roam free outside. He gasped for breath, his voice trembling with sobs. Today, a few of us couldn't bear it anymore and tried to report the situation to the Hokage. But somehow the secret was leaked, and the police division ambushed us halfway, beating us without a word. He raised his blood-stained face, eyes full of desperate plea. Please, Uchiha, come back soon. We promise. Promise we won't insult you anymore. After hearing this, Genkaku shook his head slightly, a faint, elusive smile curling at the corner of his lips. Promise not to insult you anymore. Just listen to that. Even after being beaten, they show not the slightest remorse for their past actions. In their eyes, wanting the Uchiha to return is simply because the Uchiha treat them like human beings. Yet precisely because the Uchiha regard them as such, they overlook the vast gulf in status between themselves and the shinobi. Even insulting those who protect them weighs no burden on their conscience. Truly, they are beyond redemption. Seeing Genkaku remain silent, the civilian struggled to extend a hand, attempting to grasp his trouser leg. Genkaku frowned, sidestepping to avoid him. He then looked toward the group of police division shinobi. Such rabble attempting to convey false information to the Hokage should indeed be disciplined thoroughly. The police division shinobi's faces immediately brightened at these words. They understood that Genkaku's statement implied he would not intervene in this matter. The leader nodded respectfully to Genkaku, then turned and drew the staff from his waist, swinging it harshly toward the civilian. You worthless wretch! How dare you waste the time of the great shinobi? Thud! The staff struck heavily upon the man's back with a dull thud. Ah! The civilian emitted a piercing, agonized scream, curling into a tight ball. But the others did not cease their assault. Several of them closed in, raining blows with their staffs upon the man's body, head, and limbs. You stir up trouble. You complain. You deserve to be beaten. Hud hud hud. Within less than a minute, the man fell silent, sprawled face down on the ground, unconscious. The group caught their breath when suddenly a young man in a police division uniform came running from afar, panting and shouting, Captain! Bad news! The captain furrowed his brow. What now? The young man pointed toward the street corner. There are a large number of civilians over there. They're marching and protesting. No sooner had he spoken than a crowd surged out from the street corner, at least several dozen people by rough estimate. Danzo must step down. Danzo must step down. Danzo must step down. Chants echoed one after another. The police division shinobi exchanged glances, and the captain's expression darkened. Damnable rabble. He gritted his teeth and swiftly issued orders. This is no longer a mere protest. There must be agitators from other shinobi villages behind this. We must crush them with full force. You, return to the police division and summon reinforcements. The rest, follow me. Let us show them what we're made of. The group charged toward the protesting civilians. The captain led the way, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Earth release, great earth flow river. As the words left his mouth, the ground trembled violently. The solid road instantly transformed into a torrent of mud and rocks, surging toward the crowd. Ah! Run! Panic erupted among the people. The mudslide swept through, toppling many to the ground. The remaining protesters scattered in all directions. But no sooner had they fled half a street than another group of police division personnel appeared at the other street entrance. The two groups, one ahead and one behind, encircled the protesters completely. Then the staff rained down like relentless hail. You cause trouble. You shout. Do you have the right to slander Lord Danzo? Thud, thud, thud. Screams of agony filled the air. Some crouched on the ground, clutching their heads, felled by a single blow of the staff. Others tried to escape but were kicked down. Some curled into balls, enduring the relentless strikes. Even a few ordinary civilians casually passing by were mistaken for protesters, grabbed and beaten with several blows. The entire street was filled with wails, pleas for mercy, and the dull thuds of staffs striking flesh. Genkaku stood aside, watching the scene with a trace of amused smile. Dealing with these Konoha rabble, it seemed only Danzo knew how. Back when the Uchiha controlled the police division, Fugaku had devoted himself wholeheartedly, yet was scolded by these rabble every single day. Now, after only a few months of Danzo's tenure, the police division shinobi and the civilians were already so entangled. It truly was effective governance. He gazed at the screaming civilians with not a flicker of emotion. After all, this was the norm in the world of shinobi. In most countries, shinobi who wield chakra and ninjutsu stood far above ordinary people. Their strength was vastly superior, and their ability to earn far beyond comparison. Why should they be on equal footing with ordinary folk? In other nations, if a shinobi killed a civilian, it was merely a matter of paying some compensation. No severe punishment was ever considered. Danzo was simply restoring Konoha's situation to the customary reality of the shinobi world. After the beating had gone on for some time, only a few remained standing in the street. The ground was littered with bodies, some still moaning, others utterly silent. It was then that Danzo, leaning on a cane, arrived slowly accompanied by Aburame Toryun. He cast a cold glance over the scene, his eyes indifferent as if surveying a pile of refuse. Then he spoke icily, hit them harder. Otherwise, these rabble won't learn their lesson. At his words, the police division shinobi immediately braced themselves, striking with even greater vigor. The staffs fell again, and the screams grew more wretched. At that moment, a silver-haired Umbu shinobi wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared, dropping to one knee before Danzo. Lord Danzo, the Hokage orders you to stop. Continuing like this will have adverse consequences. Danzo snorted coldly, silence lingering for a moment before he spoke slowly. Take these people away. The police division shinobi promptly sprang into action, hauling up those still able to move and those who could not, dragging them one by one toward the police division headquarters. Kendo observed the unfolding events with a subtle expression playing across his face. No wonder Makoto remarked that Konoha was no longer as safe as it once was. It turned out that in recent days, Konoha had been clandestinely hosting an unrestricted combat tournament. Over the following 2 days, public protests erupted several more times. Yet each instance was decisively and efficiently suppressed by the police department. Gradually, the streets were cleared of demonstrators. On this particular day, Kendo was seated in his office when a sudden knock sounded at the door. In stepped Inaho, his face alight with excitement. Clan Chief Kendo. Good news. Kendo lifted his head. Oh? Inaho hastened to the desk, his eyes sparkling as he spoke. Lately, many people have proactively come to our mission hall to post requests. Kendo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Inaho continued. The batch of missions we brought back from the Hokage's office last time were all extremely urgent. Director Fugaku specifically instructed us to expedite their handling, so we dared not slack off. As a result, we've already completed some of the less time-consuming tasks. Our Uchiha have performed exceptionally well. On the roads, those reckless bandits were dealt with swiftly and effortlessly. Each employer has praised our strength and efficiency, saying they will seek out the Uchiha for future missions. Upon hearing this, Kendo asked in return. In the past, our clan members weren't exactly courteous to employers during missions. What has changed this time? Inaho chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Well, before Director Fugaku assigned the missions, he repeatedly emphasized the importance of politeness. Besides, previously when we took missions, they were for the village. Any credit went to the village. Now, these are our own missions. Doing them well means our reputation grows personally. Naturally, everyone is more invested. Kendo nodded, understanding the situation. This was the effect of the 30 employer satisfaction bonus in the mission hall. And this was only a small portion of the 500 missions completed so far. If things continued this way, the Uchiha's reputation would only improve, and commissions would increase. Lost in thought, the office door was knocked upon once more. Fugaku entered, followed by another individual. The man was clad in a well-tailored dark kimono. His hair meticulously groomed, his face slender, and perched atop his nose was a pair of round spectacles. He appeared scholarly, resembling a civil official. Clan Chief, Fugaku stepped forward. This gentleman is a guest from the land of hot springs, bearing a special commission that requires your personal judgment. The scholarly man advanced a step, bowing slightly to Kendo with a demeanor both respectful and composed. Clan Chief Kendo, I apologize for this sudden visit. I am a retainer of the daimyo from the land of hot springs, here to present a commission on his behalf to the Uchiha clan. Kendo regarded him silently. The man continued. The commission concerns the hunting and elimination of a rogue ninja entrenched within the borders of the land of hot springs. He paused briefly. The individual's name is Haiden. Haiden? Immediately, an image formed in Kendo's mind of Haiden wielding his crimson triple-bladed scythe. Kendo realized that, at this point in time, Haiden had clearly not yet been recruited by the Akatsuki. He turned to the retainer and inquired. I recall the land of hot springs has its own ninja village. Why must the commission be issued all the way here in the land of fire? The retainer's face flickered with unease. Clearing his throat, he replied, that is because the land of hot springs adheres to a policy of peace, and its village's ninjas have become less adept at combat. Kendo nodded without further comment. The retainer sighed and continued. The hot springs are the economic cornerstone of our land, attracting daimyo and nobles from various countries annually for leisure. However, this rogue ninja named Haiden despises peace and delights in slaughter. Over the past few months, he has perpetrated numerous heinous murders with profoundly detrimental effects. He pushed up his glasses. Even more detestable after each killing, he performed some sinister ritual dedicated to a malevolent deity, sowing fear among the people. Now, many nobles and minor lords have heard of these incidents and have cancelled their plans to vacation in the land of hot springs. If we fail to resolve the Haiden problem soon, our economy will suffer even greater damage. Kendo's mind took stock. Haiden's strength was at the level of a shadow ninja. That he remained at large indicated that the land of hot springs lacked anyone capable of suppressing him. He looked at the retainer and asked, what about the reward for this mission? The retainer promptly adopted a serious tone. You may rest assured regarding compensation. Haiden's existence has severely impacted our nation's economic lifeblood, so we have designated this mission as S-rank. He paused, then extended 5 fingers. The remuneration is 50 million ryo. Fugaku and Inaho beside him both gasped sharply. 50 million ryo. A standard S-rank mission typically pays 1 million ryo, and rarely much more. This single Haiden was worth the equivalent of 50 S-rank missions. Kendo was unsurprised. Asuma's bounty was 35 million ryo. Since Haiden had slain Asuma, 50 million ryo was a bargain. He nodded calmly. In that case, the Uchiha will accept this commission. The retainer seemed somewhat uneasy and added, please be sure to dispatch ninjas of sufficient strength. We previously commissioned others to deal with Haiden, but none returned alive. Kendo waved his hand decisively. Rest assured, there will be results soon. The retainer finally relaxed, bowed, and departed. After he left, Kendo turned to Inaho. Go and summon Shisui. Shortly thereafter, Shisui entered, pushing open the door. Clan Chief, you called for me? Kendo nodded, handing him the mission scroll. There is a task for you. He briefly outlined Haiden's situation and then emphasized. This Haiden possesses a troublesome ability. Immortality. Conventional methods cannot kill him, so do not attempt to slay him. Shisui's expression tightened slightly. Kendo continued. Additionally, he wields a curse ritual called Jujutsu Kyujin. By obtaining another's blood, he can cast a remote killing curse through the ritual. During combat, be absolutely careful not to let him acquire even a single drop of your blood. Shisui nodded solemnly, his gaze growing earnest. Kendo looked at him. You are to personally lead the team to the land of hot springs and capture him alive. During battle, use your right eye to control him with genjutsu, then seal him with sealing techniques. Remember, I want him alive. Haiden's unique abilities might prove useful in the future, hence Kendo's desire to recruit him. Shisui took the scroll and knelt on one knee. Yes, sir. With that, he turned and left. Watching Shisui's departing figure, Kendo felt considerably reassured. Shisui possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. His current strength was at Shadow Ninja level, and his genjutsu was especially effective against brutes like Haiden. Furthermore, Kendo had pre-briefed him thoroughly on Haiden's information. Failure was not an option. Having assigned the mission, Kendo returned home to rest. Tomorrow was the day he had arranged with Makoto to accompany her to pick up Kushina from the hospital. Early the next morning, Makoto arrived at Kendo's residence. The door was opened by Yakura, who glanced at Makoto and remarked coolly, Kendo isn't awake yet. I'll take you to the guest room to wait. Makoto hesitated, a faintly uneasy expression crossing her face. then softly said, I'll check his bedroom. Yakura snorted but said nothing, turning to lead the way. At the bedroom doorway, Makoto pushed the door open. Kendo was still asleep in bed, the blanket half draped over him, revealing his well-built chest. Makoto's cheeks tinged with a delicate blush at the sight. She approached the bedside, bent down gently, and whispered, Kendo, it's time to wake up. Today, we're going to pick up Kushina from the hospital. Kendo blinked his eyes open in a daze. The first thing he saw was Makoto leaning over him, speaking softly. Due to her bent posture, Makoto's neckline was slightly open, revealing a patch of pristine, snow-white skin. Kendo's gaze fixed squarely upon her, taking in the exquisite sight in its entirety. Following his gaze, Makoto glanced downward, realizing belatedly what he was looking at. She let out a soft gasp, covering her chest as she straightened up, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. What are you looking at? Kendo chuckled mischievously, suddenly reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist, pulling her close into his embrace. What's there to be shy about? It's not like I haven't seen you before. Ugh! Before Makoto could react, Kendo had already laid her down upon the bed. Don't, Kendo, we still have to go pick up Kushina. She protested weakly, her struggles feeble and more suggestive of reluctant acceptance than outright refusal. Kendo pinned her beneath him, looking down with a triumphant smile. It's all right, a little longer, one T hurt. With that, his hand expertly slipped inside her garment. Instinctively, Makoto grasped the collar, her face burning red as she whispered, there are still people at the door. Kendo glanced toward the doorway where Yakura stood, unconcerned, and smiled. Don't worry, my secretary is very discreet. She won't say a word. Lowering his head, Kendo silenced Makoto's protests with a kiss. An hour later, Makoto sat up, her face flushed, hastily tidying her disheveled kimono. Kendo leaned against the headboard, his expression one of contentment as he watched her. Once they were both ready, they departed together, heading toward the hospital. Upon arrival, Makoto led Kendo confidently to a hospital room. Pushing the door open, they found Kushina sitting beside the bed, cradling an infant swaddled in a blanket. The baby had golden hair and a round, chubby face, eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Noticing their entrance, Kushina's eyes brightened, and a smile blossomed across her face. Oh, what brings you here? Makoto smiled warmly as she stepped inside. Of course, we're here to take you home. Kushina paused, then was touched by the gesture. Suddenly, she looked at Makoto with a hint of puzzlement in her gaze. Makoto, why is your face so red? Makoto froze, instinctively touching her cheek, the warmth startling her. She quickly realized that the flush was a lingering effect from her earlier exertions. She stammered, I am just going to help you with the discharge paperwork. Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried out. Only Kendo and Kushina remained in the room, the two adults and the peacefully sleeping Naruto. The atmosphere grew quiet. Kendo's eyes lingered on Kushina, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. He suddenly recalled the slave mark he had implanted upon her. If he wished, he could now use that mark to exert some control. Yet he quickly suppressed the thought. Kushina was not someone to be coerced. Given her nature, forcing her would only mean never winning her heart. Now that Minato was gone, only Kushina and Naruto remained as an orphan mother and child. Kendo could afford to proceed patiently. With that in mind, he withdrew his gaze and made no move. Kushina, oblivious to his inner turmoil, suddenly spoke, Kendo-kun, thank you. He looked at her. Kushina spoke earnestly, thank you for resealing the nine tails inside me. That seal of yours is truly steadfast. In the past, the nine tails would rage a few times each month, and I suffered greatly. But since you sealed it, it has never stirred again. Kendo smiled faintly. His dark chakra was specifically designed to counteract the nine tails' ferocious chakra's impact on the mind, so it was normal that the nine tails could no longer leak its violent energy through the seal. He nodded in acknowledgement. It was no trouble at all. Kushina then tilted her head slightly, a trace of puzzlement on her face. But this seal's design seems a bit unusual. I've scoured the Uzumaki clan's seal inheritance left by Granny Mito, but I've never seen anything like this. Kendo casually touched his nose, his expression natural. Well, it's a technique I devised myself. It's my first attempt, so it's normal that the design is a bit strange. As long as it works, that's what matters. Kushina was immediately surprised. She had not expected Kendo to be a genius capable of inventing ninjutsu. At that moment, Makoto returned, holding the discharge papers. All done. We can go now. Kushina picked up Naruto, and the three of them left the hospital together. Just as they stepped outside the hospital doors, a silver-haired ninja wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared before them. Kushina's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing him. She opened her mouth but said nothing. The silver-haired ninja spoke. his voice tinged with youthful innocence. The Hokage requests that Lady Kushina visit his office after your discharge. Makoto and Kushina exchanged a glance, both filled with curiosity. A summons from the Hokage. Though uncertain of the reason for Naruto Uzumaki's summons, they followed the silver-haired ninja toward the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door, they found Minato seated behind his desk, holding a smoking pipe. Upon noticing their arrival, a gentle smile spread across his face. Kushina has been discharged. His gaze swept over them, pausing briefly on Kendo before settling on the infant in Kushina's arms. The child had sparse golden hair and a round, chubby face, eyes closed in deep sleep. Minato stood slowly, stepped forward, and looked down at the child with a complex expression. Minato's child. He took a drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly. As the smoke drifted toward the baby's face, the once peaceful Naruto wrinkled his brow and suddenly burst into loud crying. Kushina quickly turned aside to shield the smoke, gently patting the child while offering Minato an apologetic smile. After some time soothing him, Naruto calmed and drifted back to sleep. Makoto reached out to take the baby, freeing Kushina's hands. Kushina then turned to Minato and asked, "Hokage-sama, you wish to see me?" Minato cleared his throat, his face clouded with difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly, "I have some unfortunate news. Your home with Minato was destroyed during the Ninetales rampage." Kushina froze, her smile fading.
Des destroyers?
Makoto and Kendo exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Kushina's expression grew distant. "What about our belongings?" Minato shook his head, sighing with helplessness. "Nothing remains. The disaster was so vast the entire area was reduced to ruins." Kendo stood aside, eyes narrowing slightly. "Nothing remains?" Ha! He knew that before reconstruction began, the ANBU had meticulously searched through every inch of the rubble. Many valuable items had been taken away. There's no way truly nothing was left. Kushina's expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. That was where she had lived with Minato, where their shared memories resided. Now those memories had no place to anchor. She looked down at Naruto in her arms, took a deep breath, and forced herself to smile. "Haha, it's all right. Minato and I had some savings in the bank. That money will be enough to raise Naruto." Minato took another drag from his pipe. After a pause, he spoke cautiously. "Kushina, during the Ninetales rampage, a large number of homes were destroyed. Reconstruction requires an enormous amount of funds. Even with contributions from the daimyo, there remains a significant shortfall." He paused, then looked at Kushina. "Thus, I took it upon myself to invest the assets from Minato's account into the reconstruction of Konoha." Kushina's smile froze completely. Hiruzen continued, his tone tinged with an air of self-evidence. "I firmly believe that if Minato were still alive, as the fourth Hokage, he would have done the very same." Kushina's lips quivered, and after a long moment, she forced out a voice. "But there are still assets there left to me by Granny Mito." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's expression darkened slightly, his brows furrowed, and his tone grew stern. "Kushina, as the wife of the fourth Hokage, you must be prepared to dedicate yourself to Konoha." His voice rose a few notches. "These funds are to be used for Konoha's rebuilding, not to line anyone's personal pockets. This money will ensure that orphans who lost their parents in the war live better lives, and those without homes have shelter from the storm. You should feel glad about this." Kushina gazed down at Naruto cradled in her arms, her eyes glistening with tears. "But how will Naruto and I live from now on?" Hiruzen's expression softened somewhat, and his tone became gentler. "This matter has long been arranged by me. You and Naruto will move into one of the village's newly rebuilt apartments. Though it is not a standalone house, it is perfectly habitable." Nearby, Genjutsu suddenly sneered coldly. He knew full well that Minato and Kushina's original home was a detached house with a courtyard, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bedrooms, a neat and cozy environment. The kind of apartment Hiruzen spoke of was something Genjutsu had seen before, the old, cramped apartment buildings where Naruto would later live. Rooms were small, furnished with only the bare essentials. To put it plainly, these were public housing units Konoha provided for orphans and low-income residents. The disparity between the two was vast beyond measure. Moreover, Minato, as the fourth Hokage and an elite jonin, had a considerable income. And Kushina had inherited the estate of Mito Uzumaki. Who was Mito Uzumaki? The wife of the first Hokage and the princess of the Uzumaki clan who had married into Konoha. Even if it was a political union, the wealth provided by the Uzumaki clan for her could not have been trivial. It might not have been as vast as the legendary One Street, but it was certainly no small fortune. And now, Hiruzen had brazenly seized it all? Genjutsu had initially thought that by saving Kushina, Naruto's future would be spared from the miserable poverty depicted in the original story. He never imagined Hiruzen's shamelessness would surpass his worst expectations. Hearing the cold laugh, Hiruzen knitted his brows and looked toward Genjutsu, What's the matter? Genjutsu, do you have a problem? Genjutsu stepped forward without hesitation. His anger was genuine. Of course I have an objection. He stared unflinchingly at Hiruzen, his voice neither deferential nor aggressive. You keep insisting that the village must be served, forcibly confiscating all the assets of the fourth Hokage. Then, as the third Hokage yourself, shouldn't you be contributing even more to the village? He paused briefly before continuing. So, pray tell, how much of your own wealth have you donated to the village? Hiruzen was momentarily struck mute, a trace of discomfort flickering across his face before he flew into a rage. Is South not your place to lecture me? He took a deep breath, his tone hardening. Besides, the Ninetales rampage occurred during Minato's tenure. As the fourth Hokage, he should bear full responsibility. Genjutsu scoffed outright. What a joke. Before Minato even took office, I had already submitted intelligence to you. Someone would exploit Kushina's labor to invade Konoha. He fixed Hiruzen with a piercing gaze. Yet you and the Konoha leadership dismissed this intelligence outright. Now the Ninetales chaos has erupted, and you blame Minato? Hiruzen's face turned ashen as he slammed his hand on the table. Bastard, you have no right to scold me. But Genjutsu would not relent. How did Minato die? He died sealing the Ninetales. His death was precisely because of your leadership's inaction. He paid with his life for your collective incompetence. Now that Minato is gone, you not only refuse to repent but also shift all the blame onto him. You have even confiscated all his assets, leaving not a single penny for Kushina and Naruto. He looked at Naruto in Kushina's arms, his voice heavy with restrained fury. Kushina, as a Jinchuriki, cannot undertake missions outside the village. Pray tell, how are the widow and orphan of Minato to live henceforth? Hiruzen's face flushed red at the accusation, but he forced himself to reply, This is none of your concern. I provide Kushina with 50,000 ryo monthly for living expenses. More than enough for her and her son. He said this with an air of magnanimity. Genjutsu sneered. Ha! How laughable. A hero who gave his life for Konoha ends up destitute and bereft of wealth. His widow's monthly allowance is worth no more than a D-rank mission? He stared sharply at Hiruzen. Furthermore, you claim these funds are invested in Konoha's reconstruction. May I ask, is there a detailed expenditure report? Is there an account ledger to verify this? Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that this money has lined certain private pockets. Hiruzen's face darkened as he slammed the table again. Bastard, what right do you have to question me? You, as merely a Uchiha clan leader, have no authority to meddle in Konoha's financial affairs. He stood, his gaze piercing. I have governed Konoha for many years, pouring my heart and soul into the village's stability and development. I owe you no reports. Genjutsu fixed him with a cold look, about to retort, when his arm was gently grasped. Turning, he saw Kushina. She shook her head slightly, her eyes harboring both gratitude and helplessness. She spoke softly. Forget it, Genjutsu-kun. The Hokage is right. Minato was the fourth Hokage, and his sacrifice for Konoha was his choice. Let these funds be his final wish fulfilled. She lowered her gaze to Naruto in her arms, her voice faint. 50,000 ryo is enough for our life together. Genjutsu looked at her, his mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. Hiruzen snorted coldly, resuming his seat, took a puff from his pipe, and let his gaze sweep over Genjutsu with disdain. The will of fire demands an unwavering resolve to burn oneself for Konoha. Some people will never comprehend such dedication. He paused, his glance pointedly directed at Genjutsu. Therefore, some people will never become Hokage. Genjutsu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, a faint, cold smile curling the corner of his mouth. Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and addressed the silver-haired Umbu. Take Kushina to her new residence, apartment 12, unit 304. The silver-haired ninja nodded and turned toward the door. Kushina bowed slightly to Hiruzen, clutching Naruto as she followed. Makoto and Genjutsu also departed together. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, watching Genjutsu's retreating figure, his eyes shadowed. Shortly after everyone left, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open. Danzo entered, followed by Toryun Aburame. Hiruzen looked up, inhaled from his pipe, and spoke slowly. Danzo, have you come to see me? Danzo, recently, the police division's actions toward the populace have been excessive. The street conflict was disgraceful and will likely cause severe repercussions. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. Many cases stem from ninja errors. Strict law enforcement is warranted. Favoring the ninja while suppressing the civilians damages Konoha's reputation. Danzo snorted coldly, disdain etched on his face. What is there to appease from those troublesome commoners? He stepped forward, sitting opposite Hiruzen, his tone matter-of-fact. Hiruzen, you have been detached from your ninja identity for too long. You must understand that the missions undertaken by shinobi often teeter on the edge between life and death. It is entirely natural for them to accumulate negative emotions during these perilous tasks and to need an outlet for release upon returning to the village. After all, shinobi are human too, and when their minds falter, they must find a way to vent their frustrations. He fixed a cold, hard gaze upon Hiruzen and said, "What harm is there in bullying a few inconsequential civilians within the village? Other shinobi villages do the same. Why must the shinobi of Konoha bottle it all up?" Hiruzen frowned deeply, his tone stern and resolute. "Danzo, I will say this once more, we must not be excessively harsh toward the populace. Even if it is merely a facade, the people must hold a favorable impression of our leadership. I command you to cease your current methods immediately. If you persist, you will regret it." At these words, Danzo's expression darkened, and he abruptly rose to his feet. "Silence," he snapped, locking eyes with Hiruzen, his gaze heavy with years of suppressed resentment. "I am the head of the police force." For once, Danzo stood firm and voiced what had long been bottled up inside him. Without another word, he turned and strode toward the door. Slam! The door was shut with force. Hiruzen sat back in his chair, his face ashen with anger. At this moment, it seemed that anyone dared to provoke the Hokage himself. Elsewhere, led by a silver-haired Umbu, a small group arrived at a secluded district. Before them stood an old, dilapidated apartment building. In the corner of a wall, piles of uncollected garbage lay neglected. The stairs were made of iron, mottled with rust. The entire building exuded an air of decay. The silver-haired Umbu halted, pointing ahead. "Room 304, that's the one." He handed the key to Kushina, then vanished in an instant. Holding the key, Kushina stared at the shabby apartment before her for a long moment. Makoto furrowed her brows and whispered. This place she did not continue, but her meaning was unmistakably clear. The three ascended the stairs and stood before the door of 304. Taking a deep breath, Kushina inserted the key into the lock and pushed the door open. A musty, dusty odor assaulted their senses. Inside, the room was in utter disarray. Trash left behind by previous occupants littered the floor, crumpled tissues emitting a strange smell, empty bottles of alcohol, moldy food. Thick spiderwebs clung to the corners, and a layer of dust coated the windowsill. The furniture was worn and decrepit. A table missing a leg leaned against the wall, piled with miscellaneous clutter. The door of an old wardrobe hung askew, revealing an empty interior. The tatami mats bore several tears and stains. The kitchen sink was clogged with unwashed dishes, now covered in green mold. The bathroom was even more unbearable to behold. The entire room reeked of long-neglected decay and filth. Makoto stood at the doorway, her brows knitted tightly, her eyes full of disdain. "Can anyone live in such a place? How could Lord Hiruzen assign you here?" She turned to Kushina, her gaze filled with pity. Kushina stood silently at the entrance, dazed as she took in the scene. She looked down at Naruto in her arms, opening her mouth as if to speak, but no words came forth. Her life with Minato Namikaze had never been one of great wealth, but it had been warm and comfortable, never lacking for food or clothing. Yet now she gazed at the dilapidated apartment. Was this truly where she was to raise Naruto? Biting her lip, she wrestled with her feelings. At that moment, Gento suddenly spoke. "Kushina, actually, my family has several vacant rooms in our house. They are spacious and clean. Why don't you bring Naruto and stay with us?" Makoto immediately rolled her eyes at Gento. Kushina is a mother. How could she possibly move into the home of an unmarried man? What would people say? Kushina's face flushed faintly with embarrassment at Makoto's words. Seeing this, Gento had to relent and offer an alternative. "Well, there are still a few empty rooms in the Uchiha clan's apartments. The conditions there are far better than those provided by the village. Kushina, if you're willing, you could live there." Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest sparked in Kushina's eyes. The Uchiha clan's welfare benefits were renowned throughout Konoha, especially the clan's free apartments, which she had heard about before. Clean, spacious, and comfortable. Many outsiders envied them. If she could provide Naruto with a better environment in which to grow, she would gladly accept. Noticing her softened expression, Gento's heart leapt with joy. After all, once Kushina moved into the indulgent apartment, he could watch real-time footage of her room through his system at any time. The thought alone was thrilling. Of course, he harbored no impure intentions. His original purpose was simply to ensure little Naruto was eating on time. He promptly said, "How about this? I'll take you to see the apartment first. If you find it suitable, then you can decide. If not, we'll find another solution." Kushina hesitated briefly before nodding. "All right then." Thus, Gento and Makoto accompanied Kushina to the apartment building located at the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. Before them stood a 5-story edifice, its exterior painted a creamy white. A row of neatly trimmed greenery lined the front of the building. The entire structure radiated an air of cleanliness and brightness. Gento led Kushina upstairs to an empty room on the 3rd floor. Opening the door, the entirety of the interior was revealed. The room was much larger than she had imagined. Upon entering, there was a spacious living room with light wooden flooring. Sunlight streamed through a floor-to-ceiling window, filling the space with warmth. Adjacent to the living room was a separate kitchen, fully equipped with a stove, sink, and cabinets. Further inside was a clean bedroom with a wardrobe. Next to the bedroom was a training room, perfect for daily practice. The bathroom was spotless with a new toilet, sink, and showerhead. Though the furniture was not extravagant, it was complete and well-maintained. The sofa, coffee table, dining table, and cabinets were all clean and orderly, indicating regular upkeep. Standing in the center of the living room, Kushina looked around with evident fondness. Though not comparable to the home she once shared with Minato Namikaze, this place was more than adequate. It had a living room, a kitchen, a private bedroom, and space for Naruto to play in the future. If she cared for it with love, she was certain she could make this little nest warm and comfortable, allowing Naruto to grow up healthy and happy. She turned to Gento, a hint of hesitation on her face. As an outsider, not an Uchiha, is it appropriate for me to live in your clan's apartment? Yet the unmistakable affection shining in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Gento quickly waved his hand. Minato made great contributions to Konoha. You deserve such treatment. Don't worry. Mikoto added supportively, rest assured, Kushina. Gento's voice carries weight in the clan. The others won't say a word. At these assurances, Kushina finally nodded gently. Gento then produced a stack of silver coins from his pocket and placed them before her. Here are 500,000 ryo. Take this as a start. The apartment is fully furnished, but you'll need to acquire daily necessities and clothing yourself. Kushina was startled and quickly declined. No, this won't do. Gento, you've already done so much for me. I cannot accept more of your money. She tried to push the coins back toward him. Gento did not take them, instead looking at her earnestly. Keep it. Consider it a loan. You can repay me when you have the chance. Kushina's face showed some distress. But I won't be able to leave the village for missions. It will be difficult to repay such a sum. Gento smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Besides money, I can accept other forms of repayment. For example, helping me with tasks within your abilities. He paused, then added, anyway, just take it for now. Living life well surpasses all else. Silently, he added to himself, repaying you personally is not out of the question either. Kushina hesitated for a long while before finally accepting the silver note, solemnly gazing at Gento. Thank you, Gento. I will make every effort to repay you. Observing her spirited demeanor, Gento smiled faintly and turned to take his leave. Very well, then I shall take my leave first. Mikoto, accompany Kushina this afternoon to shop for the things she needs. Mikoto nodded and smiled. Rest assured, we are best friends. Such a small matter. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have done it. The two women waved to him as he turned and departed. Soon, dusk settled. Gento lay on his bed, estimating that by this time Kushina should have tidied up and prepared for sleep. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The live feed within the indulgence apartment was something he could access at will. Since he provided the housing and lent the money, collecting a little late-night benefit as interest shouldn't be excessive, right? With this notion, he commanded the system, live feed, activate. In the next instant, an image materialized in his mind, the real-time scene of the indulgence apartment. The entire building's situation was laid bare, every room's condition clearly visible. Many young members of the Uchiha clan resided in the apartment. Singles of both genders cohabiting, coupled with the apartment's unique effect of enhancing sexual hormone secretion, inevitably sparked some flames in daily life. Especially late at night, lonely men and women would quietly converge, entering each other's rooms. At this moment, in many rooms, young Uchihas were diligently striving to continue the Uchiha bloodline. Over the years, the Uchiha marriage rate and population had steadily increased, and this apartment had played an indispensable role. Gento's gaze swept over these rooms. He had seen such scenes many times before. In the past, when encountering particularly captivating scenes, he might linger, but today, his goal lay elsewhere. His viewpoint continued to move, ultimately halting at Kushina's room. The moment the image appeared, Gento felt a surge of exhilaration. There, Kushina sat at the bedside, feeding Naruto. She wore a loose loungewear top, the neckline slightly ajar. Kushina lowered her head, softly coaxing the child, a gentle smile gracing her face. The scene was utterly mesmerizing. Gento drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After a long while, Naruto finally fell into a deep slumber. Kushina gently laid him on the bed, covered him with a small quilt, then straightened up and exhaled deeply. A faint blush still lingered on her cheeks. The apartment's soundproofing was excellent, Ordinarily, noises from other rooms would be inaudible. At the very least, little Naruto remained unaffected. But Kushina was no ordinary person. As a jonin, her senses were far beyond those of normal people. The suppressed gasps, whispers, and creaking beds from other rooms intermittently pierced her ears. Blushing, she murmured softly to herself, "The Uchiha clan truly is open-minded." She tried to shield her senses, to ignore those sounds. Yet, for some unknown reason today, after a short while, she could not help but listen again. Those sounds seemed to possess a magical power, not only stirring an itch within her heart but also making her feel unbearably lonely. Sitting at the bedside, her face growing increasingly flushed, a restless, indescribable agitation welled up inside her. After some time, she finally rose and headed toward the bathroom. Gento, who had been lying on the bed, immediately straightened his back and watched attentively. Entering the bathroom, Kushina slowly shed her clothes. Mist gradually filled the air, fogging the glass partition with a thick layer of steam. She stood beneath the showerhead, warm water cascading down her fiery red hair, flowing over her smooth shoulders and neck, tracing the curves of her body as it descended. Gento's gaze hardened as he watched the scene before him. The sound of water rushing echoed throughout the bathroom. Kushina closed her eyes, allowing the hot water to wash over her, hoping to soothe the inexplicable restlessness within her heart. But as she bathed, her inner loneliness only deepened. Her movements gradually changed. Her breathing grew somewhat rapid. The blush on her cheeks deepened. She opened her eyes, her gaze hazy, imbued with a longing even she was unwilling to admit. Biting her lip, she tried to regain clarity, but her body involuntarily responded with an instinctive reaction. Unbeknownst to her, she was under the influence of the effects inherent to the indulgence apartment, the family building itself. Gento's expression watching Kushina's actions grew increasingly astonished. He had never expected that Kushina, outwardly carefree and fiery-tempered, harbored such a side in secret. Yet, on second thought, it was quite reasonable. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, was frequently occupied with political affairs and missions, leaving little time for Kushina. A young wife, alone at home late at night, feeling lonely and restless, had no choice but to endure it herself. Gento's breathing grew heavier as he observed Kushina's figure on the screen. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. "What are you smirking at?" Gento spun around sharply. There stood Kushina Uzumaki, unbeknownst to him, already by the bedside. She wore a thin nightgown of pale lavender fabric, delicate and soft, faintly revealing the fair skin beneath. The hem reached mid-thigh, exposing a pair of long, slender legs. The neckline was slightly open, beneath which lay full, undulating curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, enhancing the exquisite and alluring features of her face. Her eyes bore a hint of languor, the corners of her mouth curved in a half-smile, half-smirk. Clearly, Kushina desired him once more and had come to find him in the dead of night. Gento, already burning with desire, could no longer restrain himself upon seeing her. Without a word, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace, collapsing her onto the bed amid her startled exclamations. "No, don't," she began to protest, but before she could fully react, she was pinned beneath him. One hand encircling her waist, Gento's gaze remained fixed on the system screen before him. On it, Kushina's image in the bathroom remained hazy yet enticing. While watching the scene of Kushina bathing, Gento began to caress Kushina. Her breathing grew increasingly erratic, and she murmured indistinctly with a few soft moans. Stop it." For the following 10 days, Gento almost without fail tuned in each night to view Kushina's late-night indulgences. He noticed that Kushina's visits to the bathroom became more frequent, and each time she lingered longer. That hazy gaze, those suppressed moans, all pointed to the fact that the restless yearning within her heart was becoming ever harder to contain. Gento knew that as long as this state persisted, sooner or later he would be able to win her over. What was missing was merely a catalyst. He even contemplated enlisting Makoto's help to assist him. On this day, the office door was knocked upon. "Enter." The door opened, and Itachi and Shisui stepped inside. Behind Itachi followed another person, the retainer of the daimyo of the land of hot water who had issued the previous commission. Shisui carried someone in his hands. The person was tightly bound with black sealing jutsu and was thrown onto the ground by Shisui. His silver-gray hair was disheveled, his face smeared with dirt and blood. The evil god cult necklace hanging on his neck was askew, and his signature red triple scythe was nowhere to be seen. It was Haydn, captured by Shisui. He lay on the ground, continuously cursing. "Damn it, you bastards! How dare you treat me this way? I am a devoted follower of the evil god. You are desecrating the evil god. The evil god will not forgive you." Itachi and Shisui approached Gento and knelt on one knee. "Clan leader, the mission to capture Haydn has been accomplished. The retainer immediately stepped forward a few paces, his face beaming with a smile, his tone brimming with admiration. Clan head Gento, the shinobi of the Uchiha are truly formidable. We of the land of hot springs have commissioned countless ninja in the past. Yet not a single one returned alive, let alone captured this madman. To think that the moment you intervened, it took but a few moves to subdue him. Haiden, lying on the ground, struggled to lift his head and glared fiercely at the retainer. Shut your mouth, you insignificant insect. Once I break free from this seal, you'll be the first to be sacrificed. The retainer frowned slightly, glanced at him, then resumed addressing Gento. Our daimyo, upon hearing of the noble clan's ninja prowess, is inclined to enter into a long-term protective contract with your clan. May I inquire as to clan head Gento's thoughts on this matter? Gento raised an eyebrow. A long-term protective contract? Indeed, the retainer nodded. Every year, the land of hot springs receives daimyo and nobles from various countries who come to vacation. Ensuring the safety of these distinguished guests has always been a vexing concern for our daimyo. Our nation upholds peace, and the shinobi of Hot Springs Village have long since turned to the tourism industry. They are rather inept at combat. He paused, then cast a glance toward Shisui, his eyes filled with appreciation. Our daimyo places great value on this ninja-esque capabilities. Should the noble clan be willing to dispatch 10 warriors of his caliber, we are prepared to offer a remuneration of 20 million ryo per person annually. Upon hearing this, Gento's mouth twitched slightly. Shisui was an umbu captain. 10 warriors of Shisui's caliber? That was truly asking for the impossible. Even all of Konoha could not muster so many umbu of such elite rank. Yet he offered no rebuttal, instead falling into contemplation. The land of hot springs was a popular retreat for daimyo and nobles from various nations each year. If the Uchiha umbu could serve as bodyguards for these esteemed guests, not only would it be profitable, but it would also provide ample opportunity to glean secrets from the daimyo during their travels. A chance to both earn and gather intelligence. Moreover, encountering a suitable daimyo candidate would facilitate Shisui's direct control through Kodowa Mitsukami. Still, he did not immediately consent, instead wearing a troubled expression and furrowing his brow. To be frank, the Uchiha do indeed possess an organization called the Umbu, which falls directly under my command. There are over 20 members, each as formidable as Shisui. Shisui and Itachi exchanged glances at Gento's words, but quickly returned their gaze to neutrality. The retainer, however, was convinced, his face brightening with delight. In that case, clan head Gento, surely it would not be difficult to spare 10 from the Umbu? Gento shook his head and sighed. You misunderstand. When daimyo travel, it is precisely the prime opportunity for those with ill intent to strike. Serving as a daimyo's bodyguard demands constant readiness to face assassination attempts, ambushes, and even warfare. The danger is exceedingly high. The retainer's expression grew solemn as he nodded in agreement. As a close aide to the daimyo, he was well aware of these perils. Gento continued, to be candid, every member of my umbu is an elite of the Uchiha clan, each possessing the Sharingan. They are my cherished friends and brothers. I cannot bear to send them on such perilous assignments. Upon hearing this, the retainer's face showed regret. Alas, if clan head Gento is unwilling. Then Gento abruptly shifted his tone. Ahem, what I mean to say is the price must be increased. The retainer was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged pause, realization dawned. His expression morphed from regret to surprise, then to reluctant acceptance. He quickly calculated in his mind before biting his lip. Very well, 30 million ryo per person annually. This is the highest offer I can extend. How does that sound? Gento's face immediately broke into a smile as he extended his hand. In that case, a pleasant cooperation. The retainer exhaled in relief, grasped his hand, and smiled wryly, nodding. Then he took his leave. I shall return now. Someone will come shortly to formally sign the commission contract with your clan. Gento nodded politely and saw him off with a courteous gaze. Once he had gone, Shisui stepped forward at once, drawing from his bosom a scroll of sealing technique, presenting it with both hands. Clan head, this is the reward for this mission. Gento waved his hand dismissively. No need. From now on, the income garnered by the umbu from missions shall be collected by you and reserved as funds for umbu activities. Shisui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Understood. Gento continued, furthermore, for that long-term protection task in the land of hot springs, select 10 capable individuals to carry it out. While guarding the daimyo of various nations, remain vigilant, observe their conversations, gather intelligence, and regularly report back to the clan. A gleam of determination flickered in Shisui's eyes as he solemnly replied, Understood. With the orders delivered, Gento then turned his gaze toward Haiden lying on the ground. Haiden glared at him malevolently, muttering curses under his breath. Gento crouched down to look him in the eye, his tone even. Your abilities intrigue me. Haydn was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a sinister grin. Ha! Intrigued? Of course. The power bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Evil God is sure to leave you mortals shaken. So, will you join our cult of the Evil God? Gento paid him no heed and continued. On the contrary, I wish to recruit you. Haydn's eyes widened. Who do you want me to kill? Gento fixed him with a steady gaze and slowly uttered 4 words. Danzo Shimura. You treat me like this, and yet you want my cooperation? Haydn lay on the ground, his expression defiant, then suddenly burst into laughter. No way. Ha ha ha. Gento's face darkened instantly. His reasoning was simple. The Uchiha were advancing rapidly and would inevitably attract Danzo's hostility. Rather than passively responding later, it was better to strike first and eliminate that old schemer. However, the Uchiha could not yet openly sever ties with Konoha's upper echelons. Thus, Haydn's bizarre abilities became the perfect tool. If they could obtain Danzo's blood and have Haydn activate his Jashin ritual, Danzo could be eliminated without anyone's knowledge. Even if suspicions arose afterward, the Uchiha would remain beyond reproach. But all of this hinged on Haydn's cooperation, as the complex evil god ritual required his own involvement. Gento took a deep breath and cautioned, think carefully. You are now in our hands. Your life is mine to command. Yet you remain obstinate? Haydn's smile grew even more manic, and he shouted fanatically. Do as you please. I am immortal. You cannot kill me. Ha ha ha. Gento frowned, unwilling to waste more words, and ordered Shisui, take him away and seal him with the sealing technique. Shisui stepped forward. Yes, wait, Haydn shouted as he was lifted up. You will regret this. The Lord of the Evil God will punish you. I will sacrifice you all sooner or later. His voice gradually faded into the distance. Gento looked toward the door and sighed helplessly. Since Haydn refused to cooperate, they would have to resort to the crude method of eagle training. Suddenly, it occurred to him that since he had captured Haydn in advance, Akatsuki would now be left without his partner. The immortal duo would likely fail to form. But those matters were distant concerns. Akatsuki had yet to take shape, and there was no need to provoke them prematurely, save for paying closer attention to Konan, the great beauty. For now, the paramount task was to develop the clan. Once the clan and he himself had grown stronger, no threat would remain formidable. As for the present, the Uchiha's path to invincibility was still far ahead. In the blink of an eye, the year had reached the 56th year of Konoha. On this day, Gento stood before a concealed door. Unlike the other clan edifices, the awakening chamber remained a closely guarded secret within the Uchiha family, never disclosed on a broad scale. Only upon the demise of a clan member bearing the Sharingan would Kuroto escort the bereaved family to this sanctum. Pushing open the door, a chilling aura immediately enveloped him. The chamber was dimly lit, with only a handful of faintly flickering candles encircling the altar. Their flames danced gently, casting fluctuating shadows upon the surrounding walls. Intricate runes were etched deeply into the stone surfaces, glowing faintly with a somber crimson hue under the candlelight. The entire space exuded an enigmatic and clandestine atmosphere. At that moment, a male corpse lay upon the altar. His eyes were closed, but beneath the lids, a subtle scarlet shimmer emanated, the distinctive shape of a Tomo Sharingan. On another altar knelt a young man, his expression steeped in sorrow, eyes reddened, fixed unwaveringly on the lifeless form. Kuroto approached the altar, his hands weaving a series of seals. A crimson light pulsed across the altar like ripples spreading on a still pond. Gradually, the scarlet glow in the corpse's eyes faded, and the Sharingan dimmed until it returned to an ordinary state. Nearby, the young man suddenly covered his eyes and exclaimed, "Ah!" Slowly, the scarlet hue began to emerge within his eye sockets. A single Tomo spun within his pupil, gradually taking form. Moments later, he lowered his hand and opened his eyes, now bearing a fully manifested Tomo Sharingan. Kuroto nodded approvingly. "It is done. Your awakening is complete. Take your father's body and lay him to rest with honor." Yet the young man did not rise. He remained kneeling, gazing upon his father's remains, the crimson intensity in his eyes deepening, radiating an unyielding, visceral hatred. "I will avenge my father." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Tomo in his eyes trembled slightly, and beside it, a second Tomo surfaced. 2 Tomo slowly rotated within his eye sockets. Kuroto, having witnessed this phenomenon countless times, showed no surprise. The awakening chamber enabled clan members to inherit the Sharingan of the deceased, but some, driven by overwhelming emotions, would reawaken the eyes anew. After all, emotions such as hatred, grief, and resentment serve as fertile nourishment for the evolution of the Sharingan. In recent years, the number of Sharingan within the Uchiha clan had grown exponentially, their quality ascending in tandem, a trend inseparable from this process. The young man carefully retrieved a sealing scroll from his bosom and respectfully wrapped his father's body. Rising, he approached Kuroto and bowed deeply. Clan leader, I am grateful for granting me the power to exact revenge. Raising his head, his gaze burned fiercely as he clenched his right fist above his head. The dead Io clan leader Kuroto can never be repaid. Loyalty, honor. Kuroto nodded with satisfaction. Watching the young man's departing figure, he turned to leave, when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Clan prosperity level upgraded. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the mission, A-rank clan prosperity. Reward. 1 additional lottery draw. Joy surged within Kuroto's heart. 5 years. A full 5 years had passed. During this period, the Uchiha clan had flourished rapidly. Under his various pronatal policies, the clan's birth rate soared to unprecedented heights. The desire springs and indulgence apartments were perpetually suffused with a potent aroma of hormones. The results were unmistakable. Most families boasted 2 or even 3 children, steadily increasing the clan's newborn population. Finally, today marked yet another elevation in the Uchiha clan's prosperity level. Eagerly, he opened the clan panel. Clan, Uchiha. Prosperity level, A rank, clan flourishing. Clan population, 4,521. Number of ninjas, 2,305. Clan buildings, clan ancestral hall, indulgence apartments, desire springs, awakening chamber, mission hall. Surveying the clan data, Kuroto nodded with approval. The ninja population had grown significantly. Moreover, as the children born in recent years graduated from the ninja academy, the number of Uchiha ninjas would continue to climb. Immediately, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Current clan prosperity level reached A rank, clan flourishing. Clan building unlocked. Ninja Academy. Ninja Academy. Description. The number of newborns within the Uchiha clan has surged, and they are now of age to enroll. Konoha's Ninja Academy offers subpar education. Sending the clan's future to such an institution. Can it truly cultivate outstanding ninjas? It is time to establish an Uchiha-owned Ninja Academy. Effect. Enhances the learning efficiency of 40 students. Increases the probability of graduates becoming ninjas by 40%. Ding! Current clan prosperity level reached A rank, clan flourishing. Clan building unlocked. Training grounds. Training grounds. Description. The clan's prosperity demands a substantial cadre of elite ninjas. It is time to construct a high-quality training ground exclusively for the Uchiha clan. Here, clan ninjas can hone their ninjutsu and combat skills. P.S. Have you ever witnessed the sunrise over Konoha at 5 o'clock in the morning? Effect. Enhances training efficiency by 40%. Gazing upon the 2 newly unlocked clan buildings, a faint smile curved Kuroto's lips. 40% boosts to learning efficiency, ninja conversion rate, and ninjutsu training efficiency stacked together. The next generation of Uchiha would be a cadre of true elites. Without hesitation, he returned to the mission hall office and handed the 2 blueprints to Yakura. Go and deliver these to the elderly carpenter, Kamoku Yanyo, and have him construct them as soon as possible. Yakura accepted the plans, nodded, and departed. Kuroto leaned back in his chair and reopened the system panel. Remaining lottery draws. 2. He had yet to use the lottery chances from the previous Ninetales incident. Combined with the current reward, he now possessed precisely 2 draws. More importantly, as the clan's prosperity advanced, the lottery probabilities had improved further. Lottery probabilities. D rank reward 10%, C rank reward 15%, B rank reward 30%, A rank reward 44%, S rank reward 1%. Though the S rank probability was a mere 1%, he possessed the Tsukamori ocular technique, which allowed infinite usage by rewinding time. Without hesitation, a thought flashed through Kuroto's mind. Draw a brand new roulette will manifest it in his mind, spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A rank reward, Mastery of Earth Attribute Chakra Nature. Kuroto furrowed his brow. An A rank? His eyes sought only S rank. Tsukamori. Time rewind. Lottery draws restored. Remaining lottery draws. 2. Draw thus began Kuroto's protracted lottery journey. Once, twice, 10 times, 50, 100. A rank rewards arrived one after another, followed by B rank and C rank. But the elusive S rank stubbornly refused to appear. Were it not for Tsukamori's infinite rewinds, he would have long since lost his temper. Finally, on the 157th draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S rank reward. Yamanaka Clan's secret mental technique. Description. The Yamanaka clan specializes in mental ninjutsu, capable of invading another S mind to read thoughts, exert control, or transmit information. Their secret techniques form the core of intelligence gathering and battlefield command, but are jealously guarded among core Yamanaka members, rendering them exceedingly rare. Kuroto's spirit surged as he immediately ceased rewinding. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique was indeed a valuable prize. These arts were tightly monopolized by the Yamanaka, and outsiders could not learn them. To acquire them through the system was a windfall. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge and ninjutsu flooded his mind. Mind transfer technique.
Mind de disturbance technique, mind transmission technique, télépathie.
Each technique came with detailed instructions and practical combat applications. Mental control, memory extraction, information transmission. These capabilities were invaluable both in combat and intelligence gathering. As Kuroto absorbed this trove of wisdom, a question arose: if the Yamanaka clan's secret mental techniques could be drawn, might the Akimichi clan's multi-size technique also be within reach? If he could master the art of multiplication himself, a subtle and profound smile curled at the corner of his lips. His women would surely have a hard time keeping up. He could barely contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Continue the lottery." Once again, he engaged in a series of intense draws. Although Schwando could replenish his eye power anytime using the in-nature chakra within his body, the repeated use of ocular techniques still left his eyes aching and fatigued. Fortunately, luck favored him this time, and by the 30th draw, he successfully obtained an S-rank reward. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired S-rank reward. Mangekyo Sharingan Replication Card 1. Gazing upon this reward, a radiant smile blossomed on Schwando's face. What multiplication techniques from the Akimichi clan? He was entirely unfamiliar. He carefully stored the Mangekyo Sharingan replication card, preparing to find an opportunity to have Shisui replicate some of the other heavenly gods. At that moment, the system's voice sounded once more. Ding! Host has triggered a main storyline quest. Main quest released. Bear your first offspring. Quest description. As the head of the Uchiha clan, with all clan members striving for the prosperity of the family, how can you remain stagnant? Please swiftly beget offspring with a Kunoichi. Quest reward. 1 lottery chance. The smile on Schwando's face instantly froze. Over the years, he had considered himself a diligent workhorse. Apart from not daring to be too reckless with Mikoto, he had certainly put effort into Yitsong and Kurenai. Yet, after all these years, none of the women's wombs had shown any sign of life. He was uncertain about Yitsong, but Kurenai was clearly fertile in the original story. Since the women were fine, could the problem lie within himself? He had undergone multiple hospital examinations for this very issue, and each time, the doctors assured him he was healthy. Schwando was helpless in this regard. Now that even the system was urging him, this problem could no longer be postponed. But who could solve such a complicated ailment? He pondered for a moment, and a figure slowly emerged in his mind. That was Orochimaru. When it came to the current ninja world's most intimate knowledge of the human body, none surpassed him. Without hesitation, Schwando rose and headed toward the forest of death. Summoning technique. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke dispersed, revealing the massive form of the giant serpent before him. The fierce snake head appeared, and upon seeing Schwando, its gaze instantly softened, becoming docile and obedient. "My lord, what are your commands?" it asked. Schwando scrutinized it briefly and inquired, "How can I contact Orochimaru's true body?" The giant serpent replied respectfully, "If you don't mind, you may enter my body. Mr. Orochimaru can summon us through the summoning technique." Nodding, Schwando leapt gracefully into the wide-open mouth of the giant serpent. Bang! The smoke dissipated. When the serpent opened its mouth again, Schwando found himself inside a dimly lit laboratory. Orochimaru stood before him. He wore an ashen-brown kimono, tied at the waist with a purple sash. His long black hair fell loosely, and a faint smile lingered on his pale face. His golden vertical pupils flickered slightly in the dim light, exuding a cold and perilous aura. "Schwando-kun, long time no see." Orochimaru's hoarse yet smooth voice carried a hint of amusement. Schwando nodded without pleasantries and proceeded to recount his predicament in detail. After listening, Orochimaru emitted a low, chuckling sound from his throat. Hehehe, continuing one's genes through reproduction? To me, that hardly counts as the continuation of life. But since you've brought it up, I can help you investigate the cause. After all, I am quite interested in you, Schwando-kun. He extended his slender tongue, licking his lips. Schwando narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew better than anyone how dangerous Orochimaru was. But with the Mangekyo Sharingan and ocular techniques at his disposal, he was confident he could break free the moment Orochimaru made a move. Seeing Schwando's composed demeanor, a playful glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he continued. "However, I can't help you for free. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" As expected, yet Schwando was prepared, replying promptly, How about I trade you some information about immortality? Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted abruptly, and a fanatical gleam burst forth in his eyes. What? Is what you say true? Schwando chuckled lightly. Once you help me find the cause, I will naturally share it with you. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly and turned to call deeper into the laboratory. Kurenai, bring Schwando-kun to the experiment table. At his command, the door to the inner chamber opened, and a female ninja emerged. It was none other than Mitarashi Kurenai. Several years had passed, and she had fully blossomed. Her long, deep purple hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing delicate features. She wore a fishnet armor that tightly embraced her ample bosom and slender waist, perfectly outlining her voluptuous figure. The hem of her clothing barely covered the roots of her thighs, exposing her long legs encased in dark, form-fitting stockings almost entirely. As she moved, her waist and hips swayed naturally. Leather thigh straps left faint marks on her skin. Kurenai approached Schwando and glanced at him. Follow me. She led him to a human experiment table and gestured for him to lie down. Schwando complied but did not avert his gaze from her. In the original story, when Orochimaru defected, he erased Kurenai's memories and abandoned her in Konoha. But now, thanks to Schwando's early warning, Orochimaru had been able to leave with Kurenai calmly. She was now maturing day by day and was also recognized by the system as an A-rank dual cultivation partner. He had to find a way to retrieve her from Orochimaru's grasp. Just as he was thinking this, Orochimaru spoke slowly. Schwando-kun, I have found the reason you cannot conceive. Schwando glanced at Kurenai beside him and cleared his throat. Cough. Is it treatable? Orochimaru smiled faintly, set down the test tube, and explained, simply put, normal human life energy is balanced. For example, an ordinary person has a small amount of yin-natured chakra representing the spirit, and a small amount of yang-natured chakra representing vitality. In your case, Schwando-kun, the yin-natured chakra in your body is excessively vigorous, which further affects the structure of your sperm cells. When spiritual power is too strong, the embryo cells inside an ordinary woman cannot provide enough life energy to balance the spiritual force, causing the embryo to fail to form from the very beginning. Schwando pondered deeply. Orochimaru continued, there are two solutions. First, you could master yang-natured chakra yourself to balance these two forces within your body, thus producing normal sperm cells. Second, you could unite with a Kunoichi who possesses strong yang-natured chakra, so that the embryo cells in her body can supply sufficient life energy to counterbalance your overwhelming spiritual power. Hearing this, Schwando immediately understood. But to fully master yang-natured chakra, he lacked the innate talent and could only rely on the system. Moreover, he strongly suspected that the essence of yang-natured chakra mastery was beyond what any S-rank reward could unlock. After all, yin-natured chakra was relatively common in the ninja world, but yang-natured chakra, even medical ninjutsu, only superficially employed it. To fully master it was a feat only the ninja god Senju Hashirama could achieve. Regarding the second method, a Kunoichi with powerful yang-natured chakra, two names immediately came to mind: Senju Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts to win over these two. Just then, Orochimaru slowly inquired, well, will you share that information with me now? Schwando snapped back to reality and nodded. There is a ninja named Kakuzu in today's ninja world. He lived in the same era as the ninja god Senju Hashirama but has survived to the present day. He is a rogue ninja from Takigakure and is currently likely working as a bounty hunter. Orochimaru's eyes instantly gleamed with profound interest. Gento cast a glance at Akado beside him, then continued, I can further reveal to you the secret behind Kakuzu's immortality, but it will require an additional price from you. Orochimaru's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Gento-kun, that's rather unfair. Such information should have counted as one intelligence report. He fell silent for a moment but ultimately could not resist the allure of immortality and tentatively inquired, what is it that you desire? Gento raised his hand, pointing toward Akado. I wonder, Mr. Orochimaru, if you might be willing to part with your cherished disciple? Akado was momentarily stunned by these words, her face registering disbelief. Orochimaru, however, emitted a low, amused chuckle, tinged with playfulness.
Hehehe, Gento-kun.
Do you fancy my disciple for her beauty? Tilting his head, his golden vertical pupils flickered between Gento and Akado, his tone laced with teasing. I never expected a shinobi like you to be as obsessed with gratifying desires through women as that fellow Jiraiya. Gento remained silent, merely observing him quietly. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and continued, this female disciple of mine was once one of my proudest creations. Alas, she lacks the ambition I desire and her thirst for power is insufficient. He paused, his eyes shifting toward a nearby laboratory. Through the glass window, a boy of about 8 years old with striking orange hair and delicate features could be seen inside. Orochimaru's gaze returned to Gento. Now, I have superior experimental material. Letting her go is of no consequence. As he spoke, he produced a scroll from within his robe and casually tossed it to Gento, who caught it. Orochimaru licked his lips and added, "My female disciple is rebellious by nature, not very obedient. This scroll contains the method to control the cursed seal's power within her. Since you like her, I shall gift it to you as well." Gento held the scroll, surprised by Orochimaru's generosity. Seizing the moment, he spoke without hesitation. Kakuzu's immortality originates from a forbidden jutsu of Tachigakure, the earth grudge fear. It is a form of physical transformation that fuses one's blood vessels and cells with a black tentacle-like substance, utterly altering the practitioner's physiological structure. This forbidden technique allows him to seize the hearts of other shinobi and acquire their chakra natures. As long as one heart remains intact, he can replace his hearts to restore his life. Kakuzu currently commands the 5 basic chakra natures: wind, lightning, earth, water, and fire. Additionally, he is obsessed with amassing wealth. If you seek him out, you might try your luck at some currency exchange shops. Having finished, he looked at Orochimaru. "Well, is my intelligence sufficient to trade for your disciple?" Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with excitement, his slender tongue flicking out repeatedly. Such a marvelous forbidden jutsu. Fascinating beyond measure. He glanced toward Akado and waved his hand. "In that case, Gento-kun, you may take Akado with you. From this moment on, she is yours to command." Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to recall something. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. "Would you like me to erase her memories?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, his neck shot out like a venomous serpent toward Akado. "No need." Gento swiftly raised his hand to halt him. Orochimaru's neck froze mere inches from Akado, then reluctantly retracted, a trace of regret flickering in his eyes. Akado was drenched in a cold sweat, her face drained of color as she gasped for breath. With his objective achieved, Gento made no further delay and took his leave. "Very well, I shall be on my way." Orochimaru's mind was wholly occupied with thoughts of Kakuzu and earth grudge fear, leaving him no inclination to detain them, so he simply nodded. Gento, still catching Akado's dazed gaze, approached the great serpent and leapt into its mouth. Bang! The smoke dissipated. When they reappeared, they stood within the death forest of Konoha. The great serpent respectfully bid Gento farewell before dissolving into mist. Only Gento and Akado remained in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and in the distance, the silhouette of Konoha village was faintly visible. Akado stared at the familiar village, lost in thought. Gento turned to her. "There. You are now freed from Orochimaru's torment." He paused briefly. "Congratulations, Akado. You are free now. Return to Konoha on your own." "Huh?" Akado snapped back to reality, eyes wide with disbelief. You didn't want to use me to satisfy your desires? Why are you letting me go instead?" Gento's mouth twitched slightly. "Ahem. Do I look like someone lecherous to you?" Without hesitation, Akado nodded earnestly. "Very much so." She pointed a finger at Gento. "Every time you see me, your gaze instinctively lingers on my body." Gento coughed awkwardly and averted his eyes. "Ahem. In any case, I won't force myself on you, so rest assured. Go back to Konoha first." Yet Akado's delicate face creased into a frown as she shook her head vehemently. "No, I refuse to return." Clenching her fists, her voice was tinged with fear and resistance. "Orochimaru defected, so I will surely be branded a traitor too. If I go back now, they will capture me, subject me to brutal interrogation, and force me to reveal Orochimaru's secrets. I will never return." Gento pondered her words thoughtfully. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had erased Akado's memories before his defection and abandoned her in Konoha. Despite that, the intelligence division repeatedly interrogated her. Gento still vividly recalled the torment she endured from those fruitless attempts to recall her past. Moreover, Akado was destined to be the woman he intended to claim. Under no circumstances could she fall into Danzo Shimura's hands. Thus, he asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" Akado stepped forward boldly, seizing Gento's arm and looking up at him with bright eyes. "I want to follow you. Be your woman. Take me away." Gento was momentarily taken aback. That was rather direct. He regarded her with some surprise. "Why do you think that?" Akado answered matter-of-factly, "Because you are strong." She released his arm and looked at him earnestly. "I have been by Orochimaru's side for so long. The impression he gave me was always cold, terrifying, and devoid of feeling. Every time I faced him, I trembled with fear. Yet, even someone like Orochimaru shows a hint of apprehension when facing you." "Apprehension?" Gento was surprised. "I never noticed that." Akado pursed her lips. "I have spent far more time with him than you have, so naturally I can sense those subtle emotional shifts. Your displayed power has shaken Orochimaru's confidence in defeating you. Otherwise, given his nature, He would have seized the opportunity during your examination to imprison you for experimentation. Gento chuckled softly. He had never considered these aspects before. His confidence in confronting Orochimaru stemmed solely from his faith in his own dojutsu. He looked down at Akado, who still clung tightly to his arm, a playful glint in his eyes. You say you want to be my woman. Do you understand what that entails? Akado's cheeks flushed faintly, but she straightened her chest and declared loudly, Of course I do. Being your woman means sleeping with you. Humph. I know all about those things. Her unabashed confidence made Gento laugh aloud. Since Akado was willing, there was no need for him to be coy. He had coveted her for some time, and now that she was willingly offering herself, he would not refuse. Merely sleeping together was not sufficient. Without hesitation, he swept Akado into his arms and vanished from sight. Unwilling to alert the inhabitants of Konoha, he employed the Yomi Jutsu, silently crossing the village S-barrier without a sound. Their silhouettes materialized within Gento's bedroom. Akado was gently set down and glanced around, her eyes settling on the large bed. Despite her usually cheerful demeanor, a trace of nervousness crept over her now. She approached the bedside and lay down directly, tightly closing her eyes, presenting herself as if ripe for the taking. Come on, let us begin. Gento, observing her tense expression, could not help but smile. With all that potion sent on you, who could possibly lay a hand on you? Upon hearing this, Akado suddenly opened her eyes wide, sat up, sniffed her clothes, and then displayed a sheepish look, scratching her head. Sorry, I've been in Orochimaru's lab for so long. I forgot I haven't tea-bathed in ages. She said this as she prepared to get off the bed and head toward the bathroom. I'll go wash right now. Gento grabbed her hand firmly. We Uchiha have a hot spring. Let us go there together. With that, he led her out, cautioning as they walked. If you don't want Konoha to find out you're back, you should stay within the Uchiha territory for now. Usually, no outsiders venture in here. Akado nodded obediently and followed along. Soon, they arrived at the Desire Hot Spring. Familiar with the layout, Gento guided her through the corridor to the clan leader's exclusive bath. Pushing open the door, a warm steam greeted them. Without hesitation, Gento said, All right, change your clothes quickly. Akado stared at him wide-eyed. You still say you're not a pervert. You just want to see my body. Though she said this, she turned and entered the changing room inside. Moments later, the door slid open and Akado emerged. She wore a purple bikini, her figure exquisitely sculpted with alluring curves. The ample contours of her chest were tightly embraced by the swimsuit, creating a deep cleavage. Her slender waist was exposed to the air, flawless and free of any excess flesh. Below, her rounded, firm hips complemented two long, straight legs that invited admiration and admiration alike. Her face bore a somewhat defiant, cool expression, but a flicker of nervousness betrayed her eyes. Gento's gaze openly roamed over her form, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Humph, don't say I just want to see your body. Soon enough you'll be mine entirely. With that, he strode forward, reaching out to grab her. Ah! Kato screamed, spun around, and plunged into the hot spring with a splash. She floated on the water's surface, making a playful face at Gento, grinning triumphantly. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Gento laughed and shook his head, slipping into his swim trunks in a few swift motions before jumping into the pool. The warm water enveloped him, relaxing every muscle. Seeing him enter the water, Kato immediately swam to the far end. But the hot spring was small. Where could she possibly hide? Before long, Gento caught up and seized her ankle. No, don't. Stop. Akato struggled but could not break free from his grasp. Gento chuckled softly, pulling her closer. Relax, I just want to help you bathe. With that, he genuinely began scrubbing her. Akato's skin was incredibly soft and tender. His hand first rested on her shoulder, kneading gently yet firmly. Then it slid down along her shoulder and traced slowly along her spine. The pads of his fingers brushed her skin, eliciting a faint shiver. Akato lay on the edge of the pool, eyes closed, her lips softly humming. The sound was gentle, tinged with languid pleasure. Gento's hand continued downward, pressing against her waist. Not there, she murmured, though her body betrayed her words, growing limp. He smiled but did not cease his ministrations, carefully cleansing every inch of her skin, from her back down to her waist. Akato's hums grew softer, her body more relaxed, eventually leaning fully against the pool's edge. Gento stood behind her, leaning close to her ear and whispered, How is it? Comfortable? Akato opened her hazy eyes, meeting his gaze, and nodded, her voice muffled. Yes, comfortable. Instinctively, she flicked out her nimble tongue and licked her lips. At that moment, her body suddenly stiffened. The black curse mark on her neck began to spread rapidly, as if alive, creeping over the surrounding skin. Akado's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Sorry, I got too excited just now and accidentally triggered the curse mark. I'll dispel it right away." She prepared to form the hand seals, but Gento grabbed her hand firmly. "Don't dispel it." His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the dark pattern on her neck. "This is exactly the curse mark mode I wanted." With that, he lowered his head and gently bit her earlobe. Akado couldn't help but utter a soft moan, her entire body going limp in his arms. An hour later, Gento and Akado emerged from the Desire hot spring, their bodies pleasantly sore and exhausted. Gento marveled inwardly at Akado's endurance while in the curse mark state. They had frolicked back and forth from the hot spring to the resting room multiple times, so much so that even he was beginning to feel worn out. Akado was equally astonished by his stamina. Despite activating her curse mark, she had gained no advantage. Unbeknownst to her, Gento had secretly used several time reversal jutsu whenever he felt he was about to tire, silently resetting the moment and starting anew. They arrived at a dango shop along the street in the Uchiha clan territory. The shop was small but well-kept and tidy. A norin hung at the entrance, and the enticing aroma of glutinous rice wafted out. "Boss, 10 skewers of dango, please," Akado called out upon entering. Soon, the owner brought a steaming plate of dango to their table. The 3 colored dumplings were neatly skewered, white, pink, and green, each gleaming temptingly. Akado's eyes lit up, and she eagerly grabbed a skewer, taking a big bite. Konoha's dango is still as delicious as ever. She squinted happily, her face brimming with bliss. She then reached for 2 more skewers from the plate, taking bites alternately left and right, stuffing her mouth quickly. Gento shook his head with a smile, taking a leisurely bite from his own skewer. When he finished, he looked down, and the plate was empty. Akado licked her fingers contentedly, and when she noticed Gento's gaze, she felt no shame. Instead, she called out to the owner, "Boss, 5 more skewers, please." Seeing how much Akado could eat, Gento suddenly recalled some troubling matters and pressed his palm to his forehead. "By the way, Akado, you really shouldn't eat so much." Upon hearing this, Akado immediately put on a pitiful expression. It's your fault, forcing me to maintain the curse mark state." Pouting, she complained. "The curse mark state is so exhausting.
I am practically starving."
Gento twitched the corner of his mouth, smiling awkwardly. "Ahem, this one tea happen again, I promise." Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host and female ninja have completed dual cultivation. Evaluating the aptitude of the cultivation partner. Evaluation complete. Cultivation partner. Akado Mitarashi. Overall rating. Class A. Number 4 spouse. Akado Mitarashi. Aptitude rating A. Reward available. Class A Family Treasure Chest X1. Gento's heart leapt with joy as he unhesitatingly chose to claim the reward. Ding! Class A Family Treasure Chest successfully claimed. Would you like to open it? Open. Treasure chest opening. Rewards dispersing. Reward 1. Mastery of Water Attribute Chakra Nature. As the announcement concluded, a refreshing coolness rose from within his body. That refreshing sensation spread along his meridians. Genjutsu closed his eyes, savoring the feeling. He could distinctly perceive a fresh strand of chakra forming within his body. It was water-natured chakra. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within them. Mastery over water-natured chakra meant that from this moment forth, he possessed water affinity and could employ water-release ninjutsu. The rewards continued to be dispensed. Reward 2. Randomly created A-rank ninjutsu card. Description. Based on the user's existing knowledge, this card randomly generates an original A-rank ninjutsu. The type of ninjutsu is random. It can incorporate the user's chakra nature, combat style, and knowledge base to produce the most suitable original technique. Immediately thereafter, a pale blue card appeared in Genjutsu's hand, upon which intricate jutsu patterns shimmered. Without hesitation, Genjutsu chose to activate it. Ding! Creating new A-rank ninjutsu according to host's knowledge. Creating A-rank ninjutsu. Fusing chakra nature. In attribute. Analyzing host's knowledge base. Basics of medical ninjutsu. Human meridian theory. Chakra point distribution. Generating hand seal sequence. Creation complete. Ninjutsu. In healing meridian finger. Type. Medical ninjutsu. Description. By condensing in-natured chakra at the fingertip and precisely injecting it into the opponent's chakra points. This technique stimulates the latent yang-natured chakra within their body. It can unblock congested meridians, enhance chakra circulation efficiency, and significantly accelerate the speed at which the opponent releases ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the recipient experiences a soothing warmth throughout their body. with chakra flow becoming smoother. Genjutsu regarded the ninjutsu description materializing before him with a wry smile, an utterly non-combative medical technique. Yet, upon reconsideration, this ninjutsu seemed to hold other potential uses. Could the chakra at his fingertips only access chakra points? A subtle, knowing smile tugged at his lips. Very well, then. In the end, he still refrained from employing Toxikage's S reversal. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The new clan buildings and ninja academy were finally completed. On this day, Genjutsu arrived at the freshly established academy for an on-site inspection. The school was situated on the eastern side of the Uchiha clan territory, occupying an expansive area. At a glance, several three-story teaching buildings were arranged in an orderly yet varied fashion. Between the buildings lay spacious training grounds, covered with smooth sand, outfitted with a full range of training facilities. Wooden posts, target ranges, obstacle courses, everything one could require. At the center of the school was an artificial lake, beside which several large trees were planted. Stone tables and benches rested under their shade, providing students with places to rest. The windows of the teaching buildings were bright and wide, classrooms meticulously furnished with desks and chairs, and chalk writings from trial lectures still lingered on the blackboards. Portraits and famous sayings of outstanding ninja from Uchiha history adorned the corridors, suffusing the atmosphere with a profound sense of scholarship. Genjutsu stood at the school entrance, nodding in satisfaction. This was exactly to his taste. Subsequently, he appointed Uchiha Sawan as the school principal. Sawan was a venerable elder of great repute. Having him oversee the academy was most fitting. Moreover, Genjutsu recruited a cadre of veteran ninja who had retired from active duty to serve as instructors. Though aged, these seasoned warriors possessed abundant experience, more than capable of guiding the children. The specific personnel arrangements were entrusted entirely to Elder Sawan. Genjutsu also assigned 2 women close to him to the school, Kurenai and Akado. One was to teach the fundamentals of Genjutsu, the other the basics of Taijutsu. Having finalized these arrangements, Genjutsu suddenly thought of someone. Kushina Uzumaki. Over the past 5 years, as Naruto matured, it became unsuitable for Kushina to continue residing in the clan apartment. Thus, she voluntarily moved out, renting a larger house on her own. Consequently, Genjutsu's original plan to win Kushina over had fallen through. However, over these years, their relationship had grown closer. A widow raising a child inevitably encountered situations requiring assistance. A broken water pipe, Naruto falling ill needing care. Whenever Kushina faced difficulties, Genjutsu would appear promptly. Gradually, their relationship had long surpassed mere friendship. Genjutsu sensed that Kushina must have perceived his intentions. Moreover, she was not without affection for him. Yet she persistently chose avoidance, perhaps mindful of others' judgments. Now, with the ninja academy completed and in need of excellent instructors, Kushina was a perfect fit. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her strength had reached the level of a Kage. Having her as a teacher was an extravagant asset. More importantly, Genjutsu resolved to seize this opportunity to invite Kushina and finally break through the delicate barrier between them. Without hesitation, he set off toward Kushina's home. As Genjutsu walked en route to Kushina's house, his mind pondered how best to broach the invitation. Over the years, their bond had become sufficiently intimate, yet that fragile veil remained unpierced. Each time they met, Kushina's gaze carried unspoken meaning, but whenever he sought to advance, she would evade. Lost in thought, suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. "Get lost. Don't come near us. My mom says you're the child of a demon fox. You're not allowed to play with us." Genjutsu furrowed his brow and quickened his pace, turning the corner. A group of children, the eldest around 7 or 8 years old, the youngest 4 or 5, surrounded a small boy clad in an orange tracksuit, pushing and jeering at him. The boy had fallen to the ground, his knees scraped and bleeding. Mud stained his clothes. His golden hair was disheveled, and his small face was smudged with dirt. Yet he bit his lip, stubbornly refusing to cry out loud. This blonde-haired boy was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Genjutsu's eyes darkened with coldness. "Go back to your mother." A chubby boy stepped forward and shoved Naruto harshly. Naruto's back slammed against the wall. He curled inward in pain. He lifted his head, his cerulean eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Yet he defiantly said, "My mom is a demon fox." "Bah!" spat another child at him. "You don't even have a dad. You're a child nobody wants." Naruto froze. "That's a lie. I have a dad." He opened his mouth, only to find he could not name his father. His mother never spoke of him. His third Hokage forbade any questions. Whenever he tried to ask, his mother would change the subject. Tears welled in his eyes. He bit down hard on his lip, struggling to hold back. The surrounding children laughed all the more cruelly at his plight. One picked up a small stone, weighing it in his hand, threatening to throw. Several others joined in the jeering, bending down to scoop up fragments of stones, hurling them at Naruto. You and your demon fox mother. Get out of Konoha. Get lost. A small stone struck Naruto's shoulder. His body trembled, yet he still held his head high, silent. Others followed, throwing stones at him. At that moment, Genjutsu's figure flashed forward, stepping before Naruto and intercepting every stone. Then, he seized the chubby boy by the collar and flung him out. The plump boy collapsed into a squat on the ground. Ouch! Who? He turned and, upon seeing Genjutsu's stern face, was instantly too frightened to speak. Genjutsu ignored him, casting a cold glance at the remaining children. Their legs suddenly weakened. The stones fell with a clatter, and they retreated hastily. Get lost. Genjutsu's voice was icy. The chubby boy scrambled away in a panic. The other children scattered like startled birds, vanishing completely. It was then that the adults at the alley's entrance finally spoke up. Several villagers stood there. Some crossed their arms, while others wore expressions of eager anticipation as if watching a spectacle unfold. Children clamored about playing noisily. You're an adult. Surely you wouldn't quarrel with children over such trifles? A woman remarked with a mocking tone. Exactly. That child is the offspring of a demon fox, after all. There's nothing wrong with what I said. Another middle-aged man chimed in, spitting onto the ground for emphasis. Schwando cast them a cold glance and said calmly, playing around? A group ganging up on one. Do you call that playing around? He paused briefly, a faint, sardonic smile curling at the corner of his lips. Perhaps one day, I'll have the Uchiha children come and play with yours. The villagers' faces instantly paled. Only then did they notice the fan emblem emblazoned on Schwando's clothing, the unmistakable symbol of the Uchiha clan. These villagers had heard tales of the Uchiha's formidable prowess in battle. Even the police division's shinobi, who often bullied them, dared to respectfully avoid the Uchiha. Realizing their earlier words might have provoked Schwando, one woman awkwardly smiled and hurriedly pulled her child away. The others, too intimidated to linger, quickly gathered their children and disappeared down the alley, their footsteps fading into the distance. Schwando withdrew his gaze and shook his head. These Konoha rabble were truly hopeless in their foolishness. Minato had sacrificed his life to protect them, to protect this village. Yet now, his orphan son was subjected to torment by the very children of these people. Such cruelty deserved not an ounce of sympathy. Turning around, Schwando's eyes fell upon Naruto nestled in the corner. The boy's cerulean eyes suddenly brightened. Uncle Schwando, Naruto exclaimed, instantly recognizing the uncle who frequently visited their home. Every time Uncle Schwando came, his mother's smile would light up the room. He would bring many gifts, and for days afterward, his mother would cook all sorts of delicious food. Naruto stretched out his small hands and threw himself into Schwando's embrace, pressing his little head hard against his chest. Uncle Schwando, they said my mother is a fox demon. At last, Naruto could no longer hold back. Tears trickled down his cheeks, but he stifled his sobs, his shoulders trembling. Schwando's heart softened. He reached out and ruffled the boy's tousled golden hair. Your mother is no monster. Gently lifting Naruto, he brushed off the dirt clinging to his back. Naruto rested on his shoulder, sniffling softly as he murmured, Uncle, I want to eat ramen. Unable to suppress a smile, Schwando pinched Naruto's chubby cheek. Alright, I'll take you to eat ramen. He carried Naruto forward. But first, we must go home so your mother can change you into some clean clothes. Naruto nodded vigorously, clutching Schwando's neck tightly. A knock sounded at the Uzumaki household door. Kushina hurried to open it, but the smile froze on her face the moment the door swung wide. Schwando stood at the threshold holding Naruto. The boy's grimy face, scraped knee, reddened corner of his eye, and dirt-stained clothes were all laid bare before her. Kushina's expression shifted instantly. Naruto, you're hurt? What happened? Her voice trembled as she reached out to embrace him. Naruto looked up at her, a radiant smile suddenly blooming on his face. Mom, me fine. The dirt is from when I fell while playing. Kushina's hand froze midair. She gazed at her son's smiling face, his feigned ease in his eyes, and felt her throat constrict as if something lodged within. She said nothing, only reaching out to take Naruto into her arms, holding him tightly. Nestled against his mother's chest, Naruto clutched her shoulder and whispered, Mom, Uncle Schwando said he's going to take me to eat ramen. Kushina lowered her head, pressing her cheek gently against his forehead, her voice trembling slightly. Alright, Mommy knows. She set Naruto down softly and spoke gently, Naruto, go wash your face and change into clean clothes. Okay? He nodded obediently and scampered inside. After a long pause, Kushina drew a deep breath and turned around, forcing a smile. Thank you, Schwando-kun, for bringing Naruto back. The strained smile was instantly seen through by Schwando. He felt a pang of discomfort. He knew this was not the first time Kushina had endured such hardship. It likely happened every few days. Raising Naruto alone, she faced the villagers' scorn, cared for her child, and worried over the injustices he suffered. Every time Naruto was bullied outside, he returned home pretending all was well, smiling brightly at her. Schwando could only imagine the helplessness she felt. Moreover, Kushina herself had endured these trials as a child. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she had grown up surrounded by disdain and isolation. Every ounce of suffering Naruto endured was deeply felt by her. Please come in. Kushina stepped aside to let him pass. Schwando followed her into the house and sat in the living room. The space was clean and simply furnished. An old tea table and a few floor cushions. On the table lay Naruto's doodles, crooked sketches of the Hokage rock and 3 little figures holding hands. Kushina placed a cup of tea before him and sat opposite, lowering her head into silence for a long moment. Does Naruto often get treated like this? Schwando asked softly. Kushina nodded. Every now and then. Sometimes stones are thrown at him, sometimes he is insulted, other times chased and beaten. She lifted her gaze toward the inner room, her eyes filled with sorrow. But he never tells me. Every time he comes home, he secretly washes his dirty clothes, hides his wounds, and smiles at me, saying, "Mom, I'm fine." Her voice grew quieter. Schwando was silent for a moment before finally voicing the question that had long weighed on his mind. What exactly is going on? Why do the villagers treat Naruto this way? Under your influence, he is no longer just a Jinchuriki. As the son of the hero Minato, he should be embraced by everyone. Kushina remained silent for a long while before speaking. The third Hokage forbade me from revealing that Naruto is Minato's son. She raised her head, eyes red-rimmed, and looked at Schwando. He said it was to protect Naruto, that if anyone knew he was the fourth Hokage's son, it would be dangerous. So the villagers don't know Naruto is Minato's child. Nor do they know who leaked the news that I am a Jinchuriki. They fear me, they hate me, and they vent all that anger on Naruto. Schwando immediately said, "You shouldn't bear all this alone. I came today because there is something I want to discuss with you." His words had barely fallen when the door to the inner room was pushed open. Naruto poked out his head, now dressed in clean clothes, his face freshly washed. "Uncle Schwando, I'm ready." He bounced out, threw his arms around Schwando's leg, and looked up with sparkling eyes. "Let us go eat ramen." Schwando smiled and tousled his hair. "All right, let us go now." He glanced at Kushina. "Shall we? Let us go together." Kushina hesitated, initially about to decline, but seeing Naruto's expectant expression, she finally nodded. The sun dipped low in the western sky. The 3 walked side by side. Naruto held his mother's hand with one hand and Schwando's with the other, his face alight with excitement, occasionally skipping along the way. Schwando and Kushina flanked him, resembling a happy family. Villagers passed by, their eyes betraying undisguised disdain and coldness upon seeing Kushina and Naruto. Some deliberately avoided them, murmuring under their breath. Kushina lowered her head, her steps faltering. Unbothered, Naruto continued eagerly pointing toward a nearby shop. "Mom, look, that store has new toys." Kuroto sensed Kushina's unusual demeanor and gently clasped her hand. Kushina's hand trembled slightly, but she did not withdraw. She lifted her head to meet Kuroto's kind gaze, and an inexplicable sense of calm settled within her heart. "Where shall we go?" Kuroto asked Naruto. Naruto released her hand and darted ahead to lead the way, waving his small hand cheerfully. "Follow me." After turning 2 corners, a quaint little shop adorned with a blue Norin curtain came into view. The curtain bore the characters Ichiraku. "This is the place," Naruto exclaimed as he rushed inside. Kuroto and Kushina followed closely behind. The interior was modest, with a few wooden tables arranged neatly. Behind the stove stood a middle-aged man wrapped in an apron, busily preparing food with his head bowed. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and greeted them with a warm smile. "Ah, Naruto's here. Handcrafted noodles, uncle." Naruto climbed onto a high stool and leaned on the counter, bringing his little face close. "I want miso ramen, a large bowl." Handcrafted noodles chuckled and replied, "You got it. 1 large miso ramen." He then glanced at Kuroto and Kushina who had just entered. "Are you 2 Naruto's family?" Kushina nodded with a hint of unease, while Kuroto calmly took a seat beside Naruto. "1 bowl of the signature ramen, please." "Same for me." Kushina sat on Naruto's other side. Handcrafted noodles acknowledged them with a nod and turned around to resume his work. His movements were skillful and seamless, noodles, broth, and chashu arranged with fluid precision. Kuroto noticed that handcrafted noodles treated Naruto with a kindness starkly different from the villagers outside. There was no disdain, no aversion. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were placed on the table. Naruto eagerly grabbed his chopsticks, pressed his palms together, and declared, "I'm starting now." Then he buried his face in the bowl, slurping loudly and heartily. Watching her son devour the meal with such voracity, Kushina's lips finally curved into a faint smile. Kuroto took a bite and looked up at handcrafted noodles. Boss, your noodles here are truly excellent. Handcrafted noodles smiled and nodded. Thanks for the compliment. Naruto visits often, and seeing the little guy eat so heartily makes me happy. Naruto looked up, broth still clinging to the corner of his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Uncle handcrafted noodles makes the best ramen. The man chuckled and wiped his hands with a towel. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Kuroto observed the scene with quiet approval. Handcrafted Noodles was indeed a good man, who had not distanced himself from Naruto despite the village's whispers. After finishing their meal, dusk had fallen. Naruto patted his round belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. Kushina reached for her wallet to pay but was stopped by Kuroto's grip on her wrist. Let me handle it. He paid the bill and the three stepped out of the shop. Night had descended, and the streets were sparsely populated. Naruto walked in the middle, holding his mother's hand with one hand and Kuroto's with the other, still murmuring about the ramen's flavor. Uncle Kuroto, can we come again next time? Kuroto looked down at him. As long as you behave, anytime. Naruto nodded vigorously. Kushina walked quietly beside them, watching this scene with a swirl of complex emotions. The feeling was so peculiar. The three of them seemed like a family, strolling together under the moonlight. Suddenly, Kuroto spoke. Kushina. She looked up. I came to see you today on important business. He paused briefly before continuing. The Uchiha Ninja Academy has been established. Unlike Konoha's school, children there can enroll as early as 5 years old. They first learn theory, understand the ninja world, and then gradually begin training in ninjutsu. In principle, the academy only admits Uchiha clan members. But I would like Naruto to attend as well. Kushina was momentarily stunned. Kuroto turned to Naruto. Naruto, would you like to attend the Uchiha Ninja Academy? There are many kids around your age there to play and learn with. You can make new friends. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Can I go? Kuroto nodded. Naruto immediately looked up at his mother, his eyes brimming with hope. Mom, I want to go. Kushina opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Kuroto continued. Also, since the school has just been built, they are short of teachers. I know your capabilities well. Teaching the children will be no problem. The salary is 300,000 ryo per month. Since you can't go on missions outside the village and can't always rely on relief funds, teaching at the Ninja Academy suits you perfectly. Kushina fell silent. She indeed needed an income. The relief funds barely covered their basic needs. If she could teach at the Uchiha Academy, she met Kuroto's earnest gaze. In the moonlight, his profile was soft, and his eyes full of concern. Her heart skipped a beat. Mom. Naruto tugged gently at the hem of her clothes. Kushina took a deep breath, bent down and looked at Naruto. Naruto, do you really want to go? Naruto nodded vigorously and exclaimed loudly. I want to go. I want to become a ninja. I want to become very, very strong. Kushina couldn't help but laugh and ruffled his head. Why do you want to become a ninja? Naruto's cerulean eyes sparkled with determination. I want to become Hokage, to earn everyone's recognition in the village. Kushina's hand froze. She stared at her son's earnest little face, and suddenly her eyes grew moist. Kuroto smiled as well, crouching to meet Naruto's gaze. Gaining others' recognition does not necessarily mean becoming Hokage. Naruto looked puzzled. Kuroto did not elaborate further. The three continued walking forward. Their shadows stretched long under the moonlight, merging together. Upon reaching their doorstep, Kushina stopped and turned to Kuroto. I agree, she said softly, her eyes filled with relief. Let Naruto attend the Uchiha school. As for me, I'm willing to be a teacher. Kuroto smiled. Good. Tomorrow morning, bring Naruto to the Ninja Academy. Then come to my office. I will provide your induction training. Kushina nodded. Thank you for today. Kuroto waved his hand. No need for thanks. Go on inside now. Kushina carried Naruto into the house. Just before closing the door, she glanced back once more. The door closed gently. Kuroto stood outside, gazing at the door with a faint smile curling on his lips. It settled. After Kuroto left, inside the house, Naruto suddenly looked at Kushina. Mom, you like Uncle Kuroto too, don't you? Can you let Uncle Kuroto be my dad? Kushina blushed instantly. You little rascal. What are you saying? Go to bed now. Near Naruto's home, a shadow vanished from its spot and swiftly headed toward the root base. Upon entering, he made his way with ease to Danzo and knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Kuroto has once again made contact with the Jinchuriki. The next morning, Kushina held Naruto's hand as they entered the Uchiha clan territory. Mom, look. Naruto pointed ahead. Kushina followed his finger to see a brand new building standing at the far end of the street. It was a 3-story teaching building, its spacious windows reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. In front of the building was a wide plaza paved with smooth stone tiles. Is that the Uchiha Ninja Academy? It's much bigger than Konoha school. Naruto lifted his little face, his eyes full of anticipation. Kushina nodded, let us go. Crossing the plaza and approaching the teaching building, Kushina truly felt the scale of the academy. 6 entire teaching buildings stood in orderly rows. Behind them lay a broad training ground. The playground was covered with fine sand and equipped with climbing frames, horizontal bars, balance beams, and various training apparatus. Beside the field was an artificial lake with crystal clear water. Several cherry blossom trees were planted by the lakeside. Although the blooming season had yet to arrive, their branches and leaves were luxuriant, casting a sprawling canopy of verdant shade. Kushina could not help but silently marvel. A school like this was far more grandiose than the Ninja Academy in Konoha. That guy, Gento, truly spared no expense. At the entrance of the teaching building, many parents were already ushering their children inside. The children ranged from as young as 5 years old to 6 or 7. Their faces alight with curiosity and excitement about the unknown. The parents chatted in small groups, occasionally casting glances toward Kushina and Naruto. Yet, unlike the familiar disdain and rejection they had faced before, these looks were merely curious glances, quickly diverted as they resumed their conversations. A subtle relief settled in Kushina's heart. Just then, Gento emerged from the teaching building. He was clad in the customary deep blue attire of the Uchiha clan head, the collar slightly open to reveal a black, form-fitting undergarment beneath. The belt cinched at his waist defined his sturdy figure. His broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist appeared particularly upright under the morning light. His tousled black hair fell casually, accentuating the sharp contours of his handsome face. He strode over with measured steps, exuding the composed demeanor of one long accustomed to a position of authority. Gento stopped before Kushina, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. Today, she wore a simple white short-sleeved blouse, revealing a swath of fair neck. Below, a deep blue long skirt of soft fabric traced the slender curve of her waist and the rounded, firm lines of her hips. Her long red hair cascaded freely over her shoulders. At this moment, she looked up at Gento, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. Whether from the sunlight or some other cause, she could not tell. Gento nodded toward her, then bent slightly to look at Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his face. Naruto, are you ready? Naruto nodded vigorously. Ready. Gento smiled and straightened up, then beckoned to a female ninja behind him. The woman stepped forward, dressed in a dark jonin vest. Her long black hair was tied neatly into a high ponytail, her features sharp and her gaze keen. She bowed slightly to Gento, clan head, this is Naruto Uzumaki. From now on, he will be your student. Gento patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, you must listen to teacher Uchiha Shizuka from now on. Naruto looked up at Shizuka and bowed deeply. Greetings, teacher. Uchiha Shizuka nodded approvingly. Good manners. She then turned to Gento, clan head. I will take him to the classroom now. Gento nodded and said to Naruto, go with the teacher and study diligently. Naruto responded with a nod and followed Shizuka back into the teaching building. Meanwhile, the 20 or so children of the first grade, class 1, had already lined up in several rows on the training ground beside the playground. Each wore an expression of curiosity and excitement. Shizuka led Naruto to the front of the line. Everyone, quiet down. She clapped her hands, and the chattering children instantly fell silent and turned their attention to her. She gestured toward Naruto. This is our new classmate, Naruto Uzumaki. From today, he is a member of our class. She looked at Naruto. Come, introduce yourself. Naruto stood before the group, facing these peers his own age. Their eyes held no contempt, no exclusion, only curiosity and novelty. He took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love eating ramen. What I hate most is waiting 3 minutes for instant noodles to cook. My dream is to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition. No sooner had he finished speaking than the children began to murmur among themselves. He doesn't seem to be from the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki, that surname is so rare. His hair is strange. Golden. There was no mockery, no eye-rolling, no malice, just pure curiosity and discussion. Naruto stood there, stunned, listening to these children his own age chattering about him. Their gazes held no disdain, no fear, no discomfort that made him feel alienated. They looked at him as though he were just an ordinary classmate. This sensation was one he had never experienced before. Shizuka nodded with satisfaction. All right, quiet down. Naruto, find a spot to stand over there. Naruto nodded and made his way into the line, observing his new classmates as he went. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to one boy. The boy wore a deep blue high-collared shirt and stood at the very edge of the line. Unlike the others who glanced around with curiosity, this boy's expression was cold, as if the world around him was utterly irrelevant. His features were delicate, his skin fair, and his black hair curled slightly upward. Yet his eyes bore a maturity beyond his years. Naruto stared at him for several moments, but the boy did not even raise an eyelid, as if Naruto were invisible. For some reason, Naruto found himself captivated by him. Hey! Naruto walked up beside him, tilting his head inquisitively. Did you even hear my introduction? The boy seemed oblivious, as if Naruto did not exist. Naruto frowned and leaned forward, raising his voice. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. In the distance, Gento stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene on the training ground, a smile touching his lips. Sasuke and Naruto, the wheels of fate have already begun to turn. Kushina, standing beside Gento, glanced at Naruto's somewhat embarrassed posture and could not help but laugh. She had initially worried that Naruto might be isolated or bullied here as he had been in the village. But now it seemed those fears were unwarranted. Let us go as well. Gento turned and led Kushina toward his office. Upon entering, he immediately closed the door. Kushina looked around and asked, what exactly does the orientation training involve? What should I prepare? Gento did not answer but instead stepped forward and suddenly grasped her wrist. Kushina's body stiffened slightly. She could feel the warmth emanating from his hand, warm and firm. She did not resist. Kushina. She lifted her head to meet his gaze. His black eyes fixed on her, imbued with a fervent and direct intensity. I want to give Naruto a complete family. Kushina's heart skipped a beat. What are you saying? Her voice trembled, and she instinctively wanted to lower her head, but his other hand gently lifted her chin. I said, I want to be Naruto's father. I want to be your husband. Kushina's breath faltered. She had known this day would come sooner or later. Over the years, she had seen and treasured Gento's kindness toward her and Naruto. She could feel the sincerity of his heart. Yet she had been avoiding. Now, there was truly no more running away. I can't. But Gento replied firmly. Why not? Naruto still has to grow up. He needs a father, a complete family. And he paused briefly. I want you. Kushina opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Seeing her like this, Gento gently drew her into his embrace and whispered in her ear. Kushina, accept me. Her body stiffened for a moment before slowly softening. Knowing the moment had arrived, Gento tenderly cupped her face and leaned down to kiss her. MMH, Kushina's muffled voice came from within the kiss. Her hands instinctively pressed against Gento's chest but did not push him away. After a long while, their lips parted. She gasped for breath, cheeks flushed, and scolded. You bastard. Didn't you say you'd give me orientation training? Gento chuckled. Yes, I am a bastard. As he spoke, Gento entwined his arm around Kusunagi's hand, beginning to grow restless. Kusunagi could not suppress a soft moan. Gento's breathing suddenly grew heavy and labored. Without hesitation, he roughly pressed Kusunagi down onto the office desk. Her long hair cascaded about her, her garments slightly disheveled as she lay pinned against the surface. Instantly, she understood what Gento intended next and exclaimed in alarm. Stop, not here. This is the office. Someone might walk by. Gento leaned over her, pausing his movements at her words. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he looked down at Kusunagi. Her clothes askew, cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Then where would you prefer? He asked slyly. With a sudden jolt, Kusunagi sat upright on the desk, hastily straightening her torn collar as she glared at him. Anywhere but here, she declared firmly. Gento sighed with a hint of resignation, rubbing his nose. This little firecracker still has such a fierce spirit. Fine as you wish. Follow me. With practiced ease, Gento led Kusunagi through the corridor to a secluded indoor private hot spring. Upon pushing the door open, a warm mist infused with the fresh scent of herbs and foliage enveloped them. The bath was pristine and elegant, the water crystal clear to the bottom. He locked the door behind them with a casual gesture, turning to place his hand naturally on Kusunagi's waist. She, however, swiftly brushed his hand away, lifting her chin and glaring at him with a pout. Have you been wanting to sleep with me all along? Gento chuckled awkwardly at her accusation. Kusunagi, what are you saying? I, Uchiha Gento, am famously indifferent to women. I merely saw how hard you've been working alone to care for Naruto and thought I'd help you relax. Kusunagi puffed out her cheeks, as if about to retort, but swallowed her words. With a final huff, she turned and disappeared into the changing room. After a moment, she re-emerged. Gento's gaze locked onto her, unable to look away. Kusunagi wore a deep crimson two-piece swimsuit. The top was a halter style, slender straps tied at the nape of her neck, revealing smooth shoulders and the graceful curve of her neck. The fabric stretched taut over her ample chest, outlining breathtaking contours. Her waist was slender and toned, free of any excess flesh, flaring suddenly at the hips. Her legs were long, straight, and firm. She stood there, chin raised, eyes shining with a hint of stubbornness. Swiftly, Gento shed his outerwear, revealing a sculpted torso. Years of training had carved his muscles into smooth, solid lines. Six-pack abs were sharply defined, the mermaid line disappearing beneath his waistband. Kusunagi's eyes involuntarily scanned his abdomen, her cheeks warming slightly, suddenly catching his gaze. She turned away as if scorched, lightly spitting out, "Humph, you lecher." Though her words were sharp, her heartbeat betrayed her, quickening with an unbidden excitement. As a woman, years after Minato's passing, she harbored desires of her own, long suppressed, never fully satisfied. Now, in Gento's presence, those pent-up feelings stirred restlessly. Gento smiled and stepped closer. "Kusunagi, allow me to help ease your physical fatigue. Besides, I just invented a medical ninjutsu for exactly this purpose." With that, he lifted her effortlessly. "Ah!" Kusunagi let out a soft exclamation, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. He carried her into the hot spring pool, the warm water lapping at their waists. Gently setting her down, he positioned her with her back to him, hands resting on the edge of the pool. "Place your hands on the edge, back facing me." Kusunagi turned her head, eyes filled with disbelief. "Humph, I don't believe such medical ninjutsu exists in this world." Yet, blushing, she obediently faced away, hands pressed against the pool's rim. The steamy air swirled around them, her back fully exposed to Gento's view. From the nape of her neck to her waist, her form was sleek and graceful. Her skin was pale and smooth. The swimsuit's back featured a cutout design, two slender straps crossing to reveal a broad expanse of flawless skin. Droplets of water slid slowly down her spine, disappearing beneath the fabric below. Gento swallowed hard, captivated by the alluring sight before him. Composing himself, he swiftly formed hand seals. "Inyo Tsuketsu point," he intoned. E-natured chakra gathered at his fingertips, emitting a faint blue glow. Raising his hand, he pressed his fingertip to a pressure point behind Kusunagi's neck. At the instant of contact, Kusunagi emitted a soft hum. A refreshing current of chakra flowed into her body, spreading along her meridians. Then, at the sight of stimulation, a warmth surged from within, flooding the area with comforting heat. Her eyes widened in surprise. "It really works?" Before she could voice her astonishment, Gento's fingertip moved to another acupoint. This time, her soft call was higher pitched. His fingers danced rapidly along her back, beside the shoulder blades, alongside the spine, above the lumbar dimples. Not a single pressure point was missed. His technique was practiced, the pressure precise. An endless stream of yin chakra infused her points, activating the yang chakra within. Kusunagi felt a growing warmth along her back, radiating through her limbs and bones. Old injuries from training itched faintly, as if being slowly mended. She felt as though immersed in warm water, every muscle unwinding in deep relaxation. After an indeterminate time, Gento finally ceased. Kusunagi was drenched in fragrant sweat, stray strands of hair clinging to her face. Her breathing slightly quickened. Her entire back radiated warmth, yang chakra coursing freely, an unprecedented sensation of ease. She exhaled, believing the ordeal over. Suddenly, Gento spoke. "All right, now for the front." "What?" Kusunagi spun around swiftly, eyes wide as saucers. "The front too? Of course. Every acupoint on the body must be unblocked." "Every single one?" she asked incredulously. Gento chuckled, patting her back with a crisp slap. "Come on, lift yourself up." Blushing, Kusunagi bit her lip but complied. Gento crouched before her, his fingerwork sharp and deliberate. Kusunagi could not help but utter a trembling sound. Gento's grin deepened as he continued to work. Another half-hour passed before he finally stopped. Kusunagi could barely stand, her legs weak beneath her. Gento teased, "Aren't the Uzumaki known for their stamina? Can't hold out that long?" Summoning some unexpected strength, Kusunagi lifted her chin defiantly, glaring at him. "Humph, who said I couldn't hold out?" Gento laughed. "All right then, turn around. There's still the front." Kusunagi's face flushed deeply. "What? The front too?" Without hesitation, Gento gently supported her waist, turning her to face him. She seated herself at the pool's edge, legs submerged in the water. Gento stood before her, so close their breaths mingled. The atmosphere grew charged and delicate. In the swirling steam, Kusunagi's figure was fully revealed. The neckline of her swimsuit parted slightly, exposing a generous curve. Her waist was slender. On her flat abdomen was a heart-shaped mark, the seal left behind by the ninetails. Drawing a deep breath, Gento resumed the acupoint therapy. Half an hour later, Kusunagi slumped weakly at the water's edge, feeling as though her bones had been drained. Gento shook his aching fingers, a triumphant smile on his lips. "How was it, Kusunagi? Did the meridian therapy feel good?" She lifted her eyelids to glance at him, intending to speak but only nodded. Comfortable, she affirmed silently. Having had every acupoint thoroughly unblocked, she felt an unprecedented ease and tranquility flow through her entire being. The yang chakra within his body surged with extreme vitality, flowing turbulently, gradually healing the old concealed wounds left behind. This sensation was utterly marvelous. Genjutsu approached and said, "I have finished serving you. Now it's your turn." Upon hearing this, Kushina, from somewhere unknown, suddenly found the strength to rise. With a splash, water droplets scattered. She firmly pressed Genjutsu down, seating him at the edge of the pool, while she stood before him, looking down upon him with a commanding gaze. "Humph! Who's afraid of whom?" She lifted her chin proudly, her eyes ignited with fighting spirit. "Since you've been bullying me all this time, now you'll see my true strength." With that, she took the initiative to move toward Genjutsu. While Genjutsu was diligently working for the Uchiha clan in the Desire Hot Spring, a high-level meeting was underway in the Hokage's office. Around the rectangular conference table sat the core decision-makers of the Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occupied the seat of honor, smoking a pipe, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. On his immediate left and right were the advisors Mito Monya and Korin Koharu. Danzo Shimura and Aburame Toryun sat slightly farther away. The heads of the prominent clans, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza, were also present. The sole vacancy was the Uchiha's seat, clearly indicating their exclusion from this meeting. The discussion commenced with Mito Monya speaking first. Pushing up his glasses, his face grave, he said, "The number of high-level missions received by the Hidden Leaf has sharply declined, which I believe you are all aware of. All of this is because of the Uchiha. Ever since the Uchiha established that mission hall, they have taken on an extraordinary number of high-level commissions. I don't understand. How is it that the once arrogant Uchiha now commands such esteem from so many employers?" Nara Shikaku, examining the data report in his hands, spoke slowly. "It is a fact that the Uchiha possess formidable combat power. Whenever enemies appear, they can swiftly resolve the situation. Over time, this has naturally cultivated a reputation. Bandits, ronin, and rogue ninjas choose to avoid missions guarded by the Uchiha." He raised his head and continued, "As a result, many important escort missions of A rank and even S rank have naturally fallen into the hands of the Uchiha. Not only have they taken commissions from our Hidden Leaf, but even tasks from other great nations have begun to flow to them. I have heard that the Uchiha now refuse to accept missions rated below B rank, citing a shortage of personnel." Korin Koharu's face darkened upon hearing this. Slamming her fist on the table, she exclaimed fiercely, "This is utterly outrageous." A scornful expression crossed her face. "The Uchiha are earning all the money, while the rest of our clans are left with trivial, low-level missions. What kind of nonsense is this?" The heads of the other clans nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting discontent. It was evident that the rise of the Uchiha was threatening their interests. Who would want to undertake low-ranking, poorly compensated tasks? At this moment, Danzo Shimura spoke slowly. "The Uchiha's power has developed too rapidly. Recently, they have even established a ninja academy within their clan. From what I understand, many Uchiha who were enrolled in the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy have dropped out to attend their own school. Those Uchiha shamelessly claim that the Hidden Leaf's academy is rubbish and that they intend to cultivate superior ninjas themselves." Danzo's voice was laced with unmistakable coldness. "Now, the Uchiha, relying on that mission hall, have no shortage of funds. With their own ninja academy, their strength will expand even more rapidly. Once they produce more ninjas, they will take more commissions and earn even more money, creating a vicious cycle." The faces of the other clan leaders changed dramatically upon hearing this. They understood all too well what this implied. The Uchiha were forming a closed loop, earning money, nurturing talent, earning more money, and nurturing more talent. Over time, the gap between the clans would only widen. Danzo continued, "Moreover, I have discovered that the Uchiha clan leader has been frequently contacting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew heavy. Danzo enunciated each word carefully. "If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Once the Uchiha's power becomes sufficiently formidable, the Hidden Leaf will no longer be able to suppress them. We must devise a plan in advance to curb their growth." Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated for a moment before tentatively speaking, "But isn't the Uchiha's power also the Hidden Leaf's power? They contributed during the Nine-Tails rampage. Perhaps we should try negotiating with the Uchiha? Maybe some balance could be achieved?" Danzo shot him a sharp glare. "The Uchiha are greedy. Once their strength is adequate, they will inevitably stage a coup. There is no room for compromise. We must strike hard." He then turned to the ever-silent Sarutobi and said, "The Uchiha's rise is entirely due to the current clan leader, Uchiha Genjutsu. This man is ambitious and capable. The progress of the Uchiha in recent years has all been driven by him. Why not seize this opportunity to arrest him under the pretext of his contact with the Jinchuriki? He paused, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. Then find a way to eliminate the remaining Uchiha. Those present felt a chill run through their hearts at these words. Were they preparing to take action against the Uchiha? The room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. The long silent Sarutobi slowly inhaled from his pipe. His expression remained obscured by smoke. After a long moment, he exhaled and nodded at Danzo. Very well. I entrust this matter to you. But do not be too heavy-handed, lest you provoke the Uchiha into outright rebellion. Elsewhere, the roaring water in the hot spring finally stilled. Genjutsu leaned against the edge of the pool, gasping heavily. He was inwardly astonished. Kushina, true to her status as a Jinchuriki, possessed endurance several times greater than that of Izuki, even when the curse seal was activated. Despite his prior preparations, having used healing acupuncture to drain some of her strength, Kushina's stamina remained inexhaustible. He had to repeatedly use Tokizumori's rewind just to barely hold on. Without the advantage of ocular jutsu, he feared he would have to surrender here today. On the other side, Kushina collapsed weakly in his arms, her face flushed with a satisfied blush. The emotions she had suppressed for years were fully unleashed today. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever felt such fulfillment. She lifted her head and looked at Genjutsu with a burning gaze. This man was truly formidable. Feeling her gaze, Genjutsu felt a twinge of regret. The system had not yet issued a pregnancy notification. It seemed he would have to continue his efforts in the coming days. He must strive to obtain the many children, many blessings reward. Just then, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the female ninja on completing dual cultivation. Assessing the aptitude of the cultivation partner. Assessment complete. Cultivation partner, Kushina Uzumaki. Overall rating, S rank. Companion number 5, Kushina Uzumaki. Aptitude rating S. You may claim, S rank family treasure chest X1. Without hesitation, he chose to claim it. Ding! S rank family treasure chest claimed successfully. Would you like to open it? Open. Treasure chest opening, rewards being delivered. Reward 1. Nara Clan Shadow Secret Technique. Description. The Nara clan excels at utilizing shadows for attack and control by infusing chakra into shadows to alter their form, thereby achieving effects such as binding, cutting, or synchronizing actions with the enemy. Shadow techniques require exceptional intelligence and tactical acumen to unleash their full power. These secrets are only passed down among the core members of the Nara clan, making them extremely valuable. Immediately, a vast array of knowledge and ninjutsu flooded his mind. Shadow mimic technique. Connect one's own shadow with the target's shadow, forcibly compelling the target to perform the same actions as the caster. Shadow strangulation technique. An advanced form of shadow imitation technique. It employs shadows to directly grasp the opponent's neck or to form tendrils for binding and strangulation, exhibiting a far more aggressive nature. Shadow stitch. Materializes shadows into black, needle-like or pillar-shaped forms that surge from the ground to pierce enemies. It can also be utilized for restraint. Shadow aggregation. Gathers multiple shadows together to expand the control range, enabling the simultaneous capture of multiple foes. Shadow manipulation technique. Controls others by manipulating their shadows, indirectly governing their actions. This method is subtler than direct connection. Shadow tentacles. Extends multiple tentacles from shadows, possessing exceptional flexibility and capable of performing a variety of tasks. Each technique comes with detailed application methods and practical combat skills. Schwando was organizing the shadow secret arts swirling in his mind, feeling somewhat disappointed. It was not the coveted Akimichi clan's multi-size technique he had been longing for. However, the Nara clan's shadow secret arts were still quite practical. Mastery over control, binding, and assassination, proficiencies in all these areas, was certainly not something to disdain. Moreover, the shadow tentacles seemed particularly intriguing. Reward 2. Random Ninja Tool Creation Card. Description. According to the user's needs, randomly creates a brand new S-rank ninja tool not found in the ninja world. This tool will possess unique abilities and is exclusively usable by its host. Without hesitation, Schwando chose to use it immediately. Ding! Initiating random ninja tool creation. Creation successful. No sooner had the words fallen than 5 iron rings, each about the size of a ring, suddenly appeared in Schwando's hand. The iron rings were silver gray, just large enough to slip onto fingers. The material was very light but felt chilling to the touch, faintly pulsating with chakra within. Intricate runes were inscribed on the surface of all 5 rings, faintly shimmering under the light. Schwando slipped them onto his fingers, 1 ring on each of his 5 digits. Instantly, Information about the ninja tool surfaced in his mind. Ninja tool. 5 binding shadow rings. Description. A special ninja tool forged from chakra-infused metal, consisting of 5 iron rings that can freely expand or contract in size. When used, the 5 rings lock the enemy's 4 limbs and neck respectively, achieving complete sealing of the opponent. While sealed, the caster can manipulate the enemy at will. Although the enemy retains consciousness, sight, hearing, and thought, they are utterly incapable of resistance and must comply with the caster's commands. Staring at the 5 iron rings on his hand, Schwando's eyes sparkled ever brighter. At will, these 4 words immediately conjured countless potential applications in his mind. This ninja tool was truly a treasure. Inside the Desire hot spring, Schwando leaned against the edge of the pool, holding Kushina close in his arms. Kushina's eyes were closed, her cheek resting against his chest, her crimson hair wet and floating gently on the water's surface, undulating softly with the ripples. Her breathing gradually steadied, and a lingering blush remained faintly on her face. After quite some time, she regained her composure, opening her eyes and lightly punching Schwando's chest. "You bastard. All you do is bully me." The blow was soft and feeble, more a display of affection than an actual strike. Schwando smiled and grasped her hand. "That's only because you're too tempting." Kushina's face flushed scarlet as she turned her head away. "Humph, you smooth talker." The two remained quietly close for a while, the warm spring water enveloping their bodies. Suddenly, Schwando spoke. "Kushina. You and Naruto should move to live in the Uchiha clan territory." Kushina was momentarily stunned, then lifted her head to look at him. Schwando met her gaze earnestly. "I've recently found a property close to the school, so Naruto's commute will be convenient. You won't have to run back and forth every day either." Kushina opened her mouth, wanting to say something but faltered. The feeling of being cared for and having everything arranged for her made her nose tingle with emotion. Schwando reached out to cradle her chin, turning her face to meet his eyes. "I'm pursuing you." Kushina's face reddened further as she swatted his hand away. "I don't want you to pursue me." She paused, then whispered softly. "And how big is the house?" Schwando chuckled. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, enough for you and Naruto to live in. There's also a patch of yard where you can plant flowers and greenery." Kushina's eyes brightened slightly. She had always wanted a house with a yard to cultivate plants. "Then how much is the rent?" Schwando pinched her cheek gently. "No charge." Kushina glared at him. "No charge? Do you take me for that kind of woman?" Schwando laughed. "Giving a home to the woman you love, that's only natural." Kushina was momentarily speechless, opening her mouth but finding no words. Schwando looked at her expression, then lowered his head to kiss her on the forehead. "It's settled then. We start moving tomorrow." Kushina nodded softly, cheeks flushed. They lingered in the hot spring a little longer before rising and leaving. After changing into clean clothes, they stepped out of the Desire hot spring. Evening. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the dismissal bell had just rung, and a group of children chattered noisily as they poured out of the classroom building. Kushina stood at the gate, scanning the crowd for Naruto's figure. "Mom!" Naruto's voice came from within the crowd. He was carrying a small backpack, running over with a radiant smile on his face. Kushina crouched down and reached out to ruffle his hair. "How was school today?" "It was so much fun." Naruto's eyes sparkled brightly. "The teacher taught us about ninja tools. Then we went to the playground and played. I climbed the monkey bars faster than anyone." He lifted his little face proudly. "The teacher even praised my stamina." Kushina couldn't help but laugh. "Is that so? Naruto, you're amazing." Naruto nodded vigorously, then continued. "I also made new friends. There's a boy named Uchiha Gento who said he'd play with me tomorrow, and a girl named Uchiha Reiko. She gave me a candy." Listening to this, the stone in Kushina's heart slowly melted away. Hesitating briefly, she asked, "Did anyone bully you?" Naruto shook his head. "No, everyone's really nice." He paused, then pouted. "Except that Uchiha Sasuke, he always has a cold face. I told him to play with me, but he didn't even look at me." "Humph." Kushina was stunned. She hadn't expected Naruto to be in the same class as Makoto's child. She couldn't help but smile. "He probably just has that kind of personality. He'll warm up once he gets to know you." Naruto nodded, then seemed to remember something. "Mom, can I come to this school again tomorrow?" "Of course." "That's great." Kushina smiled, about to reply further, when a gentle voice came from nearby. "Sasuke, over here." She turned toward the voice and saw a boy standing not far off. The boy was about 12 or 13 years old, with short black hair and delicate features, dressed in the Uchiha clan's deep blue high-collared jacket. Most striking were his eyes, black and profound, radiating a maturity beyond his years. It was Uchiha Itachi. Beside him stood a smaller boy, only about 5 years old, with short black hair and exquisite features, a hint of pride on his little face. Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke's previously cold expression immediately brightened into a smile as he ran over and threw himself into his brother's arms. Big brother. Itachi gently tapped his forehead and smiled faintly. Have you been good today? Yes. Sasuke nodded vigorously, then lifted his little face, eyes shining as he looked at Itachi. Big brother, teach me how to throw shuriken. Teach me ninjutsu. Itachi smiled. When you're a bit older, I'll teach you. I don't want to wait. I want to learn now. Sasuke tugged at Itachi's sleeve, his little face full of reluctance. Kushina watched the scene and couldn't help but smile. She stepped forward and greeted Itachi. You must be Makoto's child, right? Itachi turned and, seeing Kushina, was slightly taken aback before politely nodding. Aunt Kushina, greetings. I am Itachi Uchiha. Kushina regarded him with a tinge of nostalgia in her eyes. It has been quite some time since we last met, and in the blink of an eye, you have grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you were only this high. She gestured roughly to the height of her waist. Itachi smiled faintly. Kushina lowered her gaze towards Sasuke. This must be Sasuke, right? Such an adorable child. Sasuke looked up at her briefly. Who are you? Kushina smiled warmly. I am a friend of your mother's, and also Naruto's mother. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then glanced toward Naruto standing nearby. Naruto waved at him. Sasuke, let us play together tomorrow. Sasuke snorted and turned his face away. Who wants to play with you? Though he spoke coldly, his eyes secretly glanced at Naruto. Kushina watched the two children with a smile, then took Naruto's hand and departed. The following day, Gento indeed purchased the house they had previously viewed. He had originally contemplated inviting Kushina and Naruto to move into his own home. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his house already accommodated Yakura and Azuki. Kurenai also frequented his home. If Kushina were to be brought together with them, especially Kurenai and Kushina, encountering each other at inconvenient moments would likely cause an uproar. The mere thought of that scene gave Gento a headache. It was best to let Kushina live independently for the time being. Consequently, a detached small residence not far from the school was acquired. Regarding the move, Gento dispatched several members of the Uchiha Umbu to assist. They handled moving belongings, cleaning, and arranging furniture, sparing Kushina any labor. Standing in the courtyard, Kushina felt somewhat embarrassed watching the comings and goings. This is really too much trouble for all of you. A young Uchiha smiled and waved his hand. Teacher Kushina, please do not be so polite. The clan leader instructed us to ensure you are well settled. If you feel uneasy, you can repay us by taking good care of our children at school. Another clan member chimed in, yes, we heard you will be a teacher. Our boy is quite lively. He will need your extra attention in the future. Kushina felt a warm glow in her heart and smiled. Rest assured, I will teach them diligently. The new home was indeed lovely. 3 bedrooms, spacious and bright. The living room was large enough for Naruto to run about freely. The kitchen was immaculate, with a new stove, sink, and cabinets. What delighted Kushina most was the small courtyard. Not large, but sufficient. She had already planned to plant a row of flowers against the wall. Roses, morning glories, any would do. In the center, she would cultivate some vegetables. Naruto loved tomatoes, so she could plant several. In the corner, she could set up a trellis for cucumbers. Standing in the yard, gazing at the small patch of earth, an indescribable sense of anticipation welled within her. This would be her and Naruto's home from now on. A few days later, the new house was nearly ready. The furniture was neatly arranged, curtains hung, and pots and pans put in place. Kushina stood in the bedroom, looking at the made bed and nodded with satisfaction. Phew, just a little more to move and we'll be done. She stretched and was about to turn to tidy another room when suddenly, someone embraced her from behind. Ah! Kushina exclaimed, falling back onto the bed. Gento pressed down atop her, his face close to her ear, whispering, Did you miss me? Blushing, Kushina struggled. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Gento chuckled. Kushina, have another baby for Naruto. Kushina shot him a glare. You make it sound so easy. Having a child is not that simple. Bending down, Gento kissed her cheek. It's all right. I'll be right behind you, working hard with you. As he spoke, his hand naturally grasped Kushina's wrist. Naruto would be finishing school soon. I still have to pick him up. Kushina was about to say something when her lips were suddenly sealed. An hour later, Kushina sat up on the bed, gathering her tousled red hair, a lingering blush on her face. She glared at Gento. You bastard, you only know how to bully me. Gento lay back with his hands behind his head, smiling brightly at her. I senti this just because I care about you being tired from moving, helping you relax. Kushina spat. Don't give me that. She got up and began dressing. Gento was about to speak when a system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, your partner has successfully conceived. Please protect your partner during pregnancy. Upon successful birth, generous rewards can be claimed. Gento paused. Then his face broke into a radiant smile. Finally, we hit the mark. And there are rewards after the child is born. For the coming period, I must take good care of Kushina. Noticing his change in demeanor, Kushina turned to him. What's wrong? Gento looked at her, his smile exceptionally bright. Nothing. I just thought of something delightful. He rose and stood behind Kushina, embracing her from behind, his hand gently resting on her belly. From now on, I must work even harder. Kushina blushed deeply and brushed his hand away. What nonsense are you talking about? Get up quickly. Naruto is already out of school. As she spoke, she began tidying her clothes. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The front door opened. I'm home. Naruto's voice came from the entrance. Kushina and Gento exchanged a glance and hurried to clean up the chaotic scene. Kushina adjusted her hair in the mirror, ensuring no flaws were visible, then swiftly stepped out of the bedroom. Gento followed, closing the door behind them. By the time Naruto had changed his shoes, he saw them both emerge from the house. Naruto, why did you come home by yourself? Kushina's expression was somewhat awkward. After all, only minutes ago, Gento had been holding her in bed. Oh, the new home is close to school. I can come back by myself. Naruto lifted his small face. Mother, you don't have to pick me up after school anymore. He approached Kushina, tilting his head. Mother, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Kushina quickly waved her hand. No, it's probably just a bit warm from moving. She fanned herself, trying to convince him she was genuinely hot. Naruto looked at her skeptically but was soon distracted by something else. He turned to Gento, his eyes sparkling. Uncle Gento, you're here too. I want to eat Ichiraka ramen. Gento smiled and ruffled his hair. All right, I'll take you there. He looked at Kushina. Shall we go together? Kushina nodded, straightened her collar, and followed the two out the door. Ichiraku ramen. The hand-pulled noodle master squinted and smiled upon seeing the trio enter. Yo, Naruto's back again. Naruto climbed onto a bar stool, eagerly shouting. Master, I want a large bowl of miso ramen. Coming right up. The master responded cheerfully and began preparing the order. Gento and Kushina sat on either side of Naruto. The rich aroma of the broth filled the shop. Soon, 3 steaming bowls of ramen were set on the table. Naruto clasped his hands together. I'll start now. Then he buried his face in the bowl, the slurping sounds particularly loud. Kushina watched her son devour his meal and couldn't help but smile. Gento took a bite of his noodles and looked at the master. Boss, how is business lately? The master smiled. Not bad, thanks to Naruto's frequent patronage. Naruto looked up, soup dribbling at the corner of his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Master's ramen is the best. Typing by hand, he was amused and wiped his hands with a towel. Haha. Naruto, eat more slowly. By the time they finished their noodles, dusk had already fallen. The 3 of them stepped out of the shop, greeted by the cool night breeze. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Gento halted. You 2 head back first. I need to stop by the office. Kushina nodded in agreement. Naruto waved at him. See you tomorrow, Uncle Gento. Gento smiled and waved back before turning toward the mission hall. He intended to check whether Fugaku was working overtime tonight. After all, recently, there had been fewer contacts with Mikoto. If Fugaku had to work late tonight. Pushing open the office door, Gento skillfully switched on the light and sat behind his desk. Just as he was about to check on Fugaku next door, the door suddenly burst open. Gento! It's bad. Kushina Uzumaki rushed in, her face full of anxiety. Gento's expression darkened as he stood promptly. Kushina? What happened? She hurried forward and grasped his arm tightly. My father. My father has gone missing during a mission. A chill gripped Gento's heart. Kushina Uzumaki. During the Ninetales incident, thanks to his prior intervention, Kushina had survived instead of perishing as in the original story. She had been living well all these years, dedicating herself to guiding the younger ninjas in the village. How could something suddenly go wrong? Calm down. Tell me exactly what happened. The village has been short-staffed lately. Father was sent on a mission to the Hidden Rain Village to gather intelligence. Gento frowned at this news. The Hidden Rain Village was currently a hotbed of turmoil. The salamander Hanzo and the Akatsuki were locked in fierce conflict, clashing incessantly. Undertaking a mission there now was fraught with peril. SNT Kushina's father supposed to be mentoring ninjas within the village? How did he end up on an external mission? Biting her lip, Kushina replied. The 3rd Hokage said the Umbu didn't have enough personnel, so some ninjas were temporarily reassigned. Father was one of them. Gento's gaze darkened. Short-staffed? Most of Konoha's major missions had been taken over by the Uchiha. Was Konoha still lacking manpower? He pressed on. What exactly happened? Did the mission fail? Kushina shook her head. The mission was completed, and the intelligence was brought back. But only one of the 5-person squad returned alive. The survivor said that as they were preparing to withdraw, they were suddenly ambushed. The attacker wore a black robe adorned with red clouds and had a very peculiar ability, manipulating paper, transforming it into various weapons. My father and the others were all captured by that person. Gento's heart jolted. Black robes with red clouds, paper manipulation. These two traits combined brought a single name instantly to his mind. Conan. Kushina continued. I couldn't find you at your home, so I came here looking for you. Gento looked at her gravely and inquired. What did the third Hokage say? Is he planning to send someone to rescue them? Biting her lip, tears finally spilled down Kushina's cheeks. The third Hokage said manpower is tight right now, and since the mission was accomplished and the intelligence retrieved, he doesn't intend to send anyone to rescue my father and the others. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to Gento. Gento, please, I beg you. Save my father. I'm willing to do anything you ask if you can rescue him. Seeing her like this, Gento's heart softened. He reached out to wipe away her tears and took her hand, heading toward the door. Don't worry, I'll help you. We're going to the land of rain to rescue Senior Kushina. Startled for a moment by his sudden pull, Kushina then nodded resolutely. The two quickly exited the mission hall, disappearing into the night. Along the way, Gento touched the already copied Mangekyo Sharingan replication card of Betsutenjin in his pocket. Perfect. If they encountered Conan during the rescue of Kushina, he would use Betsutenjin to subdue her. Land of Rain. After 2 days and 2 nights of travel, Gento and Kushina finally arrived in this land perpetually soaked by rain. The sky was overcast, and fine, endless drizzle fell softly. The distant mountains were shrouded in the rain's veil, hazy and indistinct. The air was thick with moisture, and the earth beneath their feet was saturated and soft to tread upon. Gento halted and turned to Kushina. From here on, we're officially entering the land of rain. Enemies could appear at any moment. You should hide in the Yomi space first. I'll move alone, it'll be easier that way. Aware that her strength would only be a hindrance, Kushina obediently nodded. Gento waved his hand, drawing her into the Yomi space. Standing alone in the rain, he began to contemplate his next move. Currently, the land of rain was ruled by Salamander Hanzo. The Akatsuki still lurked in the shadows, gathering strength and awaiting their moment. Finding them would not be easy. He didn't even know where their base was, let alone how to rescue Kushina and the others. But he was certain. If the Akatsuki planned a coup, they would need to monitor Hanzo's movements. They must have planted spies near the hidden rain village to keep an eye on him. Locate the Watcher, and the trail would lead to the Akatsuki's base. Without hesitation, Gento's figure melted into the shadows, stealthily approaching the hidden rain village. Near the central building of the hidden rain village, Gento crouched in the shadow of a quiet alley for most of the day. Rainwater dripped from the eaves, forming a curtain of water before him. His gaze remained fixed on the passers-by in the street, scrutinizing every suspicious figure. At last, as evening fell, his eyes settled on a man. A middle-aged individual wearing an ordinary gray raincoat and a conical hat obscuring his face. He had set up a small stall at the street corner, selling cheap rain gear and sundries, appearing as unremarkable as any common vendor. Yet Gento noticed several details. First, the vendor's location was impeccable. His stall commanded a view of both entrances to the central building, while he himself remained concealed in the shadow of the corner, difficult to detect. Second, throughout the entire afternoon he had barely made any sales. When people inquired about prices, he responded indifferently, hardly like a genuine merchant. More like someone whose mind was elsewhere. Having identified his target, Gento did not act immediately. It was still daylight, and a premature move might alert the entire hidden rain village. He waited patiently. Night fell. The rain continued unabated, and the darkness and downpour provided Gento with perfect cover. His figure slipped through the shadows, silently closing in on the vendor's position. The vendor, having closed his stall, bowed his head and walked deeper into the alley, seeking a place to spend the night. His pace was steady, unhurried, utterly unaware of the danger behind him. At the moment the man turned into a secluded alley, Gento unleashed his mind transfer technique. His spiritual energy precisely penetrated the target's body. The vendor's figure stiffened abruptly. Gento sensed a strong mental resistance and inwardly rejoiced. Such resistance was far beyond that of an ordinary person. This man was undoubtedly a ninja. Under Gento's control, the vendor turned stiffly and began walking deeper into the alley. Upon reaching Gento's presence, Gento immediately released the mind transfer technique. The vendor's eyes cleared, and he opened his mouth to shout. "In release! Mind distortion door!" Gento's Sharingan whirled rapidly, and an illusion instantly invaded the man's consciousness. The vendor's eyes glazed over once more. Once his will was thoroughly broken, Gento seamlessly followed up with a third ninjutsu, mind-reading technique. Pressing his hand upon the vendor's head, a flood of memories surged into Gento's mind. This man was named Susuke, a native of the Land of Rain. Orphaned in childhood, he was later adopted by the Akatsuki organization. He was a peripheral member of the organization, tasked with surveilling Hanzo's movements and relaying intelligence to the group at regular intervals each day. Gento swiftly skimmed through these memories, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. As expected, his suspicions were confirmed. Having fully extracted Sosuke's memories, Gento unhesitatingly snapped his neck. The corpse was cast into the Yomi realm, thoroughly and meticulously disposed of. Next, Gento formed hand seals with both hands and employed the transformation technique to assume Sosuke's appearance. On the rain-soaked streets, Gento briskly advanced. According to Sosuke's memories, the Akatsuki's base was concealed within the rain-hidden village, right under Hanzo's very nose. Indeed, the most perilous place was often the safest haven. Arriving before a towering edifice, Gento halted. The exterior resembled an ordinary warehouse, its rust-streaked iron doors firmly shut. He approached the side wall and swiftly formed seals in the sequence recalled from memory. The wall slowly parted, revealing a passage descending underground. Gento slipped inside as the wall gradually closed behind him. The corridor was dimly lit, with faint yellow lamps embedded in the walls at intervals. Following the steps downward, his footsteps echoed in the narrow space. At the passage's end, two ninjas clad in black robes barred his way. Password, one demanded coldly. Gento's expression remained impassive. Steamed mountain pepper fish. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Yet one still scrutinized Gento with suspicion. Sosuke, if you weren't monitoring Hanzo, why have you suddenly returned? Gento's face hardened, his tone stern. I have uncovered vital intelligence concerning Hanzo that must be reported to Lady Angel immediately. This information is critical. It may enable us to overthrow Hanzo's reign in one fell swoop. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he fixed it upon them. Do not waste any more of my time. Where is Lady Angel now? I must report to her without delay. If we jeopardize the organization's grand plans, can either of you bear the consequences? Their faces paled, and they hastened to make way. Lady Angel is interrogating a captured Konoha spy in the cell at the end of the third underground level. Sosuke, you should proceed quickly. Gento's heart stirred, but his countenance remained calm as he nodded and strode past them. Descending to the third underground level, the air grew increasingly damp and chill. From the cells lining the passage came muffled groans and agonized screams. Gento pressed onward without pause. Finally, he halted before a cell at the corridor's terminus. The chamber was small, bounded by stone walls, with a solitary dim lamp hanging overhead. For stout wooden posts stood at the center, each bound with a captive Konoha ninja. Two had bowed their heads. Whether unconscious or deceased was unclear. The other two remained conscious but looked listless and battered. Among them was Hokage Yuhi. Seeing him alive, Gento breathed a quiet sigh of relief. In front of Yuhi stood a figure, a woman clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Though the garment was loose, it failed to conceal her graceful curves beneath. A purple cord cinched her slender waist. Her long, pale bluish-purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends adorned with a delicate lavender paper flower. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her skin as pale as snow, features finely sculpted. Her light orange eyes coldly gazed at the Konoha captives bound to the posts, her expression indifferent and devoid of warmth. It was Konan. As Gento approached, Konan immediately sensed the movement behind her. She turned, her gaze settling on Sosuke, a faint frown creasing her brow. Sosuke, weren't you on a mission outside? Why have you returned so suddenly? Suppressing the turmoil within, Gento briskly advanced toward her, respectfully bowing his head. Reporting to Lady Angel. I have discovered crucial intelligence regarding Hanzo and must report directly to you. As he spoke, he subtly closed the distance between them. Just a little closer, and he could seize her with the heavenly control technique. Then, no matter what command he issued, she would be powerless but to obey. Konan nodded slightly. What intelligence? Gento was about to speak when she suddenly raised her right hand and swept it fiercely toward him. Countless paper fragments shot forth from her sleeve like a torrential downpour, enveloping Gento. He had been detected. His pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively tumbled aside. Boom! 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 Explosive tags hidden among the paper detonated, flames blossoming within the cramped cell. Debris scattered, dust billowed. Gento narrowly evaded the onslaught, but the very spot where he had stood was now blanketed with countless razor-sharp paper shards. The stone walls were embedded with paper fragments, riddled with cracks. The explosions echoed through the corridor, rousing the entire base. What's going on? Where did the explosions come from? Enemy attack. Someone's assaulting Lady Angel. Urgent footsteps echoed from all directions. Gento's expression darkened. Rising from the dust, he fixed his gaze on Konan. How did you discover me? She offered no reply. Forming hand seals swiftly, she vanished in a blur. When the dust settled, 4 identical copies of Konan stood in her place. Gento's eyes sharpened. There was no time to hesitate. He had to subdue her before reinforcements arrived. In release. Mind distortion door. His Sharingan spun rapidly as he unleashed Genjutsu energy at one Konan. That Konan instantly dissolved into a flurry of paper fragments, scattering away. A paper clone. Simultaneously, the other 3 raised their hands, unleashing a barrage of paper shurikens toward Gento, nearly sealing off all avenues of evasion. With a forceful push from his legs, Gento lunged toward Konan. Just as the paper shurikens were about to strike, Susanoo, a colossal yellow giant, instantly enveloped him. Gento had activated the second stage of Susanoo. The paper shurikens struck the Susanoo's form but were deflected, scattering on the ground. Gento's momentum remained undiminished. The yellow giant thrust its hands forward, clenching tightly and trapping 2 of the Konan clones within its grasp. Yomitsutsu. The giant and the 2 Konan clones vanished instantly. Gento's thought was simple. Since Konan lacked spatial ninjutsu, he would imprison her in the Yomi realm. If even one of those 2 was the true Konan, she would be utterly at his mercy. Inside the Yomi realm, Gento looked down to see the 2 Konan clones dissolve into paper fragments, gently drifting down. More paper clones. Outside, the remaining Konan's eyes flickered with surprise as Gento disappeared, but she reacted swiftly, turning to pounce upon the 4 bound Konoha ninjas, intent on rescuing her comrades. Her voice was icy. Then let you Konoha's great hidden village shinobi taste the agony of losing comrades as well. Just as she was about to reach Yuhi, the space behind her rippled suddenly. Gento materialized out of thin air. Got your true form. His right hand whipped forward. 5 iron rings on his fingers soaring through the air, rapidly expanding as they flew to encircle Konan's limbs and neck. The 5 binding in rings. Caught off guard, Konan was too slow to evade. The 5 rings precisely encircled her neck and limbs before snapping tight. Ugh! Konan emitted a muffled grunt, losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to rise but found the rings tightening with every movement, locking her joints immovably. What cursed thing is this? She lifted her head, and for the first time, a flicker of panic marred her otherwise serene countenance. While Genju and Konan were locked in fierce combat, the hidden leaf village lay shrouded in the depths of night. The moonlight was veiled by drifting clouds, enveloping the entire village in profound darkness. From the Hokage's office window emanated a dim, yellowish glow, strikingly conspicuous in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Danzo entered, leaning heavily on his cane, with no one trailing behind him. The 4th Hokage sat behind his desk, clutching a smoking pipe, several documents spread out before him. Hearing the disturbance, he lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes upon Danzo, his brow furrowing slightly. So late at night, what brings you here? His voice bore a hint of wariness. Danzo did not answer immediately. He proceeded to the chair opposite the 4th Hokage, pulled it out and sat down slowly, resting his cane against the edge of the desk. How are things progressing regarding the Uchiha matter? The 4th Hokage inhaled from his pipe, the smoke rising slowly in the lamplight. You have already mentioned this. Uchiha Genju's close association with the Jinchuriki is well remembered. Danzo shook his head, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It is more than that. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. Recently, Uchiha Genju purchased a residence for Kushina, allowing her to move in with her child, and arranged for Naruto Uzumaki to enroll in the Uchiha Ninja Academy. That house is conveniently close to the Uchiha Academy. The 4th Hokage's eyes shifted subtly. He suddenly recalled the day Kushina was discharged from the hospital, when he told her that all of Minato's assets would be dedicated to the village's reconstruction, and the fierce words and cold gaze Genju had displayed then. There is something amiss with Uchiha Genju's actions. Observing the change in the 4th Hokage's expression, Danzo continued. Indeed, I suspect that Uchiha Genju's feelings for Kushina have long surpassed the bounds of mere friendship. The 4th Hokage was silent for a moment, lowering his pipe. Even so, what does this have to do with dealing with the Uchiha? Danzo leaned forward again, his voice dropping lower. I had originally planned to summon Genju under the pretense of a meeting and seize control of him during the assembly. But he paused. He is formidable. Such a move would be too risky. I cannot be absolutely certain of success. So I devised an alternative approach. Rather than confronting Genju directly, why not control the Jinchuriki? The 4th Hokage's gaze sharpened, locking onto Danzo. You mean, precisely. Danzo nodded slowly. You summon Kushina. If you speak to her, she is very likely to come. Once she arrives and lets down her guard, we seize the opportunity to subdue her with a sealing technique, then use her as leverage against Uchiha Genju. If our suspicions are correct, he will not stand idly by while the Jinchuriki is endangered. The fourth Hokage remained silent, returning the pipe to his lips and taking a deep inhalation. After a long pause, he spoke. What if Genju disregards Kushina's life and well-being? A ruthless glint surfaced on Danzo's face. Then we must forcibly accuse him of conspiring against the Jinchuriki and apprehend him by force. He paused, emphasizing his words. Hokage, no more hesitation. The Uchiha faction grows stronger by the day. They have seized missions, established their own academy, and now even the Jinchuriki is slipping into their grasp. If we wait any longer, the hidden leaf will truly lose control over them. Silence engulfed the office. After a lengthy moment, the fourth Hokage turned slowly to Danzo and nodded. Very well. Proceed as you have advised. Within the Akatsuki base, Genju loomed over the restrained Konan, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Now she was utterly at his mercy. Turn over. His voice was calm yet commanding. Konan, who had been lying prone on the ground, tensed briefly before involuntarily rolling onto her back. She lay supine upon the cold floor, limbs splayed in a cruciform, utterly immobilized. Her pale orange eyes blazed with fury and humiliation, fixed intently on Genju. Genju crouched down, scrutinizing her exquisite face from close range. Despite her current disheveled state, her beauty was breathtakingly poignant. Those tightly pressed lips, that stubborn gaze, the faint rise and fall of her chest. He must seize this chance to subjugate her with the Betsu Tenjin. He withdrew his gaze and swiftly retrieved a Mangekyo Sharingan replication card from his bosom, preparing to place it before Konan. At that moment, an abrupt anomaly occurred. The Konan who had been tightly bound by the 5 seals suddenly dissolved into a flurry of white paper. The sheets scattered like snowflakes, blanketing the entire floor of the cell. Genju's expression darkened immediately. Paper clones again. I never imagined that none of the 4 Konans were the real one. He had originally hoped to add another woman to his collection today. As footsteps drew nearer outside, Genju realized he could no longer linger. He was unafraid of the minor intruders. With his current strength, he could annihilate them all. His true concern was Nagato and the masked Uchiha Obito behind Akatsuki, Rinnegan, and Kamui. At present, he was utterly powerless against those two. Even with the replicated Betsu Tenjin in hand, he feared it would be ineffective against such superior Rinnegan powers. With his system, he could afford to develop further. There was no need to risk everything now. He must retreat. Genju spun around and dashed to the 4 hidden leaf shinobi bound to pillars. With a wave of his hands, he swallowed them all into the Yomi space. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from somewhere. You are surrounded. There is no escape. The voice echoed throughout the cell, yet Konan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Her hiding place was unknown. Genju smiled. That remains to be seen. No sooner had he spoken than his form twisted in the spatial distortion, dissipating completely. Immediately afterward, a large contingent of Akatsuki shinobi stormed into the cell. Lady Konan! Lady Konan! Where are you? They searched everywhere but found only a chaotic scene littered with scattered paper fragments. Soon, a figure emerged slowly from the far end of the corridor. Konan's true body materialized. She wore the black cloak adorned with red clouds, her expression cold and distant, her gaze fixed contemplatively upon the spot where Genju had vanished. Lady Konan, are you unharmed? What of the intruder? Konan shook her head silently. She turned and proceeded deeper underground. At the lowest subterranean level, a massive iron door creaked open slowly. In the dim chamber's center stood a colossal outer path statue, grotesque and menacing. Beneath the statue, a gaunt red-haired man reclined against specialized apparatus, black tubes protruding from his back. It was Nagato, his eye sockets sunken, his complexion pale, yet those Rinnegan eyes still radiated an intimidating aura. Konan entered and stood beside him. Well, have you uncovered the enemy's true nature? Konan nodded and recounted the recent battle in detail. When she mentioned the adversary's escape via spatial ninjutsu, the air beside Nagato suddenly warped. A figure wearing a swirling patterned mask appeared out of nowhere. The masked man's voice was thick with astonishment. What? They also possess spatial ninjutsu? Could it be Kamui? Konan regarded this mysterious man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, with calm composure. Yes. However, their speed entering the space is considerably slower than yours. Upon hearing this, the masked man exhaled silently in relief. Good. It is not Kamui. Konan continued. According to intelligence, this individual should be the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Genju. The masked man's eyes darkened abruptly. Uchiha. He murmured the name with suppressed hatred. Humph. Sooner or later, I shall return to my clan and pay a proper visit to those kinsmen. Konan refrained from pressing further. She did not comprehend why Madara Uchiha harbored such profound hatred toward his own people. Moreover, it was not a matter that occupied her mind at this moment. She continued, besides, he was holding a card at the end, seemingly intending to do something to me. Unfortunately, my paper clone could not hold out any longer, and I failed to discern the purpose of that card. Nagato suddenly spoke up. My Rain Tiger Freedom technique has spotted them again. Both turned their gaze toward him. Nagato spoke slowly, that Uchiha Gento has reappeared on the outskirts of the village. It seems his space ninjutsu has a limited range and cannot transfer him too far in a single move. The masked man nodded. Understood. For now, let us set aside the matter of the Uchiha. The most pressing issue is to overthrow Hanzo's rule. During this time, Nagato must swiftly master the full power of the Rinnegan and create the Six Paths clones. I will settle accounts with the Uchiha sooner or later. The outskirts of the hidden rain village. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the drizzle persisted without end. A solitary figure materialized from thin air, landing upon the damp ground. Gento steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings warily. Through the curtain of rain, the silhouette of the hidden rain village was faintly visible in the distance, with no pursuers in sight. He exhaled in relief. Although the Yomi space was convenient, the spatial coverage was limited. He could only teleport outside the village for the time being. Fortunately, he had left contingencies during his arrival. At regular intervals along the way, he had silently planted Flying Thunder God technique seals. Closing his eyes, he sensed the locations of those marks. Then, his figure vanished once more. Konoha, the first light of dawn. Outside the Uchiha clan territory, 3 figures suddenly appeared. They wore the standard ANBU vests and animal masks, advancing toward the Uchiha lands. Just as they were about to step into the clan's domain, a boy emerged from the mist, blocking their path. The boy was about 12 or 13 years old, with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem embroidered on his sleeve. His jet-black eyes exuded a maturity and calmness beyond his years. It was none other than Itachi Uchiha. He spoke softly, "Gentlemen, ahead lies the Uchiha clan territory. Please halt." The 3 ANBU operatives stopped in their tracks. The leader cast a glance at Itachi, sneering contemptuously at the young boy. "What brat is this? We act under the Hokage's orders. Step aside." Itachi's expression remained unchanged. "The clan head has decreed that no outsiders may enter the territory. I regret that I cannot yield." "Ha!" The leader scoffed coldly, his tone turning harsh. "If that is so, then you shall die." He rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release. Wind blade. A fierce gust of wind chakra condensed in his palm, instantly forming a razor-sharp blade. The 2 behind him simultaneously formed seals, their ninjutsu primed and ready to assist. Their coordination was seamless, clearly not a hastily assembled squad. The leader charged forward, wind blade in hand, aiming directly at Itachi. Itachi stood motionless, as if unaware of the attack. The wind blade pierced through his body without resistance. Blood splattered, staining the ground. A look of shock spread across Itachi's face. "Heh, brat, you brought this upon yourself." The man taunted arrogantly. "Captain, what are you doing?" From the mouth of the boy standing before him came the familiar voice of a teammate. The man shuddered and fixed his gaze. The boy's face suddenly contorted and shifted, transforming into the likeness of his comrade. His own hand was piercing through the teammate's chest. Blood oozed from the corner of the teammate's mouth as he widened his eyes in disbelief. The man spun around abruptly to see Itachi standing unharmed, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly spinning. Damn it! An illusion? Since when? Before he could finish, his vision swirled wildly. He saw his own body and that of another teammate nearby, blood gushing from their necks, their heads missing entirely. His own severed head rolled to the boy's feet. Bang! The boy's body suddenly transformed into a flock of crows, scattering into the morning mist and vanishing. His last thought was, is this also a clone? The 3 ANBU corpses lay sprawled at the entrance to the Uchiha clan lands. Itachi's figure emerged slowly from the fog, casting a glance at the fallen bodies with an expression of calm. He carefully drew his ninjato and delivered finishing blows to the 3, preventing any feigned deaths. At that moment, boom! From the center of the clan grounds came a violent explosion. Flames surged skyward, thick smoke billowing. Itachi snapped his head around, his pupils narrowing. That direction was Kushina's new home, one of the locations the clan head had personally instructed the ANBU to protect. At this moment it was being engulfed in flames. The echo of the blast still resounded as the fire surged. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Kushina's residence. His figure darted swiftly through the morning streets, covering several hundred meters in a few bounds. Upon arrival, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict. The garden wall of Kushina's home had been blasted away in a large section, rubble strewn about. Standing at the entrance was Tobarama, gripping a short blade. Behind him stood 4 Uchiha Anbu, each adopting combat stances, ready for battle. Opposite Tobarama stood a group of masked ninja. A rough count revealed at least a dozen. They wore the standard root attire. Leading them was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, clad in a dark kimono. The right side of his face was wrapped in bandages, and his exposed left eye gleamed with a cold light. His entire presence exuded a somber and perilous aura. It was Danzo Shimura. Itachi hurried to Tobarama's side and whispered, "Brother Tobarama, what is happening?" Tobarama glanced at him sideways. Danzo and his men suddenly barged in, demanding to see Kushina. I stopped them from entering. They responded by blowing up the garden wall. Itachi frowned and looked at Danzo across from them. Danzo was scrutinizing the newly arrived youth. That youthful face, those eyes calm to the point of indifference. A flicker of surprise crossed Danzo's gaze. So young, yet so composed. The 3 Anbu sent earlier had likely fallen to him. Yet Danzo said nothing further, merely stepped forward with his cane, his voice dark and authoritative. Uchiha Tobarama, I shall say this once more. Step aside. He paused, his tone growing even colder. I come on orders from the Hokage to summon the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is the village's command, not something a junior like you can obstruct. Tobarama remained unmoved. Elder Danzo, this is Uchiha clan territory. The clan head has decreed that no outsiders may enter without his permission. If you wish to see Kushina, you must wait until the clan head returns. Hearing that Kento was currently absent from the clan brought a flicker of joy to Danzo's heart. He sneered coldly, wait for your clan head to return? I have no such leisure. Kushina is a Jinchuriki, a vital asset to the village's strength. Does the Hokage need your Uchiha's consent to see her? Moreover, your secret dealings with the Jinchuriki are forbidden. His gaze darkened further. Uchiha Tobarama, this is my final warning. Step aside, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Tobarama's grip on the short blade did not waver. I must respectfully decline. Danzo's expression turned utterly grim. Within the garden, Kushina stood behind the broken wall, peering through the gap at the standoff outside. She recognized Danzo. Yet this summons from the Hokage was clearly unusual. Danzo's gaze shifted past Tobarama, resting upon her. Kushina, your timing is impeccable. Lord Hokage wishes to see you. Accompany me at once. Kushina blinked in surprise. Elder Danzo, if the 3rd Hokage wishes to see me, why was I not informed in advance? Itachi, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose silently. Danzo's expression remained impassive. I am here to inform you myself. No more idle talk. Come with me immediately. The smile on Kushina's face faded somewhat. She was no fool. This did not resemble a summons at all. It was plainly an arrest. And with Gento absent, who could say what might happen if she followed Danzo now? She took a half step back, shaking her head. Danzo's gaze turned utterly cold. He fixed his eyes on Kushina, then glanced over the Uchiha Umbu and Shisui blocking the courtyard entrance. Gento was not present. That was an undeniable fact. If Gento were still in the clan, he would have come out by now. There was no way Shisui would be standing guard at the front. Since Gento was absent, this was the perfect opportunity to take Kushina away. Danzo sneered coldly. Kushina, are you defying the Hokage's orders? Before Kushina could reply, Shisui spoke up. Elder Danzo, allow me to explain first. Danzo did not even glance at him, raising his hand in dismissal. If you refuse to recognize the favor, do not blame me. Tech. At his command, a dozen root ninja simultaneously formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. A kaleidoscope of ninjutsu erupted instantly toward the courtyard gate. Shisui's eyes narrowed, no longer hesitating. Susanoo, a colossal green giant materialized from thin air, enveloping the entire courtyard entrance. The barrage of ninjutsu slammed against the Susanoo, erupting in fierce roars, yet only ripples disturbed the green energy shield. All attacks were completely repelled. Seeing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Shisui, be sensible and retreat quickly. Otherwise, you will be dealt with today as well. Shisui gritted his teeth but remained standing at the gate. He said nothing, but his stance was unmistakably resolute. Opposite them, a dozen root ninja had already completed their second round of hand seals, awaiting Danzo's order. Shisui and his group numbered only 5, an overwhelming disparity in strength. Inside the courtyard, Kushina watched the scene, cold sweat forming in her palms. She knew Shisui was protecting her under Gento's orders, but at this rate, they would be gravely injured. Biting her lip, she was about to speak when suddenly a figure descended from above, landing before Shisui. The man wore the clan leader's deep blue robe, his black hair slightly disheveled, eyes icy cold. It was none other than Gento, who had rushed back using Flying Thunder God technique. He had just arrived and immediately witnessed the confrontation. A dozen root ninja had unleashed jutsu against Shisui and several Uchiha clan members. Slowly turning, he fixed a cold glare on Danzo. Danzo, do you wish to die? At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Beep! Host has triggered a side quest. Side quest issued. The honor of the Uchiha. Quest description. Danzo and his men have forcibly intruded into the Uchiha territory, showing blatant contempt for the clan. As clan leader, you must preserve the Uchiha's honor. Option 1, repel Danzo. Reward, random A-rank ninjutsu. Option 2, wound Danzo. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Option 3, kill Danzo. Reward, clan relocation card. Seeing the system's side quest, Gento finally felt at ease. Killing Danzo would grant the clan a safe retreat. With that assurance, there was nothing left to hold back. Danzo's face immediately showed apprehension upon Gento's sudden appearance. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, his face darkening. Uchiha Gento, what is the meaning of your forcibly detaining the Jinchuriki within the Uchiha clan? His voice rose, attempting to seize the narrative high ground. I strongly suspect the Uchiha are plotting some unspeakable conspiracy. Gento merely sneered coldly in response. He said nothing further. Instead, a towering yellow giant suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Susanu's immense fist, roaring with wind, crashed down fiercely upon Danzo. What? Danzo's pupils contracted sharply, unprepared for Gento's immediate assault. He rolled aside clumsily, his cane flying from his grasp. Boom! The giant fist struck the ground, scattering stones and leaving a deep crater. 2 root ninja caught unawares were struck directly, their screams cut short as they were pulverized instantly. Damn it! Danzo cursed, scrambling to rise. Uchiha Gento, how dare you attack the Konoha leadership? Cold fury filled Gento's eyes. You forcibly invade Uchiha territory and seize people with root forces. Why shouldn't I strike back? With that, Susanoo delivered another crushing blow. Danzo dodged again, barely escaping. The surviving root ninja quickly recovered, hurling kunai rigged with explosive tags at Gento. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, engulfing Gento in fire and smoke. Panting heavily, Danzo stared at the smoke. When it cleared, the yellow Susanoo stood unscathed. The giant fist rose once more, crashing down toward him. Bang! Danzo narrowly evaded, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As he dodged, he frantically searched for a countermeasure. Then, a sharp sound of flesh being pierced rang out. Danzo shuddered, looking down at his chest. A massive green chakra sword had pierced through him from behind, the tip protruding from his chest, dripping blood. He turned with great effort. Shisui stood behind him, the green Susanoo gripping the giant sword, expressionless. Lord Danzo. Several surviving root ninja gasped. Danzo parted his lips to speak but suddenly vanished into thin air. Shisui's eyes narrowed sharply. Be careful. Gento's warning had just sounded when Danzo reappeared before Kushina. He thrust a kunai fiercely toward her. Startled, Kushina's ninja instincts immediately flared. She twisted aside, evading the vital strike, simultaneously kicking Danzo away. Boom! Danzo staggered back several steps but regained his footing. Gento's eyes narrowed slightly. He had always thought Izanagi was a forbidden technique Danzo acquired only after the Uchiha clan's downfall. Now it seemed this old man had mastered it long ago by some means. Clan leader. A shout came from afar. Fugaku arrived with a large contingent of Uchiha clan members, encircling the area. Danzo's expression changed. The commotion was growing, inevitably drawing more Uchiha reinforcements. If he did not leave now, escape would be impossible. He made a swift decision. All root ninja, stay behind and cover our retreat. Gento's gaze turned icy. Trying to run? All Uchiha. Assist me in surrounding and eliminating Danzo. No sooner had he spoken, boom! Another explosion rocked Kushina's home. Dust billowed, bricks and stones scattered. A root ninja, having secretly infiltrated Kushina's residence using earth release, burst forth from the smoke, carrying a struggling small figure. It was Naruto. The ninja pressed a kunai to Naruto's neck, shouting fiercely, No Uchiha move! One more step and I'll kill him. Kushina's face turned deathly pale upon seeing Naruto abducted. Naruto! She instinctively moved to rush forward. The ninja immediately pressed the kunai forward slightly. Naruto cried out in pain at once. Kushina could only halt her steps helplessly. Naruto struggled desperately, his short legs kicking wildly. Damn it! Let me go! Brat, behave yourself! Suddenly, the ninja let out a cry of pain. Naruto bit down fiercely on his hand. his tiny teeth sinking deeply into the flesh. A ruthless gleam flashed in the ninja's eyes as his other hand slammed forcefully into the back of Naruto's neck. Bang! Naruto's head tilted to the side. Limp and lifeless. Naruto! Kushina cried out in anguish. Seeing her son struck down and his life hanging in the balance, her heart as a mother ached even more profoundly. Danzo, who had originally intended to withdraw, revealed a look of wild delight in his eyes upon witnessing this. He immediately changed direction and charged toward Naruto. Gento instinctively tried to intervene. Don't move! Danzo barked fiercely, the kunai in his hand aimed at Naruto. Order your clansmen to retreat. Otherwise, this brat's life is forfeit. Gento's body froze. He harbored no doubt that Danzo was resolute in killing Naruto. Soon, Danzo reached the root ninja and snatched Naruto away. He held Naruto with one hand while pressing the kunai against the boy's delicate neck with the other, a triumphant and sinister smile spreading across his face. Uchiha Gento, immediately order your people to withdraw 100 meters, or else, he pushed the kunai forward, leaving a shallow cut on Naruto's neck. Gento fell silent for a moment, then addressed the bewildered Uchiha clan members. Fall back. Clan leader. Fugaku's face was filled with unwillingness. This cannot be allowed. Do as he commands. Though filled with fury, the Uchiha reluctantly obeyed and slowly retreated. Soon, a circular clearing formed in the center, leaving only Gento, Kushina, Naruto, and Danzo's root ninjas. Seeing that Naruto's life indeed posed a threat to Gento, Danzo became even more convinced of his suspicions. Gento spoke slowly, his voice calm. Danzo, release Naruto. There is still room for negotiation. I can ensure your safe departure. Danzo sneered coldly. Release me? Do you take me for a child of 3? A chill flashed in his eyes. I'll release this brat only if you offer yourself in exchange. Kushina shuddered all over. Without hesitation, Gento nodded. Agreed. Danzo was taken aback, suspicion flickering in his eyes. So easily accepted? He immediately ordered cautiously. You several, go seal him. Gento-kun. Kushina cried out. Don't listen to them. Danzo pushed the kunai forward again, his voice fierce. Don't you care about your son's life? Gento glanced back at Kushina, his gaze gentle. It's all right, Kushina. He turned back to Danzo. You may seal me, but you must place Naruto on the ground and then step back 10 paces. Danzo considered briefly, knowing that Gento would not agree if he did not yield. He nodded fine. He bent down and indeed set Naruto on the ground, then slowly retreated with the root ninjas beside him. 10 paces. Observing this, Gento released his Susanoo. For root ninjas immediately surrounded him, placing their hands upon him. For symbol's seal, they intoned in unison. Black runes spread from their palms, crawling over Gento's entire body like living creatures. Moments later, the seal was complete. Lord Danzo, the seal is complete. A fierce gleam flashed in Danzo's eyes as he suddenly surged toward Gento. The kunai in his hand stabbed directly at Gento's throat. Clan leader. The Uchiha clan members in the distance hurried toward the scene, eager to rescue him. But the distance was too great. Fugaku was still 30 meters away. Others even farther. Shisui, the fastest, was still over 10 meters away. There was simply no time. The Uchiha clan leader was about to be slain before their very eyes. Danzo closed in on Gento, but was startled to find no trace of fear in Gento's gaze. His Sharingan eyes slowly rotated. Then, he whispered softly, Toxin. As Gento activated his ocular jutsu, his body instantly reverted to the state it was in 5 seconds earlier. The sluggishness induced by the seal vanished immediately. The 4 symbols seal shattered and dissipated. Chakra began to flow freely within him once more. Without hesitation, he instantly activated Susanoo. A colossal golden giant materialized, enveloping him entirely. Danzo's kunai struck the hard Susanoo shell with a crisp clang. What? Danzo's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with shock. He had witnessed the completion of the 4 symbols seal with his own eyes. That boy's chakra should have been completely sealed. How was it possible for someone to break free from the seal on their own? But there was no time to ponder. Gento waved his right hand, and 5 iron rings shot from his fingers, rapidly expanding in midair as they aimed for Danzo's limbs and neck. Too close. Danzo barely managed to raise his hand to block one ring. Ding! The iron ring was knocked away with a sharp sound. But the other 4 iron rings accurately ensnared his wrists and ankles. Danzo instinctively struggled, only to find the iron rings tightening with every movement, locking his joints firmly and rendering him immobile. The iron ring that had been knocked away veered in midair and returned. This time, Danzo, bound at his limbs, was powerless to resist. The iron ring precisely encircled his neck. Instantly, Danzo's body stiffened, frozen in place, utterly beyond his control. Gento approached him calmly and commanded, Order route to cease resistance. A flicker of confusion crossed Danzo's eyes. What nonsense is this? How could he sever his own arm? Yet, the next moment Danzo's body moved involuntarily. He raised his hand, pointed at the root ninjas present, and his mouth opened by itself. You all immediately cease resistance. At these words, the root ninjas present displayed expressions of astonishment. Danzo himself felt a chilling terror surge through him. What was happening? Why was his body no longer obeying him? While the root ninjas hesitated, the Uchiha clan members at the perimeter charged forward. Fugaku led his people in swiftly subduing the stunned root ninjas, disarming and binding them all in one fell swoop. Danzo looked at Gento in horror. What in the world is this? He no longer hesitated and immediately attempted to activate Izanagi. However, no jutsu allowed. Gento's calm voice rang out. The thought of activating Izanagi instantly vanished from Danzo's mind as though it had never existed. His face changed completely. At this moment, the scene was thoroughly under Uchiha control. Kushina rushed to Naruto's side, trembling as she lifted him into her arms. She checked his breath. Fortunately, he was only unconscious. She clutched her son tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The root ninjas were all bound tightly, crouching on the ground, utterly immobilized. Gento approached Danzo and issued another order. Remove the bandages from your body. Danzo tried to resist, tried to close his mouth. But his body refused to obey, obediently raising his hand to first unwrap the bandage from his face. The bandage fell away, revealing a lifeless right eye. Then, Danzo removed the bandages from his arm. Layer after layer of bandages dropped, revealing a pale and grotesque arm beneath. Upon seeing the arm's appearance, everyone present gasped in horror. On that arm, there was a human face, even more terrifying. From wrist to shoulder blade, 9 Sharingan eyes were embedded densely. All of those eyes were wide open, their pupils rotating.
En héri spectacle.
Gento's voice turned cold. Where did the Sharingan on your arm come from? Danzo desperately tried to silence himself, attempting denial. Yet his mouth opened on its own. These Sharingan were acquired by Uchiha clan members sent on assassination missions by root ninjas under my command. The death reports from those men all stated mission failure, killed by enemy ninjas. As his words fell, the expressions of all Uchiha present changed instantly. Rage, uncontrollable fury. Fugaku clenched his fist tightly. Shisui's gaze was ice-cold. Other clan members had already grasped their sword hilts. In Gento's eyes, the killing intent was blatantly exposed. He continued to inquire, "What is the matter with your arm?" Danzo's voice persisted. "These are Hashirama cells researched by Orochimaru, transplanted into my body. Through Hashirama cells, I can simultaneously equip 10 Sharingan and utilize Izanagi." Anger erupted completely. "Damn Danzo! Kill this old dog! Avenge our fallen clan members! Kill him! Kill him!" The crowd's fury boiled over, curses rising in waves. Gento raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. He stepped to Danzo's side and dispelled Susanoo. His right hand manifested a chakra scalpel. The blade glimmered. 1 Sharingan was gouged from Danzo's arm, falling into a nutrient solution prepared by Gento. Danzo let out a miserable scream. Yet Gento did not relent. The second, third, fourth. One by one, the Sharingan were extracted and placed into jars. These eyes could be sacrificed during awakening to aid Uchiha clan members in unlocking their Sharingan. All 9 eyes were removed. Only 9 bloody holes remained on Danzo's arm. The Hashirama cells writhed wildly, attempting to mend the wounds. He realized his death was imminent. The ferocity in his eyes was finally replaced by fear. "No, don't kill me," he pleaded, his voice trembling. "I did all this for Konoha, for the village's stability." Upon hearing this, Gento's fist struck his face. Bam! Half of Danzo's face instantly swelled, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "For Konoha? Killing Uchiha who carried out missions for the village is also for Konoha? No, I can explain." Gento refused to listen further. The chakra scalpel slashed toward his neck. "Wait," a hoarse voice called out from afar. Gento turned to see Hiruzen Sarutobi approaching slowly, accompanied by Tazuna Koharu and Maito Iman En, with a dense crowd of Umbu behind them. A rough count showed at least 200 or 300. The village's Umbu were evidently mobilized en masse. Danzo's eyes flickered with hope upon seeing Sarutobi, and he wailed, "Sarutobi, save me." Sarutobi glanced at him, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes, then turned sharply toward Gento and demanded sternly, "Uchiha Gento, you openly attack Konoha as high command. Is this rebellion?" Gento looked at him and suddenly smiled, a smile full of sarcasm. "Oh, we Uchiha do indeed want a rebel." He paused, enunciating each word. "What can you do to us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow giant appeared out of thin air, enveloping Gento. Immediately following, A purple giant and a green giant materialized as well. Shisui and Fugaku each activated their Susanoo. The three giants stood shoulder to shoulder, their momentum overwhelming, confronting the hundreds of Umbu behind Sarutobi. Sarutobi's expression changed. He had not expected Gento to be so defiant, showing no respect to the Hokage. Gento stepped forward and pressed. When Danzo forcibly entered Uchiha territory, "Where were you, Sarutobi?" When Danzo threatened the fourth Hokage's orphan, "Where were you, Sarutobi?" Now that Danzo is about to die, you cannot wait to jump out? He fixed Sarutobi with a gaze. "I want to ask, are these dirty deeds by Danzo your orders? Hiruzen Sarutobi?" Sarutobi's face darkened. "Impudent brat, do not slander me." Gento sneered coldly and looked at Danzo. "What was your purpose in coming to the Uchiha? Speak." Danzo struggled desperately, trying to silence himself. Yet his mouth opened on its own. The Uchiha's power was growing too fast, threatening Sarutobi's rule over Konoha. "I conspired with Sarutobi to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, using her to threaten Uchiha Gento and eliminate him as clan leader. Then we would find a way to annihilate the Uchiha clan." At these words, the hall erupted in uproar. Sarutobi's face instantly turned pale. "Danzo, shut your mouth. Such things must never be spoken aloud." Danzo looked at him despairingly. I cannot control myself." The anger of the Uchiha present ignited fully. "We Uchiha have contributed so much to Konoha, yet the Hokage wants us dead. Kill them. Kill Sarutobi. Kill Danzo." Gento no longer hesitated. The giant Susanoo fist rose high and slammed down mercilessly on Danzo. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed. When the giant fist lifted, only a blurred pool of blood and flesh remained. The Hashirama cells within the flesh lost control, writhing and growing wildly. To everyone's astonishment, they quickly took root in the ground, sprouting branches and leaves. In moments, a giant tree soared skyward. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Uchiha's honor. Reward, family relocation card 1. Immediately, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding! Host triggered main storyline quest. Main quest released. Establish a shinobi village. Quest description. Konoha has become thoroughly corrupt under Sarutobi and the other high-ranking officials. How can the clan prosper when entangled with these power-hungry vermin? You must immediately sever ties with Konoha and establish a shinobi village belonging solely to the Uchiha. Quest reward, SSS rank reward, Divine Tree Seed." Seeing the newly issued main quest from the system, Gento's heart surged with joy. This was the first SSS rank reward he had ever encountered. Moreover, the reward was connected to the mysterious Otsutsuki clan. He knew the rules of this world all too well. In the world of Naruto, strength depends solely on one's bloodline. If your lineage is weak, no matter how hard you try, the ceiling is at best the Kage level. To reach beyond Kage level, one must possess a powerful Kekkai Genkai like the Sharingan, or the robust constitution of the Uzumaki or Senju clans. Although his own strength had now reached Kage level, it was still inadequate against Super Kage powerhouses like Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. The only way he could conceive to reach Super Kage level was to evolve the Mangekyo into the Rinnegan. As for attaining the Six Paths level, it was even more difficult, almost unattainable with no clear path. In the original story, Naruto and Sasuke only barely reached Six Paths level thanks to the blessings of the Six Paths Sage. Whether the sage would bestow such blessings upon him was something Gento could only dismiss as wishful thinking. Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of the sage's own sun souls. He simply could not compare. Without Six Paths level power, when facing Otsutsuki Kagaya, or later Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Urashiki, even with Super Kage strength, he would be nothing more than a slightly larger ant. How to obtain Six Paths level power had always been Gento's greatest headache. Now, seeing the system's reward of the Divine Tree Seed, his hope was rekindled. Behind the Divine Tree lay the secret to the Otsutsuki clan's infinite evolution. This reward was something he must obtain at all costs. At that moment, Maito Iman's furious voice rang in his ears. "How dare you?" He pointed at Gento in anger. "Uchiha Gento, do you realize what openly killing Danzo means?" Gento looked coldly at the frail advisor, a mocking smile on his face. "Oh, what does it mean?" He paused, then continued. "Does this imply that Konoha will henceforth be rid of a despot like you, who clings stubbornly to power while idly occupying a position?" "You!" Mito Uzumaki's face flushed a deep liver red. Nearby, Tazun Koharu also spoke out sharply. "Uchiha Gento, do not be so smug. You bear full responsibility for Danzo's demise. Enough with the nagging." Gento, growing weary of their words, dismissed them with disdain. His yellow Susanoo suddenly slammed a colossal fist down with tremendous force. Boom! The massive blow thundered past the three, shattering the ground and sending shards of rock flying. "Hizashi, Mito Uzumaki, and Tazun Koharu rolled back awkwardly to evade the attack. Their bodies covered in dust and dirt, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting a Hokage or a counselor. None of them had anticipated that, even amidst the gathering of the Umbu, Gento would dare to strike them so brazenly. Behind them, 200 to 300 Umbu operatives instinctively recoiled several steps. The ninja were well aware. Although the jutsu wielded by him was immensely powerful, its defense was exceedingly fragile. Should they be struck by this yellow beast before them, their fate would be no better than the pitiful ruin that was Danzo on the ground. Tazun Koharu steadied herself and instinctively opened her mouth to scold once more. Gento fixed her with a cold glare. If I could kill Danzo right before Hizashi's eyes, I can just as easily execute you in front of him. Utter one more word of nonsense, and I will send you down to join Danzo immediately. If you doubt me, you may try. I am curious to see if you have more heads than Danzo. Tazun Koharu's mouth opened and closed, her gaze shifting between the monstrous heap of mangled flesh beneath the giant tree and Gento's icy Sharingan. Her face turned a shifting shade of green and white, yet in the end, she dared not utter another word. Hizashi's expression had darkened to the color of the bottom of a cauldron. Gento's public execution of Danzo before his eyes was already a blatant slap in the face. Now, reprimanding two counselors as if they were mere juniors in front of hundreds of Umbu was no longer a mere insult. It was an act of trampling his very dignity into the dirt. He drew a deep breath and spoke slowly, his voice laden with suppressed fury. Uchiha Gento, have you caused enough trouble? Gento turned his head toward the third Hokage. Hizashi straightened his back, attempting to restore the Hokage's authority. Danzo's methods were indeed improper, but what kind of conduct is this, killing a Konoha high-ranking official in public? Is this rebellion? In view of the contributions the Uchiha clan has made to the village over the years, I will grant you one chance. Lay down your weapons immediately and submit to investigation. I guarantee a fair resolution. At these words, Gento burst into laughter, a sound dripping with sarcasm. Fair resolution? He fixed Hizashi with a gaze sharp as a blade. Hizashi, let me ask you something. When Minato was on his deathbed, did he not entrust Kushina and Naruto to you? Hizashi was momentarily stunned, his expression flickering. Gento pressed on. Did you not promise Minato you would take care of them, mother and son? Hizashi found himself unable to answer. Gento continued. You promised Minato and then what? You seized all of Minato's assets, claiming they were for the village's reconstruction. But what kind of place did you provide Kushina and Naruto to live in? That dilapidated apartment. It was filled with the rubbish left by previous tenants, permeated with the stench of mildew. Is this what you meant by taking care? Hizashi opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Gento stepped forward. You claimed that, to protect Naruto, his identity as the fourth Hokage's son must remain secret. Then who leaked Naruto's identity? When Naruto was bullied, where were you? Hizashi stammered, then pointed toward the blood-stained heap beneath the giant tree. Ugh. All this was Danzo's doing. Gento sneered, his voice suddenly rising. When those villagers called Naruto the fox demoness child, when children chased him and threw stones at him, where was the third Hokage? Hizashi's face turned deathly pale. Gento pressed on. When Kushina was insulted as the fox demoness wife, isolated and shunned by the village, where were you, Hokage? I don't know any of this? Are you truly ignorant? Or merely pretending? Gento's voice echoed across the clearing. Minato gave his life for Konoha, for this village, and this is how you cared for his wife and child. Behind Hizashi, the gazes of the Umbu shifted subtly. Some lowered their heads, others clenched their fists, and complex emotions flickered in their eyes. Among them, a silver-haired youth remained silent. They were Umbu, closest to the seat of power, and they knew better than most that all Gento spoke was the undeniable truth. Feeling those stares upon him, Hizashi's countenance grew even uglier. He gritted his teeth, struggling to salvage the situation. There are reasons for all of this. Reasons? Gento scoffed. Very well, then I will ask again. Since you knew Naruto was Minato's son, why did you not arrange a proper residence for Kushina when she was discharged from the hospital? Because, Hizashi faltered, because you embezzled all of Kushina's assets. Hizashi's face flushed bright red. You lie. Lies? Gento pointed toward Kushina, who was clutching Naruto and weeping. Danzo himself said you treated Kushina and her son as political pawns against the Uchiha. Can you even deny that? Hizashi opened his mouth but found himself utterly speechless. Why have you brought so many people here today, Hizashi? For Danzo. Gento's gaze bore into his eyes. Or are you afraid I will expose all the unspeakable truths? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Hizashi's face flickered with pale and dark hues. The Umbu behind him regarded him with strange, newfound expressions. Finally, Hizashi flung out his hand sharply. Enough! He gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce. Uchiha Gento, You have publicly slain Danzo and openly insulted the Hokage and counselors. Today, I must bring you down. Umbu, attack.